Hello and welcome here, everyone. A lovely day, a lovely afternoon, or a lovely morning, whichever one you so prefer. It is time to dive into a little Riftbound action. We are here with Runes and Rift for their 5th Cash Cup, $1,000 on the line, partnered with NRG with a little spice added on top. A lot of new faces and a lot of people primed to get some of that money. My name is Orbital. With me is BMU. We will be your casters for the opening matchup. BMU, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Orbital. What a great intro as well. Yeah, $1,000 on the line on this cash cup, as well as that little bit of spice with the NRG, a partnership
Just a
as
little,
well.
just a little.
Just a little, just a little. So it's well worth your time here. And we were having a quick look through the players just before we started, and there's a lot of new names, which I'm very pleased to see. Orbital, are you happy to see new people getting involved in this sort of level of competition?
Oh, absolutely, especially with the rise of Vendetta just around the corner. This is going to be our last set 3 event, so we get that last taste of kind of what players have to offer when it comes to a lot of the unleashed kind of meta or maybe non-meta current situations. So I love the fact that you pointed out we are going to see a lot of new faces, a lot of new players that are hopefully going to give us such a treat. And with that in mind, I know the players are more than excited, so we'll go ahead and dive on into our first match. BMU, I have a little bit of a treat for you, which is a little bit outside the norm. I'm pretty sure we have a Vi versus a Jax of all things.
Yeah, that's not a matchup that I'm all too familiar with. Like Jax, I played a little bit of set
What
two
what do you
before
mean? You're
they
not used to a Jax of all things and
no. Well,
equipment
actually,
based?
Jax, I'm pretty good on. Like, I played a little bit of
Ooh.
Jax before they absolutely butchered the rules, which is more than fair. They shouldn't have changed those rules. Damn right. But Vi is new to me. Like, I don't really
Hmm.
play red yellow, and I've played a little bit of Vi in like pre-releases, but nothing too serious. I'm really interested to see how these two decks interact. And yeah, I think the players are just about to go. So, plus, if everyone's ready, can we jump in?
Yeah, and while we do that, I do want to mention I 100% agree with you on the fact that things are a little bit weird with red yellow. Normally, you don't see Vi. People have tried Vi with regard to some of the punches, with some of the discard, and some of the just amp up. But most people, if you're running red yellow, tend to divert over to the Rek'Sai, I think. Well,
Mhm.
even Rek'Sai is, a little middling ground. We saw if you hit the upper echelons in recent regional qualifiers and all. But it is a little bit surprising to see a Vi. Granted, it can have the same stun mechanics, same ability to pump out units, but it does feel like a little bit lower card draw on that end, which loses some of its impact value for a red yellow set.
Yeah, exactly right. I think when I first saw Vi, I was just like, why would you ever pick Vi over Rek'Sai? It just does everything
Yeah.
Rek'Sai does, but worse. But obviously, this player's picked Vi for this cash cup. It's, there's a real prize to it. And hopefully we can get the game on Stream Plus because it's not showing right now. Hint, hint. But yeah, players are starting.
Oh, we are. We're
And
good. We're good.
we'll audio narrate it for a little bit. So yeah, I think we're back in the casting booth for whatever reason. But Pit Rookie has come down for the side of Jax, fairly normal so far. And right now you're listening to an audio podcast for a Riftbound game. Or but it's
Hey.
probably not the optimal way of doing it, but it looks like we're back in, so that's great. So we see the Jax taking the first point on the Rockfall path, little first mate to bring it back to safety, and a Forge at the Fluffed on the side of the Vi. Orbital, what's your thoughts on these two battlefields?
I love and hate it. Rockfall Path, I love running annoying battlefields is the best way I put it. Before Jax is a little bit surprising, especially with some of the buildup, but it does make sense when you are running a little bit more movement tech in there. We can see the first mate, the Pit Rookie, all these buffs and setups. It makes sense. However, on the flip side for the Vi, it's a lot of punch power. And not only that, Hextech Gauntlets coming down as soon as possible. And what a draw. This is a card that in a Vi deck is the most appropriate value stake in there. It is the most important, I think, when it comes to amping up. And once you get it revolving, it spikes these, 2 might units, especially one like one of the dogs, to a level where just these single 2 to 3 energy costs just do not compete in the early stages. I like it.
Yeah, fully agree. Like the reason people would play Vi over anything else is this gear. Like it, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, it's not like all encompassing, all breaking, overpowered, but if you want to play Vi, this is the card you're looking for. This is the card that you want to see in your opening hand, if not very close to it. And as you said, it just gives those like light 2 drops like such an increase in power and obviously draw potential with the Vi Legend as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about, this difficulty, it is a 3-1 for an attachment, so a total cost of like 6-1. But It's ridiculous because this ability's energy cost is reduced by the might of the unit you choose. So, you attach it to, a 3 or anything like that, and it's essentially just a power cost. It's very, very simple. But you can see here right now, I believe it's, I want to say it's Manui. I might get the name wrong. But for the Jax, you aren't able to fight as neatly as you would like. Granted, you don't want to move just yet, it seems like, because you haven't gotten any of the gear. It does feel like this Jax is kind of hemorrhaging for the gear, and you just don't have any in hand.
Yeah, there's a famous saying which is all the gear and no idea. And right now, Jax has no
I
idea
love that.
if he doesn't have any gear, he has no idea what to do. Like the main powerhouse of this deck is the gear swapping, is getting
Yeah.
those brutalizers down, is getting all that lovely stuff like the Trinity Forces and the Hex Drinkers and all that lovely stuff. And if you haven't got that, what are you? You're a green-orange deck with just pure base might. That's not where you want to be.
No, and the fact that you're going up against another, I want to say, middle of the pack equipment, overturner in the Vi where you have the Hexite Gauntlets and more, it is frustrating. And I love that again with the Forge of the Fluff, you are able to basically have a pseudo Jax behind. Now, for Deesh, I believe these 2 points, they feel very comfortable for themselves. They're very happy about it, but I think they're currently wondering what the game plan is here. You're looking on the other side of this Jax, almost no competition really on some of these battlefields unless you allow it. And they're just like, okay, what's the setup here? Are they just bricking? Are things just going south? Or are they priming for something a little bit bigger?
Yeah, these two decks are very much like I can do all the stuff I want to do when I'm attacking. On the whole, they're a little bit awkward to play against, but the size of the units on the side of Vi just absolutely massive due to those equipments. Jax, as we said, still not finding anything, but this is like almost like a game of chicken right now. Like, who's going to overcommit to a battlefield? And right now, if the pace stays the way it is, that'll be Jax. Jax has to take the initiative. I know it's only a point, but it does mean that your opponent is going to get there slightly quicker, especially even versus odd points on this game when we're playing to 8. And right now, I know Jax's hand is bigger, it's very early, but the card draw and the equipment on the side of Vi is looking like it's a little bit stronger.
Just a wee bit, just a beautiful game, number one. And I honestly don't know if Forge is like the battlefield that you wanted, but the opener isn't a bad neutral one. But again, McNutt can't do anything. And by the way, big shout out to both these players, Ashabi and McNutt, for joining us here on the opening matchup. To play first in a cash cup, by the way, and to be like the opening matchup can have a little bit of weight behind it. But big shout outs and respect to them on these points. However, turn back to Deshabi, who was just like, I got Hexite Gauntlets and a BF sword. I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want, but like, do I want to? As you said, it's that prime, it's that hold off and wait. So I'm wondering if you're also leaning into a heavy unit drop here for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the stage it is, like, you can sneak 2 points. And, with the might on the side of Jax, you are going to force him to, like, commit some cards out of hand. But look at this,
True.
just look at the power behind it. Like, you are going to have to force, like, a Brutalizer out. But who cares about forcing a Brutalizer? It just goes back. The idea is to get disciplines and on guards and things like that out of the hand, reduce the tempo, reduce the opportunity. But again, I think Vi is probably just going to sit back, develop, and then we're going to have an all-out brawl towards the end of this game, just units smashing into units and gears cascading. That's how I see this game going, but maybe the players have got another plan.
I mean, that would be awesome, honestly. I haven't actually cast a gear versus gear kind of side outside of an Azir, and Azir is like, the gear is not the main focus, right? The gear is absolutely not the main focus in an Azir matchup. It's the token Sand Soldiers. I want to see full gear. I want to see the Aurelia style gear, except you're not floating from battlefield to battlefield. You just fight, and that might be a way to do it. Vi plus Rengar, double jungle trouble coming in for the Shabi, and they are going to be swinging with the heft if McNutt does not have an answer.
Yeah, and this is where it kind of gets a bit dicey. Like, as a Jax now, you kind of have to start engaging here. Getting the draw from the Stellarcorn, that's going to really help, especially on the Forge of the Fluff, allowing gear to be played a little bit cheaper. Wouldn't surprise me to see the Jax come in here with a nice quick draw gear to clear up the battlefield. But then, how do you get the Jax back? Have you got another first mate? You don't really want to leave 2 battlefields open like that unless you've got something pretty scary in your hand. And with 7 cards in hand, it is quite a possibility. Pit Rookie coming down to buff the Jacks is going to give a little bit more might, good little bit of tempo here. Jack swinging in, and let's see what happens. But my God, the might on the side of Vi, especially with that equipment cascade, is going to get real nasty real quick.
And that's why I think we're seeing McNutt kind of field an open position. The Stellacorn to draw a little bit more on your own, dropping in a little bit of gold for yourself as well. Making use of that honest broker, or maybe dishonest if you're dropping gold behind you. McNutt holding on to these battlefields, though, really happy about the current set because you're also going to use the auction to steal away the Hextech Gauntlet. I forgot about this card a little bit in the orange run, but stealing the Hextech Gauntlet is such a cheese play, but I love it. All of a sudden, some of that might power is starting to swing.
Yeah, these gear decks suffered greatly from the abundance of Aurora. Now everyone runs Gear Hate main, and Akshan is possibly one of my favorite ways to steal gear or destroy gear. And the fact that it just takes it and goes, yeah, it's mine now. And don't forget, with Jax, you can shuffle it. So even if Akshan dies, the gear doesn't go back.
It's so good. Like, it is now residing on McNutt's side, and you're just like, oh, well, things have gone awry, and I don't know if this is like the original plan, right? You never know if this is like the OG plan, but it worked out perfectly. And I think for McNutt, all of a sudden, it's in your favor. And again, Deshabi played very slow, and appropriately so, not slow playing, but was very cautious of what this Jax deck could do. And I wonder if that kind of ate them on the back end just a tiny bit, because you lost one of your Hextech Gauntlets, and it's now on the other foot. It is going to bully you relentlessly because it is going to be able to be swapped from unit to unit.
Yeah, exactly right. I think this Stellacorn is a little bit of a sitting duck right now. So do you even want to engage with the Jax? Like,
right.
if you conquer the Forge, you are a point ahead, but there is a lot of might sitting in the back line of the Jax player. So right now, again, it's down to that game of chicken. Who's going to overcommit and not think about the possibilities in the hand? Don't forget, Vi is running yellow, and if there's one thing yellow's good at, it's just outright killing units on battlefields. So maybe this Jax is a little bit more vulnerable than it looks right now.
You swing first. No, you swing first. No, you swing
Exactly.
first. Just back and forth the entire time.
Exactly.
It never fails.
It's a game of chicken. It's a game of chicken. Who's going to overcommit first and who's not going to have the cards in hand. But well, you mentioned it earlier as well. Just like playing on stream is a little bit nerve-wracking anyway, especially like with a cash cup and, you know, there's people viewing and your name's out there. So you do want to make sure that you're playing all your possibilities and just making sure that there's no obvious mistakes.
I appreciate you pointing that out because, again, I do feel it's I don't want to say an underrated point, but it does feel like people do forget that no matter what, if you're on a main stage, even in a tournament itself, like you sign up, you're taking a huge step forward, right? Definitely stepping up to a challenge that not a lot of players do sit there. I always say, if you've entered a tournament, you're already better than 50% of other players out there, because most players don't really take that step to compete, to try and test your luck and force it. So I'm always proud of players that always step in. Maybe if this is their first, but a giant axe is coming on in. San, either you take damage or I take damage, and there is no in between. I love it. Double stack, bring the dog to the table. I don't know how a dog holds a battle axe and a BF sword, but it is.
It's like the Zorro of dogs, like both weapons in his mouth, just charging, you know. One Piece reference, I got it in there. But 10 might swinging now into the Forge of the Fluffed, and that is a very vulnerable Stellacorn Herder. I would imagine there's not going to be much done here. It's just going to let it die, take the point, and lose your draw engine. Like, I'm not a big fan of just leaving Stellacorns that vulnerable. But obviously, who could predict the BF sword and the blighted axe coming at you on that move?
At the same time, I do wonder, because you have to wonder how much McNutt is actually running movement tech. Honestly, the first mate makes sense, but you already dropped one, so are you really going to use it again? It does feel like the Stellacorn is just there for cheat card draw, as you were kind of saying. Like, I don't know where you would be able to field in extra movement for a Stellacorn in a Jax deck. I'm just trying to theorize. I'm like, I mean, you could, don't get me wrong, you know, some of the extra, but it's just like, would it really be helpful considering you are going more gear heavy?
Yeah, I'd expect to see like maybe an Emperor's Divide or one or two of in this deck just to save like those big units where your opponent overcommits. A Gem
Yeah.
Jammer on the side of Vi right now might go real hard and force some interaction from the Jacks. Like you're not
Ooh.
too sad about losing the dog here to like get a couple of cards out of hand, but it looks like they are re-equipping the Blighted Axe because of the Forge of the Fluffed. And we
Oh.
see the big Rengar running in with that +4, with that Assault. That is 10 might, if I'm not mistaken.
That is. It's going to be very, very brutal, but there's a turn of extra, and it's a punch first to be
Nah.
laid down. The Oso card that I'm going to say not so nice things about in the next set when I play Mel and Mel only for this reason. So I am... It's going to be a hefty Jax who takes way more out of the Hextech Gauntlets than we really expected. 5 up for Deshabi, though. Do you have a response? You were hoping to bring the dog over, but at the moment, that Rengar is in for a world of pain.
Yeah, looks like the Rengar did go down. You must
Great
have
save
been
by McNutt.
expecting, yeah, you must have been expecting the punch first with that many runes open versus an orange deck. But maybe he just didn't care. Maybe he was trying to force the punch first out to attach the axe to the Vi to hothead her way into double, quadruple might. Possibly, we're going to see a huge crack with the Vi right now. And is there enough buffs in the hand for the Jax to stay alive?
Oh, that is fair. If you are another drop, though, as it looks like Deshabi is saying, we are swinging for the fence. If you do not have an answer, it's a 14, 14, and up you go to 28, baby. Deshabi says, your 14 is strong, but I'm level 20, baby.
I'm not sure that we're doing something. Is this an Emperor's Divide? Oh, it's a
Oh,
Counter-Strike!
it's Counter-Strike, no!
I actually forgot that that card existed. For 2 energy and 1 power, you've just absolutely decimated that Vi. And obviously, the Vi did not conquer this turn. So does that mean that it should get blown up? Yes, it does. And it goes to the trash.
Not only that, you forced
absolutely pay for itself.
Yeah, I mean, the Jax pure counter. I mean, this is brutal. I don't think the Vi actually dies here, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, wait, no, it did, because all the might swung out at turn N, and then it killed, so it makes sense.
Yes.
Still, though, you not only held the battlefield, which is huge for McNutt, you also deramped Deshabi by a mile, right? You think about all the units that Deshabi had originally. We were talking about some of the unit factor and some of the gear power. That gear power is gone. In my opinion, like, you are gone on that side. You are also floating a little bit of a difficult stature. So it looks like they have actually concluded.
Yeah,
I
was just thinking like
held.
the might stays on for the turn, right? So obviously it just takes 4 damage into 28 might, which doesn't really matter. But it does detach. That is a fact. It does detach.
Yes, but it's just like, I want to just say, McNutt, I don't know if you planned that or not, which I'm pretty sure you did. You absolutely practice this stuff. Counter-strike into knowing that, or that Vi, and then counter-striking, you have essentially deramped Deshabi by a mile. There's not much of a chance left in this turn battle for Deshabi to hold on, and now McNutt has all the proactive steps in the world that you can go to a much heavier swing, as we see a tiny bit of deramp for McNutt, but you have the unit count for yourself, so you're more than happy to throw down a challenge as well. You're going to use that Jax to punch the unequipped Vi and pretty much board clear Deshabi. Well done by McNutt, as they are the first to overtake to 5.
Yeah, that was definitely the turn to do it. As I said, that overcommittal from the Vi there to try and clear the Jax, forgetting about, like most of us probably did, the Counter-Strike capability. Like, how does a 14 might Jax stop me conquering here? Well, I'll tell you one card that certainly does it, is that Counter-Strike. And now we're in this place where, like, yes, Vi does have a lot of runes, it has a couple of bits of gear, but do they have the accelerate units in their hand? And we see the Kaiser coming down, so the answer to that is definitely yes. But don't forget, the Akshan still lives, so even if they conquer this battlefield and get the first mate back, doesn't that mean the gear still belongs to the Jags?
I believe so, unless there's a way to steal it or deny it. Like, that Hextech Gauntlet is staying on McNutt's side, but for Deshabi, this is kind of a Hail Mary. Again, you're sitting on only 5 runes with almost nothing else built up. This Kai'Sa really needs to deal a massive amount of damage, which you are able to do. So it gives you a little extra draw on the end, but you're still working with such low rune count that I don't foresee any like extra bonus to your way. You're basically just kind of with your last breath keeping track. So very nice save also by the Piltover Enforcer, but it's still only a single unit. You brought out another dog. I mean, you got to have a little bit more on your next turn, Deshabi.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Vi is fine using the legend ability there just to
Yeah.
save the Kaiser to stop any sort of like, oh, I need to interact with this. The
Quick
dog
rebuttal.
coming down, and obviously we've got a lovely, nice gear cascade coming as well. But look at the might sitting in the back of Jax's base. Like right now, like I'm thinking like maybe I put a pit rookie on both battlefields. So what? The pit rookie dies, and then I just swing in for a double conquer next turn. You know, that would be my sort of thought process. But obviously, Vi has the yellow. So can it have two hidden blades in hand? Can it stop the double conquer? And if it does, Vi could win this. This is actually an incredibly close game that looked to be like after that turn, it was running away with Jax.
Opportunities abound, but a hefty amount of movement for McNutt if you wish. You know there is no full win on the next turn, but some of these movements might be good. Attaching an equipment and drawing out, saying, haha, I have the Hextech Gauntlet, but equipping it over to the Jax once more, who is empowered as well. Hefty agreement on that end, capturing the Rockfall Path, conquering over on the Forge with that Scuttle, and forcing a little bit of a challenge, as right now you could full stack one battlefield and say good luck to you, but no, you wait. McNutt threatening game win next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the Scuttle Crab just sitting there on the base going, if you want this battlefield, you're going to have to show me your hands. And right now, the Vi needs to keep as many secrets as possible. 3 runes up on the side of the Jax, and we know how devastating those counter strikes can be. So this is a really, really tough turn for the Vi. What's your ideal hand here? Do you just have 2 hidden blades and GG? Like, is that where you want it to be?
You're praying for hidden blades and just GG it out, but I would, the thing is I wonder if you are just going for might swings, start with the Scuttle, give it away, but I mean, so as much as you were talking about the early route in, I just don't really foresee it, because we remember McNutt does have the chance for another counter strike, and I think that's what you're having to play for. So for Deshabi, you're kind of wishing that you had extra units on the table to kind of buffer against that. That's what I'm really worried about, because I know you talked about this condition for Deshabi to get a chance in with this Kaisa. I just don't.
Decash, yeah.
I apologize. I'm looking and I was like, I'm trying to double check, and I'm like, that is definitely a C. So I just go on Deshabi to keep Decash, and I'm just gonna go cry in a corner. But
Deshavi sounds much more elegant, and
it does.
I think they should upgrade their name, to be honest with you.
That's probably another player, and they're just like yelling at me in the background. I'm like, okay, listen. Great intro to the show. But for Decash, I am a little bit curious. Okay, they were able to bring out a heavier might. I like this. Another Hextech Gauntlet. This is the way to do it. You needed a little bit more oomph.
Yeah, just to get a little bit over, like, and obviously to get the card draw from the Hextech Gauntlets as well, just seeing some more options. This sort of play tells me that the Vi's hand isn't exactly where they want it to be, but they're going to have to show. We do see a hidden blade, actually, so they had one answer. They've got the Inferno as well, but a Counter-Strike just shuts down all this nonsense. Of course, the hidden blade will kill the Jax if there isn't a Defy in hand. And if I know anything about green decks, there's usually a Defy in hand.
Yep, there is always some sort of answer. Let's see if you can bring it on out here. A little bit of a touch and go, re-equip, and there you go. All of a sudden, the Kaisa is looking like late game. And if you don't like late game Kaisa, it's a thought and a half. Decash ready to fly on in, sets themselves up for success.
Mm-hmm. So right now they are threatening a trade with a punch first. Obviously, they've got the Inferno to come down to win that battlefield over. Then they'll have all their gear ready to be equipped and hold next turn. They didn't get the point from Forge, did they? So it should be 7-6, not 7-5.
Yep,
there we go. Like they heard me. They listened to the cast. That's plus double check with them, okay? That was too creepy there.
Oh!
So we see the quick play on the Guardian Angel. And again, so it's not like, hey, you can't win this turn, but I can have my Jax again this turn. And then you've got things to worry about. So nothing being played just yet. Looks like the Jax does take the loss there. Kaiser's going to draw 2 and go to 7. So they're going to have a few more options in the hand that the Jax doesn't know about. Now, does the Jax have the capability in their hand to stop these hidden blades? Because if one of those hidden blades goes through, you probably can't win this game. So it's all going to come down to what those 3 hidden cards are in the hand of the Vi. And what answers does the Jax have? Let's find out orbitals together. What do you think?
I think you know what I disrespected Dcash too many times already. I give Dcash the opportunity. This Vi and the Kaisa specifically has so much weight behind it, and I was really hoping McNutt wasn't gonna give extra card draw over to Dcash. I was really hoping you had something like that Counter Strike or anything like that in hand that you could have rebutted against. The GA Raw just scares me, and I think Dcash has it with a couple extra card draws. You can easily go for a heftier swing. I mean, Dcash, you can threaten all day long and really put McNutt back on their back foot for game 1.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel is a little bit of a telltale, like in the hands there. Like obviously we knew they had the Hidden Blade, we knew they had the Inferno, so we can play perfectly around what we know their hand to be. Maybe Guardian Angel was the best answer in that situation, but it looks like Vi is struggling right now. Like, what do I hide cards? Do I just keep runes open? What do I do? And like obviously if they hide that Hidden Blade, they're gonna know exactly what it is. Because of the skull.
It ain't
crowd.
hard
So
to tell when you watch 3 cards go to 2 on the reveal.
Yeah, although they do have every right to re-hide the hand and shuffle.
True.
And hide something. But is yellow hiding anything other than a hidden blade in this deck? I don't think so. So you can probably assume every single hidden is a hidden blade.
Yeah, I don't foresee anything else either. I agree on that point. Let's see what they do though. Still waiting. It is going to be a little play of the doggo, and double doggos means double the trouble, means I get an extra might for each, so you're setting up at 6 on that forge. And a lot of weight going to be on McNutt as Dcash is taking their time kind of deciding how hard they want to go on the safety side and how much do they want to work with. As you said, no, they are going to hang on to it. No hidden down on the ground. It is going to be 8 runes up for McNutt. What you got, buddy? You got to double conquer here if you want to win.
Yeah, exactly. You got a double conquer, and that Kaiser is sitting on 14 might, which is a little bit
another auction. Bring
with.
Another auction. Come on, do it.
Action? I don't know. Sabotage? Like, okay, show me the rest of your hand and get a hidden blade out of it, I suppose. That's a great draw off the top there from the Jax player. Again, forgot Sabotage exists, and it's such a good card in this situation.
If it holds. Now, again, you were talking about some of those defies. Is this a part to do a defy here? Would this be worth it versus some of the other spells?
I'll tell you what, I'd love a yellow-red defy. I would absolutely love a yellow-red defy. The Vi does not have access to it, and it's a little bit weak. The hand is just full of units and equipment. The only thing they can play from the hand this turn is the Inferno, but she only has 1 might, and she can't be played to that Rockfall path.
Nope.
Jax is facing nothing but a math problem now. That's all we see.
I hate that. I don't want to think about math on my day off, man. I don't want to think about it. I just want to play my game that is well known for math. That is what you are seeing right now, an opportunity. So the big call is here. Can you overcome? And I mean, what are the 3 cards in hand for McNutt? You could also swing with the Lucian auction. You could try and punch in, but you are going to look at moving that Jax into a battlefield. Do you wish conquer first onto that forge into Rockfall? It is, I mean, the assortment is there for you, prime for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, you need 20 might to get over both of these battlefields.
Yes.
That's the number that he's facing. Right now, we see, 9, 12, 16, 18, and 20 in the base, which offers an even trade. So obviously, to get over these battlefields, you need 22. Are we going to see a punch first? It has to be, right? That's... Oh, no, okay, just swinging them. Okay.
Because you can shift the Hextech Gauntlet if they die as well, right?
Of course you can, yeah. So you just
Yeah.
keep swapping that about. As long as the Akshan doesn't die, those Hextech gauntlets remain fully in the control. So we can
Yep.
potentially see 50 might if the Inferno. Oh no, the Inferno can't come down. It's Rockfall.
Nope.
So yeah, the only option right now is to say okay and take the trade and probably lose because there'll probably 7 might on the other end. So if the Jax does not have any buff spells, he's looking for some clean trades right now.
Yeah, and if you can clean, then you're good. You're real happy about this, and you know Dcash has no answer, right? Like this is great. You're real happy about this one, and it's just gonna
That
play
top deck
out. So there's a
sabotage.
tap one. Yeah, tap one.
Yeah.
Lucian taken out. I'm sure the pit rookies, and I feel like Dcash is like, please don't make me kill this Jax, and you are gonna call it out. So hey, you're good on that point.
Yeah, I mean,
Still
look,
though.
you let no, the thing is, like, you let the Jax stay alive, so obviously the
Yeah.
Hextech gauntlets can't go back. But did he forget about Jax's ability where he can just swap
Yep.
it onto the Hakshan?
Maybe not forgot, maybe just resigning themselves to
No, GG.
victory or a loss as On Guard comes down, extra plus on the back end, just enough to rise up, and it is the full team that came down, a top laner and the mid laner, Akshan and Jax, rounding the show for game number 1. McNutt up 1.
Yeah, McNutt won that sabotage coming in absolutely
So
clutch.
good.
The hidden blade would have absolutely made a difference in that scenario, and very, very well played by the Jacks there. Both battlefields actually kind of benefiting both people. So now we're going to get a choice of battlefields going first, which should benefit the Vi. Obviously, if they choose to go first, which I imagine they will, a lot more than the Jacks. But the decks are very similar in the way they want to play, right? They both like this equipment cascade. So chances are both battlefields can be very, very beneficial.
I like that idea of having that kind of buff and that speed up ability of amplifying your deck each time. For me, though, I do want to go back to that Gem Jammer and talking about some of those other pieces to removal types. Because you know the gear is going to be so heavily played, you expect to see something, maybe even a Rake to come out. We've seen that be utilized as a pretty heavy answer to some of the gear movement. And so I do expect that to come out for McNutt. For Dcash, I think you have some small ones in there. It's a tough call because with Fury, I think there's some gear removal itself, but it does lend itself to giving more cards to the opponent as well. So you're like, there's only so much I can do here.
Yeah, exactly. Although I love swapping out Akshans for disarming rakes in these green-orange decks, simply because, like, with Akshan, you're in this, like, weird hostage situation sometimes, where it's just like, look, I can't commit my Akshan unless I know I can absolutely 100% win and save it next turn, because then you just end up giving the gear back, which is like the last thing you want to do. So disarming rakes for me in the sideboard are just so good to get that removal in, kill the gear, not have to worry about it. And I think Dcash forgot his Arena's greatest trigger. Oh, it looks like we're being very sportsmanlike and we're just letting him have it, so that's fine.
Out of all things, I feel like everyone's sportsmanlike on the Arena's greatest because they want to be Arena's greatest, and you don't get to be Arena's greatest by cheating the system, right? You have to play with honor.
No. For $1,000 and a shot of these, I am
with money on the line. Ain't nobody honest out here.
I am rule sharking the hell out of you. Like if you mess up like that's my point. I'm sorry, dude.
I see what kind of player you are. I see what you do. I agree 100%. I can't hate you on that point. Arena's greatest versus Targon's peak. It's all about conquering and reconquering on that side of the field. And with a BF sword straight down on the ground, it might not be a Hextech gauntlet, but it's sure enough to stop you from fighting back. A first mate drop for McNutt doesn't always feel great for Dcash up to 2.
Yeah, I absolutely love this opening. The unsung hero with a +3 on it. Name a better combination for yellow. I don't think there is one. If that dies, it gives you so much card draw. And obviously, conquering the Targon's Peak means that you get a couple of runes just to defend yourself. And Jax is actually just forced to develop, picking up the Arena's greatest. But do we have the ability to gank over in red? We certainly do. Did we see a Gem Jammer last time? We didn't. But could there be one on the horizon?
I do wonder as well. I mean, obviously, we're still waiting to see the exact output here and seeing exactly where the shifts come in. But for the moment, it is pretty standard. Nothing too crazy. We're just kind of chilling out with the current situation. And We'll see how it develops. I think last time it took a while until I think we were sitting on 5 points apiece, where we saw a
Mhm.
bulk of the action come down. So until we see that a possible disparity of maybe a 5-3 or 5-2, and Dcash just kind of rolls away with it, or McNutt is able to tear it on back, I'll be very curious. Drop on down as the Kaisa comes out almost immediately, trying to tap into the fact that McNutt has no equipment on the ground like before, and capturing much faster than we saw in game number 1.
I like and I don't like this play simply because I
Mm.
hate tapping out, especially when you've played like an accelerate card. But obviously, looks like the plan is to hide something there. And again, probably Hidden Blade. I might be wrong, but it is defiable. And obviously, then you've just left your Kaiser vulnerable. You spent 2 runes, so you've deramped yourself a turn. And then you're kind of giving Jax the option here, like, just go to Targon's Peak. Don't worry about the hidden card. Just go to Targon's Peak. Let my Kaiser live. That's the ideal situation here. But right now, it looks like he's just about to give away a Kaiser for the sake of a point in a game where tempo matters so much. And I don't like these sort of plays. I hate tapping out. It's the worst thing. And we do see the Hidden Blade come down. Does the Jax have an answer for it? Pays a deflect as well. It's really a lot of DRAM. He doesn't have an answer for it. Wow. Okay.
No. So
I
maybe
think
this DRAM is
Dcash
gonna
just
work?
Yeah, I think Dcash just kind of got away with a bit of murder there, if I'm more than honest with you.
Robbery, murder, and maybe,
Yeah.
you know, a grand chase. I don't know. There's like 3 different crimes that I think he got away with there. Okay, Lucian coming down, McNutt swing for the fences, and brings out the ready with the first mate, and just goes straight to Targon's Peak like, dude, I gotta do something here.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent's now going to go at 6 points. With, you know, basically, if he just plays here, goes to 6 points, and keeps all 4 runes up, like, what do you do here? There's not much to do. Like, so he can develop a little bit, or maybe just brings a Kaiser back to keep it safe. Develop something in the back line, and like, hey, if you kill my unsung hero, cool, I get 2 cards, and then I've got enough might in my backline to deal with whatever you're going to put on the battlefield right now. So Vi taking massive advantage of that early tempo, and I think just swinging Jax into the Hidden Blade when you know it's got to be Hidden Blade. What else is it going to be, Jax? Come on.
I wonder if, again, the pressure kind of got to you. Dcash went for a very strong aggro opening, you know, deramped a lot, and McNutt may have felt that, had to try and stifle them somehow. In game number 1, you saw McNutt actively look to try and hamper some of that ability and really build up and develop their baseline. This time around, they weren't able to do so. I do wonder if they kind of jumped the gun a bit and were scared about the current situation, which rightfully they should, and stumbled, tripped, fell down the hole, and are now falling behind. They have 7 cards in hand, 8 runes up, and yet they're stumped about their next move. So, hey, if Dcash was playing for the mental game, well done to you.
Yeah, very, very different game 1 to game 1. But he does manage to steal the BF sword. That is probably the best play that you're going to see. So Akshan, again, this is what I mean about that hostage situation. So, like, if this game goes longer, like, can you risk that Akshan on a battlefield and give him back the BF sword? Probably not. So he's going to juggle it with the Jax onto the first mate. And all of a sudden, that unsung hero is nowhere near as valuable as it was just a second ago.
All right, it is just a unsung mortal as they fall down that well. Unfortunate on the Targon's Peak, which also allows McNutt to ready up 2 more runes and keep a bountiful set, especially with 6 in hand. You are going to be brutal in that way. 2 turn and untapped once more. The Conquer is good, so instead you secondary and push yourself up towards 5. Good job by McNutt to kind of close that distance for yourself.
Yeah, I do like the play, just stealing that extra point, putting a bit more pressure on the Vi. But we've got to survive this next turn, and we've got the Vi hot-headed. So the amount of might that thing can put out is incredible. But if we've got 2 runes up, oh no, he's brought back the orange rune, so we know there's probably a punch first in the hand somewhere.
I don't know whatever gave you that thought.
Strike, or the counter strike as well, right? Like, okay. Sabotage?
I like the sabotage. Hey, do what you can, right? Go ahead, throw down with the best of them, and just use whatever you can, as that is a whole lot of units outside of a battle axe and kill outright. What a rude type of card. I haven't seen a Vengeance in a while, but I love it.
Yeah, it's so expensive, but like looking at what that Jax could do last turn, like kind of makes sense, right? But
Yeah.
the Ash, like the Ash means that you can take away the Jax's option. You can see their hand, but
True.
obviously then
True.
you need to trade, the might into the might. Do you have enough runes for that? I don't think you do. The challenge is definitely going to make things a lot more
Mm.
challenging as he takes out the Kaiser. Thank you very much, Orbit. I'm here all day.
We each get one so far. I appreciate
Okay,
that.
good.
We each get our you also got the Zoro joke earlier, which was beautiful, by the
Yes,
way. I
thank you
I
very
didn't even
much.
think of that one. Uh, Good work though by again McNutt, who seems to have kind of slowed down the pacing of Dcash, who
Mm.
had to take that 2 turns when they were down on 2 runes alone, just to kind of prime themselves back up. But it's left you so vulnerable, and again, no equipment on your side just leaves you to a very rough pace. And this vengeance, it's nice, it's not great because you kill one and another will step up to take its place with the Akshan and the Lucian behind. Dcash, what you gonna do, buddy?
Yeah, it's a really tough spot, and obviously we can see the hand, so we know what the options are. The only
Right.
thing I can kind of think of from my point of view is, do you hot-headed and then Inferno to obviously get over the Counter Strike? But any sort of buffs might spoil your plan a little bit. But then obviously you've got the crackback and the other battlefield to conquer. Can you conquer both this turn? I don't think so.
Right.
However, this Vi player probably knows this deck a lot better than I do. So this is a really important turn. This is make or break. Like, can you conquer both? I don't think so. Can you stop the crackback? That's the thing you've got to do right now.
I think you had the ability to do so. I think you had the ability to slow it down. It's just going to cost you again. And I will say, we've seen this player actively, we've seen Dcash actively just threaten and throw away a lot of their units almost for free. I don't want to say fully for free, but they have been very, very willing to, kind of deram to kind of throw themselves to the ground if it means a chance at kind of being able to fight back. So you got to be willing to sacrifice. I think that's what Dcash is looking at. Maybe throw down that Ash and then just go for a punch and a half, or just set that Vi up for a 6 and just pray you can at least slow one. But it is a very, very tough ask right now.
Yeah, I don't know if you just straight up kill the first mate with the vengeance, conquer, but then I don't think you've got anything to hold next turn, right?
Yeah. Either way, it's going to be a cost. And it's just like, how hard are you going to make yourself
Mm,
hit the wall? I guess. I have no other words for it because it also relies on what that hidden card is. If that hidden card is
yeah.
something big, that can really turn the tides. But if you're thinking this hard, I think it's all on the units.
Yeah, do you just develop the Ash, take a look at his hand? Like, obviously, he'll get it back next turn anyway, because the first mate will hold. He'll go at 7 points. Like,
It
is
looks like
that
you're
the right
right.
play? Yeah. Oh, Seal and Ash. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
I
okay.
was gonna say, yeah. So he's just gonna develop the Ash and just go, look, show me your hand, and then you've got a very, very good idea of what can be done next turn. So
Right.
it's I think this is probably the best play. Like, rather than overcommit and just lose, like all your tempo, you just hold and you have a look. So, oh my god, they have every answer.
There, Counter
No.
Strike, punch first, on guard. Literally the absolute middle finger of hands, by the way. If you had 3 middle fingers, that's what it would be right there. I guess technically you
Yeah,
do.
and
Don't. No, I didn't say that. But that is every answer in the book you could ask for.
yeah, and then they've even got the accelerated poppy as well.
That is rude. That is okay, McNutt. You have the answers. You have the right idea, and you are going to be so happy about it. Up to 6 you go.
Oh, how
Dcash
do you
takes
deal
a
with
turn,
this?
but there's just not much I think Dcash can do. It's more setup for McNutt.
Yeah, the thing is, right? So what cards do you bait out here? Because one
Right.
Counter Strike shuts down as much might as you can kind of give.
Sure.
So you need the ability to do it twice. So you need the ability to clear that 6 might on the first mate twice. It's really awkward. And then obviously you've got the punch first. So even if you can clear it, they just play that next turn. This is such an awkward problem for the Vi player, and the Jax is probably absolutely loving it. I can imagine the grin when he had to reveal his hand there, just like, yeah, like just what pick your poison, which is the worst thing
Yep.
to happen to you, and that's what's gonna happen.
It's a lot of hate, and you just pass it on over. McNutt,
Mm.
knowing they have every single answer, daring Dcash to come away with a victory, and with so little. I mean, even if you tried to play that Ash again, it's you ain't doing much, my friend. I am so sorry.
No, the only way I can kind of see it going, like you swing the ash into the arena's greatest, you play down the Inferno, force a card out of the hand. You know, they've only got enough orange to play one punch first, so we're aware of that. But then the Counter Strike and the On Guard can come in. It just creates so many weird problems that you have to solve. You do have the Vengeance in hand, so you can remove something like incredibly big. But right now, we have to clear both of these battlefields on this turn, and we can see 3 out of the 4 cards in the hand of the Vi. I'm not sure what that 4th card can be to get the victory point, but the Vi is deep in the fort tank right now. And yeah, this is going to be a very, very shaky turn, that's for sure.
I don't know if even shaky is the right word. It is straight up you're tight roping this, right? Like you're walking on a tightrope. You're praying that there was an answer from your teammate, which is your deck. Hopefully that hidden card is something, but I just don't see it. McNutt, beautiful work on the counters, really dealing some damage to Dcash as well. Earlier on, when Dcash went for that hard execute in the early game, and just said, you threw everything at the wall, but it's a marathon, not a sprint, and you ran out of gas.
Fully agree on that one. It is a very awkward situation. Oh, Dcash had to go to the bathroom, so
we were wondering what was going on, but
yeah, it's like thinking for a really long time, maybe to figure this one out. But surely you wouldn't like go, oh, I can't win, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then come back. Surely you'd be like, okay, I might have a way of regaining some tempo here. I'm going to go to the bathroom, clear my head, come back.
Imagine he walks out and it just like lays down a Ruination. That would be so funny. Obviously, you can't do that, but that would be hilarious if he had 9. Just like, F it, board wipe. But in we go. It is going to be an Ash to start. Nope, I lied. Right back to hand. Yeah. Poor Dcash with no equipment on the table is like, I don't know what to do, man.
Yeah, like I feel like a Hextech Gauntlets or a BF sword right now, like the one that's stolen on the side of the Jack, might just be the answer that they needed to cascade that equipment and get some extra might here. But the Inferno coming down as well. This is the exact sort of problem I said, like force some cards, force some interaction. Obviously that Vengeance is slow speed, so you can't play it in a combat. So he's baiting out the punch first. Does he have a hidden blade? That might be the way to do this.
Well, let's let it resolve first. Quick turn of 1. Floating in energy. And let's see. Up to 9. I mean, Dcash had to have an answer, right? Nope. You just lose. That's not a great start here. I'm not excited about what happens here, but Dcash is going to play it out. What's the Vi got? Vi, do you have the other gauntlet, maybe?
I don't even think that helps. Like,
no, that's true.
With the Counter Strike in hand as well, like we just know, like that was a really strange play. Like I don't know what you expect to happen, but you know this is round 1 orbital. We're not, and these are what for all intents and purposes amateur players. So maybe they had an idea in their head that just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I can actually sit behind that as well. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes you try, and also sometimes the matchup just hits a little bit too hard. I really do think that there was it was a Fiora. No dice there. Well played though to McNutt and Dcash. Both games going pretty much the distance to an 8-6, 8-7 count. A lot of credit to both players. Played their hearts out.
Very, very well played. And it's such a good thing to see like these sorts of jacks make it to these, like into these cups. Like somebody in chat said, like, where are the meta decks? It's like it's round 1 of an online tournament. Like just enjoy the spice for now.
Yep.
You know, we'll see Yi versus Diana later. We'll see, Aurora versus whatever it decides to play against. We'll see that all later. Just enjoy the Jax versus Vi. Like it's great. It's a great opening match.
And not only that, you can definitely see how McNutt kind of tailored the deck itself. We're going to see even more of that when Vendetta comes out. So as much as you want to watch the meta, I get it. get ready for spice, man. Like, there's gonna be so much spice going ahead. I think I saw some chaotic other ones coming out, and I when I was taking a look at some of these, because I have a little bit of insider knowledge, we
Ooh.
have a fair bit of others. I even think if we get the chance, I think I saw a Lee Sin player, which is hilarious, by the way. But we're diving into a Draven. Okay, we're driving into a brother v brother action with the Draven versus Darius matchup. I love it.
Nice. I actually thought they were brothers. I thought that's what you're trying to say. Like the two players are brothers. I
Oh
was like,
yeah,
oh,
nope.
like it's a family team kill. That's not good. But yeah, so Darius versus Draven. Another kind of spicy matchup, to be fair. Like Darius has been making a little bit of noise towards the end of set 3, but Draven obviously being that set 2 absolute staple of a deck until he got absolutely battered by the banhammer, and he's still hanging in there. He's still got some talent, still got some potential, but nowhere near as strong as he was at the start of set 2.
No, it's a rough count, and see where they go. Right now, we got the Noxus Hopefuls and Honest Brokers basic setup on the same. A lot of draw. We talked about this again. Just a worse Rek'Sai, as much as I hate to say it. Rally the troops, though. Bring in the troops. Or all one of them that you can have. Maybe it's just a little extra card draw in there for the Darius. Normally you'd lay down an extra unit, but not much available.
Yeah, exactly. And it is the thing is like this red yellow color combination seems like it should be absurdly strong. Like the aggro potential of red, the backline pressure of red, and the absolute kill potential of yellow. But we just haven't seen much success of it in these
Yeah.
past couple of sets. But maybe set 4 might change that. Who knows?
Ooh, if we do that, that'll be really, really nice to see. But at the current moment, it is going to be what it is. I only get one of those as well. Quick Darius, drawing out the Dredger. A lot of little drops having that Death Knell effect on there. Seat of Power being utilized for themselves, as we can see a hard jump up to 3 points versus 1. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start indeed. With the aggro decks, that's exactly what you want to happen. Just flying in there and getting as many points as possible. And just a little shout out to the chat here, Challenger TCG. Hello, boys. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoy. Can't wait to see
Hey.
what you guys produce in set number 4, see what's going on. But back to the game that we're looking at, Orbital, and Draven kind of doing Draven things, which is building up that might in the base, looking for the combats. Obviously, with Darius tapped out, again, I hate saying this, but some of these things just become a math problem. Cleave coming down, obviously, with Draven replaces itself. I miss playing Draven, just winning combats, drawing cards, having a handful of 10, fight or flights, Reaver's Row. Where were the good old days? And double Cleave coming down.
We're 3 sets in and you're calling for the good old days, bruh.
Yeah. Like the good old days of like, I don't have a bad matchup. I'm just going to go play Draven.
I hate you so much, but I love you all the
I
same.
know.
You know
It's
what? I
fine.
agree
It's
with
fine.
those. Bring back Fight or Flight, bring back Reaver's Row, bring back all the absolute mayhem that came with battlefields and just chaotic natures. Bring back Aurelias that get every single freedom clutch out that annoys the ever living heck out of me. Do bring all that back just for the chaotic nature of it.
Exactly right. And to be honest, like judging by Mel's signature spell, everything in Draven can be unbanned because that card is
That's
absolutely
true.
absurd.
I'm
Absolutely
so
absurd.
excited for that. I'm so excited. That's all I can say. Looking at this one, though, it's a turnover. Good swap out for the Draven, being able to fight back with 2 and 1. Noxus Hopeful over on Arena's Greatest. Good setup with not much on the Darius' side. Only a 1 and 1, pretty much.
Yeah, but if we do know anything about the Darius way of playing is they can drop those quick might rush units. So Darius sitting in the champion slot is a possibility. But with
True.
2 runes up on the side of the Draven, there's a lot of little purple interaction that can kind of stop that. And with the overzealous fan on the left-hand side, he's going to have to bait out the interaction with the overzealous. So what do you do here? Do you pop it? You do indeed. That's generally what that little wiggle of that card stands for. I'm going to see a second Inferno dropping. I absolutely love that play.
Just raw play, easy catch up there, and you get to go ahead and swap back as well. So the Tide Turner stuck in this position of Well, I got 2 runes up and probably not too many answers on this side. Seat of Power is being contested fairly heavily. We're going to watch and see if there is a response coming out. If there is, that is great. If not, then it is what it is once more. There's the turn. And a spinning
Ooh.
axe. Drop straight on the head. Easy catch.
I
Extra 3 might.
I don't like this, and I'll tell you why, because we're going to find out in just a second when the showdown ends, I believe. I don't like this play. I know you get to draw a card, but you're going to lose your spinning axe if he does what I think he's going to do.
Let's see. Is BMU upset? Yes, you are. That is going to be the Vi. Ambush to heck and losing the signature.
Yeah. So we had 2 options there. One was the Vi, which I didn't guess would be correct, because obviously I couldn't see the hand. The other one was just lose a combat, send a Darius in for 7 and win the seat of power. But the Vi play is so much more beneficial. That's the problem playing these spinning axes when it's not your turn. Like, if it goes wrong, it goes very wrong.
True. And we saw it right there. All of a sudden, we are seeing a buff up from the Darius, almost in the same way McNutt did it earlier. And for Waffle, you are very, very happy about this current state of things. Keep yourself safe. Full mock-up over on the seat of power, by the way. Heavy adjustment. And for Mr. Bakal, you're going to do the best that you can to kind of fight back with no extra units in the backside. Obviously, you don't want to bring out the Draven just yet, but might be what you're looking at here in a situation where you have 4 points. It might be time if you don't have the right cards in hand.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the Draven, yes, it just lost the combat, and yes, it lost its spinning axe, but it's still got the powerhouse champion sitting in the back there. It's still got 7 runes, and it's still got 5 cards in hand. Draven is terrifying with that many resources behind it. And don't forget, like, you know, you might lose an extra point here, but you could actually just spend this turn developing, crack back in, and just win on the next couple of turns. So Draven has a lot of options. Darius is very good at playing with low rune count, low hand count, though. So this game is quite good. And the Gem Jammer coming down, given the Noxus ganking, do you think you can take over this battlefield? There's 7 might there. So another spinning axe might be the key. And we see the Rek'Sai. Okay, I love this. Yeah. So 8 might into 7.
Yeah.
8 might into 7. Do we have any 1 power options or 1 energy options? We do not. Rek'Sai conquering there as well. Love that.
Very raw play. It's a solid one as well. And as you said, there are options on both sides. Both players actively aggressing. Of course, now with the Rek'Sai, you can look to try and get a little punch with that Inferno if you wish. But for Waffle, it's this position of, okay, now I got to build back up. I'm a point behind. Shadow's Call does lead me to believe you are looking to sacrifice that Inferno and be able to draw a couple extra cards on the back end as well. I fully expect them to be able to swing in, brutalize this Rek'Sai, and look to catch back up. But with 7 runes available, what else can you do afterwards?
Yeah. We didn't quite see the start of this game, but has that Inferno got like a permanent +1 from somewhere? Because, from the buff from Rally of Troops, right? So that's actually going to be 4 might when it swings in. Yeah. So that'll be 4 might when it swings in.
Ooh, that's always nice. A little extra in their name as we get a catch of the Carrion Dredger again. Quick attempt at a ready, but no dice there. And you'll play yourself smartly on the back end. And there is the Xin Zhao. I honestly wasn't really expecting the Xin Zhao, but that's a great way to gut punch their way forward onto these 2 battlefields.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao creating like quite a big might problem on that arena's greatest.
Yep.
Especially with the Inferno coming down, and chances are the Rek'Sai is going to die, allowing the Seat of Power trigger to draw him an extra card. And as we said, like, he was running out of resources, he seems to be picking right back up again with only 1 rune available for the crackback. He needs a way of just making sure that he can conquer both battlefields next turn. And obviously the best way to do that right now is that Darius sitting in the champ zone ready to come out. Can Draven overcome both battlefields here? Because I think that's the only answer. I think you need to completely clear what's going on here.
Yeah. I mean, we always say that, and then they somehow pull it out here. We'll see what they can do. 8 runes in hand. Draven is available for yourself, but Mr. McCall,
You're behind
I'm
on
looking and
point
I'm trying
tempo.
to
You're
dig and I
behind on
just don't
board
see it.
tempo. Yeah. Look, Starcross is a thing, but you've only got one unit on board, so you kind of hemorrhage there. Unless, of
Yeah.
course, you have that third cleave, you run in, you clear the Inferno, and you Starcross the Zin, and pray that they don't have an accelerate unit, but you can see an accelerate unit. So there's a lot of problems here for the Draven to overcome. And when they're thinking this long, it's either they've got the best turn in the world, or they're just literally going, maybe that won't work. Who knows? But we're about to see. I imagine this is probably the final turn of the game. Can Draven do something here? Purple is a good color, I've heard.
Yeah, only a little bit. I don't know. I feel it's actually kind of weak. It doesn't feel like it has that many cards. You know, it doesn't have that crazy momentum. It's not like we see purple almost everywhere. Gem Jammer gonna swing in on this Inferno. 2/2. Just cut it out right away. What's next? You got to bring a unit. That's one tap. Probably 3 more to follow or so. Nope. Decided against it. I've never seen a Draven indecisive, but there's a toss and a half. Bring on out a Kaisa to look to accelerate Conquer. Draw 1. Did you top deck what you needed, BMU? Did they top deck?
There's no way that could be a good play. Okay, they're just planning on holding onto that battlefield. But
wow. Okay.
That was probably the best option for them. Obviously, I couldn't see their hand, but given what they did, that was probably the absolute best option that they do have. But yeah, like a few yellow kill spells and it's game over. Like if you can get rid of that overzealous, then you probably win the game from here. But we're going to see what the Darius is doing. And with 10 runes open and the Darius in the champ zone, this is a tough thing to hold for the Draven player or Bull.
Yeah, it's not looking great unless we see anything else as we are entering into OT. I believe this is turn 0 right now. So starting on out, it's either win or tie. That's what we're looking at here. In round 1, it's win or tie. It's the only way. Another card draw as it actually looks like we are digging here for Waffle.
Yeah, looking for the options, but obviously just playing a card like that just enables your Darius as well. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it looks like he's going to trade for the Overzealous. He's going to play the Darius first, which means he probably has a combat trick. This is where like hand reading comes like really nicely.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if he plays a Darius now, you know he has a combat trick. To boost the might over, possibly like a cleave or something like that. But what is that hidden card? Is it a switcheroo? That could be the nastiest switcheroo right now. I think it might be. Like, what else has purple run, right?
Yeah, switcheroo is a big one that's also taken over the battlefields, but you're going to have to risk it for the biscuit as the other side. You talk about understanding the hand strength and kind of playing hand mechanics. You got to play it out either way, I think. And there's a dive on in. If you wish to drop a cleave or two, maybe that's in the house for a Waffle.
You just trade with the Overzealous. Oh, it's an Evelyn.
No switcheroo, but hey, I love the Void Seeker. Bring out the pain. Is it going to be enough, though? Because you're only left on 1 rune.
Yeah, it's more than enough. You've got the Darius in the background, so you kill the Kaiser, you trade with the 2 might, and then you just run in and just clean up absolutely everything. Even if you can't conquer this turn, which I think he absolutely can, there is no coming back for the tempo side of the Draven, I don't think, with 4 cards in hand. So we might be seeing the Darius take it when they're thinking this long on the Void Seeker. Like, is there anything you can do? I think if that was a switcheroo, we're looking at a completely different game, but just not able to find it. And looks like the Void Seeker is just about to resolve. So we'll see what happens here. Orbital. This has been actually quite a fun game to watch, a little third round here.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed it so far. And as you said, this Evelyn, maybe not the best in the world, but for Waffle, being able to play on a little bit of a low end, as you said, a little bit more aggro on some of that usage, but very much took to town and really fought hard in this matchup. I do wonder, I don't think we got full confirmation if this was game 3 or not. I don't know where they currently stand. This was game 3, I believe, actually. So I just heard
I would
words. So
really hope it was game 3 if they're in overtime with these two
if it
aggro
wasn't, I'd
decks,
be surprised. If it wasn't, I'd be
Yeah,
surprised for sure. But
this is like
uh,
game 1, like every decision taken 10 minutes.
yeah, yeah, we
Yeah,
are
think that
waiting for
GG.
full confirmation.
Yeah, I don't think they ended the game. I think they just quit the browser, and that's why we've kind of stalled here.
Fair enough, fair
But
enough.
I don't see another way of the Draven getting
No.
around this. So it looks like the Darius is going to take that. We'll get full confirmation by the time we get into next round, I'm sure. But Albert, what have you thought of our 2 games so far? Like, I've really enjoyed the little bit of spiciness outside the meta.
I think we have enough spice to last us a lifetime. Honestly, seeing a Jax be able to run it up against a Vi, granted not exactly the most important decks in the world, but being able to show their strength and being able to either play slow, use that unit equipment, being able to flood the boards if they wish, and then a Draven versus a Darius, being able to fight back and forth, going to OT, even really taking their time and figuring out exactly how they want to play. I love the aggro decks that we've seen so far. I do wish that we saw a little bit less of aggro, and I want to see more of my spell slingers out there. I love my Victor to death, but I don't know if we're going to see that a little bit later. Either way, I'm enjoyed it.
Yeah, I would imagine we see the control decks coming in a little bit later. Like, if there's
Sure.
anything I sort of like tell new people to card games, it's like pick up a mid range or an aggro deck to begin with. Like,
Yeah.
they're the simplest to play. So if you kind of want to like do better than you probably should in these sort of things, pick up an aggro deck, pick up a mid-range deck. They're great to learn the game. They're great sort of powerhouses, less decisions to make, less mistakes to make. And then we'll
Yep.
probably see those big sort of nasty control decks in just a little bit. We've yet to see the Ezreal Pack of Wonders and all that lovely
Nope,
hand stuff.
nope. Victor all the way for me. That's the only way to go. Either way, 100% agree with you. BMU, we are looking at a round 2 matchup, so we will go to a very short break, make sure all the rounds have completed, and when we come back, round 2 pairing and the feature matchup will be on the tables. Don't go anywhere. Runes and Rift will be right back.
As we saw yesterday from Ivan.
I didn't see the wait, Bird Emperor.
Yeah, it's just
Wait, what happened yesterday? Oh, we have Bird Emperor. Yeah, so the card. Yeah, he's a bird.
Yeah. So they
Yeah,
played
I thought we
the
were talking
yellow
about
one in Ivern, and obviously it can move the tokens around.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it's a bird, it gets the buff from the brush. So it's an interesting tech piece.
So I think we have the backup. I'm sorry for a second. We have the backup match. Oh, so game starting. So we have Traveling Merchant and a standard opening. I was trying to look at what the backup match was.
Like, what is this? This is trash. No, it's fairly good so far. A good opening hand from both of them here. We both got something out early on. Going into standard turn 2 playing, getting your stat deck out. Although, Chinese again. Chinese, everyone. Succulent Chinese meal.
Yeah, that's Prisma right there. Half of his cards I think are Chinese. So, we're talking about Hall of Legends and Seat of Power. So Hall of Legend, you can use that to get that double Legend proc from the side of Azir. And Prisma, you wish you can use that, but there's no way to use that Hall of Legend in our favor. Seat of Power, I think both decks kind of use that well. We saw other Azir decks run that when going second, so we'll be seeing a lot of contesting, I think, on that Seat of Power from the side of Prisma and Cactus.
Essentially, it's like you said with the Grove of the Willow Tree. That's the one. Obviously, it's just basically, can I get an extra draw going? And obviously, both of these decks draw fairly well. Green is very good at drawing. Purple's very good at drawing. Red, we don't look at red for drawing cards. Yellow has a stabby thing that draws 2 cards. So overall, there's some good ways of drawing cards in both of these decks. But an extra 1 or 2 cards deep is always pretty good for anyone going deeper. And yeah, just keep going deeper. Just go 6 down.
Yeah, 2 stack decks, not what you want to see. I think he just didn't get the card he wanted to see from the initial stacked one. That edition is much quicker. So we have the Traveling Merchant draw. So just developing more. Oh, not going for the Conquer here. I think it's smart.
They'd have gone for the Conquer. No, I'd say I don't know. I would have probably gone for the move, try and get the extra draw going if that's the issue they're having, where they're just trying to sculpt the hand a bit more, especially so early on into the game. But seeing that giant BF sword coming down, a bit worrying. But no, not going to try and conquer either.
So I think we did kind of see this from the upper echelon of players nowadays, where they don't want to conquer. You don't want to conquer with our turn 1 unit because most of the time if you're playing against Azir, they can just kill over it with that 3 might unit. But more importantly, if you conquer into Hall of Legends or Seat of Power, you don't have that second unit to kind of get that draw.
Ooh.
So Prismat's saying, I'm gonna wait a second, get that Seat of Power draw, and still get the Conquer with my Traveling Merchant, and getting a Ferris Forerunner. Still one of the best cards in the format, I feel.
I feel like its usefulness has gone down quite a bit since we've seen Starcross come out, but again, it's probably still top 10 most busted cards I've ever had currently in this game.
And you know what? Azir does not have Starcross, so that card will be getting a lot of value here. Going in with the Vi. Now this is a
Ooh.
card that I love seeing.
And so yes, it's 10 might to 10 might and just stunning the big boy out. So okay,
Just
we're only
a
taking
long
one thing
sword.
down.
Right, so no matter what, we will be taking one thing down, correct, with this, and
Do we have
we
discipline?
can't go for discipline here. Thinking about it,
Let's think
Hidden
about
Blade also wouldn't be the worst. But there's discipline.
it. All good for this.
Probably just on the Vi over there, so he can kills the Sand Soldier. So the opponent, the Prismat still gets the 2 mech tokens. More importantly, he also just can't just conquer over this. He has about, what's that, 2 5 might pushes if you need to. We get the conquer, get the draw. Now look at the board states. Azir, he has a big chance that Annie just double conquers, and then we're just stuck with nothing. While Prisma, he can still develop a board and go for this attack. So I kind of favor him in this situation right now.
Let's just say, what do you really do in this situation? Do you play the I'm going to equip a BF sword to one of my units and just hope you don't have a Starcross for me in the back there? Losing a token doesn't feel great, but it's probably better than having to deal with these big might units. But currently, there's a trade going on at least.
Yes, we can either trade with the token, or we can trade for the Vi. I think the Vi is just the biggest card here. Then we stop the Azir going onto that Hall of Legends because he definitely needs to. We always
Yeah,
have the threat of correct. We definitely want to be careful of the incoming accelerated Azir too from the side of Cactus. He's got to be coming in with a lot of equipments, a lot of might.
So
I
right
like
now,
the position.
no, go on.
No, I'm saying I like the position from the side of Annie.
So yeah, Annie's in a good position here. They get to choose how they want to take this. Do they want to get the Hall of Legend cleared? Do they want to try and jump on the Seat of Power, try to make Azir fight for it? Overall, though, as you said, I think the Azir coming out this following turns are probably a turn too early, especially if they can get another couple of cheap equipments out. But right now, sitting fairly pretty.
Right, and our opponent always can just use a Rise Tempo tool next turn. We do have the 2 tokens, so it's not the worst one known to man. You want to have more value with it, but I can see happen. I think Prisman just needs to develop his board, get this double conquer maybe.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of different things to do here. Currently, do we have a cleave? No, we have the Inferno, everyone's favorite Inferno, coming down for the 6 into 5. Unfortunately, there goes the 5.
And now we just have 4 runes up. Can we cleave our way? We can cleave our way into a conquer on the other one. Now, Annie just really in the driver's seat in this game.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying earlier, this is now more of a aggro deck than used to be played. Essentially, more of a I'll play control for the first 6 or 7 turns. Once my trash is heavy enough, here comes a Vi with a face breaker. But right now, as you can see here, you've gone 4 or 5 turns in now, and now you're just playing hardball.
Yep. So and then we have the Overzealous Fan. I think this card's still it kind of got underrated. It was the Boogeyman set too. Now, not seen as much play, but just be able to stop a full-on advance is just so good. And there's the Arise we were talking about.
Perfect timing.
Right. And
So
we can just get, I think what's probably a Brutalizer, go into the Seat of Power for a trade, maybe? Oh, we can equip the Doran's Shield. It's not going to be a trade.
So yeah, we can play the 3 out, equip the 2 that are readied, and then, as you said, yeah, you can go 6 into 1 and then 5 into the other. It's a bit awkward because they're going to obviously overzealous just to try and make it an awkward pointage, which I think is the best play to do, to be fair.
Yeah. And the second longsword here could also just be really bad. If you go into that Seat of Power expecting a expecting like, hey, I'll do a 65, get that easy trade, then it'll be a very big blowout on the side of Cactus. So there's the Overzealous Fan being used. I think just a safer play. Oh, just go for the Seat of Power, actually. Would expect maybe to go into the Inferno. There's a second Longsword. Just really
Ooh.
big blowout.
I mean, you called it. But that is now one chunky token. Looking there at a 7 on the side of that Seat of Power. But as you're saying, Rise didn't feel bad there. It did feel like the right thing to do at the right time. Trying to get yourself out. Hard bargain was probably the worst thing you're going to see there. Luckily, it didn't happen, but at the same time, it didn't really give you too much of an advantage. And as you're saying about the Overzealous, it does feel like one of those really weird cards that has just kind of dissipated out of the meta. But I think with less Irelia's being common and the other decks not really needing it as a safety net so much, it doesn't really see much play as it once did. But with Annie, it still sees a lot of play, and I would presume Draven still wants to use it as a backup plan.
Right. I think it's just with Annie specifically, you're always gonna have 2 runes, so it's all just having it in your deck in general just is gonna make your opponent just play around it, especially when it comes to the top 8 on these open deckless games. If you see a hard bargain there, you have to assume there's a hard bargain there, especially with Annie.
Yeah, and right now it's all or nothing. Can we clear the backboard here for Annie? We know they don't run any gear removal in the main deck, so not really a gear wipeout right now. So there is some comeback in for Azir here. And as I was saying, this probably would be the turn to bring Azir in if you wanted to get the units across into the first area and then dash them across then with the never mind. Who knows anymore? Not me.
No, I think the Azir play is kind of obvious. Not obvious. It's the right one to do. You can't need to get control of over this board. We need to threaten the hold. I really like this Ferris Forerunner here, just saying, hey, if you want to conquer this, you'll be facing down another tomb.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for round number 2, BMU. We had some spice earlier, like you said, but I said there wasn't enough spice, so we found even more spice to add to your spice and to cause a little bit of chaos before the main course. I'm pretty excited for this one.
Yeah, like I don't know what you're talking about, Orbital. This is the most meta matchup that we've ever seen. And for anyone doubting me, it's Lilia versus Yasuo, and if there isn't a meta that hasn't seen them, or a finals in an RQ that haven't seen those 2 decks, I don't know what Riftbound you're watching, but it's certainly not the same games that I am. So I am really excited for this one, because Lilia, when I first saw her, I was just like, this deck seems really, really good. Like, signature spell was good. The ability to create like free might rush tokens, really good. And it just never quite popped. And I'm a little bit disappointed, because I thought, like, yeah, it would be good, but looks like we're just about to jump in. I think both the players are ready. So, Orbital, we're about to jump in. What do you make of these battlefield choices? What does this tell you?
Oh, I mean, Black Flame Altar is pretty much the standard, I think, for all Lilia's starts. Very neutral battlefield, at least for them. Obviously gives them a lot of shielding potential. At the start here against a Yasuo, though, Yasuo with some of the heavier movement tech. So for those that don't know about Yasuo, if you haven't been watching all the RQs and everything, and obviously you haven't seen like first place Yasuos, for a 2 and a tap, Yasuo Unforgiven, you can move a friendly unit to or from your base, and if you do it right, with the Yasuo Wind Rider, the 3rd time I move in a turn, you score an extra point. It's one of the few extra movement techs that seemed nice, but obviously Irelia did it a little bit better. In the current situation, though, this movement tech is very, very useful when you have something like a Treasure Hunter, where when you move, a gold gear token is played. So heavy adjustments coming out already, and I'm excited to see how much you can gain from these movement tech pieces.
Yeah, Minefield, a really interesting choice of neutral battlefield here. Like, what does this tell me about the Yasuo? Are they playing things like Raza? Trying to fill their battlefield as quick as possible to get those extra cards out. Are they playing Nocturnes with stacked decks? Is this a miracle Yasuo? Like, why would you play Minefield over Zorn Warrens where you can just hand fix? So it's an interesting situation, but I think we might have been answered already. The stacked deck looking, and if they peel a Nocturne out of this, we will know for sure. They
Mhm.
don't. Not this time. Not this time.
No, it's still on the table though. Let's be honest, it's still very much on the table if they wish.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, like, again, Yasuo, one of those, like, when I first like got into Riftbound and Yasuo, I was like, oh great, that seems really strong. Moving units, essentially giving everything accelerate for 2 energy is pretty good. Gust being played down, so that's going to deny Lilia any points. But as we mentioned at the start of this orbital, Lilia's really good at making units to get onto battlefields.
Mm-hmm. And these temporary tokens are some of the most brutal, and I do love it so much, but at the moment you can't really use it. So for those that haven't run into a Lilia either in maybe some of your locals or anything like that, Bashful Bloom is very, very good when you already have temporaries down, because it costs 4 to tap, but every this ability costs one less per temporary unit. So it is a little bit of a twist and go, but it's a lot of setup, which is why I think it never really got off the ground, because you can see how fast we are watching this Yasuo produce, basically pump out gold tokens even faster, and then recycle their cards. So a very dig and rush
it's a
style.
miracle.
And oh, okay.
Yes, I love when I'm right, Orbo.
I love when you're a psychic as well, and it frustrates me because I can't see it, but I love it.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going for the Harrowing Raza Miracle Yasuo package. Didn't think I'd say that today, but yeah, who knows what this deck can do. And obviously we mentioned the fact that they can accelerate and do all those lovely stuff as well. This is going to be an interesting matchup. So it's aggro versus that Miracle package, and still looking for the stacked decks. Are they going to pull a Nocturne this time? They have to be in there. No. Okay, maybe not.
Dig and
not.
dig.
But why else would you want all that gold if you're not going to spend it all that lovely power? And look at the base of Yasuo. There's so much gold in there. He's a treasure hoarder.
This is just Renata Glass get a new skin. Just Renata Glass, that's all it is. Point wise, we are looking a little bit sparse. We're seeing a very simple setup here. Just a little bit of gold back, and Vengeance is like, I can do it too. Not to that level, but I can do it too, and spits out a gold from the Plundering Poro. Extra with the Lilia, as you are going to leave a Sprite behind in base, unreadied though, so a little bit slower on that advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And it's good. Like, I love the Sprite token, the Lilia champion unit. So everyone thought, like, initially it made a ready Sprite because I'd never heard of an unready Sprite.
Yep.
But it definitely does not come in ready from the Lilia generation. But as you mentioned, Orbital, it makes her champion ability just that little bit cheaper. But Lilia is definitely a conquer deck, not a hold deck. So you kind of want to be the aggressor, not the one responding to actions.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, and I think that's why it so fell through the cracks, but at the moment it's not doing too bad. So keeping pace, but just seeing the build-up coming in from Chubby Wog, it'll be kind of fun to see how this does roll over. As you mentioned, this is going to be a little bit spicy once it does hit, if we get to see the Nocturne, if we get to see the silliness really hit the table. And for Vengeance, that's what you're waiting for here. Goes ahead and taps a little bit on that recycle. Let's see what else they do. It's a Yumi! Hey! The cat to play for the defensive end.
Yeah, like, again, this card seemed so powerful, and yet it just doesn't really get to see play. Although, have you seen the Yumi cosplayer who collects Yumis?
Oh my gosh, I saw that.
Is it
I saw that.
Jubes? I think it's Jubes. It might be Jubes. But that cosplay is immense. And if you ever at an RQ and you see her, give her your Yumi. She'll be very appreciative of that.
All the cats. I think they're up to what? Is it like a full binder now of Yumis? Is that what they have?
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
so funny. It's so funny to see. Still though, it makes sense. Also, I would say this does remind me that we haven't really seen Ivern decks take off either. Which is another that I wholly love if we ever get the chance, but obviously we don't see it right now. A little bit of window of space, though, as we do get to see a hard chase. As the Lat's rights, as you said, Miracle to be played out. But for right now, you don't need a Miracle to see the weight of the blow. As in you go to the trash. Ross saying hello and more to play, but it's all about the conquer.
Yeah, it's all about the conquer and the full might. And again, what a card that is. Gives something plus shield and has ambush. So they are going to have to pick and choose. They're going to hold on to this battlefield, not allowing the last rights trigger to go on. And we see those Razas going into the trash as well. So the goal here was essentially
gosh.
get this onto the battlefield. And we do see the +2 coming out. We'll need another buff though, right? Because it's 6 to I'm not going to say it, that other number that goes with 6 nowadays. 7 to 6 in
There you
favor
go.
of the Lilia right now. And we
Okay,
can
you
see
had it.
the on guard. Okay, that makes perfect sense. A lot of resources used from the Yasuo to get that conquer, but with 8 units in the trash, we're gonna see a Raza being played when that minefield trigger goes on. If it conquers, but the
Oh.
Stupefy says no. Are we gonna defy it? No, we're gonna take the Stupefy. This is a battle of resources right now. Do you just take the trade here? Or do you have something else?
I feel like this was a big play to also just get rid of a lot of cards. So no, you're not okay. It's a ride the wind instead. Maybe not the Defy or anything like that, but it's still a safeguard. So you did play, and now you shift to the other battlefield with more weight, and you just say, "I win this one instead." I love it. Good
7 to
read.
5, and another movement from the traveling merchant. So they should be discarding and
Plus
drawing,
already.
which they are. Plus already,
Yeah.
so they can discard and draw again if they really wanted to. But with 10 cards in the trash, and rights triggering. So the ruling is, if I'm not mistaken, when you pull the Raza out, it costs 1 because there's 9 in your trash. If I remember that the very famous Randy game from many moons ago now. So you will have to move that Traveling Merchant back if he does want to play the Raza for free from the oh no, he can't, can he? Because it's on the Conquer trigger. So not quite able to take full advantage of the situation, but clearing a battlefield, and I don't think it works like that, but I'm not a judge, so I can't say anything.
Yeah. And we'll see how it goes for right now. If it lets through, it lets through. That's how it kind of goes. Vengeance is going to take a look at that heavy side and just say, well, that's to be expected. We knew it was coming, and now I need an answer. And this is where I think when you look at this Sprite token drop deck, it becomes a little bit of a problem, right? 3 to 4 is really nice depending on how you bring those sprites about. It's beautiful. It's really nice to have. The problem comes about when some of these heavier might units come out and you have to find a way to kind of barrage if you don't have your setup, if you don't have your sprites completely made yet. You just kind of faceplant for a turn or two, and it just kind of hurts.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And like the setup on these aggro decks can be sometimes really painful. Like, you know what you want to do, but you just can't quite get there. And the Sprite burst coming in, what a card in Lilia this is, which means now he's got 3 temporary units on there. That legend ability is 1 for an extra 3 might with Accelerate.
And we're going to push him
card
with a
being
Sprite
played.
Fountain instead.
And another Sprite Fountain.
All right, well, bring out another Sprite. Now you have 4.
Like sprites, bro.
I love them, by the way. Just creating a horde. I'm a token fiend, by the way. I play Victor solely for token drop. I have like a 5% win rate with it, but when you land all of the tokens and then you can bum rush an opponent, it feels so freaking good, which is what you're doing here. That is 4 times 3. That is 12. You can do math. And with no runes up, the Yasuo has to eat this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything they can do, and they worked so hard and dedicated so many resources to get that Raza out, and it's just gone. They do have the last rights there, and obviously there's only 3 might on both these battlefields, and Lilia's all but tapped out. An on-guard could change the situation, but they're going to tap out fully here for a charm. That is brutal. Just taking away any possibility of just attaching that for free and running in. But obviously we are dealing with the Yasuo here. So that means they've got a built-in 2 energy push.
Yeah.
Ready whenever they want.
Very comfortable in that reign, as well as we have a slight DC. I believe Vengeance just maybe hit the X button by accident, but that is a huge turn for Vengeance, really clearing out the board and overtaking that Rasa, which I was a little bit surprised about when we saw it come down.
Yeah,
That's probably why they weren't worried at all.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that the disconnect is solved because this game was just about ramping up. Like both
Mhm.
players are low on resources, like both are a little bit low on points as well. So it could have been a case where like it was just an absolute slugfest going into this middle game, top decking the right answers. This could have been a really exciting game. So I'm really hoping we can recover from this. But right now, I think it's in favor of the Lilia just by tempo. It looks like the disconnect is back on. So we're home, we're dry. It's a turn of the Yasuo. And what are we expecting to see here, Orbital?
We're expecting to see a hold. That's about it. I got no other words for it. I mean, it is a situation where you just kind of hold on, you don't worry about too much, and you play it out from there. It's really dependent on what you see this Yasuo bring out instead. As you mentioned, the build-up is easy if you wish to re-ramp. I mean, you're looking at what could be on now is their turn. 10 runes, you have a lot, but it's the cards in hand that's the problem. It all depends on what the Yasuo brings out and if you have the right answer.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like
it's
the
just-
answer right
yeah.
now is a traveling merchant. I mean, that's enough to get over one of these battlefields. A double last rites.
Jeez.
Wait, could this be the right answer? We've got 2 Razas in the trash, correct? Like, that's going to be a
Yes.
lot of might deployed for basically no cost. Those golds are going to go on there. But actually, no, when you attach the last rites, you need to channel 2, don't you? So from your trash. So it's going to get pretty costly. But we could have the answer right here.
Answer better come around fairly quickly. So we take a moment,
Gonna
attach one,
Do
bring
you
the
bother
other
with
if you
2 here, or
wish.
is that too expensive?
I mean,
Do
you
you
don't
bother
really
with
have a
teal
choice,
bow?
I feel like, right? Just send it with the Rasa.
I mean, you don't need the second Raza on this. Because
I
obviously
mean,
yeah, I know
I
you don't need
mean.
it, but it's nice. You know, you don't need it, but it's nice. And we've seen what the Lilia can do with like a couple of spells
Right.
and some sprites, like the amount of they generate. So second last rites going on, which means another 2 things need to come out of that trash, which he is doing. And then we're going to push the traveling merchant, refilling the trash slightly. We could generate some extra cards here if we can play the one in hand, but I don't think we've got the right resources. We
Well,
don't.
they're going to try. There's a swing, and it's an easy conquer.
Oh, there's a Baron in hand.
Oh, getting rid of that Baron is nice, though. Raw play. Well, I say that.
Yeah,
Within
Baron right now
range
is
to
too
gather
slow.
again, but.
Yeah. Takes over, chucks 2 in the trash, which means the Razas are free.
I mean, you got to pay.
He done that
What do you got?
exactly right. We're all
Okay.
just very tense right now, Orbo. It's a very
Yeah.
tense moment.
I mean, it's a big swing back, right? For this Yasuo, it could be a huge opportunity for them to basically take full control of this board. Harrowing being sent off on the side. And yeah, you are going to bring that first Rasa back. Are you able to play both? I think so. And
Yeah,
saying
absolutely.
thank you very much. Massive setup here with brutalization on the 6s. All right, Vengeance, you
don't-
knew it was kind of coming again.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the Razas to the battlefield because a single unchecked power just loses you the game. And I think
True.
Lilia runs on main board. So I'd prefer them just being a little bit safer in the base, double conquer next turn, and have some fun. You know, keep your runes up, keep your cards in hand, and double conquer next turn and force the Lilia to be able to interact with you. Like, don't get me wrong, like cracking a 18 my battlefield is not easy. And with the Yasuo ability, effectively things have ganking. So I get the play, but an unchecked power just ruins your day here.
It does. Although I wonder if you're really... Well, I guess it would be the raw play here if you have it. I guess the other side is, does Vengeance actually want to plow through? Because then you still need to kind of check out those last rights. And so first, it's the Conquer. Easy moving over.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you go from there? Are you going to set up more in your base is my big question. 9 is plenty to work with here. And maybe you can also clear at least one with some of the sprite tokens, just kind of send them in as armament. That is going to be a tap of 5, another sprite burst to bring out enough. So you're going to be swinging with yet another 12 for yourself.
Yeah, exactly
and,
right.
Oh, is there Yes! Wait, hold up.
No,
Yeah, that's not how that works, buddy. That's not how that works. I'm so sorry. He did the thing that I do at all my locals because I'm an idiot and can't count.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, it's got less than 2 power. I can defy. Nope, it has to be
Nope,
4 or
hold
less.
up. There are
Wait a
2
minute.
conditions on this card. I am so sorry.
That's okay, also. I got really excited now. I was like, he's tapping something. Oh, okay, never mind. So we are going to see 12 might here. The Lilia token is for free as well. So it's going to be 15 might, if I've got that correct. 12. Oh, no, sorry. Obviously, 3 of it isn't available.
Well, if you want to swing in with the Chakram Dancer, it'd add a little bit more, right? That up to maybe 2 more?
15. Plus, it's free might, isn't it?
Yeah, so it would be 15. It's just you're sacrificing one of your perm units.
So basically a discipline here, and that all dies.
Depression.
He's tapping.
No!
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Okay,
Make
so
it a little bit easier. I like
it's a clean trade of sprites for a 18. 18 might battlefield.
Yep. And this is where the benefits and the positives of a Lilia deck come out. You spent a little bit on the tokens, obviously, and all that, but you theoretically didn't lose that much, and you're still board wiping an opponent, which is the fun part, which is what I think everyone when they first saw a Lilia deck was like, I want to do this.
Wait, are you not putting the dancer in there?
No, I suck at trying to get.
Might.
Yeah.
That is free might, right? Yeah. Like, why would you not just trade here? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, but it has free might, so it'd be 15 to 15. So you could have absolutely cleared both of those battlefields and took all the tempo away, rather than leave a Raza that now can zip across the other battlefield. Is there a plan behind this, or am I losing my mind here, Orbill? Or did that
it
just
might
seem
just
like
be a play angle.
I
do wonder if it's just a play angle. Oh, okay, keeping the cat out. I do wonder if he just didn't want to toss out a little extra, and instead wanted to stack on the other side. So Vengeance prioritizing a little bit more.
Oh, okay. No, I done math wrong. I done math.
You
wrong.
math wrong.
It's fine.
Why you do? I
It was
trusted you. I trusted you,
17 versus
BMU.
15. No, 17 versus 15. Lilia's smarter than I am. I'm sorry, chat.
I trusted you. You were the chosen one.
I'm fairly good at Riftbound. Math is not my forte. I'm very sorry.
I don't know why you're saying Riftbound is yours. It's all bad. I play D&D and I say the exact same thing. Have you ever tried doing like arithmetic?
It's pretty pictures smashing into each other. Why do we need math?
I played D&D for a while and someone's like, how do you not know basic math? I'm like, dude, I crushed math when I was in all my schooling. I can't do 5 plus 3. I am so sorry. Give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I know what it
so
was.
painful.
It was the extra sprite token that couldn't be ready that was throwing me off. My bad, chat. Sorry.
I got my one chance to dig at BMU before he absolutely gobsmacks me by an absolute psychic read on what's coming next.
Yeah, I'm good at hand reading, but basic arithmetic, nah.
That's skipping a few steps, but I love it. Last rights attached once more to the Rasa. Rasa is still alive, and out comes the Yasuo as well. As you mentioned, though, the idea of leaving some of these heavier might unit swings on the table and being able to still utilize these techs will be very, very interesting to watch. Vengeance, though, recognizing that a big play is coming, up to 6 points. What you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly right. Like, what do you do? Like, this battlefield is pretty stacked. Obviously, with the Yuumi giving tank and some plus might there, it's gonna be quite hard to crack. But we do see 14 might in the hand of the Yasuo, and it looks like Lilia is just playing to double conquer next turn, which is an interesting predicament in my eyes. Like, is Lilia the deck that does this? Absolutely. But Yasuo has got all those lovely tricks behind it as well. Looks like we are getting into the turn, and the Aurelia Fervent coming down. What a beast of a card that is. And we're gonna see
All right.
more math problems, I think, coming up, which is not fun for me.
No, and in this scenario as well, it's also a question for Vengeance because you're taking a look at this extra sprite token. You could theoretically push up into the battlefield and get into your 7, but either way, as you said, it is a double conquer situation. I do wonder if you apply the sprite over to the altar instead, and just have a temporary hold of 8 total, which might not be bad. And then it allows you to kind of full send over on the minefield afterwards. But I mean, these sprites are not long for the world. Obviously, one swing of the Rasa would double last rights, and you're like, okay, this sucks. But
Okay, it looks like they meant to play the sprite there, which kind of makes sense. That makes that makes more sense.
It's a readied sprite either way, so it's like either you play it in base and then move it, or not, right?
Yeah, you may as well cause him like you have to now conquer the Rasa on the battlefield rather than obviously having the choice as well. So he can double conquer to 7, and then if he can move that Yasuo, he wins the game.
You'd have to move him twice, correct?
Yes.
So you'd have to have maybe a ride the wind or something, which is very doable.
Yeah, ride the wind wins the game here.
Yeah, if you have it.
Third time I move. Yeah, third time I move, you score an extra point. So he can conquer, move. We know we've got a built-in move trigger with the Yasuo, so he just needs one more way of moving.
Yeah, that's why we're really
so he can win the game. Yeah.
And obviously, there's nothing else in the bank, so that might be it. That actually might be it. There's a conquer number 1. Rasa to start, up to 6. Yasuo coming back with a fight, and for it. Let's see it. Let's see the ride to win. We just really want to see the ride to win, man.
Although, do we cast like the first Yasuo
oh my god
ever, and he wins by the Yasuo trigger would be absolutely immense. But judging by the fact he's now trying to play a Raza from his base, I would say he doesn't have the move trigger, right. Which is a shame.
It makes me sad. It makes me sad, but that is another threat position, which is kind of fun to think about, right? The idea of if you're able to move tech, out-move tech a Lilia, that is pretty good, in my opinion. So, however, full might stack shall be chilling.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 14 might in the base of the Lilia player when obviously that Aurelia readies. Anything that can target the Aurelia, especially like a Discipline or an On Guard, could be really, really good here. But right now, it's looking in favor of the Lilia, and he's playing the Raza back. Interesting. Do you not just try to hold both and go, if you've got it, you've got it? But clearly the Yasuo knows his hand more than we do. We can't see the hand in play Orbital, but this is such a tense turn. Like, we're top decking against the Lilia. We know they can generate another free might from their legend ability. So we've got to factor that in. But what could we possibly want to see in the hand of Yas here? Surely it's just movement at this point, right? And we just win the game, but that doesn't look like it's the situation.
I would want to see movement, but if you're trying to hold factor, I mean, you're looking for, I think, another Discipline or so. You have a little extra in there with some of the safety cards. If you're trying to hold stack, you're really hoping you have some of those combat tricks available just to be annoying. I think we only used one Discipline. Granted, the others got recycled to the bottom of the deck, so you're probably not going to see those for a while. I think that's what you're looking at here. Unless you got a draw. If you have a charm that can force... if you have another charm that you can force an opponent out just to get that extra fight down and whittle away a little bit at some of those other units on the battlefield, maybe that's what you're aiming for as well.
Yeah, I love Plus looking at the trash there. Was there a Tide Turner? Because a Tide Turner would have won the game as well if he could play it from trash. So,
we wish. We do wish.
Oh, do you know what? Every time I see Yasuo, this is exactly how I want to see a Yasuo win. Which is, just do that. They could have conquered the minefield first and opened up the options of the trash. Like, if there was a Tide Turner in there, they could have done that and played it from the last rights and stuff like that. But they're moving the Yasuo. Gonna chuck 2 in trash. What we're gonna see? Do they have a Fizz in hand?
Imagine he draws
a Fizz
it.
Ride the Wind?
He draws it.
There's the Ride the Wind. Has he got a Fizz? Has he got a Fizz?
Oh my
god. If he's got a Fizz in hand, he wins.
Oh wait, he just moved. How did he?
Because he moved with the Yasuo ability.
Got it. Yep. Just shifting over. Nothing crazy. He didn't. He leaves it up. It's all on Vengeance now. That full stack. What is that? How much might is that? 10? That is 20 might, I believe.
Yeah, if my math is correct, which is known not to be.
Don't worry. I
that's
double-checked
20.
your work this time. We got this.
Oh, the Heart of Ice. Wow, that is a top deck. That's going to push the Aurelia to 9 might, which is definitely enough to get over this battlefield. Is it enough to conquer both? I think it might be. I can't do that much math in my head. I've already spent the adding up to 20. Orbital, is it enough? I think it might be.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just looking to conquer one side, either way, you've wiped out a majority share on the other. But of course, you do need the ability to converge a little bit on one of the sides of the battlefield. You are going to ready up. Good punch forward 8 plus 3. That's 11. Well, hold on. Now I got math brain. Okay, you're going to push in. Yeah, you got extra with the Lilia. 3. As you can push and then have an extra sprite token in the back line. Yep, Yumi 1. Because it gives +3 as well, so you can just choose one to go for. Yeah, this is enough to cover, plus a sprite and base. Unless you're worried about a combat trick on the outside from Chubby, which I think you should prepare for on your own. At the same time, there's nothing to prepare. Like you're fresh out of cards, so I would push everything, buddy. I would push everything.
Yeah, so this is 21 to 20. Does the Yasuo have
please say you got something
form of combat trick? If he has anything right now, other than an on guard's only one. I'm guessing if they just did that. Yeah. No, that's a shame. Nearly got there from Yasuo, but what a great game one. Both of these decks showcasing exactly what they like to do. We saw the army of sprites absolutely wipe the board clean multiple times, and the Yasuo literally, I think, one card away from being able to run around that board and score the extra point. This is what I love about these early rounds of these tournaments. Like, anything can happen. People are going to go into these tournaments, bring Yasuo, bring Lilia. A, it's a lot more fun than just playing Yi all day. I can tell you that one. But B, if you win a $1,000 cash cup with those extra spicy prizes sponsored by NRG, hidden. If you win it with like Lily or a Yas, your Metafy guy goes through the roof, my friend. Like you make bank on that.
That is true. Listen, you get the spice of life, you go ham, and you be real happy about what you just got at the end. Either way, game 1 is done, and for the side of Vengeance, it was very well done. Now, can we say Chubby might have misplayed here and there? Maybe. I think we did decide that, bringing out the Rasas and really kind of banking on the Rasas was maybe a rough choice. But we also know that the Barons were in play. So you were kind of facing off against heavy units versus heavy units, right? So it's... I do wonder in this game number 2 if we're swapping out some of those heavier units for the recognition that Vengeance has good answers for it, as we do have the ever so incredible Zon Warrens versus the Duskrow Slab.
Yeah, Duskrow Lab, great battlefield for Lilia. If anyone's not aware, basically at the start of your beginning phase, you can pop a unit for an extra card. And obviously Lilia, the units pop anyway. So you may as well use that to draw the extra cards. So all of a sudden those sprites become 3 might accelerated, but also draw 1, which is an extremely powerful combination. We do see the Traveling Merchant moving in and scoring that first point into the Zorn Warrens. So again, Yasuo fully taking advantage of just dumping as much into the trash as they can possibly muster. And we've already seen a Raza go in. So that would tell me, although there's probably a Last Rites in hand, or he's expecting to see one very, very soon.
Either that, or he is dumping the high cost because he also drew 2 Barons. That is the other side of the equation here. Granted, I think the Barons would be the better choice, so I do agree. Maybe we go ahead and see the Last Rites and get it playing very, very quickly for itself. For Vengeance, though, it's all about that setup on your own. Chubby just chilling with those cards. And what did you choose to select? I didn't see which others they placed, so that'll be a mystery to us and a have. 2-tap, bringing out the Yasuo and Legend, I should say, and bringing the Traveling Merchant back, tossing away the Treasure Hunter. Interesting.
Yeah, you just don't need those like one might unit right now. Like unless you can get it turn one, it's kind of never going to really pay itself value for you. You'd rather just dump it, draw, fix your hand, get more into the trash, and play to that long-term game plan. But as we see, the Lilia going into the Dust Rose Lab fairly strong here, but it might be a gust coming out, and it definitely is a gust. So Lilia going to go back to hand, just slowing down that point tempo. And do you know what? I'm really enjoying this Yas deck. I really love the game plan. Like, stop your opponent scoring points, dump as much into your trash as possible, hand fix as much as possible, and go for that big middle and end game, that miracle package that we're so familiar with.
It's a fun way to play, and it's one that we got to watch for. And especially for Vengeance, you recognize it's going to happen one way or another. Another sprite to come on out, quick conquer in, and forcing a little bit of an extra battle. Again, without that extra piece in hand, or being forced back with the Lilia. Got to raw play it again later, but keeping up in the point game. And welcome to the gun show once more. The traveling merchant says, I got another merchant plan on the Zon Warrens. And I'll go ahead and give myself 2.
Yeah, he did see the chucking of the Baron yet again. So the Baron remained in the deck after the sideboard. So it's still part of the long-term game plan. But obviously, just for the amount of energy and power that costs, we're not going to play it until very much later. But the Vex Apathetic is the best sideboard card against the Lilia. If you can't aggro me, if you can't accelerate things into me, it becomes a lot more difficult to play this matchup. And we do see the Dust Rose Lab popping the Sprite token, getting that extra card. 9 cards in hand for the Lilia, but it hasn't got any accelerate. As long as that Vex stays at that battlefield, this is such a hard matchup to play.
Why does Vengeance feel like he's playing an Ezreal deck right there? Just 9 cards in hand, everything in the book, and you're playing against purple as well. As you said, it is a very, very tough call right now. And for Vengeance, this is one of those moments where you're like, dang, okay, you had the right answer. You can only really bring out the Lilia one more time. So, yeah, that's your setup. Bring the cat as well. It's there, but is it going to really be enough? I don't think so. So, huge play coming in from Chubby, who is going to start really pumping those points up.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful because obviously, you know, there's 7 might sitting in the back their line. So the Vex isn't going to be as safe as it once was when there's no units on board. Does mean, of course, if we decide to move the Traveler Merchant in again, dumping more and more into the trash, chucking a Seal of Discord there. That would tell me that the other cards in his hand are extremely valuable to this matchup. A lot of runes being tapped, and we're going to see, I would imagine, another Vex Apathetic. Yo, Orbital, I heard you like apathy. Let's have 2 of them.
I just want to lounge all day. I don't want to do anything, bro.
Just chill. Yeah, I'm just going to chill on this battlefield. Like, come at me, bro. Like, a couple of runes up for some combat tricks, and we'll see what the Lilia can do. But the Lilia, to accelerate anything right now, has to clear both of these battlefields, and that's going to be an impossibility. We could see a Watcher come down just for the -3. That might present some problems. But for now, it looks like Yas is very much dominant in this matchup.
And in a weird turn as well. We saw some of the hold patterns back in game number 1, where we saw the Yasuo really chill out with that ability of, I got you, don't worry. I'm going to go ahead and, play super heavyweight with the Rasas and all. This makes a lot of sense with that trade out. I mentioned before that I did want to see what was traded out on the sideboard if you were going to shift things around. This makes a lot of sense. And now Vengeance is like, dude, I am slightly cut off. If I don't have an answer for these 2, I am completely messed up. Starting with the Stupefy, this is the way to do it. Slowly cut them out, but it's on the Traveling Merchant, just trying to cleave away at some of that might power on the battlefields.
Yeah, exactly right. And with the Stupefy coming down, looks like the Lilia didn't quite have the answers in hand.
No.
Obviously, I'm not sure what the answer in hand is to 2 Vexes on either battlefield. Probably the Watcher, as I suggested earlier, like giving everything -3 would certainly cause some nice issues. But the Yuumi and the Lilia going in. So Lilia is going to be pumped up to 6 might. So 7 presenting versus 5 at the moment. Does Yasuo have some sort of combat trick to save the Vex? A Ride the Wind might be quite nice here, just letting the merchant die. But I don't think he
Oh.
minds the trade. And what do we see? We see the discipline. So that's going to be 7-7. But obviously Lilia has plenty of cards in hand for another combat trick.
But
See
yeah,
how
the
this is gonna
right
play
combat
out.
trick.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah,
so.
you
With
got it,
that
you got it, you
many,
got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I don't
That's
know why I
enough
ever
of it.
doubted Lilia.
No, Lilia, like 7 cards in hand, probably has the right sort of momentum
Right.
in there. So it's going to be 7-8 on the side of the Lilia, in favor of the Lilia right now. There's nothing much else the Yasuo can do. So imagine he's probably going to want to trade with the Lilia, but the Yuumi does present quite a nice option just to get rid of. I know it's not the ideal situation, but
Right.
killing that Yuumi, being able to give stuff +3, especially with Aurelias that we've seen, might be the answer. But no, he does decide to go with the Lilia.
All right. Go ahead, finish it off, leave. And I think with regards to the movement, it makes sense. Again, just that Lilia causes a lot of problems. It does leave the sprite, so I get where they're coming from, at least. And it's not, obviously, it's not a terrible choice either way. Quick little bits of the ice from before, but an earlier setup with a brutalizer. Okay. This is also the other side, by the way. I have seen this before. The idea of you have an automatic boost to every sprite, and you just get a swing at them with a brutalizer, and it's a free attachment almost later. I wouldn't say free, but it is a very funny tactic that I do enjoy from Lilia players.
Yeah, I absolutely love the gear cascade with the brutalizer, the Heart of Dark Ice, just meaning that some of these units just have overwhelming might out of nowhere. But Orbital,
Yeah.
as we mentioned, as long as that Vex stays on the battlefield,
Yep.
Lilia can't do these kind of shenanigans.
You
Ride
can
the
pray.
winds.
Yep, Ride the Wind's movement. That's that card that we wanted to see last time. That's that card we wanted to see last time. We did not get
It
to see
was. So he goes up to 6 points here. He can go to 7 when he drops back and moves with the Yasuo. I think that's what he's going to plan to do
Yep.
here. And then he puts all the might on one battlefield, saying, "You can't accelerate. You've got no tempo. I've got 8 might. Come at me, bro," or bro-ish. Lilia, I don't know. Does she get referred to as bro? I don't know. But we're about to see what can Lilia do here. Broski, Broly? I don't know.
Oh!
Singularity. That's going to cost you quite a few runes, but it saves you the game for sure. Brilliant cards. I imagine this was probably one of those sideboard cards, right?
Yeah. I mean, like you recognize that most likely they're going to bring out an apathetic. You need a way to just cut through these opponents. Oh my God, what a show! All right,
Yeah.
that's one way to say it to him. That's one way to say gut punch you in the face. I love it. Do you have enough though? Is the question for Vengeance, because this is a very long leap forward.
Yeah, and obviously with the Yasuo built-in movement, he's going to be able to get something on the battlefield. But now Lilia has the ability to, once again, accelerate units, and that's what she's really good at. Digging for some answers. So we've got a draw, a discard, a draw, and then a draw because we're on 7 points. Can he find the Ride the Wind? 2 runes being tapped, and it is the Ride the Wind for the victory. And Yasuo pulling an amazing top deck there, I imagine, to go into game 3.
Love it, love it, love it. Beautifully done right there. And again, movement tech is the name of the game. We already recognize that, but seeing both these players use it in such efficient ways makes me very happy. Now, the answer to the answer, though, is what we're going to be looking for, especially for Vengeance, who got off to a little bit of a slow start. Obviously, those Vexes really hammered your home, so I don't know what else you can bring to the table to try and turn it around.
Yeah, the thing is, like, most of these sideboards probably are like just generic sideboards, but look at the battlefield setup we have here, Orbital.
Oh my
We've got
gosh.
the you get 1 point, and then we play for 1 more point. So it's actually neutral ground once again. Yasuo obviously favoring those longer games, Lilia favoring those shorter games, but because of this battlefield setup, it's exactly the same. As long as Yasuo doesn't miss his arena's greatest trigger, of course.
Dude.
Judge.
That should have been called with the Rosses earlier. I don't know what you're talking about, man. That
exactly.
was we would have had a judge at the table like 3 hours ago, man.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Okay.
nice, so nice. So
No,
nice.
Lilia, rule shark this guy. Rule shark him. You missed your trigger, bruv. Like, it's over.
I
These
respect
players
it
are
either way
amazing
on that.
sportsmen. Yeah, these amazing sportsmanship. Personally, I'm brutal. I'm taking that $1,000.
We already know that, BMU. We already heard what you do to someone. We already knew that one. Man's over
Look,
here
the
trying to
amount of-
sound like he's not an absolute card shark taking every win.
Yeah. Look, the amount of times I let people take moves back when I was playing Yi with a +2 is uncountable. And but for this kind of money, I'm rule sharking. The rules are the rules, bro. That's what they are.
Are you the person like in a chess game where you're like, hey, you took your finger up, you can't take the move back?
Hey, look, if it's for $1,000, probably.
All right, you know what? Fair. I agree with that. Looking here,
Yeah.
though, it's another. The setup is already complete. And the question for Vengeance is, you're staring down the barrel of Game 2 all over again. Do you have a better response this time around?
Yeah, the Vex coming down, like, what a card to have in your deck versus Lilia. I've said about this card, like, it just shuts down so many decks, like those aggro Rengar decks with the ambush, the Lilia decks with the rush, anything that wants to accelerate out for that extra power, Vex is just almost a exact counter for. Like, it's unbelievably powerful card, and to see it in both games this early, the Yas has got to feel good about that as well.
Okay, another dig here. Maybe trying to set up all those last rights that we saw before, but no heavy toss away. So obviously the setup will be coming a couple turns later.
Yeah, set up a couple of
wee bit
times
more.
later. Yeah, I think right now Lilia has to just play very carefully. If Yas
Right.
has quite a few runes up, just play cautiously. But it looks like the Yas is going for the more aggressive style, trying to get as many points on the board as possible. And suppose when you have the Vex, like, that is the right thing to do, but it just feels bizarre not to leave like runes up, like force your opponent to play badly, force your opponent to make mistakes. Don't make it that easy. When you leave 2 runes up, there's only a few options that can be there. And especially with this Raven Bloom, like a Stupefy, like just turns so much tides. A Discipline is really good. And the Heart of Dark Ice is probably the exact answer that this Lilia player needs to boost over that might. We see 8 might on the Arena's Greatest right now for the Yasuo, and there's 7 might currently presenting itself on the side of Lilia.
A nice little setup on either end. But for the Lilia, it's always that extra little sprite as well if you wish to play. So how hard do you wish to fight? Well, obviously you can't with the sprite because of the Vex, but maybe you have something in hand. Maybe you are saving up, but you got another gold token for yourself. That's to turn and build now. As you're amping up this Raven Bloom student, what else
5
can
might.
you go with it?
You haven't played a spell, right? Yeah, 5 mites.
No,
Okay,
no,
I've seen
it's
the
just a tap.
number 6, and I was like, that's a little weird. But yeah, so you can run in and potentially like trade with the Vex, and then obviously generate the sprite to move in and clear the battlefield. So you can take a lot of tempo away from the Yas, but you've got to just make sure that obviously if they do play a Discipline, it's going to be pretty
Ooh.
nasty. But we do see a Discipline on the side of Lilia, that's going to push that Raven Bloom up to 8, meaning it's an 8-8 trade. But we see 2 runes being tapped for a
And the
Defy.
Defy. Nice.
That's a great use of the Defy there, but 3 cards in hand, 3
Yeah.
runes still available.
Do it
Is there a
again. Do it
possibility
again.
here?
Do it again. I want to see it again. Heavy invest. Screw it. He's out. You know he's out. Do it again. Do you have it?
If you've got it,
dro-
now's the time to use it.
Yeah, I know. It's like also double discipline at the top. I've only seen it a few times in matches where you're able to draw in the top 10. Oh my god, you have it. Let's go. Vengeance having the
he tapped
second
2 for the
discipline.
Defy. I'm not sure why he tapped 2 for the Defy, but either way.
Hey, listen. It's $1,000 on the line. We're real sharking this dude, and he missed it. That's on him. That is Vengeance swinging for 8. It is going to be a full board clear on that side, and you've gotten rid of one of the Vexes.
Yeah, we know he runs at least 2 free cards in hand, 8 runes to the Yasuo. Obviously, everything can be pretty much accelerated out from the side of the Yasuo. We know he's got some big, scary units in his deck. He's also got the Yasuo on the side in the champion zone. 5 runes being tapped for the Yasuo. As we mentioned, he can push it into the Aspirant's Climb, but without that Vex, it means Lilia can accelerate what is a 6 might unit every time with that Heart of Dark Ice. Looks like the shovel is coming down, but can he play any units from his trash right now? Absolutely not.
It's a rough spot, but you got to fight it for what it is. This is looking like Vengeance clearing a massive hurdle for the time, because you also take a look on the other side, and the card draw, even if Chubby has everything in the world, the card draw is not in your favor. Vengeance holding a narrow side victory in the hand. Count 4 cards in hand. You are able to fight back, and you're also up 2 points. Gonna tap nearly everything to drop down a massive swing, a singularity, just outright. And it's kneecap versus kneecap as Vengeance is swinging for absolute blood.
Yeah, is that the second singularity we saw this game, or is it the one from previous? I can't remember.
I think that was the previous.
Singularity there, just taking absolutely all the tempo away from the Yasuo. Lilia with the sideboard, I imagine, singularities, and Yasuo just passes the turn. There's nothing he can play. And he might be sort of banging his head against the desk, thinking he might have had that clutched up. But Lilia being able to go to 7 points this turn, I imagine the gust. Okay. Stops a little bit of tempo from Lilia's side. And maybe he's not quite out yet. We did see the rune being tapped. Is that going to be a Defy? Is he going to buffer with a Defy?
Please
Surely
Defy it. No. It'd be funny. It'd be funny.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Welcome to Yasuo Top Deck, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yasuo Top Deck. Let's see if you can do anything here. If you can, that's great. If you can't, well, that's also on you. Another tap as the Lilia ramps right back out to the battlefield. It's another token drop, and this is the turn for Chubby. Is there a card that you can have that will give you a fight back? Survey will say in a moment.
Definitely on the side of the top deck here. Are we going to see a miracle in the Miracle Yasuo deck? Or
truly,
is Lilia just going to run to draw 1? You know that's not what... Like, oh, you can have 5 might so I can draw 1. And if he passes here, I think that's all she wrote in this matchup. But we will soon see what's happening.
That is it. That was a pass and a half. Points up to Vengeance. You have all the units available. And it is going to be that control and a half. In goes the Poro number 1. Vengeance will claim their 7th. And with the chosen champion Lilia, unless another gust comes out or anything of the sort, a Sprite will bloom once more. And Vengeance will move to 8. We have a Lilia moving on after round number 2. Beautifully
done. It's an Aspirant's Crime game. There's 9 points.
It is. That's true. I lied.
It's not over. The top deck is still a possibility, but you have to clear
I forgot about that. I was so excited. I was so excited for Lilia, man. I was so excited. I forgot. You forget math. I forget battlefields. I don't know. I'm pretty sure mine's worse, actually.
The Yasuo really needs, like, I don't even know what you could possibly do here, but if there's anyone that can come back from a situation like this, is a Yasuo with 12 runes, 3 cards, and a dream. I'm trying to hype this up as much as possible.
Do it, my friend.
I think it might be over. And even if you can conquer both, how do you possibly hold from the might that is Heart of Dark Ice, Brutalizer, and a Lilia? We're seeing 2 runes, Treasure Hunter. What a card that is right now. That's exactly what you want to see. Strap it with the shovel to go to 3 might. The possibility of conquering, playing something out. But what do you play out? cards?
Do you ever
That
ride
is
the
the
wind?
question.
Another one? Another one? I don't know. You move in, you go ahead, take out the pour, which is good. I called it way too early. I do apologize, everyone. Looking
No, I
at
don't
a
think you
follow
did.
through here. 7 and more. What are you turning? Oh! It's a chakram
Oh, wow.
dancer! No!
Okay.
It's so rude. It's so rude.
Wait, what do you have? I'm just trying to think, like, can you get 4 might over with 2 cards? You absolutely can.
Yeah.
But does Yasuo have exactly those cards? And then, no, he's just drawing cards now. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the sign that the game's over.
Yeah. All right. We'll cut out that last turn and just say whatever I said earlier is good. Yeah, we're golden. Oh my god, another chakram dancer, by the way. That is rude.
Oh, he had 2 Ride the Winds in hand. That was his 2 hands.
No. No,
Wow.
that's pain. Well, that's going to be it. GG's to Vengeance. I called it a turn early, but either way, well played by the Lilia. You and I were discussing seeing some spice in the early game, and that Lilia definitely brought it. I will give them a lot of credit for it.
Nice. Yeah, the Lilia showing up there. I really enjoyed that game. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of like those brutal mid-game turns when no one quite has the resources that they wanted, that they expected.
Yeah.
So it's a really good back and forth game there. Yasuo and Lilia for a little bit of spice before we move into these later rounds, when obviously we're going to start seeing those big meta decks coming through. Orbo, what have you thought so far of the matches? I think they've been really good fun to watch so far.
And I want to ask, you mentioned it and you touched on it a little bit, obviously. There's a lot on the line that we're not talking about just yet, and we will a little bit later, but how do you feel this Lilia deck steps to some of the more meta decks that we see out there? You know, PGE, the Aurelias, other movement techs, maybe more mid-range value. Where do you think this Lilia currently stands? Do you think that Vengeance piloted it to an extent where they can contest for the top spot?
Do you want my honest answer or do you want my optimistic answer?
Honest all day long. Honest all day long.
I think if the Lilia god rolls, I think a Lilia can absolutely win this tournament. But it requires like rolling nat 20s for the next 6 games. You know, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be an uphill battle. But look, if you've put all the reps in on Lilia, the advantage is you know your Lilia versus X matchups. I doubt people know their X versus Lilia matchups. That is the advantage to playing these off-meta decks, and that's why people do it. It's not just for the metal cards. It's not just for the fame. It is literally because, look, chances are you don't know what I've got in my deck, but I know exactly what you're playing. And it looks like we found a little game just to finish on, and it is a battle of the blue purples, Ezreal versus Diana. I think we're going to flick over and have a quick look at this one, Orbital. This is a very, very horrible matchup to play sometimes.
I like how you had to very gently lay that one down, by the way. That was a very gentle lay down by that.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
I mean, look, it looks like it's the more of the unit-focused Ezreal, just judging by the Vex on the board and no Pack of Wonders and stuff like that, but it is still very, very early on. Diana with the Hwei, and that is a very, very powerful card in my opinion. Orbital, who wins the absolute busted OP card award? Is it Vex or is it Hwei?
Oh, Hwei all day long. I don't know why you even asked me that question. That is... The Hwei has 3 different options. Dude, if I didn't say Hwei right there, I'm pretty sure someone would be like, get this man off the mic and never let him talk again. I like how, I feel like that was an entry level question into this. I feel tested.
It's like one of those videos where it's like, what does this Magic the Gathering player think of this card? And it's like, no, that's busted as hell. Like, you know, it's one of those videos, but that's busted as hell. The Eclipse coming down, giving the Hwei a -4. A 1-Might Hwei is a lot easier to deal with, but we all know Diana's tricks with 3 runes up. That could be absolutely anything to save this unit card at the moment. Few more things being tapped and a Fizz coming out. Are you just going to... Oh, Wages. What a great target for the Fizz. Obviously, we didn't see that go into the trash a little bit earlier. But the Retreat is going to save the Hwei. What a great...
Everything utilized.
Yeah, this is what I love. Like blue purple versus blue purple is like one of those matchups that can be either really boring or really, really interesting to play. And it
Oh, yeah.
looks like the Ezreal isn't quite ready to give up that retreat yet, but it does go back into the hand.
I also appreciate really good blue purples, right? If you get the really good blue purple players, they know how to play their decks, and it is just fast, constant. Hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this kind of deal. I respect it all day long, and I really do hope we continue to see even more of it as we get to see the Fizz coming down. Easy play. We know this current position. It is gonna be a quick gold also made, if I'm not mistaken. My brain does not want to work right now. But it is
It
a
does indeed.
quick, yeah. Well, I keep saying quick, but I shouldn't say quick into this deck. It's a Bellows Breath, just to be annoying on the back end.
Yeah, that doesn't kill, right? Because it only does 2 damage, but I'm guessing there's a Stupefy behind it.
Yeah, usual play here. Go ahead and give yourself some happiness factor there, and quick little touch for itself.
Another
Oh,
repeated Bellows? Really? For a
no,
Diana?
that's. Listen, if there's nothing else on the board, I kind of get it. Might as well. I love the question mark at the other end too. Like, are you sure? I'm okay with this one. Yeah, I'm sure.
That seems like I know obviously like wiping the tempo as Ezreal was like the game plan, but
Right.
that seemed like a big investment for the
Little
sake
bit
of killing a
excessive, yeah.
Diana. Way coming down. Do we have a ride the wind to get it active straight away? We'll soon find out. Tapping for runes and just developing its
Oh.
own Vex Apathetic.
I can respect it.
Oh, of course, no
Everyone
Vex
just-
was at the battlefield, so Huey couldn't be activated that turn. I
Yeah.
forget the card that I moan and bitch about all the time.
Don't worry, you got the numbskull on this side, which I'm really happy about because you got me that just like adds to that, right? I forget every single battlefield and every single trigger, and I forget how many points they're playing towards.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm really good at like watching my own games and going, "Oh, I could have done this, I could have done that." But when you're trying to track 2 decks that you don't really play, sometimes the obvious plays are not too obvious, and it
Yeah.
falls through, but it's all good. And we do see the Ezreal taking a point lead against the Diana, which is very uncommon in my opinion.
I mean, at this point, it's also when you kneecapped him that hard, when you took out the Diana very quickly, you can see where this Ezreal player's momentum is currently placed at. As we get to see the Pack of Wonders, very simple placement. We know this setup. It's a constant. It's very, very useful. Being able to
Yeah.
return it pretty much anything on the board to your hand. Just repeat on repeat.
Yeah, exactly. When you got Pack of Wonders Fizz as well, it just means you can delve into that trash. But don't forget, anything Fizz plays should be recycled, not put back into the trash. You can't have an infinite loop of spells, unfortunately, because that would be absolutely broken. But Pack of Wonders suggests this is probably like the Bradykin build of Ezreal, which we've seen have great success at the regionals. But obviously, the pilot skill in these sort of decks is so high. You just need to be so good at the game to make these decks work effectively.
Yep. Takes a little bit extra time there, so we'll see how it works and if they're able to play it. There's a Stupefy being laid down here. Very quick touch of the mind as they're going to look to confirm on this way once more. Again, recognizing that the removal of this way is the name of the game pretty much all day long.
Yeah, what are you trying to do here? Are you trying to... Did you have anything to remove the way in the back on 4 might? Soon find out, unless you're just drawing for something.
Drawing for your
Looks like
life?
he's-
Nah, not
Yeah,
your life yet.
Pack of Wonders, Fizz, as we alluded to. Great combination there. Fizz is going to come back down. What are we dragging from the trash, a stack deck? So he's looking for answers. So he's not intending to do anything this turn. I imagine the Vex and the Ezreal are just going to retreat to safety and pray they can stay there, because Diana's signature spell can drag you into that battlefield again.
Oh yeah, just a ridiculous little moonfall and you are just destroyed. So doing the best that you can right now, hold on for your life. But the way being able to ready back up to their standard HP bar and their standard might position, they're quite happy about that current set. All right, OT has
Overtime
been
says
hit.
turn 0. I just see
Yep.
10 runes tap and 3 go into the trash. So that means
Yeah, buddy.
boy Baron is coming out.
I love it.
And we don't get to see this card a lot, but my God, is it so
No.
impactful.
You don't. I play this all the time. It's right when I lose, but I definitely play it a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, so anyone that doesn't know, I don't know why you would know, but Baron creates a battlefield on play.
Yep.
And not only that, it can't be targeted by enemy spells and abilities, but not only that, Orbital, it gives everything else +2, which is absolute insanity of a powerhouse card.
Love the card itself, and it gets chaotic. If you can play it, it also opens up in maybe uncertain terms the ability to three battlefield capture if you have some of the movement. I've seen some of these cards actively actually hamper good players, and they mess up, and you mistake what you want to do. There's a lot of things that a Baron can do, and if you're not careful, can afford an opportunity. But at the current moment, it's a 3 battlefield hold, and you are looking and threatening match point right now with this triple battlefield hold if you can get away with it.
Yeah, the Baron pit completely changes a game's dynamics. No longer do you need to conquer both battlefields. You need to conquer all battlefields. So obviously it lends itself to hold games rather than anything else. And looks like they are declaring turn 1. But yeah, you're going to have to do some serious work here. The only advantage that Ezreal has going for them is the fact that Diana is completely tapped out.
I mean, Diana being tapped out as well is just a little bit rough. But of course, you've done your work. You set yourself up for a decent amount of victory for yourself. But we know Ezreals tend to have a lot of tricks in their sleeves. 7 runes, though, is not as much as you probably wanted for the current position. And don't worry, that is not 0 might on everyone. I promise, we are going to see a little bit of a shift. So, what do you have? What tricks do you have in your own table? And again, do you have the might swing as well on the Baron? That's the other side.
Yeah, exactly. And just one little trick to watch out for is that Diana can tap for 1 mana. So we're not completely out of options. It could be a Stupefier or a Treat or something like that. Sprite Fountain come down to generate the extra 3 might, but obviously it's stunned. Did they remember that? I think they might have made a mistake there.
No. If that's another mistake, that is just after a very long day of play, or at least a couple hours of play, you are going to try and Starcross this. So, hey, that's not a bad start, but you, again, kneecap, you have to lose a lot because of a little of that extra on the back end to choose that unit.
Yeah, you can pack a Wonders your Sprite Fountain and replay it for the extra 3 might.
True.
But it's very slow. And right now, I don't think Ezreal has the time. Needs to clear 7 might here. Can do it with that Sprite Fountain coming down. That'll present 9 might on the board versus a 7. So can clear the way relatively easily. But then you're left with the big boy Baron in the middle. And any way to move that Baron about might be absolutely devastating. We're going to see the 2 tap. It's a... I don't know if I like this play. Bit of a risky one.
Only so much you can do.
Yeah.
You're going to cook, and there's the points.
The
It's
thing
turned
is,
over to 7.
now
Oh, and
just
you got to draw 2. Okay.
Yeah, you've now just kind of give the game to the Diana player, because if he can get that way over, or the Baron over for that matter, then it's a little bit nasty. And we do see the 8th point being reached by the Diana.
Well,
no aspirants in this game. Definitely 8.
Nope. Listen, I won't be confused again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, also shame on me. But that is going to be the game here, Diana.
For that 3rd time, shame on you.
BMU, a well-worn treat watching the Lilia as well as that Diana play. Very, very well done.
Yeah, we've had some proper spicy matchups for this first couple. And if the level of play is to anything to go by, like the rest of this tournament is going to be really, really fun to watch. But, Orbital, my time has come to an end, my friend. We are passing the baton, the flame, over to our next set of casters. One of them being our gracious host here, Plus.
Yes.
And the other one being Mr. Plus. Don't get them confused.
Or do, like me and BMU, about how many points can be earned and how much, math hurts sometimes. I will agree on that one.
Math hurts my head, definitely.
Yes. So we're going to go take a little bit of a chill pill, go read a book or something like that, but also watch the amazing matches coming up in this $1,000 cash cup here on Runes and Rift. It's been a treat and a half. We'll see y'all later, but enjoy.
Orbital, before you dip out,
yes.
there's something very important.
What are we
Where
saying?
can people find you? Where can people find
yes. Nowhere. You will find me in the ether. You will find me along the electrical. You can find me over on the Twitter or the X at orbital_casting. You can also find me on Twitch at orbital_casting. However, that one's with a 0 instead of an O. And BMU, where can we find you?
That's a great thing. So yeah, on Twitch and YouTube as BMU Casts, and on Twitter or X, as the kids are calling it, it's at SC Butter Me Up on Twitter. Yes, that's what BMU stands for, by the way. Butter me up. And if you are, I'm going to plug this as well. If you are a dedicated Riftbound player and you want to get better, check out my program, riftlight.com. And I'll pop a link in the chat as well. So yeah, guys, thank you very much for hosting Orbital. It's been absolute pleasure. As I said, stick around, loads more games to come. Little spicy announcement of some extra prizing for this as well, which will be shown next round. But yeah, other than that, that's all from me. Orbital, anything to interject here, or are we all good?
Last thing, Plus will be coming on a little bit later. Please give him a lot of love. He does a lot of great work to put these tournaments on pretty much every single week or co-stream. Man puts a lot of hours in, so I just want to take a moment and say we all love Plus, and hopefully he loves us. So we'll see you all in the next round. Make sure to keep eyes on the next matchups as well. We'll see you in a bit, at least here on stream.
Mech tokens, and they both can get the longsword. And I think this might just be a really hard spot to come back from if you're the Azir player. Any thoughts?
So right now, I think if you can put a gear down, we got 7 runes. Accelerate is 5. It's in that really awkward spot where you want to try and get another piece of gear down or 2. Try and conquer the Horde Legends. Get access to couple more soldiers in the back, but it doesn't feel right that you're not be able to do much more than that in this turn.
So, going in for the trade here. Yep, killing the Ferris Forerunner.
Drops the gear.
There's 2 more mechs. Yeah, 2 more mechs. We have access to Brutalizer again if we need to. I think we will just equip Brutalizer and BS Sword, make a Giga token.
He's slapping down. Do they play a third long sword question now?
Would you? You buy actually. Oh, the flash here is just tragic.
Flash works.
Defy available. If
I think it's worth it just so that way they don't have the. It's weird because obviously having the access to long swords going to the back is also very awkward for you on that turn. But at the same time, you've got to do something, right?
I think you have to. Giving your opponent another big might token unit is just pretty big. Pretty big. Giving your opponent another unit on the 6-point turn when these have to double conquer, even though you're kind of stuck with that longsword and base, not the biggest issue. Going for Blue Eyes just to use our mana, get a token if we could just maybe live till next turn.
So I thought there was a chance they might have done the accelerated Azir with the extra runes floating at the back, maybe go over to the Seat of Power, and then have tank on it to make it more of an awkward play in the back there. But I think you just got to have something set up in the back for the following turns, and hope to, whatever god you believe in, that you can last one more turn.
Right. Okay. Finding the second red rune. We didn't have enough runes to equip both longswords the turn prior, but finding the answers. 2 runes up, 2 cards at hand, a hitting card. Prismat probably has the answers for this. We can get an easy conquer on the Hall of Legends, and we have 2 mech tokens facing down. What is that? That's a 6 might Sandstorm token.
So 2 + 3 + the 1, so 6. You are correct there, sir. This could be a guards. This could be a hidden blade, which I feel like would be the, in brackets, sensible thing. But the worrying thing with that is if you kill one token with 2 longswords on, it just comes back as another one. And here
Star-Crossed
goes
here?
Starcrossed, which is the worrying thing here. Yep, there we go.
Yep, no answer.
Hidden
We were
Blade?
talking about
No.
back off. Yeah.
Back off.
Yeah, we were talking about how unimpactful Starcross is, but when your opponent only has 1 unit on the field, it's still as good as ever.
I mean,
That
it's
was a-
the modern day rebuke. What did
Yeah,
Rebuke
that
do in
is
the
the
old
modern
days? You
day.
just get off the battlefield on taking that 8th point. That was generally what Rebuke was used for a lot of the time. So we're back here, everyone.
Yeah. So if you want to talk about what kind of went wrong in that game, it was definitely that second longsword. We had the ability to kind of go for the Inferno instead, but just not going for that, saying, hey, I want to get the bigger value trade because I feel like I need to win this game. Getting blown up by that longsword, unfortunate, but I don't think it's still an unwinnable matchup for the side of Vizier.
No, I think for Cactus it was a case of I have to do something a little bit more risky and try and hope that I can gamble correctly. Obviously, they rolled a nat 0 somehow. It fell off the table and just got absolutely stabbed by 2 longswords instead of 1.
Colors are the consistency colors, If you want to make sure that you have the ability to see the cards, see the winning options every single game, these draw cards, these stack decks, kind of facilitate that kind of game style, which is why these pro players really like them.
Just you wait till Red gets a proper draw spell. Just you wait.
I mean, we have green, red, 2 colors very known for their drawing cards coming up next set.
I made a short recently saying that I'm sorry and I can't talk about that thing until it's fully revealed, fully. But
Right. The secret
I'm
stuff.
definitely playing some cheeky group hug version of that deck and then having
Wait,
the blind rage in there.
Wait, group hug in Riftbound? What are you?
Yeah,
What are you hugging with?
party favors.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Party favors blind. Okay, you're cooking.
And then you go blind rage and just go like, oh, I'll take that now. Thanks.
Going to game 2 now. Sideboard. See, what would you sideboard in from the side of Prisma? You have your Thermo Beams, you have your probably Factory Recall, both really good in this game. On the side of Cactus, any cards you'd like to see on the sideboard?
See, what could you really be running? I don't know if they run like a salvage or 2 in the sideboard anymore. Maybe it's the extra Hidden Blade that we saw taken out of the deck. Maybe it's the Scuttle Crabs, just so we can get some hand knowledge, like mid-game, just so we know what's going on, what's coming in for us. Opening up an early Vivo is going to be interesting later on.
Ooh, okay, good to see. No, I'm trying to get the. Sorry, go on.
So it would be funny if the sideboard for Prismatic was actually the red Vi again, just as like a one-off.
Oh, just so the old Vi ride the wind. I haven't seen that as often. I will say the Savages are so not going. I don't know Cactus's list, but Savage was played inside the winning list from Utrecht by Squirtle, so maybe we do see a Savage come out.
So it's still a great card. Worst case scenario, you have to pop your own like Doran Shield, but if you can get that extra draw going, it can come up quite big.
And this is probably where we're going to see Grove be at its best, force our opponent to say, hey, you shouldn't take Zone Wardens here. You shouldn't go for your own draw because you have to now face me in Grove. And hold on. Now I'm thinking about it more. Grove is less of a I'll draw more cards. It's more of a, hey, I'm going to force you to never go into the other battlefield. You'll have to fight me on Grove every single turn if you don't want me to draw cards. And I really like that.
Yeah, I always found Grove to be that one, Matt, that's either a case of like, my plans to stay here forever and you've got to deal with it, or it's, I'm going to ignore the other battlefield. And if I can get there early enough and I'll stay there forever, good luck getting me off of it.
This is something you don't want to see on the side of Prisma. Not having the stack decks, not having anything to enable this hopeful, having to play it out for 4. You don't, usually against other matchups, it's not the worst to kind of play this guy out just raw. But against Azir, where you need to have as strong of a tempo, you need to match his tempo, it's really hard to kind of justify playing that card. And there's the BS sword coming out.
So, no, honestly, it can be quite weird to have that sort of off-tempo, especially in red and purple with Annie here getting those extra 2 runes at the end of turn. The only thing I'm concerned for that was what I was concerned for, to be fair, was is there a Rengar in hand?
Right, there's the Rengar. So now we're threatening a lot of might on the attack. That's about 5 might on one side and 6 might on the other. And this BF sword, although it is very big, it's not going to stop too much from the side of Prismat now.
No, I say currently it's a 6 might, 5 might token you got there now instead. So you are going basically. If Prismat moves in with that Rengar, it's getting taken out the following turn. If you go to hold, Rengar's coming to take you down. We do find a stack deck though.
Right, and I do want to talk about something that these pro players have started doing now, and you don't see as often from the local meta, and it's this idea of patience. You know, do I want to go in with my units here for these early points, or do I want to save them, right, for the future? And both players kind of respecting one another, saying, hey, if I go in, you're gonna go beat my board. And so there's a lot of restraint from the side of players. You know, this is not usually what you see, especially in an aggro matchup where it's what, turn 5, turn 6. And
two,
not a single
four,
point has
yeah.
not a single point has been scored.
No, I mean, as you're saying, normally with Azir, they do try and zip in a little bit, get those points going while they can, and just try and keep the pressure on with the points. But again, when you've both got very strong boards on either side, presumably you're not running charms in Azir, although it can be a sideboard card occasionally because it does come up quite big when you need to. But you're not really winning the whole game now, especially with that Rengar on the field and the Kai'Sa and the Hopeless just sort of sitting down over that might. Coming in with the Ash, though, looking at the hand.
Ash. Yep. I think this card is really good. It's, you know, both players are not going to be. Oh, okay, okay. That's a card to see from Ash. You are happy as one can be. So yeah, both players are not going to be able to go for holds this game, and that Ash coming in at the perfect time because that was the freest Thermo Beam I've ever seen in my life. Next turn.
Yeah, that was either do I play Kai'Sa now or do I Thermo Beam? It's like, oh, I'll wait another turn. That
And,
was.
you know, you wouldn't. Oh, that would have been
That's perfect.
that would have been four equipments. That would have been game on the spot. And now it's Prismat. We saw the stack deck. We saw the flash. Now, not the best cards for holding. So once his units go on battlefields, Cactus is gonna feel very just comfortable taking these battlefields over from him.
So far, the stack deck was a brand new card, so we know that's different.
And
Inferno
I
was
think
a
that
new
the
card.
Inferno. Yep. So there's 2 new cards that we don't know about. There's the Overzealous. Flashing them both. Okay. I think doing this now just to say, hey, if I want to see if you have Defy or not. I think if you're on the side of Cactus, this might be something you're thinking of defying. Decides against. So we're still keeping our strength for the attack, saying, hey, I'm not gonna go for this hold because it's never gonna happen. And the Vex Apathetic coming out. This card, probably the card of the format. I feel, you know, it stops a Rise, it stops the Vi on the side of his ear. Any thoughts about this one?
So with Vex, I'd say it's probably number 2 after the Star.
All right, Riftbound players, we are back. And if you're just joining us, we are doing our final event of the Unleashed season and capping it off with our $1,000 Cash Cup event today. So excited. The first 2 rounds did go a little bit spicier than anticipated, but it looks like it's still a bit on that similar momentum. Still undefeated, but a little bit more spicier than we're used to seeing. With me here, it is Mr. Plus, though. How are we feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. Excited to see how this this Cash Cup for Unleashed turns out. Who comes away with the win and gets to ride off into the sunset as we say farewell to Unleashed.
Definitely should be a good one. So far, so good. And guys, if you didn't hear, we have officially partnered with NRG, and they're doing a fantastic incentive from starting with this event till all the events we do up to August 22nd. And what they're doing is the first place and second place finishers from our event, they will be receiving free entry to the official Riftbound Showdown Series event in Milwaukee, hosted by NRG, of course, going down on August 22nd and 23rd. If you guys want a little bit more info about that, feel free to do !NRG in the chat. And these guys did not listen to my instructions. I said I would put start in the TCGA chat, but they can't wait to get started. So Mr. Plus, let's go ahead and join these players as they look to have gotten started.
Yep, looks like we are already underway, getting into our second turn for Annie, who seems to have been on the play here. Turn 1 Inferna into turn 2 Kaisa. And on the Rek'Sai side, we got a Seal start into a Vanguard captain. So pretty hot start for both of our players. This seems to be a rather quickly paced matchup, I'd imagine.
I agree as well, and these guys are definitely off to the races. I looked away to help out a little judge question. Rek'Sai already has 4 units on the board. That is just the power level of a Captain Vanguard. With that Legion ability, of course, now activates that Rek'Sai ability, seeing what the top 2 cards of the deck can be. Something like a Falling Star, normally pretty good, but it might be a little bit too early for that, of course. So instead hits that nice little Carry-On Dredger for starting things off.
Yeah, so not too bad getting a use out of that Candlelit Sanctum to look at the top 2. Decided he didn't want to see either of those off the Rek'Sai ability. Looked at another 2 after resolving the Sanctum. Found that Carrion Dredger and just going to build up the board a little bit more as now Kaisa comes across at that Candlelit Sanctum. Going to afford that same look at the top 2 before gaining that on Conquer draw from the Kaisa. So effectively getting to choose what you want to draw off the Kaisa a little bit, which is a nice little added plus of the Candlelit Sanctum for our Annie player here. And thanks to the 2 units on board set up previously, now we can walk in with this Inferna and get that Conquer at the Seat of Power for yet another draw.
I think this might be the theme of this round number 3. A whole lot of conquering, not a whole lot of holding or gaining points via holding, of course. And so far, it seems to be going that direction. Annie just establishing a little bit more backline on the well, as well as reinforcing that Seat of Power with the Noxus Hopeful. This is going to be a little tricky, but we're hitting into the territory where you do have a bit more potential for accelerated units of your own. The Chosen Champion is there, as well as a potential Kaiser Survivor of your own. So not completely out of options, but it's Annie, right? So they never really have, they're never out of options themselves on defense with that rune untapped that they do.
Yeah, leaving the 4 up after triggering the Annie ability allows them to be able to Grim Apothecary here to save the Inferno potentially, if they want to keep that Inferno alive, or in this case, just throw down that Longsword, also going to keep our Inferno alive. So Rek'Sai trying to do a little bit of poking with the Carrion Dredger to just go 1-for-1 with the Inferno, but Annie had other plans, and now Rek'Sai going to have to reassess how he can best, or how she can best get across these battlefields. Now having 7 might at the Seat of Power and 4 might over at the Candlelit Sanctum, opting now to throw down the signature spell, Void Rush, coming in, looking at, for some reason showing top 3 here, but
The Hatchling, I was just about to mention.
Hatchling. Yeah, we got the extra reveal from the Hatchling, a very rarely utilized card, but really cool. As here we got to see a Noxus Hopeful off of it, so we got a free Noxus Hopeful out of the deal. And I was going to ask, do you think that this is more or less going to be a strictly, not strictly, but a more heavily yellow leaning list because of the yellow seals, like the potential to not even see things like Falling Star in a list like this?
Right. Last time we seen things like the seals, the yellow seals, it was definitely more almost entirely like a mono yellow type list. So I'm not too certain, but it does seem to be leaning that direction. I tend to forget, what was the reason or the utilization of these yellow seals? Do you remember last time? I think it might have been you that was casting it when we were tuning in on one of these regionals that we saw that mono yellow Rek'Sai build.
Yeah, I feel like I remember them playing like more hard control-y yellow spells like Vengeance and stuff, and that's what the yellow seals were being used for. So maybe it could be something like that. But there are still red runes, so it is not purely mono yellow. Still giving the option to be able to accelerate things like the Rek'Sai Chosen Champion or any of the units that come off the top and could be accelerated thanks to that chosen champion's effect. And so that means that there could still be a possibility of something like Falling Star. We'll have to see. But the board is getting very big for Rek'Sai, which is the name of the game for a Rek'Sai player.
Right, you know, at the bare minimum, that Rek'Sai champion legend or the champion unit does allow any unit that comes outside of your hand to gain accelerate. And accelerate, you can pay any power, so those seals can come into play from that as well. But Annie, that previous turn, a double longsword still online. Now trying to decide, does he want to go ahead and attach it just to kind of bolster the defenses slightly on that Charlie Merchant? But if you ask me, you already established point tempo so far. I think this Charlie Merchant might just be a little bit of a sacrificial unit. So I like this. Just play as much units as you can in the back line and stick with the 2 points a turn via Conquer going forward. So Annie's in a pretty good position so far.
Yeah, it looks like there's a pretty nice board setup for Annie now at this point, too. 2 longswords already established. We have the Rengar and the Noxus Hopeful in base. So even though there is a wider selection of units on the Rek'Sai's board, Annie's board is a little bit taller currently, having more punching power to come across for those conquers. And like you said, this is a matchup that will be decided more than likely off the back of conquers, not holds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and something to note as well, a rather low hand economy game as both players just struggling to keep their hand size rather healthy, just 3 cards apiece, make that potentially 2, but the third longsword coming out from Annie trying to defend the Cannon-like Sanctum, but I don't know if he's going to be too successful in defending with that boatload of units in the back line, but even though there's a good amount of units, as you mentioned, not too tall of units, just kind of go wide strategy as Rek'Sai, as she's known to do, but does get the push or does get the trade and now does get the conquer. Let's see what is off the top of the Rek'Sai legend ability. Usually you reveal, no?
They're doing the Candlelit Sanctum first.
True,
but yes,
true.
You're correct. And this should also trigger the Void Hatchling as well, right? Yeah, because you're right. It does say reveal on the Void Brewer's effect, so it should be revealed, then allow you to use that Void Hatchling as well. But may have missed that. No big deal. But we are moving quite along as Void Rush was found and casted off of that Void Brewer effect. And this is what separates these two. You already mentioned the hand counts looking really low for both our players. They're both playing aggressively, putting as many units and cards down as they can, turn over turn. But Rek'Sai having this ability to essentially draw cards off the leader ability by playing cards off of the top makes that lower hand count a little bit less cumbersome than it is for our Annie player at this current moment, as that Void Rush is also going to afford us some extra card draw as well.
You know, and normally from this position for Rek'Sai, she would be feeling pretty comfortable, right? You have the slight point lead, you have a massive back line, and with cards like Under Titan, potentially even like Grand Stratagem to try to capitalize on these yellow seals as well, you're looking good. But right now, you're allowing Annie to get up to 6 points, and as long as she doesn't overextend, doesn't kind of put any more unnecessary resources on these battlefields than she needs to, you're forcing Rek'Sai to defend, which we know they usually have things like the cleaves, the more assault-focused combat tricks, not too many things to go ahead and use on defense. So this is going to be a little bit tricky for the Rek'Sai player, but maybe if you stack up enough units on one of these battlefields, it just very well might be enough to defend from Annie. But of course, let's go ahead to see how it pans out as a Pharaoh's Forerunner makes his debut here in round number 3. And that's Annie completely out of Fury Runes, which is a sight we don't get to see too often.
Yeah, now we have the 10 Might defending the Seat of Power as well. So going to be a tall order to get over with all of these 2 and 1 Might units. Of course, like you said, we can get one of those banner or anthem effects from something like the Under Titan or Grand Stratagem that'll help us get over the top here. Maybe some of those cleaves as well. But that, of course, will give our Annie an extra 2 mechs for their trouble, which will help in the oncoming onslaught in the following turn. And this really comes down to what you mentioned, getting to that crucial 6-point number on that turn. Annie being able to maintain the constant pressure of 2 points a turn and staying on that even point threshold, 2, 4, 6, means that now she's in the winning position here with Rek'Sai. Even if they are able to double conquer here, they'll take a lot of resources. They'll only be at 7, and then Annie will be able to come in on the clapback to go for game. So I'm a little bit worried for Rek'Sai at the current moment, but 8 runes up and 5 cards in hand is a lot to work with, so I won't count them out just yet, but they still have to get across this Ferris Forerunner.
Oh yeah, you're almost kind of like benefiting Annie, right? You get a net gain or a net loss / gain of 0 for Annie as they just kind of get back those 3/3 units in the backline as you mentioned. But something that Rek'Sai does have going for, as you mentioned, 8 units. So maybe you could leave things like Hidden Blade, a Hidden Facebreaker, or just raw cast it. Or does it actually have action? I'll have to look at it again. But just combat tricks / kill spells to kind of not let these units have their way. As I say that, triple longsword might be a way of kind of soloing these battlefields, even if you try to stack them up. The only downside being the most amount of fury runes you're going to have is 2 next turn. That means you could only make use of 2 of these longswords the very next turn.
Yeah, this lack of fury runes is definitely going to help Rek'Sai rather, and hurt Annie, as in this instance, like you say, even if she's lucky enough to get the 2 fury runes off the top at the start of next turn, that's only going to allow her to equip both of the longswords sitting in base currently 1 time, so there will be no cascading effect where they can continually reuse them to break through the battlefield. They'll just have to load up, and in that scenario, that makes something like a Hidden Blade that you called out previously a lot more potent. If they go very tall with all of the longswords on a single unit, then that unit is more than likely headed for a Hidden Blade. So we're going to have to spread them out, and it's getting a little bit awkward. Definitely going to be a lot of math that needs to be done on this turn, as now a heap of units were deployed to the Candlelit Sanctum, all of which coming in with a buff thanks to the rally the troops played earlier. So a galactic hold setup being dropped down on the Candlelit Sanctum. You're going to have to give us a moment in the booth here to do some math to figure out how much is over here. We got 9 plus 4 is 13, another 2, 15, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, if I know how to count, at the Candlelit Sanctum. And that is going to be quite a big ask for Annie to get over.
For any deck at that. Luckily, she does have a good amount of backline to try to push through this battlefield. Annie to bring something back like a cleave as just as she does that. So adds another 3 might to this push. But man, you have to make sure you have enough to clear the other side of the battlefield as well. Luckily, the little manufacturer is just 2 might, so a simple mech token will be sufficient to just do that. But now with the lack of hidden cards, is there a way that Annie cracks this battlefield to close things out in this first game 1? Can she do it? Has about 3 runes left and 4 cards in hand. But you said 21 total might standing currently, right?
I think it's 23. And for Annie, she's got the 5 on Inferno, 5 on Rengar, a 4, and then another 10 from the 2 mechs and the Noxus Hopeful. So that's 20 right there. Plus the 2 longswords is 24. So that is exactly enough to get over just the Candlelit Sanctum. However, there is still the Seat of Power to worry about. So we need to figure out a way to get that handled as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the 5/5 from Raingard and Inferno. Then the 2 longswords adding up to 14, 18, 21, 24. But then you don't have any units, as you mentioned, for the other side. So maybe they can't break through. What they can do is they make sure to trade 1 for 1 so that you deny the hold potential for Rek'Sai and then kind of put them at having accelerated units the following turn. But with 5 cards in hand, I don't know if that's a strong enough bet to be placing. But here we go, Mr. Plus. Can they go ahead and break through this massive battlefield defensive hold, standing in Annie's way from getting this first game under her way? First thing, just swinging in with 2 things. Can't cascade any further equipment. So this is it for those longswords.
Yeah, now we're going to see that cleave that was picked up from Annie deployed as well, which we did not factor into the math. So that was an additional plus 3 on top of the 24. So yeah, that'll bring up to 27. So it should then in theory be quite enough might to get across the finish line here
yeah.
and give us the game number 1 for Annie. So looks like it's just a matter of letting players go through their paces. But I think Annie found the line is going to be able to come away with the victory here in game number 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We forgot to factor in the cleave that we literally saw get picked off from that purple
Yeah.
Annie there. But with that coming in the hand of course, making all the difference there. Not even factoring in any additional combat tricks coming in or currently in the hand for Annie. So I mean, you want to usually conquer Seed of Power last. But in this situation, you're closing out the game anyway, so it doesn't really matter how good. I mean, it's good to get in habit of good sequencing, of course, but let's go ahead and see what they do, because now all that's left on the battlefield is 2, 4, 6, 8 total might. You still need a little bit more, right? Because that's just 3 units.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Rengar math maybe was not, the assault was forgotten or something at some
Yeah.
point. I think there was a little bit of math done incorrectly
Uh-oh.
here because
Rek'Sai pulled that one out? No way.
well, yeah, I don't think our players, unless I am absolutely counting wrong, but chat can definitely try to back us up here and do some counting of their own. Pause, rewind, count it up yourselves. But I'm pretty sure we
He had
saw that
lethal,
the math was
right?
there that Annie should have been able to come away with that win.
Yeah, wait, he left one too many units on that battlefield. I think the math wasn't mathing for any player. Both these players undefeated starting this tournament off, but something went a little bit south in that last showdown. I think they forgot to either account the assault, the long swords. I'm not too sure, but from the numbers we were talking about before, like Mr. Plus said, chat, feel free to rewind and do the math real quick yourselves, but I'm pretty sure Annie had that all but locked in.
Yeah, somebody in chat mentioned that Rengar didn't use assault, so yeah, missing out on that +2 would have taken out one of those other 2 might units, left that battlefield at 6 might, so then the Noxus Hopeful and a mech could have walked across for 7, and then the final mech would have walked over to the Seat of Power, taken out the 2 might unit there, and given them the victory. So the math was definitely there for Annie to win. It just seems like that arithmetic was not arithmeticking.
Sad to see, because I mean, when you have a game like that, especially when it's your game to lose, you want to go ahead and take those, because now you have the whole task of taking down Rek'Sai 2 more times, and one of those times is going to be when Rek'Sai will be starting off on the play, of course, which is a monstrous task to get done. But of course, Arena's greatest will be heavily favoring the player going first, and that is Annie in this game number 2. Let's see if things can be a little bit cleaner coming this time around, and hopefully math checks out and they'll pay a little bit more attention in the second one.
Yeah, let's hope so, as now we get the Arena's greatest game, like you said, which in this instance is actually a little bit worrisome, in my opinion, for the Annie player. Obviously, this is the battlefield you want to play when you're on the play. Everybody has been accustomed to this play pattern for these aggressive decks for quite some time, but Rek'Sai being an aggressive deck of their own, and one that can spam units out so quickly, as we've seen already, 4 units on board to Annie's 2, means that Rek'Sai's not too bad at making a quick game themselves and taking advantage of this Arena's greatest, even while being on the draw. So it's going to be up to Annie to make sure that Rek'Sai doesn't get carried away with too big of a lead thanks to this Arena's greatest now.
Right, to your point, 2 can benefit from that Arena's greatest, but going over to the other battlefield, Rek'Sai is going to be more greatly benefiting from that Trifarian War Camp, much more so than Annie. I mean, Annie could go decently wide, but Rek'Sai, she is the go wide deck in the format currently. So one of these is going to be benefiting more, one of these legends more than the other, of course. So let's see how things pan out. Annie, hopefully she shook off a little bit, not to say they got tilted, but shaking off a little, gaining her composure from a little bit of a misplay the previous game. And let's see if she go ahead and bounce things back as a Ferris Forerunner hits the board, playing a bit more of a defensive game than we saw in that first game.
Yeah, Ferris going to put in a lot of work here. Ferris is very strong against this color combination. No ways to bounce it back to hand, so it is always going to get that value of the Death Knell, getting those 2-3 might mechs. So very strong card in the matchup, but it is kind of slow in the face of how quickly Rek'Sai is just hitting the gas, putting pedal to the metal. Void Rush being deployed now. Going to look at the top two, get us one card for 2 cheaper, and then draw the other, as Vanguard Captain will be the play here. It's going to load up even more units, more recruits coming down, more units to take advantage of this Trifarian war camp. And just like in that game one, how we pointed out how crucial it is to maintain that even point threshold. Now we see 4-2 in favor of Rek'Sai. So now Rek'Sai being in that driver's seat that Annie was in the previous game, while being on the draw and being on the arena's greatest, everything looks like it's coming up Rek'Sai in this game number 2. And that miscounting of math in game number 1 may just come back to haunt Annie very soon.
Luckily, like we mentioned, both of these players are undefeated, so not out of the running for a top 8 finish. But let's see how this turn could go, because right now, if you don't have any backline interaction, Rek'Sai is feeling very comfortable continuing on that double conquer point, double point conquers turn after turn, as they're threatening 2 more the very next turn, of course. But now Annie going up to 3 for the very moment. 7 runes to work with just only an overzealous fan in the back line. They need something like a little gem jammer to bounce that Ferris Forerunner over to the other side. But Annies don't tend to run that. So trying to rely on things like accelerated options, those survivors, the Dariuses. But let's see if they have it. Of course, against the odds, the perfect sideboard tech against the Rek'Sai build. +2 might for every single unit on your opponent's side. That's an impressive 6 might on that fan.
Yeah, 2 energy for 6 might is a crazy buff, especially when this is at reaction speed. So a very strong card that doesn't see a lot of play because of its niche nature, but man, when it comes out to play against these matchups where it can really shine, you see just how powerful of a card it can be. Makes you excited for one day seeing a Pantheon legend in the game.
Right.
But that'll be enough to get the conquer over at the Trifarian War Camp. Is now the Annie chosen champion. Our little Annie Stubborn is going to come out and pick that spell right back up, emptying the trash. And we're at 4-4, but this is an attacker favored game usually, and there's quite a lot of attackers on the board for Rek'Sai ready to come across.
Right, the only bit of a saving grace for Annie is the fact that they did manage to get back to against the odds thanks to the purple Annie champion getting played out the previous turn, as that's one of those combat tricks that does work the same exact way on offense or on defense. So if Rek'Sai isn't too careful and they go ahead and overcommit more units than they need to, that against the odds could be catching them slacking. But of course, that has been revealed, so I think he knows what might be coming with these remaining last 3 runes. So just going to be pushing in these units one at a time to just say, okay, first things first, let me get this fan out of the way. Or at the minimum, you can even kill Annie to make better use of the 3 might you're pushing in with.
Yeah, we have the just classic pepper him with 1 unit at a time to deny the value on that against the odds here. Questioning whether or not the overzealous fan wants to be procced. There's not much reason to do so here. Would send back the Vengeful, and cost the, I guess in this instance, would either make Rek'Sai send in a couple units or send in their 1 big battering ram, but instead choosing to take out the overzealous fan with that Vanguard captain now pushing in that battering ram. It will be 6-4 thanks to the Trifarian War Camp, and now we have to, and I assume that Annie's going to have something up their sleeve with these 3 runes up on defense to try and get this Annie to survive this combat.
Right, at minimum, we do know about the against all odds. I think from this position, you just let the Annie go, but it looks like he has something else in mind. The Flash coming down to protect the Annie Stubborn. I believe you will leave the Ferris, but no, I misspoke. Deciding to go ahead and get a bit more value from attacking and then getting the additional mechs on a future turn. I was thinking that he should just trade the Ferris Forerunner for a good amount of units on Rek'Sai's side, especially when Rek'Sai currently retaining that point tempo, threatening lethal on the very next turn. You know, it goes back to what you said, Mr. Plus. I think this arena's great as it might have been way more advantageous for our Rek'Sai player this time.
Yeah, just the speed that the Rek'Sai deck has come across with, and now we see the Vengeance be the pickup off of the Void Bearer ability. Gonna be utilizing 1 of those seals and it's cycling a yellow rune to cast it. And this is what we talked about at the start of this round, is that this heavy yellow focused Rek'Sai with these yellow seals can play some of these more costly removal spells. And this is a good one, 4 energy and 2 power to just straight kill a unit anywhere. So it does attack the base, and in this case will be taking down that Annie Chosen Champ. Not going to allow that Ferris Forerunner to spawn its additional mechs and give Annie more options to go a little bit wider. And 8 runes up, 5 cards in hand, does have a few ways to attack these battlefields, but unfortunately, this is kind of what we already discussed throughout this match so far, that even point threshold, they're on 6. Even if they get across here, the lethal is set up for Rek'Sai to come in and go for the double conquer for game next turn. And Annie is a little bit more poised to hold compared to our Rek'Sai player, but still not a full-on hold deck that you want to be banking on holding to win the game. Annie does want to go for that double conquer to win themselves, so caught in a little bit of a hard spot here. Hopefully they'll find a way to bounce back, but I'm feeling like that game number 1 was definitely going to be the deciding factor in this match.
I believe so. Now that Rengar pouncing coming down, adding an additional might, so you will get the conquer here going up to 5, and at the best you will be going up to 6, but now you have the toll task of defending against that massive back line Rek'Sai is currently threatening out with. If you have something like a Under Titan, as we discussed before, might be the most likely option the next turn. I think that should be the final nail to seal the deal against our Annie player here in round number 3, unless there's some kind of hidden potential. Falling Stars does come down and kind of dwindle down the pressure, and he puts the Rek'Sai down. Was the Rek'Sai in play? I don't remember.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai was played the previous turn before activating the Void Brewer effect, and now didn't get to see any value off of it, but it will obviously absorb 1 proc of this Falling Star and leave him with, or our Rek'Sai player with just the captain, or sorry, the manufacturer, a recruit, and a bird. So only 4 might, looking down the 4 might at the Trifarian camp, as well as the 6 might at the arena's greatest. This is more might than Rek'Sai is currently equipped to deal with, but surely there's something that we can find off the top with our Void Borer effect. Should this conquer go through, it all depends on what those last 2 cards on Annie's hand are, whether or not this is a longsword or Grim Apothecary or some other ambush unit that can come in and help keep this battlefield held down. But it will just be that against the odds that was picked up so long ago from our Annie Chosen Champion. Going to give the +4 buff, bringing it up to 8 against the should be 5 from our Rek'Sai, but Hidden Blade is in hand, so that will give the draw to Annie, but that is also going to give the conquer to Rek'Sai, which will trigger the ability. And if we see yet another Hidden Blade off the top, that might be all she wrote for our Annie player, but it looks like it was just a whiff.
Oh, it might be something bigger. Oh, the Vi Peacemaker coming down, stunning the Ferris Forerunner, and now the 6 total might. Usually a trade 1 for 1, but because you're stunned, no combat damage will be going in the way of Rek'Sai, and that is a 1-2 conquer every single turn. Non-stop pressure from our Rek'Sai player. This might have just been a very bad matchup for Annie. But of course, she had the literal win in game 1, so this could have just been going into a game 3 situation. But of course, things just didn't kind of align that way, and Rek'Sai does take this round number 3 in a 2-0 fashion. And I believe there might be 1x1. No. It's top 8 today. What I was getting at is 2-0 is very important for a tournament like this, right? Because the secondary first tiebreakers is your opponent win percentage, and then the secondary tiebreakers are your own win percentage, is where these 2-0 games really factor in. So Rek'Sai looking pretty good, but that was about a 30-minute match, Mr. Plus. Let's head back to the booth, and we'll see if we can find another match for now.
All right, yeah, that one was really quick, and unfortunately, even that second game's entire texture, the landscape of that game would have been different off the back of an Annie game 1 victory.
Yeah.
Because obviously in that scenario, then Rek'Sai would be on the play, and Arena's Greatest more than likely wouldn't be the chosen battlefield for our Annie player. Could have been for the Rek'Sai, but nevertheless, the whole texture of that game would have been different, and who knows if we would have got to see that game number 3. But that just goes to show, double, triple check your math before you go in for lethal, everyone.
Everyone, right? And since we got a little bit of time here as I'm finding these next game, and it looks like we did find one, I want to throw a question out to chat, and I'll ask you as well, Mr. Plus, what has been your favorite reveal from Vendetta in week 1 of previews? Because there's been so many goodies. Some, like, there was so many moments, right? It was like a roller coaster this week. There was the Renekton. That's how you say it, right? Renekton?
Yeah, Renekton.
The Renekton alt, the art were getting messed up.
Yeah.
Everyone thought it was like AI generated.
Yeah.
The Mel spell getting revealed just yesterday. What has been the highlight for you, Mr. Plus? And chat, let us know as well.
Yeah, for me, it's that Zed overnumber. That is one of the coolest overnumbers I have seen in the entire game of Riftbound so far. What an amazing, knocked out of the park overnumber for a legend. I can't wait to get my hands on one of those IRL. Obviously, I've been playing red purple since set 1, so gonna have a natural affinity towards Zed to begin with. But man, that overnumber is nice.
Yeah, super nice. Honestly, I think it's one of the best. It might wait. I'm trying to think what overnumber was better than the said one. The Cannon one was pretty cool. I think a lot of people were saying like it's a skin.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about it, but I do like the Cannon one. Let me think what else. And chat, let us know as well. What other overnumber was better than said? There had to be one that kind of contested with it for sure.
Well, the interesting thing too that you just pointed out about that Cannon one is I believe it's the first time we've had an overnumbered that features a skin. Typically, all of the overnumbered legends are just the default skin for the legends.
Yeah.
So this is the first time we've seen one where it's actually the Blood Moon Cannon skin, I believe. So yeah, it's pretty interesting to see that they might start doing skins for overnumbers now.
Yeah, I mean they have so many to choose from, so it's only right for them to do so, and it could kind of bring in a whole nother dynamic to these kind of higher rarity cards. Speaking a little bit higher rarity, one of the bigger reveals this week was the Crystal Rose introduction as well from the Wild Rift collab. Are you a fan of those cards, Mr. Plus? Because they were pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the Crystal Rose skin line. I think they're pretty cool. It's it'll be interesting to see how they look in person. I feel like a lot of the times there'll be cards that I'll see revealed in spoiler season that I'm not necessarily entirely like blown away by, but once you see it in person, the way that it's foiled and everything, it brings a whole new life to the card and looks so much better. And I think that might be the case for these Crystal Rose skins on some of them as well.
All right, and last question before we dive into this game, of course. In terms of power level, just like strong card, what has been that card for you? Like, oh, okay, Vendetta's kind of bringing the heat here. Was there one that you saw? Was it maybe the Rebuttal, the Mel signature spell? Was there something else like you thought is going to completely kind of shake the format up next set?
Yeah, that one's weird because until that card was spoiled, I had absolutely no faith in Mel as a deck. And now that card got spoiled, and I'm like, wow, they just gave her Mystic Reversal for 1 mana? Okay, that makes sense. But,
right. It used to be Mystic Reversal is like 3 power, right?
It's like 4 mana, 3 power, something crazy like that. This is 1 mana, 2 power of Mystic. Obviously, it only works on cheaper spells, so it's not like you're Mystic Reversaling a time warp or anything, but it's still, it's a really powerful card. But I'm not sure what I think so far is the most powerful card like in a vacuum, but there's been quite a few just very strong cards revealed that I think are really going to shake up the meta in general, and some really fun cards too. Like I really like this Glowstone card and just the hot potato aspect of it and how it might shake up certain matchups.
It's going to be so annoying, right? You're basically forcing yourself to have to pay the 2 energy every time. Of course, there's little things like if your units are higher than 5 might, but realistically, how many units are over 5 might? And Damon bringing in with some awesome news. Damon, where was the article posted? You know, since we're over here running the event, we are not online, but apparently, guys, overnumbered Best of Legends will be the awarded Best of Legends for the regional championships. Of course, there's 3 this year, 1 in China, 1 in European region, and then the one that just got announced literally yesterday going down in Las Vegas is the North American Regional Championship. That is huge. Everyone was wondering, when are they going to do over-number best of? It looks like this year they're going to do it.
And in such a cool fashion too, the Convergence Fest, or that fest, right? That's what it's called.
Yeah,
the
Convergence Fest.
Yeah, the melding of two major events for two Riot IPs being TFT and Riftbound. This is a great event that you're going to want to try to get yourself out to if you can. Obviously, even if you're not competing in the regional championship, there's going to be a whole boatload of other stuff to interact with for both games. And I think that aspect of it is what makes it so cool, is that now we're going to be exposing Riftbound to a whole swath of new players that are showing up for TFT, and then they see, oh wait, there's a physical card game for all of these characters that I love so much in TFT. So it's a great way to get more eyes on the amazing game that is Riftbound, and hopefully get us another influx of new players to really start growing this game at a rapid pace.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good time, and it kind of poses a question. They're doing so much great stuff for the NA Regional Championship. How is the EU and the China one going to look like? Because I doubt they can do like a TFT Convergence Fest for all those things. Either or. I just saw a little bit online because you guys got me so curious. I had to open up Twitter. Apparently, it's a 50,000 USD prize pool for the NA Championship. And I believe, guys, check out Riftbound Report, one of the best resources you can find online. I believe they might have just posted the exclusive promos. If we have a little bit of time, I could try to pull up on the stream after this game. But, you know, to do these players right, let's go ahead and get into this match. It looks like Diana versus Vex, a matchup we don't get to see too often. Honestly, it's Vex we don't really get to see too often, of course, because Diana, she's everywhere.
Yeah, right now we're looking at a pretty decent setup for Vex on the hold front, as it is over at the Targon's Peak. We have Shadow sitting inactive, ready to get us a stun, but looks like we're actually tapped out, so no Shadow stun coming across this time, as now Hui moves in, going to get the draw discard of yet another copy of Hui, going up to 8. So currently it is going to be 8-3, 6-8, so a tie ball game until that Stupefy comes across and makes it 8-7. Will now come across with the victory here. It looks like it'll be a scoop after that.
It looks like that way, and it looks like we got lucky enough to catch ourselves a game number 3, because I was a little bit worried if all these matches are finishing up quickly, but one more game remaining. Let me go ahead and pull up the time. How much time is left in the round? Looks about 20 minutes. Mr. Plus, I know you have a scrimmage to get to. Are we still decent on time with 20 left?
Let's see, what time is it? 11:20. I still have a little bit of time, yeah.
Okay, let me know. Like I said before, don't worry if you got to go ahead and dip out of here. I'll go ahead and hold it down for the last couple minutes or so. But game 3 situation, Vex having to play a bit from behind, as they don't feel the most comfortable to do so, because as we know, they like to get onto that battlefield and just put up such a defensive wall with those shadows, with those stun capabilities from backoffs, existential dread, and then you have a little combat tricks as well, like disciplines to work with. So this is tricky for Vex to do when you're not the first on these battlefields, but we'll see. We have seen some really fantastically piloted Vex in the past. Maybe Dr. Mori is one of them.
Yeah, now we're seeing the battlefields be that abandoned hall, the famous, infamous, I guess you could say, abandoned hall for Diana. And the star-tipped peak across the way, another hold-centric battlefield. So very common for our Vex players to want to get a little bit of extra value on top of their legend hold draw. They want to get an extra rune for their trouble as well. So going to be a mutated Mauser start for Vex going into this game, as it'll be matched by the chosen champion of Diana across the way, as it's then passed back, and we get our first point scored over at the start tip peak, unless there is an activation of Diana that'll gust that little kitty back to hand.
Yeah, looks to be the way. You know, going back to the point, as you said, the infamous abandoned hall, one of the biggest news of the week 1 previews was the fact that they announced bans are coming. I wasn't expecting that, but of course, the one band they did announce, what was the name? Sneaky
the Stealthy Pursuer.
Right. Stealthy Pursuer is 100% confirmed for those that don't know to be banned. I believe bans go into effect July 24th, but the ban at the minimum 1 card list will be announced July 16th. And that's on it because it had the infinite combo loop of like it moves when you move a unit, it could come along with it. And then with Eye of the Herald and the Renata yellow champion that says recruits come in readied, you could just make the infinite recruit loop as we saw Lux do before with just 3 cards. So I completely understand why they decided to ban that card. But as I was getting at, because you were speaking about Abandoned Hull, are we anticipating any other potential bans maybe on battlefields or cards in your eyes?
I don't think so personally, but I know
Okay.
there's been talks about like people wanting Abandoned Hall ban because of Aurelia Fervent, and obviously that interaction is insane, and I could see potentially a reason why you would want to get rid of that. But I feel like outside of that niche interaction with Aurelia Fervent, I don't necessarily have a problem with Abandoned Hall existing. It is kind of a neat little Raven Bloom effect that you get at a battlefield for these more spell focused decks. So I think if we don't have to worry about it being abused on Fervent, it wouldn't be as big of a hated battlefield as it is. But outside of that, I mean, the typical ones you always hear people talk about are something like Dazzling Aurora, but we just saw possibly the most egregious Aurora hate card ever printed,
Right.
revealed in the next set of Vendetta. So I don't know that Aurora is going to be running away with any tournaments anytime soon now that a card like that exists in the meta.
Yeah, I don't believe so as well. I think Dazzling Aura will be staying, especially there hasn't even been any big like bombs getting revealed just yet. But of course, there's still a whole nother week of reveals. I'll keep everyone posted as I've been doing in week 1. The only little things to end the little ban talk, I think Stellacorn with the legend like a Kali might get a little bit obnoxious. So if there's anything to push Stellacorn ban over the edge, it might be Vendetta. And last one I might see with things like Kennen having access to purple and yellow might be some Fizz shenanigans. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see cards like Fizz, Rasa, and Stellacorn Hoarder catch a ban as well. But of course, we'll see. They like to ban things that shown proven results, proven track record that got multiple furs, 50% representation of top cut. Those cards aren't technically that. I mean, Diana does play it, but Rasa's not anywhere in the current meta. It's just more if you want to go ahead and proactively ban them, because I think that little miracle package might be on the comeback coming Vendetta.
Yeah, it could be, but I definitely don't want to see my poor boy Fizz banned. I love playing that card in Chaos. But I definitely see what you're saying. Those are some very highly powered cards and only going to gain more power as time goes on. Obviously, being more efficient to fill the trash now with the mechanic of burn being introduced makes Raza stronger, and as long as they keep printing 3 cost or less spells, Fizz will just infinitely get stronger as well. So there's definitely some reasons to do so, but I'm hoping that they don't feel the need to just ban things every single set and try to appease a vocal minority, I believe,
Right.
is the case most of the time. But there's definitely some things that might be warranted, as we've seen already with, like you said, them taking out that Stealthy Pursuer. So got to remain vigilant and look for anything else that might really break up the meta and make it an unfun play experience. But I think right now we're looking like we're coming off the back of a really healthy meta, a really fun season of Riftbound. A lot of people have had nothing but nice things to say about the Unleashed season overall.
Oh yeah.
And heading into Vendetta, I can only see that getting better with all of these new additions. But I did not consider, I must admit initially, now that we've seen that signature spell for Akali spoiled as well, just how ludicrous that Stellacorn Herder might be in that
She's
deck.
gonna go crazy. I mean, Akali looks to be one of the front runners coming in Vendetta. But let's go ahead and get back into this game. It looks like Diana having all the answers, trying to stop things with a simple gust to not let that Vex and Shadow hit the bin, but getting stopped by the hard bargain. Now a 1-2 conquer for Diana. things are looking incredibly difficult for our Vex player to get back, with the Vex apathetic to make it even worse. A little bit extra salt on the wounds, if you will. This is a really, really tough position for Vex. Let's see what they do this very next turn.
This seems to be the thing that every opposing purple player does to a Vex deck, is they slam down an apathetic at a battlefield right in their face and say, you know, that chosen champ of yours, it's better in my deck than it is in yours. Have fun dealing with a taste of your own medicine.
Definitely.
As that Vex comes down to the tip peak, like you mentioned. And we are looking pretty set up for Diana. 3 runes open, legend ability still available. So effectively 4 runes available for this upcoming showdown. And some very weak attacking units. Only 4 might being attacked with your point. As I say that, 8 might comes crashing down with an ambush of the Vioma, a huge ambush, which obviously is going to be stunned thanks to the Vex, but that's not what we care about. What we care about here is that text that says units with less might than me here do not deal combat damage.
Yeah, it doesn't do combat damage, but because it's stun, or I guess it's going to be 4-4, but the Gus trying to neutralize that amount of might coming in his direction. So Gus is the bigger unit, obviously. If there's no Defy, if there's a Defy, it'll be a perfect time to use it now, but no Defy to be found for the Vex player. And something's telling me with the way Diana's been drawing this game, she might have just had access to another hard bargain. But as quickly as that, already going up to 5 points, things are looking incredibly good for Diana going forward. Let's see if they can kind of solidify their advantage so far, because Hui sitting pretty in the back line. Vex Apathetic most likely will be sitting there. And Lunari, just to generate more value, looking at the top deck, I don't think you have to do too much more. If you have another Hui, might as well just go ahead and play it out, because you're looking pretty good to go ahead and slow and steady chip away at the lead here. Or not chip away at the lead, but continuing and inching forward to get that final 8th point.
Didn't this Diana hold both of these battlefields at the start of this turn?
Yeah, I think that's the way they got up to 5.
Yeah, so there shouldn't have been a showdown at this battlefield that could have activated the Diana there.
Oh, you're absolutely right, because it was they already scored it.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose for the way you're gonna retreat back. You lose control of it, and there's not a unit. It would normally be a non-combat showdown, but since you scored, it doesn't open that window, right?
Yeah, there shouldn't have been a showdown there to activate. A showdown still starts, but you don't score according to chat. That's news to me, I must admit. I thought that if you've already controlled it, then moving in to and from it does not trigger any type of showdown type timing window.
I think because you lost control, right? Because if you did it, of course, if Hui was still on the battlefield, there would be no showdown. But I think it was the simple fact that Hui retreated back to base. You lost contention of that battlefield. So then it kind of blanked the slate out a bit. And then Lunari comes in. So I'll agree with Chad. A little bit of a nuanced ruling, but everything seems to be cleanly played so far. And at that, Diana finds herself in a bit of a tricky situation in terms of hand, but in terms of everything else, they are feeling prime and ready to kind of close out this game 3.
Thank you, Mr. Player 2, for the breakdown on that. That's good to know as I head into my skirmish in 30 minutes.
Nice. And it looks like there's just 10 minutes remaining. So are we still good? Is 10 minutes enough, Mr. Plus, or do you have to make a bit of a drive?
I should be good to finish it out here.
Okay, like I said, please don't feel bad saying, plus I gotta go. I don't want to go ahead and miss my Summoner Skirmish, because I believe today, this Saturday, might be the most Summoner Skirmish going on. I feel like everyone, and maybe their mother, sister, brother, had a Summoner Skirmish this Saturday.
Yeah, it's a big one. As of now, we're looking at 6-2 in favor of Diana. Big lead. And I'm starting to feel a bit of remorse for our poor Vex player here. I don't see a clear path to victory for them here. Their Vioma play did not work out the way that they drew it up, unfortunately. And Vioma, of course, was star-crossed back to hand, so it's been kind of rough for Vex to get off the ground in this game. And with them being on an even point threshold now, there's not much that Diana needs to do here with all 11 runes up. Only 3 cards in hand, notably. So not a ton of ammo in the hand to work with, but can just move Vex back if they want and set up for the double conquer next turn.
It looks like they will be setting things up. So it does the same play we saw before. Retreats the Vex. That way you lose contention or contested status on that battlefield. They go ahead and utilize that Legend or the Champion Lunari ability from that battlefield there. Doesn't look like he hit anything, or did he? I might have missed Saul there.
I did not see anything hit either. Still showing where. So yeah, still showing 3 cards in hand. So should have been a whiff. As now Hui is going to move in, get the draw, discard. Will it be a unit discard? Will be a Raven Bloom discarded. So going up to 8. Obviously that shadow is there, ready to stun this way.
Right. Normally Shadow doesn't get too much value in a deck, against a deck like Diana that's able to go ahead and use cards like Moonfall, because Shadow only goes ahead and stuns units when you're defending, but when you're forcing it to attack by Moonfalling it the other battlefield, it's pretty much just a 3/3 body, not really too impactful. But Diana looking good for a hold/conquer the very next turn. Can Vex off the back of something like a Boots of Swiftness, because the only thing going for Vex right now is the fact that Diana has a single card in hand, so they don't have too much to think about. But I'm just terrified looking at the current board state, right? 2 Vex Apathetic, a Hui, a Lunari, a hidden card at that. I'm a little nervous, to say the least, for this Vex player.
Vex just choosing to draw a ton of cards, getting the meditation off, tapping down the mutated Mouser to get the extra draw. 8 cards to 1 in hand is a ginormous difference in hand count. But like you said, the board across the way is looking a lot better for Diana. The double apathetic, the chosen champ, merchant, and a Hui at the ready, plus whatever is hidden over at the star tip peak. So even though only 1 card in hand, has quite a bit to work with still on the side of Diana, and only needs to score these last 2 points of the next turn to come away with the victory. 7 runes available for Vex means no ambush Vilemoths coming out anytime soon. Really going to have to figure out a way to set up a giant hold here to stop the double conquer. But then from there, how do you make it across the way to the star tip peak to stop Diana from holding for game?
Yeah, to make matters worse, that hidden card might just very well be something like a Tide Turner. Bring that Hui in, you draw a card, you get the potential value of going up to 8 might like we've seen before. Now what you thought was just a 7 might battlefield hold becomes a 15 might battlefield hold. Things are looking rather complicated. I just don't see a world where Vex finds it out. Granted, as you mentioned, 8 cards in hand, a couple runes to work with, but it just doesn't matter, as this current position is just heavily benefiting Diana and threatening lethal on the very next turn if they can't do anything about this current battlefield on start tip.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen Moonfall, at least since that last one was cast and I believe defied. So there's potential to see another copy of Moonfall come out and really muck up this hold potential altogether, or even a Fizz to replay one of those Moonfalls from the trash. So
True.
a few ways that Diana can come in and make this a easy conquer at the abandoned hall next turn, even if Vex can set up some kind of crazy hold here. But I don't really see a combination of cards, like we've said, that gets Vex across the finish line here.
Right, we kind of narrowed it down. Starcross, bounce the Mauser, bounce the Vex Apathetic. I mean, you can't do anything about a potential Tide Turner to go ahead and bring that Hui in. You have 7 runes, so double Starcross at the best, but passes the turn, praying for the best. That's Diana going up to 7 points, and just like that, I'm pretty sure he will be finding the path to victory here as a Hui Vex and Traveling Merchant sitting in that base. Now 2 cards, make it 3 with the Hui push, and just a little Shadow to do his best to defend, and 5 runes. I mean, we can expect maybe an Existential Dread or a back off at the minimum what else could kind of save him from this 8th Conquer push from Diana?
Existential Dread definitely seems like one of the good calls here. Not sure that maybe they put the Evelyn in the back to fuel a Starcrossed as well. So Starcrossed could come in and help alongside this Shadow Stun. Looks like there might be some kind of confusion over the start to peak interaction, being that, of course, start of turn is A, B, C, D. The beginning phase does happen before the channel phase, so you would trigger the start to peak before you got your runes for turn.
Ooh.
So you would channel a rune exhausted, but I believe it is a May trigger, so a little bit of a misunderstanding potentially here on star tipped peak. But in any case, we're progressing forward now as Hui moves in to the abandoned hall. We'll see if this stun comes down from the shadow.
His hand might be looking pretty dangerous if the chosen card of the discard choice was the Moonfall, because the Moonfall could have easily just 100% locked things in, but wanted to do it a roundabout way. So Hui pushing in, saying, do you want to go ahead and use that shadow ability, ride the wind coming down, most likely bring in, oh, the backline Vex, just to do it in the same showdown. I was curious if he wanted to do just the Vex on the battlefield, because leaving a unit in the back line to push anyways if things don't go your way is probably a better bet, but he has something else in mind. This is getting interesting.
Yeah, opting to discard a spell and then get a second draw rather than discarding a unit to get the +3 is interesting as well. Obviously, that could just be the sheer lack of cards in hand didn't afford Diana very many options to discard anything else, as now you ride the wind looks like it is going to be allowed to be resolved. That no, actually it will be defied. I wonder if that defy was actually drawn off the discipline or if
Right.
Vex had it the whole time. But in any case, that ride the wind is headed to the bin. No ride the wind this time around. And now Mauser at 7 might plus that 3 might over at the shadow brings us to a total of 10 defending this abandoned hall. Not enough juice for Hui to get across the finish line. So we're going to deploy the Tide Turner, like you said, which will then,
Ooh.
of course, allow us to swap these positions to save our Hui. But Gust, now in response to the Tide Turner effect, to prevent this Hui from escaping, going to try to trap this Hui here and send it to the trash.
You know, I believe that Ride the Wind previously was trying to just bait out the Defy, but now trying to bait out another Defy, having all the answers here. Diana's saying, all right, let's go back to the base, draw some extra cards, going up an extra might, make that 2 times as I push forward into Abandoned Hole. Things are looking good. And now with only 1 energy, I believe you can still use the Shadow ability, but you're only down to just 1 more time. Mauser defending for 7 is a little bit tricky to do, so I think you have to push in with, no, I mean, it has tank, so what do you actually do here? It goes back to the pitch of Moonfall. Wasn't Moonfall a game-winning play? You Moonfall the Shadow, or even the tank unit over to Star Tip, or actually, you know, you Moonfall Shadow so that you don't get a free stun off, and then you just have to worry about Mauser, so I'm wondering what that was about, but he might still find the line.
It's here comes that Moonfall right here potentially. Oh no, it's just a Star-Crossed. Yeah, there's probably, in all honesty, if we really take a step back, there's quite a few different ways to slice this victory for Diana, I imagine. And obviously not the way that we saw it in our minds, but still plenty of gas in the tank for Diana to get across the finish line here, as now Fizz plus Starcrossed is going to get rid of our Mauser and basically seal the deal on this game. I believe it looks like that was
it.
scoop
We'll head back to the booth
Yeah.
and we'll do our closeout, as guys, Mr. Plus has to get to a summer scrimmage coming real soon. So wish him the best. What legend are you bringing? Are you bringing your usual Pike?
No, I'm going to play Volibear this time. I've been having a lot of fun just throwing down some big guys and ramping and going back to what got me started in this game. So I've been having a lot of fun taking a trip down memory lane with Volibear. So I'm just going to rock a little bit of Volibear today.
Sounds like a good time, but I'll go ahead and let you do your normal shout outs before I let you go and kick some ass out in the skirmish today.
Thank you so much, Plus. And thank you guys for tuning into these great casts as always. A pleasure to be a part of it. And I will hopefully see you guys in the near future for some more great rounds of Riftbound. But in the meantime, if you want to see more of my content, you can head over to our new YouTube channel, Conquer and Climb. Started a podcast with a couple of buddies of mine where we've been trying to put out an episode every week, every Thursday. So if you need more Riftbound content to listen to and you want to hear myself and a couple of buddies blabber on about our thoughts on this great game, then head on over there and drop a sub, and love to have you. So thanks again, Plus, and enjoy the rest of this tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing who takes it all down.
That's right. Well, best of luck, and I'll let you go, and I'll see you in a future event, Mr. Plus.
Thank you, Plus. Have
Take
a good one,
care.
everyone.
And guys, we'll throw it to a break as well. We will be right back with round number 4.
I think Starcraft has just become that purple card now, and then Vex is just the card that is teched into everything purple because we all got to hold at some point, right?
Yeah, I feel
The
so.
issue you have now is with them scoring 2 points and getting themselves a little bit ahead by 2 points, it's now put a pressure onto us here that you have to start fighting on my terms. And again, as we've already discussed, you don't really want to defend on these battlefields. You don't want to be holding currently. You want to kind of walk in and take those units down. And that Flash has helped that.
Right, and I think the card to see right now from the side of Cactus is this Arise. You know, you get a huge you get 4 more tokens. That's just 8. You might say there's gonna be 8 tokens in total in your base. And I'm just seeing if there's any responses, any ride the winds, anything to kind of get this Ash. Nothing so far. Going for the zone. Getting rid of Defy.
Jesus, somebody's feeling some confidence, or the other cards in hand are just that broken. So, do we have like a handful of defies, or a handful of defies, or disciplines, and guards? You're not really too worried about losing this fight. Obviously, when Ash disappears off the battlefield, you don't lose that hidden card. It's currently held until you hold a battlefield, so it doesn't feel so bad if Ash does get taken out at some point, especially when 5 cards can now run you down.
All right, and now we're holding with what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 runes up on the side of Cactus here. You know, I think this says a lot about his hand because usually if you don't have that much of a interactive hand, you would summon your Azir, play him in base. But Cactus saying, you know what, I'm gonna float all these runes, and now when you come into me, you have to play with the full arsenal of green and yellow combat tricks.
I will say, production has got much better over the years, and by years I mean this year. But can we please get a bigger table?
I do agree, and I think that with these big go wide strategies, we're gonna need them.
Really do. But right now, I think there's 2/3 still cards that we don't know of in hand. So the hand is basically becoming unknown once again. Didn't see the longsword. No, we did see the longsword before. That was the issue. So we know there's longsword in there in case there is a. No, don't trick them with the combat tricks.
So going with the
walking in with that
Rengar for
7,
7. Back off, huge card here. Saying no to the longsword, and best part is we can't cascade it if we choose. Do you have enough might to kill? Yeah, we don't have enough might to kill here, so we stopping Prisma from being able to cascade this. Starcross being used. Bounce back, presumably the Rengar. Do we have the Defy for this? We did get rid of one. There's a second Defy.
Fizz now.
Ooh, Fizz would be nice. Ooh, Grim Apothecary still getting that boss back. So we get the bounce back here. More importantly, we get the longsword back and the Rengar back. So really good play from the side of Prismat.
You also get the draw from the back off. It was cast from hand, so that's the additional benefit you get from casting it for free as opposed to for free.
Yep, also true. Oh, that wasn't hitting, right?
It was from hand.
There's a discipline. There's a discipline, making sure that Grim just doesn't get as much value. We don't take both units out. We still got a draw. 3 runes up now.
2 draws, 6 runes, 5 runes down. Big units currently bashing around.
And also, not that many resources on the side of Prismat, so it's literally our might versus his might.
I'm trying to think what the board is now. So it's 8 into. Or 6 there into. Oh, this doesn't look all right. It's like, yeah, do you take the Kai's or do you take the other two? I think the other two might be more important.
I think just not wanting to give the Cactus the extra draw from Grove. Do we have something like the Death Grip here to kind of punish us? Ooh, no, nothing to do. So this kind of signals to me that Cactus doesn't have any more might increases in hand. Because, we would have Disciplined, we would have on-guarded if given the chance. So this does kind of buy Prisma a lot of safety for this next turn. But also, with that Vex on the battlefield, this Arise is not going to be that good.
No, unfortunately not. But then again, you can push in that Sand Soldier with the extra Martin there. Or just the one that would trade with the Overzealous.
Correct.
So you go 2, and then you can walk in and take the other one, and then you can Arise afterwards and walk those big meaty Sand Soldiers into that battlefield.
Yeah, the one issue with that kind of line of play is both of his Sand Soldiers are 3, so he has to kind of buff them up both to 4. To kind of get that trade, and then, go in with that to beat that Overzealous.
So we do have, the Soul Sword.
Soul Sword, yeah, we can get 1 unit up to 5 at least, 4 at least, to go for this trade. Right. There's the BSR being equipped. That's a 6 might. We have 4 runes up again. Longsword here will be very good from the side of Prismat.
Don't do it. No! No! Do the smaller one!
Overzealous is very big here. Also, what we can do actually here, Gita, is actually Death Grip. If we have it.
If we've got it. But there is a BF sword there in hand.
BF sword. I like the BF sword coming out. Brutalizer and BF sword. Okay. Going for a really big push here. Oh, there's a lot of cards you don't want to see. Oh, and the Soul Sword. Okay. This card, this Sand Soldier is becoming absolutely huge right now.
It's Zorro time. 3 spears just coming in and bashing people around.
This is the Voltron I kept hearing about, right? All these Magic players.
No, Azir. So currently we are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're 10 into 10 plus the Rengar. God damn it, Rengar. Back off. Go on. Get out of here, Rengar.
Back off. Okay. So draws a card. Make sure our big unit doesn't die here. We don't get too much value out of this.
No, because no matter what you pick here, that's it. So I think you got to kill. Yeah, you got to kill those 2. Leave the Rengar there. Now that he's defending, he's smaller. We are tapped out, unfortunately, so it's not like we can do anything this turn. They do hold, and they do get the Thermal Beam back. That is the other issue.
Yeah, this is the really big issue. With this Thermal Beam now, look at the amount of tokens we had to invest in this play. Can Azir now play basically without any tokens in this matchup? Without any gears in this matchup, because this seems like a very big hill to come back from once this thing comes out.
It's going to be awkward. You do still have 5 units plus the Azir, and then whatever is in hand as well. It's not a dead hill to be on, but it is a very awkward one. I think you can still get around it, depending on what they have there. If they don't get another Kai'Sa and start holding on the other battlefield, they do just bring their Rengar back, so they don't want to fight with it. So you can go to 5 on your turn if you really, really wanted to, especially now that they're all going to be puny to 2 months. There we go. Bye, everyone. We tried.
There's the Thermal Beam. And just look at the amount of gears just going away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was that 8 gears?
7 or 8, yeah. Not the meme.
Not the meme. Not just yet.
But we're not dead. We still have a good way here. We've still got a lot of units to work with. Not great for holding, mind you, but we can definitely get out there and get the extra points that we need and pretend we can hold.
Right. There's the Death Grip. We really wanted that.
Yeah, one turn late.
Played last turn. Yeah, a little bit late. I think that was also a rise. So also one turn too late with those Thermal Beams. Yeah,
Which right,
both,
right, get
both,
the recurrent.
both players
Let's just
out
say
of
get-
kind of gear. Sorry, go on.
No, so yeah, totally right. Basically their secondary gameplay, or in this case, Azir's gameplay, no gears, can't really get things. You know what? Who knows, right? Shields it is.
It
So
is
we
a
have a
tough
shield
spot.
now.
It is a tough spot. I want to kind of stress too that Annie can just bring back Thermobeam if
Yeah.
need be. Right, so even if we somehow find our way back, get our gear set up, we can just lose that again. And we're not close to getting to that 6 points. So we have time to just say, hey, if you get a bunch of gears again, I'm just gonna Annie Thermobeam with the game off on the spot.
That seems very awkward putting the shield
All
on
of them.
the Ash. I
think
suppose
the
it's so that way they can't just gust it off. But again, we know they don't run gust in the main board. Maybe there is some in the side.
I think
You
also
throw
just
it then.
saying if you go in
You
with
threw away.
Vanguard.
You threw away the Death Rip.
Wait, what do we? What's that other card must be really good to give away Death Grip. Because in one Starcross, we are just kind of out of the game. Let's see what we
So,
draw.
yeah.
Cypress
Did you
Map.
say it was the Arise maybe that was currently in the hand? So maybe he's holding on to it for dear life at this point, hoping for the best.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what card he'd have that is better than the Death Grip here. So Prismatic goes in for 5. Goes in for 5. You can only kill the Ash here because of the tank keyword. You may have a longsword, kind of say something towards that, but
Even then, you're only taking out an extra Sand Soldier.
mm-hmm. Hold on, like,
So-
my little Rengar is on my desk right now. I gotta move her out.
I've locked all the doors. They can't get to me currently. Oh, that'll do it.
Ooh,
That'll do it.
That's a sideboard card if I've ever seen one. Discipline.
You
Wait,
gotta
how
have
big
it.
is that thing now?
No,
Wait,
that doesn't think so help.
Wait, just fire off the top maybe? Oh, not enough. So that's what +2 plus. That just clears the board. What a sideboard card to have from the side of Prismat.
I love this card. I think it's probably one of the best cards in red. Doesn't get enough praise, but at the same time, yeah, that's a total wipeout.
Yeah, that's what it's a plot. And the longsword to Prismat. Yes, that's what a poor person. Oh, what a poor guy. Getting hit by Thermobeam, and he has the Kaisa afterwards.
That's
I
it,
think you're
GG,
saying, hey,
unfortunately.
there's no way to kind of win this. Yeah, Vi out the top. Not enough. And I think
Yeah.
it was that turn where Prismat got that hold. We didn't have the Arise. We never got time to get this this Azir up. And just
I don't know. Looking at this now, they could have probably swung back into Cactus's favor. I don't think he was fully into it, to be fair, with what you got there. There was no Starcross to take the Vi off the board. Obviously, when Vi comes in, she's just stunned you, so you're not fighting back.
yeah.
So there might have been a chance there.
Yeah, but I think also just Prismat, the kind of guy to not let that happen. He would go back. He would go up to 6. The Cactus, I think he would play.
Falling down to Diana for game number 1, but of course Aurora on the play is a little bit of a different animal, but I'll let you guys take it from here, of course.
So do you want to talk about how Aurora is like the most complicated deck in the format, or do you want to go with the whole it's for monkeys and ooh ooh ah ah? So which version do you like, sir?
So I won't say Aurora is the most complex deck in the format. It does have a lot of nuances, and it's not as as people want to give it
Ooh ooh ah ah. Dazzling.
credit. There's a lot of nuances of like how your turns are playing out, how your runes are being played out, how you gonna counter, especially these purple decks. Stuff like Starcross on the right times, making sure you have your deck, like your deck stacking is on point. So a lot of like arguments of like, hey, this is not or this is for Aurora. I think and this is my hot take. This kind of overrated. I think the hate's kind of overrated. Deck doesn't do as good as it's kind of made out to be. We haven't seen Aurora do as much success in this set. There's a lot of answers for the Aurora and from the side of all these purple cards, Starcross. There's a lot of gear removal in this format. Would I want it to be banned? A little bit, but other than that, that's kind of the the ever repeating story of Aurora. Of, hey, if Aurora's so bad, why no more top 8s? You know?
I totally agree. So I am not the ooh monkey. It is silly brained card. I do think it lets you have an easier time at. It's going to play my units for me, so I can use my brain for counter spells, ramp,
Yes.
essentially everything else. So I get to basically have an easier time in terms of I don't really care about my units other than maybe I should get out my misfortune at some point and try and get a point early.
All right, Riftbounders, we are back and looking to get things started with our 4th round of today's $1,000 Cash Cup event. With me, I have a new face, first time ever casting, but I don't know if you guys seen him in chat. He's definitely been around. I always see him chatting it up in our regional co-streams. Night Fighter jumping in on the commentary booth. Night, how are you feeling for your first cast ever? Or I mean, with Runes and Ripper, it might be first cast ever.
It is first cast ever. I'm excited, a little nervous about microphones more so than the actual game, especially with the matchup we got. I'm really excited to see who comes out on top with 2 more meta legends than our previous matchups have been.
Yeah, well, you know, we started off the tournament with a little bit more spicy. Round 1 was spicy, 2 and 3, but now with round 4, only 2 rounds remain in today's event. It's only safe to assume that we're going to be hitting that meta territory as we're going to be spectating the undefeated players. Speaking of undefeated players, one of these has become a bit of a familiar name in the community. You guys were actually, for anyone who was tuning in onto that little backup waiting soon match, Cactus King, the player notorious for wearing a suit on stream, that is the player who we're going to be featuring in round number 4, going against the Diana player that took down the Vex in this previous round that we caught on the backup feature match. So, Knight, if you're ready, let's join these players. Azir on Cactus King on Azir, and then Star Wuzo on Diana. Let's go ahead and tune in.
Do we know who's going first? Looks like Cactus King will be going first. So the Azir did win the die roll for going first. 2 energy tapped. Eye of the Herald. Then he's gonna tap that Azir legend, get the Sand Soldier down. I would argue this is probably the best start the Azir can get. Eye of the Herald gets a lot of value in the early game. By the end of the game, not that helpful. Getting 1 might recruit. Not gonna do much for breaking big holds or defending on battlefields as much as they will this early on. Going up to the Hall of Legends, put down the Doran Shield so he will be able to untap that Azir to play a 3rd Sand Soldier on this turn. Unless the Gust comes out. So Gust, I learned this recently because I wasn't too sure on the interaction. That actually also should stop the Eye of the Herald, which means the recruit should also disappear.
And I believe that is the case. We saw it a lot of times come up at the regional streams that I believe Cactus King did partake in, but another recruit token sticking around. Unless, was it a gust to the activation of the new Sand Soldier coming down to because I was writing, I had realized I put the wrong legends there, so I was fixing the legends I didn't get to see too clearly. Was he just trying to move the Eye of the Herald back to the base with the new Sand token?
No, it was played on the movement, but the players were moving very fast, so it's entirely possible they're just going turn by turn and not stopping to fully think through what's happening, because these are pretty standard turns. We got the Diana Lunari, 3 energy, 3 might dropped onto the board, going second, super common. Sand Soldier turn 1 from the Eye of the Herald, and then going for this Hall of Legends turn 2 play that Azir loves to do. So it is pretty standard. They might just be playing fast. Ravenbloom Student on the back line. That's a terrifying card in Diana, able to easily ramp up its might to even take out one of these Sand Soldiers with multiple gear equipped. You're going to need something like a Brutalizer to guarantee to take these battlefields from a Ravenbloom.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit tricky to do so, but Cactus King has pretty much been maining Azir all set 3 long, and it has so many reps with him. I can imagine he has so many reps against the likes of Diana, of course, as he gets his 2nd point. And now I'm thinking about what can be hidden in that hand that he has to be worried about, because he wants to go ahead and try to push against the Lunari. Ideally, you take her down, because taking down a Diana Lunari is definitely a big step in the right direction. And he's going for a Knight, attaches the Brutalizer, swinging on in. What little tricksy spells are looming currently in the hand? We're about to find out.
Okay, just fully retreating the Diana. Interestingly, didn't use the Diana ability for 1 energy to predict when the showdown began. But that's fine. He might have a Gust in hand or something he wants to hold up. The Eye of the Herald, I did notice, Rockfall Path, units can't be played here. The Eye of the Herald won't be able to give him a recruit on that battlefield, even if he moves it up to there, which is probably why this Doran Shield moved up. Normally you'd want to move up the Eye of the Herald to the empty battlefield to just have more units safely on board. And then, yeah, Hollow Legends, tap 1, readies the Azir, and then because a gear has already been played, or an equipment more specifically, he can tap the Azir again, put down another Sand Soldier. And suddenly this Azir has 4 Sand Soldiers and a recruit on board. That's a pretty sizable battlefield for this Diana to clear, and something like a Moonfall is not going to be enough, because he's going to have to start pulling multiple units into these battlefields, or a Brutalizer equipped on the Sand Soldier is going to be able to try and retake anything that this Diana clears on this turn.
Right, you know, I have heard before an Azir on the play with the Hall of Legends is almost unwinnable for your opponent. Do you tend to agree? Do they just get too much massive advantage on a battlefield, especially being the one playing first? Or is there little ways around it? Because in this situation, it definitely seems to have some merit to that statement.
It's probably one of the strongest going first battlefields for Azir. It runs the almost issue that a lot of the powerful decks in this set have of being extremely consistent. There is pretty much no deck that can match the consistent barrage of Sand Soldiers that a Hall of Legends Azir can give you. The only decks that might be able to would be something like Master Yi, getting that consistent +2 on defense. But even then, if the Azir is going first, he's going to get that tempo that, yeah, I don't know that there is a deck that can match how consistently this Azir is going to be able to put threats on the board.
Right. Yeah, honestly, one of the more consistent, and did even increase in terms of consistency come on in set 3 from Spirit Forger cores, and it was already a bit of a monster in set 2, as we saw take a couple regional, or not a couple, but at minimum take that one regional championship or qualifier championship under his belt with, I believe, the Leo one that took place out there. And of course, thanks to Squirtle coming around one more time, took it down in Utrecht recently as well. So Azir, definitely one of the more hidden powerhouses of the set, because he's so strong, but it takes a really strong pilot to make full use and capitalize on how strong Azir really is.
For sure. So Gust comes out, it does remove the Brutalizer and the Eye of the Herald from this Hall of Legends battlefield. We don't know what that hidden card is. Could be a Hidden Blade, could be a Guards. If that's a Guards, that battlefield is very secure, because then a Guards comes in and that Sand Soldier's up at 5 might. That's going to be really hard to break. If it's a Hidden Blade, then whatever this Diana runs up runs the risk of dying. Or even the Azir can just kill the recruit and get the 2 card draw here, because the Azir is very low on Guards. It's not normally a problem for Azir because he gets so much value out of each card he has. But in this particular instance, he's playing so fast and he hasn't had any additional card draw, so he is running low on options.
You know, speaking of card draw, that hidden card could very well be something as a Hidden Blade as well, to try to replenish the hand, as you mentioned, running a little bit low. So whether it goes down, you know, whether it's a Guard or a Hidden Blade is not going to be too bad, depending on what it is. But it is, as you mentioned, Knight, the Guards coming in, trying to attach the Brutalizer, more than likely to defend the Hall of Legends against the Lunari. But 6 energy still to work with for Diana. A simple... I mean, what can work here to, Starcross, but it kind of costs you one of your units as well. Is something like a Moonfall, now that Defy is out of the equation, worthwhile?
A Moonfall would definitely be good. There was also a Ride the Wind picked up. Ride the Wind in the Ravenbloom would conquer this battlefield, though the Diana would still die. And yeah, fair enough. Just setting up the Hui on the back line. This Brutalizer loses a lot of its value, having now been attached to this Sand Soldier, only making the Sand Soldier 3 might rather than 5 might. So on the next turn, potentially, he can clear this battlefield far easier with the Hui. Now, Cactus King on Azir can move that Brutalizer, but at the moment, he holds both battlefields, so there's not a lot to try and push for. And yeah, something like an Arise, just get 4 more Sand Soldiers, probably back at the base, maybe 1 to help defend this Rockfall path. But just saying, hey, you can take these battlefields, I'm gonna take them back.
Exactly, right. And there's not a serious baseline removal, right? You have sometimes access to, I mean, not so much Diana, but of course in like blue purple with Ezreal, the deadly flourishes, the singularities. All that Diana has is things like Moonfall to bring in a single unit into these battlefields to deal with them. But other than that, Bellows, Breath, Watcher combos are not too known in Diana, because right now something like that might be the only way of her getting back into this game. 1 to 5 is a massive point differential that I don't think Diana feels too confident in coming back from. But first things first, let's go ahead and see what cards are at the top of the deck thanks to the Hui coming in. Because you have to do something, whether it's defending or deal with that backline. Because right now, Azir's just completely running away with this game 1.
For sure. Now, there was something interesting I saw on the last turn for the Azir. He played a readied Sand Soldier to the Hall of Legends, giving it the Eye of the Herald. So when he moved it back to base, he got a free additional recruit that he wouldn't have if all of those Sand Soldiers were placed on the base initially. For the Diana here, I was thinking, we know there's a Ride the Wind, there is a Hui on the battlefield, or now it's back at the base, but a Ride the Wind with the Hui, bumping it up to potentially 8 with discarding a unit, could make one of these battlefields pretty hard to break for the Azir. And interestingly, the Azir's only at 5 points. They're not at 6, which means they do not threaten lethal on the next turn. So it's going to be at least 2 turns that this Diana has. The Azir's got 2 cards in hand. The Diana has 4 and is obviously able to draw a ton with this Hui and discarding and all of that. So it's not as threatening as it seemed. The Diana can still stabilize here.
Yeah, I believe she still has a bit of things going in her way, of course, but I think there's no sense of urgency right now for Azir to kind of contest these battlefields, but contests it either way, saying let's go ahead and reveal what might just be an additional tide turner to either activate the Hui one more time, get some additional draws. Maybe this is bait, but you know, Knight, with 2 energy still remaining, I'm always worried about something like a hard bargain. But I think he's going for it. He's saying, you know what? I could probably have something like a Hidden Blade to deal with the Hui and just pray you don't have the counter. Or what else are you saying here that he just swung in with just a single unit? Was he just getting it out the way now?
Probably. So he can't hard bargain the Tide Turner movement. So the Hui was guaranteed to come up to this battlefield. The Sand Soldier that died has the Brutalizer equipped. It could just be as simple as swap the Brutalizer off of that Sand Soldier because it had already been equipped, so it lost its value, and now try and get a Sand Soldier that could actually take out this Hui. He does still need to keep in mind that there was that Ride the Wind, which I'm pretty sure has not been discarded yet, so it is still in hand.
Yeah, definitely.
And
we could go ahead and look at the trash, but I
potentially
completely agree with you. I think it's still available. So do you think something like that to get himself to the other battlefield? And does that fall a little victim to something like a Defy? Is that lurking in the final 3 cards in hand for Azir?
Defy would definitely hold this Hui in place. I don't know that it will matter too much, but it definitely is possible. Yep, hold the Hui in place and then try and kill it. The Vex Apathetic's still at base, Ravenbloom's still at base. Acceptable losses. I'm assuming the Eye of Herald, or actually one of these Doran Shields could be killed, I believe, because that's 3, 5, 6, so 9 at this battlefield. He could technically have killed the Doran Shield and still cleared, but now he gets to conquer.
Yeah, things
I
just
don't
seemingly
know
going
which
a
one
little
is
bit
better,
from
the
bad
Shield or
to
Herald.
worse against or for our Diana player. Had a good amount of board development overall, but now with the Hui eliminated, you had completely taken out your draw engine. A Vex, a Tide Turner, and a Ravenloft Student plus just 2 cards next turn are all you have to work with. The same cannot be said about Cactus King. Look at the boatload of Sand Soldiers on top of the champion that's able to go ahead and rendezvous those to any direction he goes in on. I think this one is 100% locked in, unless we're missing something here.
Definitely looks locked in, and ironically, the card advantage that the Diana has or had previously is pretty much gone. It's 2 cards to 1. Neither player's got a lot of cards, but the board value for the Azir is so much higher at this stage.
Definitely seems to be the case, and now trying to find some sequence, some kind of outs here. But what can you realistically do? I mean, yes, even if you go ahead and double conquer with any kind of pickup, I mean, you know, strangely enough, we haven't seen any kind of moonfalls in this first game 1, but just testing the water, saying, is it an additional guards that did so much work that previous combat doing work one more time, as he most likely will be switching the brutalizer from base over to the brutalizer, or over to Sand Soldier on the defending showdown. So going up to 5 plus the 3, 8 total defending might. I don't think this Vex is able to crack for the second time, or the Diana with the Vex is able to crack this battlefield, as you're doing a good job of defending, crazy enough.
Yeah, or Moonfall here could pull in the recruit. Oh, well, there we go. It could pull in a recruit, and that would let him trade. But I believe if he pulls in a Sand Soldier, he's still going to lose this Vex and not clear this board.
Yeah, let's do
Or is
them.
it-
We said
it's
8, so
-2, yeah.
-4 essentially. So it's just gonna be 4 to 4. So just trading 1 for 1. So you're able to double conquer, getting yourself up to 4 points. But now you have the question of, how am I defending from the monster back line that Azir currently has set up?
Well, so even here, he doesn't fully clear this Azir's Hall of Legend because he has to assign 5 points of damage, and he only
Oh,
has
true,
4 points of
4.
damage he can use.
Oh.
And there's the scoop. Yeah.
He's seen enough night. He's like, you know what? I'm at 2 points. The best I can do right now is get up to 4 points. You still have your chosen champion. You have about 4 to 5 Sand Soldiers in the back as well. Let's go ahead and pray I get a little bit more fortuitous in this game number 2, as I will be on the draw, or I'll be on the play, and you won't have your Hall of Legends. So normally, I know we've seen the deck list, but pretend we didn't see the deck list. What are the more traditional battlefields we see from Azir?
So for Azir, the standard that I've seen, I believe because it's what Squirtle played, was Hall of Legends, Trifurion War Camp, and Arena's Greatest,
Right.
with the War Camp for going second, Hall of Legends game 1, and then Arena's Greatest when you're going first. So here I would expect a Trifurion War Camp from the Azir. I don't know if that's what he's going to play, but that is what I would expect going into this as the Diana. Meanwhile, for Diana, normally if you're going first, it's going to either be Arena's Greatest or Abandoned Hall. I don't recall if Diana's like Arena's Greatest too much, because they like having some more value from each turn going by and getting more card draw.
Okay. You know, I feel like Arena's Greatest might be a little bit of working backwards, especially against a legend like Azir. So I would imagine, I mean, to be fair, we don't get to see too many arenas on Diana. We've seen it little in like niche situations, but maybe more so the Targon's Peak direction, as we're seeing it right here. So as you said, Trifurion War Camp and Targon's Peak will be those battlefield selections for the second game. Can Diana do a little bit more work in this game number 2? Because in that opening game, they just didn't have too much going for them, right? We didn't get to see their usual kind of control-y game plan and getting so much value from Lunari. She kind of just threw it to the wind, and it died for nothing, it almost felt like, right?
For sure. Something that people don't really talk about, but I think is actually what makes this Diana deck so potent, is Diana Lunari is effectively pay 1, draw 1 anytime a showdown initiates. yes, the Diana deck has about 50% spells, but with the predict on top of it, you have a 1 in 2 chance of seeing a spell, and then if you don't see a spell, you can recycle it, and then take another 1 in 2 chance of getting a spell on the reveal. So, for most turns, this Diana Lunari is just going to be draw 1, pay 1, and with especially the Diana Legend, it becomes extremely easy to pay to draw 1.
Yeah, and it's so helpful that the majority of the cards in your deck are indeed spells to benefit from the simple predict one. Of course, if it's not a spell, put at the bottom, and then pray that about 40 to 50% of your deck is about spells or so. So you're more often not going to be guaranteeing that draw from the Lunari. And speaking of the devil, the Lunari does come down on that second turn, passes on over, and I think it's time for a little bit of conquering going down from our Azir player. I'm wondering though, I think it's definitely way too early to get something like a champ down. Hopefully he has an equipment, because it's his second turn. You want to go ahead and start the engine as early as possible.
I'm going to assume, because he played guards on turn 1, that he does not have any equipment in hand. At least on the previous turn, he might have drawn something this turn specifically, but with the Sand Soldier going in for just a simple trade and praying there's no Stupefy, I'm guessing there are a lot of spells and maybe a Vi Peacekeeper in hand, and that's it.
Oh, I like what you're saying, right? 5 energy remaining. If it's going to be something like a Stupefy, but no, saying, you know what? I pass Prio, take the trade 1 for 1. Now tap in 5. Is that indeed the Vi Peacemaker, as you said, or a potential acceleration? No, it's actually the Ashe coming down, taking a peek at the hand and forcing him to hold if he wants to get it back. And that is a big hand. Moonfall, Apathetic, Fizz, acceptable losses for your gears, and a nice little early drop to a Ravenbloom Student. That's some gas in the hand.
That is kind of terrifying. So normally I would have thought Ashe would be there for something like an Aurora, where one card is really, really important to be removed. But Ashe for the Diana matchup, I'm wondering what card he is so scared of that he wants to run the Ashe to pull it out. Because Ashe, 5 energy and a power for 4 might is really bad might for cost, and usually is not played main board for that reason unless there is a card so important that you need to take it out of their hand. Granted, Moonfall is pretty important, but I don't know if it's worth something like this Ashe that's not really going to be able to do a lot for this Azir when it's on the board.
Yeah, I completely agree. You're kind of lowering your consistency, which we actually see coming into play here in this game number 2. Where are the equipments for the equipment-centric deck like Azir? I mean, there was the sideboard tech. You took some out apparently for this Ashe, or it's just a card that you ended up picking up and you're just getting a little bit unlucky, but I don't hate it. The beautiful thing about Ashe is that you're able to hit spells, you're able to hit units, you're able to hit anything in the hand. So whether you're picking off the Hueys, the Moonfalls, as we just saw him go ahead and take care of temporarily, of course, I don't hate it. It is a 4 might body at the minimum, but I agree. I just don't think it truly belongs in Azir. But if there's someone that understands Azir better than I do, it's definitely going to be Cactus King.
Yeah, I imagine, unfortunately, this Ashe play says more about what's in Cactus King's hand than it does about what's in the deck. No gear, and presumably no other units because he's playing Azir. He might be just kind of gonna get blown out for this second game. It's not looking good, and we already know there's 1 acceptable losses and a Fizz in the Diana's hand. So even if he gets a gear on the board or even 2 gear on the board, the Diana is not going to be phased. She can clear those very easily.
As you said, locked and loaded for as soon as one of those gears making their appearance. Maybe that's an Azir trying to play around what he saw from Ashe, saying, you know what, I might have a gear, but let's wait till I have something like a Defy online to go ahead and preserve my gears potentially. But in this situation, you kind of just have to get those cards out of the hand regardless. Ideally, Azir traditionally would have multiple gears, but as you said, this goes to show you just the quality of cards currently in hand. They might not be too gear heavy, as we're kind of discussing now. And speaking of gears, BF Sword, one of the bigger gears, I feel like. It's probably the more impactful besides Brutalizer that could come out from Azir. Potion on forward, trying to deny the hold and deny the Moonfall getting back in the hand.
Yep. BF Sword, definitely the bigger of Azir's gear. Now, this Ashe, we saw previously, except Blosses, Fizz, and Ravenbloom Student, as well as a Vex Apathetic, I believe. So, there's no Stupefy, which means this Ashe should be able to clear this board pretty comfortably, especially after the energy is expended for the Draw 1, Ride the Wind, and acceptable losses. And a gear was played, so a Sand Soldier can be played to the board. So, ironically, Azir's kind of stabilized. This Hui is very threatening, but the Azir is at least on the board, getting a point, and the Diane only has the Hui.
Yeah, speaking of Hui pushing in, saying what is under the hood, we saw 2 guards in that game number 1. Is it going to be something like a hidden blade to try to say, do you have the hard bargain or do you not have the hard bargain? Because I'm forcing you to go ahead and play it repeated, but currently 8 total might swinging in, and this time around it will be the hidden blade as we anticipated, trying to say, do you have it, Diana? Because it's going to cost you a good amount of runes to do so. 3 runes, and that should be the repeated hard bargain at that. So it has the option, but what he might have is what we're seeing right here, the Defy, forcing him to have an additional hard bargain repeated at that. It looks like Azir was prepared for what was to come.
Yeah, that Hidden Blade is massive for this Azir, because now the board state is entirely Azir favored. Granted, Azir's on 3 runes, so he's not gonna be able to play out a ton on his next turn, but this Diana not having a board state might be worse than not having the runes at the moment.
Right, the one thing she does have going for her, compared to that game number 1 towards that mid to late game, she has a whole lot more card economy than she did previously in hand. So, I mean, slowly but surely she's going to be able to go ahead and rebuild the board state. The disparity is not too much of a difference right now. 2 to 3 isn't as massive as the 2 to 7 we ended up with in that game number 1. So, still feeling somewhere in like manageable territory. So, things aren't looking too down for her. But I think you gave Azir a whole lot of room. Right? It was more so Azir kind of maneuvering a bit of a bad start and trying to make it to the best start he can. This just goes to show you how much experience and practice he has on Azir, that even with the lack of equipments to start things off, he's still in a bit of a winning position from here.
Yep. Now, the Doran shield came down. Another Sand Soldier hits the board. We do know there's a Fizz in hand if he wants to get another acceptable losses to kill it and just keep this gear count extremely low. He does push in with the Vex. Discipline will let this Sand Soldier trade potentially. Something like a Stupefy will... Yep, there we go. It will make the Sand Soldier potentially lose unless there's an Unguard in hand.
It would be his last card. I said potentially a bit of a winning position. I kind of digress with the lack of hand size. This is just looking a little bit tough for him as Vex does get the conquer and does set up her ability comes online. Nothing could get accelerated. So things like guard, things like the chosen champion completely go offline. But what's more threatening is the amount of runes / cards in hand. That's what I'm terrified about.
Yep, the Azir has recycled a lot of runes this game, and it might be coming back to bite him. The Vex Apathetic can be cleared, presuming there are no cards or runes for the Vex to be defended with. If the Sand Soldier drops the Doran shield, probably by dying, then the Ashe could clear the Vex, but anything like a Stupefy will cause the Ashe to also die. And that would be a disaster for this Azir. The Azir can't accelerate out anything, can't bring out his Azir champion unit. So at best, maybe like a Brutalizer would be helpful here.
He's
Otherwise,
too. It might very well
this
be
Moonfall,
exactly as
there's
you
the
mentioned.
Brutalizer.
Mm-hmm. So as you said, there's just 2 units to work with as Vex is online. So try and do what you can. Brutalizer most likely will be attached to either of these units. Doesn't feel that bad. I'm leaning more towards the Sand Soldier. So if you have to, at worst, cascade both equipment, you have the ability to do so. Because you have enough might with just the Brutalizer on either of these. The Doran Shield is just kind of solidifying, but no splitting the difference here. Swinging in one at a time. Saying, you know what, let's go ahead with the bigger unit. Even if you have something like, I don't even think 4 energy. There's nothing, right? 7 to 4. I don't think you got out of this for Vex.
Starcross, Stupefy, Moonfall would let him trade. The other thing to take note of here, though, is he's only got 2 comm runes left for Azir. So if he does cascade both gear onto one unit, he will be completely out of comm. That works, yeah. Ride the Wind will let him just say, fine, you can take the Triferian War Camp. I'm still going to hold. And this Brutalizer, you're not getting it off this Ashe. She's still going to be alive. The Sand Soldier won't be able to clear this Vex without some sort of assistance, and there's still cards available for this Vex to be defended with.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Vex is still online regardless of which battlefield you're on, of course. The showdown does close, so 4-4. Death Grip is the perfect response, allowing him to go ahead and reattach the Brutalizer to the Sand Soldier in the back line. On top of that, you're double dipping on all that might that Ashe currently has, which is as tall as 7, and then you double up from the Brutalizer. This is going to be a massive Sand Soldier coming Diana's way. How can they get out? I mean, Ride the Wind number 2, just to kind of make his way over. I don't see anything with 2 energy that can get over what this potential. He might not even have to spend for the Brutalizer. It could just be a little bit inefficient, but trying to just solidify this Conqueror. And I like it because you go ahead and deny the Moonfall one more turn.
Yep. That Death Grip, a really nice, presumably top deck. And the Vex will die, so the hold is not going to happen. That Moonfall will still be banished. The Doran Shield goes to trash. Now, the Azir, I believe, has played an equipment this turn, so he can still make another Sand Soldier and potentially even move that Brutalizer back. Because if he leaves the Brutalizer on that Sand Soldier and it gets killed by the Hui, he's going to have to... That works. I was going to say, if he gets killed by the Hui, he's going to have to reattach it. But if you charm the Hui up, yes, the Hui gets his movement trigger. But even with +3 might, this Sand Soldier at 10 is still going to be good enough to clear this Hui without something else from the Diana. But I don't think there's anything that... I guess another acceptable losses could make it a trade, but that's not likely to happen here, yeah.
Man, an incredible sequence of events that just went down on Azir's turn. I was just counting them out, but just like that, able to completely eliminate the entire board for Diana. Unfortunately for him, a simple Gust will be sufficient enough to go ahead and wipe yourself, but a reaction speed on guard followed by the reaction speed Gust coming down and make sure you have no units going further. And when we're talking about 0 cards in hand versus 4, no units to no units, I think Diana is able to go ahead and establish a little bit faster and better than someone like an Azir just simply top decking turn after turn. So tricky situation. And I was just about to say, if there was any player to go ahead and win from this kind of back against the wall position he was in, it would be Cactus King. But with the 1-2 punch coming in on this turn for Diana, Ride the Wind, make sure that there is no accelerated shenanigans coming out. This might have been kind of, not all she wrote, but pretty far step in that direction in terms of like, not guaranteeing, but making sure you're all but sure to lock this one out for game 2.
For sure. Now, the Diana goes up to 7 here. Honestly, I might have preferred to see the acceptable losses. Brutalizer is very scary as an equipment. Now, okay, yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking he could be playing for was the Starcross. If the Fizz goes back in hand, he can put back out the Fizz, get the acceptable losses this time. But frankly, with a hold going up to 8, the Azir can't accelerate anything out. If he had a charm and something he could accelerate for 1 energy, but that is just not possible in this scenario.
It looks to be the case, right? As you mentioned, does have the potential for a phase acceptable losses just to deny any kind of cascade potential. But on top of that, you can't really move anything with the Vex Apathetic being on that battlefield. So I think this is just completely going in the direction Diana. There's not too much you can do. You have 2 unknown cards, but none of them could be too impactful. Arise is traditionally one of the best cards you can play, but no equipment and no accelerated potential. So a little funsies he was having at the end, but we find ourselves in that final game 3 here. Now, Knight, how big is it for Azir one more time going first? You said before, usually it's things like an arena's greatest. I believe what we saw from the deck list when he played at Hartford, I believe it was against Prismaticism. He was running a little bit of a different tech. He was running Grove of the Godwillow as that final battlefield. Is that still a good battlefield to have because you're going to be the first one to possibly be defend? Or is it kind of counterintuitive for someone like Azir?
Well, I can definitely see it both ways. So even just in this specific best of 3, we have seen that this Azir is running low on cards. So being able to get cards from defending is fantastic for him. Azir, though, likes to have almost this, it's not really a swarm as much as a barrage setup where every turn 1 or 2 Sand Soldiers is played to base, and then sure, the enemy clears your board. Next turn you have a 6 Might Sand Soldier, it's walking up to one battlefield, a 6 Might going up to the other one. Normally I don't see Azir's defending as hard as you would need to get a lot of value out of this Grove of the Godwillow, and it can definitely backfire if the Diana can get onto the board first. And ironically, that's what we're seeing. No turn 1 play from the Azir means probably no cheap gear in hand, and this Diana is going to be able to get up onto that Grove of the Godwillow, and then it's on the Azir to try and take a Diana off of a battlefield with 1 Sand Soldier.
Yeah, 1 Sand Soldier and a good amount of runes to make use of on the defensive end as well. I mean, you play a Raven Blue student, you still have 4 energy to work with to try to fend off from that 1 Sand Soldier. Brutalizer has already been attached, so even a simple Gust is enough to do it. So you're having to go ahead and spend things like an On Guard as we've seen before, or even worse, something like a Defy on a simple Gust. So not in the most idealistic situation. You know, when Azir hits, it just goes full gas, no brakes. But in these situations where you don't open with that traditional 1 energy equipment, 1 energy to tap your rune, or legend to get the Sand Soldier, it feels like it's just not the craziest explosive decks that we've seen Azir players do. You know, maybe I gotta play Azir more to truly understand, is there a bit of a consistency issue more than, because when Squirtle plays it, I feel like he just draws the nuts every single game regardless of whether he's first or second. Is it just a skill thing that we're seeing here, or is this something why Azir isn't too prominent as we were discussing before?
I mean, I'm inclined to say that this is almost just bad luck. So he is running 3 Doran Shield, 3 Eye of the Herald, 3 Soul Sword. So that's 9 turn 1 plays if he's going first. That's more than most players are running with their 2 drop units,
right,
typically sticking to 8. And then with Brutalizers being 3 of, he's running effectively 12 early game plays. So 2 games in a best of 3 not having your turn 1 play, and especially in one of the games getting, 3 gear total over the course of the match, that feels very unlucky with a quarter of your deck being gear.
Yeah, you're totally right. Sometimes that's just how the cookie tends to crumble sometimes. But now with the Vex Apathetic getting established on this Grove of the Godwillow, it could be a nightmare scenario. Your own battlefield being used against you. And Diana, no stranger to extra cards, but she's going to be generating a whole lot of additional cards this game if they can't go ahead and contest this battlefield. Because it starts here. I mean, can a single Sand Soldier do all that heavy lifting? Because you're having to get over 7 might. You have to be worried about the 1 energy and a hidden card. Usually it's just a tide turner for the hidden, right? Or is there anything else you can think of?
No, it would probably only be tide turner.
Right.
purple and blue both have other hidden cards, something like a Consult the Past, but we don't see Diana needing to run most of the other hidden cards. No switcheroos, no Consult the Past. So it is probably just a Tide Turner, which is still 2 extra might for this battlefield. And this Sand Soldier, I don't know that he can get over even just the 7 might, let alone 7 plus another 2. In theory, if he had Brutalizer BF Sword in hand specifically, he could give +6 to this Sand Soldier, bringing it all the way up to 9, and they would trade, barring whatever that one energy is. If it's a Stupefy, then the Sand Soldier still dies, and without any energy held up to play another Sand Soldier with the Azir Legend, it would be a really bad spot for him still. The card draw going to the Diana. Okay, Ungard gives a +2, putting it at 5, so it is going to be enough to trade with specifically Vex, if that is what this Azir wants to get rid of. Perhaps something like a Guards in hand to accelerate out another Sand Soldier, bringing it up to 5 with the Brutalizer, which would then clear this board, assuming that it is a Tide Turner hidden. Could actually be a pretty good play.
Yeah, not too bad. Trading evenly is never a wrong idea, especially when you're a little bit on the back foot of course. So let's see exactly how things pan out, because one thing you mentioned, Stupefy could be impactful. Another card that could be impactful here as well is something as simple as an acceptable loss, is bringing that Sand Soldier down to just 2 might. Now you're not trading with any, actually it was the on guard that increased it, so he just has a single might from that Brutalizer. So acceptable loss is not as impactful as I thought, but decently impactful if you're going to go ahead and cascade it, which it looks like he prepared to do so. As you said, a potential guards paying the additional cost to come in accelerated. Let's see, is this enough, or are we going to be caught a bit off guard from that acceptable losses potentially?
Acceptable losses is definitely going to be a problem if it's in hand. The other thing I had just thought of would be running actually the Azir champion unit up instead of playing the guards. It would be more energy recycled and potentially not leaving him access to what looks like maybe a discipline in hand based on that rune tapping, but it would then let him clear the battlefield and hold with the Azir, unless this Diana can get a unit on board and ride the wind up and then clear the Azir, which would be a really good spot for this Azir if he can get into it.
Yeah, let's see exactly what he has in mind. Tap in 1 might be an additional on guard, and that it is. So bringing it up to 7 total swinging might. Now you're over. Acceptable losses now just threatening 5-5 currently. Let's see what that final energy is going to be spent on. It is going to be the gust and reaction speed. So wait a minute. Oh, on your own unit to save it. Interesting.
So the Sand Soldier is already above 3 might. It can't be gusted. So yeah, saving the Diana Lunari, that to me says that this Diana is playing low on units. With this Tide Turner and Vex both dead, he maybe has 1 other unit in hand, maybe a Ravenbloom or a Hui. But if he's saving the Diana Lunari, especially when Gust can be super effective against specifically these Azir Sand Soldiers, then the Diana's probably running very low on units in that hand.
Right, you bring up a good point. Specifically in this situation, imagine having that Gust, you're able to go ahead and bounce that Sand Soldier back to the hand, effectively eliminating it and not letting him get any additional cards from that Grove of the God Willow. But brilliant previous turn, but oh, you don't need a Gust if you have another one in the hand, of course. So no Grove of the God Willow plays, but a Defy waiting for him. Do we have the counter for the counter? And things are getting resolved, so no hard bargain to be found. Is there anything to kind of accelerate things out? No, but there is a fizz to bring about that Gust, and down he goes. So Grove of the God Willow isn't going to be coming online for either of these players. They're fighting hard for this battlefield, which makes sense because it's one of the bigger value generation battlefields you can have in Riftbound.
Turn to Dust. So Turn the Dust, I saw it in the deck list for the sideboard, but it had not been shown in either of the previous 2 games. So we now know there is at least 1 Turn to Dust and 2 acceptable losses in the deck. That is a lot of gear hate for this Azir to try and manage, especially with something like a Fizz that can be repeatedly just star-crossed back into your hand to replay all this gear hate. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, definitely an understatement. You know, traditionally in the earlier stages of the Unleashed meta, we saw a bit of a more heavier gear removal centered Diana. Things like main board Turn to Dust. And speaking of one more time, taking out the BF Sword, Fizz is just such an incredibly strong card. Bringing out the Lunar, we knew what's in hand. These guys are toe to toe, not trying to give any inch, you know, towards these battlefields for either of these board states. So trying to see who can kind of get the upper hand. Whoever tries, if you're able to kind of clear either of these board states with this amount of cards in hand for either of these players, I think that first player to do so will be in a huge advantage going forward. But of course, a little easier said than done because you don't have any backline interaction as Azir. The only exception being something like a Charm, as we saw in that game 1.
Exactly. And going back to the Gust on Diana, we have seen 3 Gusts played in the past 2 turns. So this Diana's hand was a Fizz, 3 Gusts, and whatever those last 2 cards are, as well as potentially a Turn to Dust. So definitely running low on units and not afraid to just say, hey, I'm going to Gust and take my Diana back because I have 3 of them in hand and a Fizz if I need a 4th.
Yeah, and that's something that you don't have to consider any longer for Cactus Game, saying, you know what, my Sandsurgers can freely conquer because all Gusses have been utilized in this final game 3. That is a bit of an edge there. Leaving 4 energy is a bit of a telegraph that you do have some combat trick potential. Does Diana take the bait, saying, you know what, I didn't have the hard bargain before, but I might have something else up my sleeve. Let's see exactly what that can be. Looking at the deck one more time, a Moonfall could be pretty impactful. We saw 1 Defy. If Diana draws all her Gust, can Azir maybe draw all their Defies is the question.
For sure, a Moonfall here will drop the battlefield to 2 might total, which would then let this Diana clear without any other cards being played. Yep, there's the Moonfall. And potentially this Azir is bluffing. So he does leave 4 runes up, but that doesn't necessarily mean he has the combat tricks with only 3 cards in hand necessary to hold this battlefield, and it kind of is becoming a bluff versus bluff. There is some of the spice I was interested to see. That is a Shen Kinku dropped onto the battlefield. Reaction speed with tank and shield 2.
Nice.
It's effectively a Rengar Pouncing, a more commonly seen card, but it's for defense, which adds 5 might to this battlefield and makes it pretty hard to break, especially with tank. Now,
Yeah.
A second Moonfall, it's not going to be enough to trade. At best, this Diana's going to be able to clear the Shen, but you would need 2 additional damage to clear even those 0 might units, which is going to be enough with the Fizz running up. But the Fizz doesn't get the double conquer that I'm sure the Diana was begging to happen, given Diana has a single card in hand, and Azir not in a much better state, using Discipline on the Fizz, just trying to get something into his hand. BF Sword, presumably the top deck, will get another Sand Soldier down. That's 5 might on the Sand Soldier. But this Diana has a lot of Turn to Dust and Gusts and all kinds of cards to deal with it, so it's entirely possible that this Diana just clears the BF Sword again.
Right, well, there was with that Lunari having those activations turn after turn, but just having a good position from the starting Gust into double Moonfall, because the Shen, side note, we're going to see a whole lot more of that card with Shen Legend coming into Vendetta come July 31st. Granted, his Legend ability not the best, so maybe we won't be seeing too much of the Shen, but a little bit more than we'd see now. And to make, you know, going back to this game though, to make matters worse, the Starcross enabling some Fizz shenanigans for the 4th or 5th time in this series. I think Diana might have been solidifying with that final Starcross, because 3 cards in hand, 1 equipment available is just not enough. This Arise coming down, that is the less, you know, the lowest value Arise we've seen in some time.
Arguably, previous game we did see a zero. Gear Arise played. But yes, that is not what you want to see on a rise for a single Sand Soldier. Fizz comes out, Starcross presumably replayed. I did quickly check the trash. There isn't any Turn to Dust or acceptable losses for this Fizz to play. So the BF Sword is going to be sticking on this battlefield up until the Diana draws something to deal with it.
It looks like the Grove of the Godwillows we were a little bit worried about in that early game. If Diana catches hold of that battlefield and then uses her combat tricks to not let go, it's just going to be allowing Diana to kind of run away with the remaining of the game as he establishes another Vex Apathetic, double the trouble. Now each battlefield saying, deal with me or you're not going to be able to do anything the very same turn your units come down. And to make matters worse, lethal is the very next turn. Diana might have locked this one all but in.
Yeah, technically a charm would let the Azir hold on for another turn, but unless he can either get both Vexes off battlefields or kill them both, which I'm pretty sure double Hidden Blade is his only option for that, he doesn't have a way of clearing these two battlefields. And 3 cards in hand, it's probably not going to be double Hidden Blade in hand that he would specifically need.
Yeah, honestly, he needs a whole lot of great cards off the top, and it's just a little bit tad too slow because, as you said, Hidden Blade deals with one of them. You need. Did you say already 2 Hidden Blades? I was typing in chat for a second.
Yeah, 2 Hidden Blades could clear both Vexes. A Charm could move a Vex so that it's only one battlefield being held.
True.
Even double Hidden Blade, that's 4 more cards back in the hand of Diana, and Azir would be down to 1 card. So at that situation, I don't know that he's in a better spot than he is right now.
You're totally right. Giving your opponent 4 cards is not too much of a good spot. I mean, yes, you didn't win the game, but you're kind of just delaying the inevitable, right? You know Diana's going to be ending up winning, whether it's on this turn or a couple turns down the road. Just not a good position. A little bit of unluckiness going down for Azir, and on the other side of the board, a very fortuitous start, mid-game, and now end-game for Diana. You know, you could say it's a little bit luck, but Lunari kind of adjusts your luck in your direction. The Grove of the Godwillow had a little bit to do, as I believe there was 2 triggers, so got to see a couple extra cards, and that sometimes makes a world of difference, as Diana should be winning this game 2-1 in this round 4.
Yeah, the Grove of the Godwillow, it did kind of backfire for this Azir. 2 card draw for the Diana, and the Azir did not get a single hold on the Grove of the Godwillow.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty scary. Now, granted, he did miss his turn 1 play, and without missing that, the game could be entirely different. It is interesting that the Diana was playing Turn to Dust and also acceptable losses. And with Vendetta coming out soon, we're going to have even more gear with something like Jace, Legend, that I have a feeling Azir's going to fall in the meta because gear hate's going to become even more prominent with Vendetta.
I think so as well. You know, real quick, Night, I believe these players already said GG. I mean, I didn't see them say GG, but I think they said it in VC. So let's head back to the booth. It looks like there's just 10 minutes remaining, but Cactus King, maybe I won't say the favored player, but the player I know a lot of people were rooting for, as he kind of has come to the limelight with his suit. I mean, Night Fighter, did you see him at the Hartford Regional with the suit, or did you not catch those games? Oh, and I think your mic went silent.
Oh, yep. I have push talk on. I forgot about it. I did see him in his match against Prismaticism, where he was wearing a suit, and I believe I saw him at a previous regional even before that. And it is very fun to see people walk up full suit and tie for a card game at a tournament.
We've seen it like in Magic the Gathering. I've seen it here and there, but we didn't get to see it too much in like Riftbound before. So he's kind of bringing it to everyone's attention. And so much so that I believe in day 2 of Hartford, Alan ZQ said, you know what, let me bring out the suit as well. And he was playing with his suit in top 8, or it wasn't top 8, but in day 2 overall. Unfortunately, he was playing against the Lux Loop player. So things didn't go too much in his way. But chat, we have about 10 minutes remaining. Let's see if we can catch the tail end of one of these games that could still be playing, as we just have 2 matches still remaining. One of them is Syndicate, which I don't know if you guys are too familiar with the Chinese community. He's a really strong player from China, and they're actually a bit of a tried and true matchup as well. But, you know, we are in the later stages of the round, so if they haven't dropped just yet, they're probably on Diana, Yi, Aurelia, Azir. It's a Diana versus Azir one. But as I was getting at, Syndicate has multiple top 16 finishes over in the Chinese regional, so kind of known over there, not so known in this side, but maybe trying to make a name for himself here in today's Cash Cup. I'll have to check out his record, but it wouldn't surprise me to see if he's undefeated. Let's go ahead and tune in.
I don't believe he was undefeated because I had been looking previously and I did not see his name on the list.
You're right. I didn't see it. So maybe X1, X2 pretty much knocks you out of top 8. But even though this is the beginning stages of this final game number 3, keep in mind, guys, I know the timer reset on the screen, but there's actually just 5 minutes remaining until overtime begins. So we'll keep a very strong eye and let these players know when active turn 0 happens, because that's going to be making a bit of a difference as Diana is starting off with the early lead 4-1. If you keep a 2-point disparity between both these players, you will be winning regardless whether you get to 8 or not. So things are going in the favor of Diana, but Aurelia is a legend that could kind of close that gap pretty quickly with that legend ability.
It is interesting to see the Diana is running the Frigid Jewel version of the deck, something that was seen early on in Unleashed, but after Alan ZQ won a regional with Diana, we have not really seen any Frigid Jewel Diana plays. So I'm not sure if this is his comfort deck or he thinks that Frigid Jewel didn't get the chance it deserves, but this is a Frigid Jewel for the Diana, letting that Hui get a massive might boost on move.
Yeah, it really is. Second draw +2, or I'll go ahead and highlight for the folks at home that don't know this card. When you draw your second card, each turn you go ahead and give a +2 might on either units. You know, speaking of good niche blue cards, I feel like the Vendetta reveals have been favoring the blue domain a little bit, at least in the week 1 reveals. If we just saw, I think yesterday, what was it called? Temporal something. Temporal burst? Do you know what I'm talking about, Night Fighter?
Oh, yes. Temporal Breach. Banish a unit, then its owner plays it to the same location, ignoring its cost. I heard somebody mention something really interesting with that, which is Rockfall Path. The units can't be played there. You can banish your opponent's creature, and it just dies. And disappears
That's crazy,
forever.
Yeah.
Now, it is a slow
that.
speed spell, so it's either on your turn or from hidden. But it would be really fun to see that in like a finals match of a regional.
Yeah, that would be super fun. But, you know, normally is meant for the on the play effects one more time. So the Fizzes, the Watchers of the World, other units probably that could take good advantage of Mind Splitter number 2 coming down. What other cards do you think can best utilize that ability, like a little flicker ability like that card is?
So I imagine with the new set, the idea is actually the Jace, I believe it's Jace Brilliant Inventor from Spirit Forge.
Oh, the blue one, right?
When he's played, you can kill a
gear.
Oh,
no, I know the gear one.
Gear. Yeah, when he is played, you can kill a friendly gear to play a gear that is 7 energy or less, and he's 4 energy, 4 might. You still have to pay the power cost for the gear you play, but it's very efficient to get gear on the board with that Jace, and presumably if you can flicker him a couple times, if the Jace signature gear that I'm hoping he's going to get is powerful, then he would be able to bring it out more than once, which could be very nice.
Oh, I like what you're bringing up, right? Because the legend ability from Jace is so revolved around gears, it does make sense that his isn't a signature spell. It's definitely going to be something like a signature gear / equipment, probably more so just the gear route, because usually when you brought up that blue Chase from Spirit Forge, I'm like, okay, the only time we usually see it these days is with the the name is
Vanguard
escaping
Armory,
me.
yeah.
The yellow one. Yeah, Armory.
Yeah, Vanguard Armory.
Exactly. So, I mean, blue-yellow decks can go crazy with the Flicker Jays double Vanguard Armory, but I think that's too many puzzle pieces kind of aligning to get all that off. But ideally you can, but I like what you're saying. Hopefully there is a crazy signature spell, which should be revealed next week. I'm so excited for week 2 previews. I know you told me earlier your favorite legends are Vi and Jinx, right? So you're probably really gunning at that overnumber connecting art set.
Yeah, if I am able to get them, that would be fantastic. I imagine they're going to be expensive, though.
Oh, yeah.
The cards are not the best cards in the game, but they are going to be very sought after given they're from Arcane.
Yeah, they're super, super pretty. I mean, the whole Rivals connecting art over numbers, there's not one that I wouldn't be upset pulling. You know, the favorite one that was just revealed was the Gangplank and the what's her name? Alawi? Alawi. Those look insane. The Gangplank specifically, that artwork is crazy, and that's a good way to kind of make your debut in Riftbound at that too.
I do love the art style for some of these new overnumbers. In League of Legends, it's a skin set called Ink Shadow, so I would call it the Ink Shadow art style.
Oh.
But I know for artists, it would probably be called something different. But I love the art style for the new Rengar, the new Alawi.
You know, I'll throw this question over to chat. Who was a fan of the Renekton artwork for the overnumbered card? Was there anyone that saw it was like, man, that one is such a badass one. That is my chase card. Or was everyone a bit on the same boat that felt it was a bit of underwhelming? How did you feel about Renekton's overnumbered knight?
When I first saw it and I saw the presumably draft version, I went, what is this card? And then I saw the regular version. It's like, it's all right. It looks like a normal card, though. With a lot of these overnumbers, there's almost like a dominance to them where they are overshadowing the entirety of the card. And for the Renekton overnumber, he's just kind of there, just chilling in the back of the card. And that, to me, feels very underwhelming for overnumbered.
Definitely. I'll throw it on the other side of the cone. Which one was your favorite reveal over number so far? Real quick though, turn player 0 is Aurelia 6-5. So can he go ahead and pull out 2 points ahead? I mean, as I say that,
there's
I
no
realize
cards
2
in
points
hand,
ahead
so
is winning the game.
He will presumably win. There's no cards for the Diana, which means there's no units for the Diana. So presumably it's just going to be a hold to 8 for this Aurelia.
Right. And it looks to be the case. So Aurelia getting the upper hand in that game number 3 over our Diana players. So Syndicate still set up to be in a potential top 8 contention. But real quick, before we go back to the booth and this next break, what did you say or what did you have in mind for your favorite overnumber revealed so far?
I think the best looking overnumber is Zed, but I would definitely have the Akali overnumber as my phone background. So either of those two would work.
Nice, an Akali fan. You know, I am so excited for Akali as a legend package in general. I think this is going to be a whole lot of fun, a whole lot different way of playing the game than we previously had in the first 3 sets. Akali's a good one. Mel taking a page out of like LeBlanc's overnumber with that nice red and rose background. That one's super cool to me too, but these players are done. Let's go back to the commentary booth and chat. I believe that should be a wrap on round number 4. Let me go ahead and refresh things. Yep, that was it, chat. So we'll go ahead and throw it to a short break. Before we do so, Night Fighter, I thought you did an awesome job. You're super natural for your first time.
Thank you.
Chat, this was Night Fighter's first time ever casting. I think it just goes to show if you're pretty knowledgeable in Riftbound, which it clearly shows that you are knowledgeable. That's probably the best thing that matters, is that you have a good understanding of Riftbound and you know the intricacies and you know what to expect. So what'd you think of it, Night Fighter?
I mean, I loved it. I like talking and thinking about the plays that I'm watching, whether it's a regional or it's just at my locals. So casting the actual gameplay felt fantastic. It felt natural. It is definitely nerve-wracking, almost more so leading up to coming on to commentate, where it's like, oh, okay, I'm coming up on the next round. That was really nerve-wracking, but I imagine that will be easier with time.
Right. No, it definitely does. It's kind of just like traditional butterflies. Whenever you do something new and it does kind of, you get more familiarized with it. But yeah, we would love to have you on in future events. So you're in the casting Discord now. So we'll keep in touch. Before we go, though, as we do for all our casters, if you have any little shout outs or any little final things you want to leave us off with, because we're going to be hitting the back end and we're bringing a whole new set of casters for these next couple rounds going forward. So let us know what you have to say, Night Fighter.
Well, I'm not very active on social medias. If you follow me on Twitch, that will be where I'm most active, but I don't stream particularly consistently. Otherwise, probably here will be where I end up being most vocal and most seen. So follow this channel, follow for regional coverage, follow for the community tournaments, and hopefully I'll be back soon.
Yeah, for sure. We'd love to have you. But for now, guys, say peace out to Night Fighter. Say peace out to me as well. The next set of casters will be EK Pilot coming in. I already see you, EK, in chat. And I believe Constantino/Federo will be joining on the fun for round number 5, the all-important round to decide who will be our top 8 players of today's $1,000 Cash Cup. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Early on, but otherwise, yeah, I don't think it's the simplest deck in the format, but at the same time, it's not rocket science.
All right, if you want to hear what my simplest deck in the format is, Master Yi. I love that guy. I am the biggest fan of Master Yi, but I too can say, hey man, this guy's not that. He's not that hard to play.
I've already said, if we get Wukong in green and orange, I'm playing monkey. I'm just playing monkey cards.
Yeah.
I don't care if I go
Honestly,
0-9. I'm playing monkey.
Oh, hold on, this is important. Acceptable loss is being played out now. I guess he's gonna have to play either way into the Aurora, because he's always gonna keep the squares open.
Mm-hmm.
So that's heads up play from the side of BS. Also saying, hey, I don't want you to kind of like you. I don't know if you have Aurora right now, so just saying I'm gonna kill the squares. We'll make sure you don't draw into it. So again, a lot of nuances going into the Aurora matchup. Catalyst here gets us up to 11 runes next turn, so that is in Aurora territory. I'm going to be saying that word a lot today. Up to BSY to find his answers though.
We do know there is one in hand. We also know that Fizz can just fall over and pull that acceptable losses back out of the trash. So you essentially have 2, 3, 4, 6 of these cards available to you at any point in the game once you have a Fizz live in hand. We will at least get one activation of the Aurora coming down. Probably for Dr. Snuffles, he would like to have the Elder Dragon come in and just pop some battlefields, making it a little bit easier for themselves. But overall, as Misfortune does say, everything has ganking. It's not the worst situation to be in.
Right, and I do agree. And also, funny thing, so MF and Severe Aurora have always been in contention of, hey, which one's the best one? The gold generation versus the movement of both decks, it is kind of hard to see the kind of crown which one the best one is. Now, this Tide Turner is, I think, a really good card into Aurora. So when Elder Dragon hits the field, it says deal 1 damage to...
Not building up the Jin legend, and you essentially are playing with a blank legend, and like even Kaisa doesn't particularly like playing the Smite. Like you do. It's not bad, but not as good as like playing like a Falling Star double removing and such. So Jin definitely doesn't prefer to be playing this card, and it does slow down his own game plan if he does. And I don't really feel like Jin has a super great answer to the big hook combos once those start going, besides like trying to do your own time warp scam or something like that. So I guess we'll have to see what he has cooked up, as there are a few different ways you can play this deck.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I will say, just kind of like of the theory of it, you know, Smite is definitely a good card, but it's not a 4-cost removal spell, so it's not something that Jin wants to line up with. Whereas Deadly Flourish is a 4-cost, it's able to hit that back line. It gives you a gold token, so it gives you all of the tools that you need to be able to get that scaling going. We'll have to see if this Jin player is on. What I have to assume is that, oh my god, Hextech Anomaly, I want to say, that's the name of that gear. The 3-cost gear costs 1 blue power, but then you can tap it to pay power and gain energy. Very, very effective tool for Jin, because you can, you know, recycle 4 runes, play your 4th spell, get those runes right back, and then you essentially just generated an additional 4 energy for the turn, even more if you so choose. But here we go. We get to take a look at the list. Actually, no anomaly at all. And, well, no smite either.
Yeah, this list looks very favored for LeBlanc. But that being said, I mean, it is you do have some cool tools in here, like Sprite Burst, one of the crazy card in Jin, does proc your Jin legend, as well as giving you potentially double conquer if you do end up going a little bit faster, especially if your opponent whiffs on turn 1. So like LeBlanc goes first, whiffs a 2-drop, you do get that guaranteed double conquer on your second turn. Cannot complain too much about. This list does look fairly LeBlanc favored. Hopefully they do pull up the LeBlanc list here though, so we can see if it is the hook variation, which I would imagine feels like most people have kind of consolidated to the hook, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Baited Hook is a great card for the list. You get access to Harness Dragon, which I think is incredibly powerful for a card. And then not to mention, when you do get to conquer without Harness Dragon, you essentially can discard one of your 1 or 2 might units to generate a 6 might unit just to get that hold for the turn. And here we go. It is definitely that Baited Hook list, but it does have a little bit of spice to it in that Death Grip as well. It does have only 2 Rift Herald, which I think most of the lists are on 3 of them. But it does make sense to me. I think that card can be a little bit much sometimes. So interested to see how that Death Grip gets to be used in conjunction, or rather than that third Rift Herald.
Yeah, I particularly like Death Grip more than Sacrifice. I feel like Sacrifice is a little bit harder to set up at times than the Death Grip. But in the hook variant, I mean, he's only playing what it was 2 Watchful, 3 Bird, and 3, its name is escaping me, the 3-drop. So you don't actually have a ton of Death Grip targets in particular, because pretty much everything else is just going to be a sacrifice target. But Death Grip has some really cool plays that you can do with it, being as it can dodge removal, it can dodge the gusts, which can be a pretty annoying thing to deal with. Obviously, he is not against purple. That is not real, but that is something that you can do. So you can dodge a gust on your reflection token and kill something in the kill one of your other units. So some cool stuff. Looks like I see a Watcher, a Bilgewater Poro, and something else. Hand is not particularly good for LeBlanc.
Yeah, it looks like you're a little bit ahead of me here. Just getting me able to see what they have in their hands there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know who is going first here, but it does feel like that Plundering Poro is going to be able to find a lot of success here for Jibs here in game number 1. That Frigid Touch seems like an interesting piece to want to hold on to. I can't imagine wanting to stick on this Thousand-Tailed Watcher, just because it's going to sit in your hand for probably 4 to 5 turns before it really manages to find any success. And then on the side of the LeBlanc there, 2 cards going to go ahead and get recycled away. And so Noxus Hopeful going to be picked up here from Jibs. Definitely a card you want to see, and there goes the fist bump. We'll have to see how this game pans out. So LeBlanc could be the one on the play.
Yep, and so does have the Dignitary. Cannot complain about having the turn 1 play. Actually, pretty much perfect for the use of this card. Is sometime. Oh, okay. So he did go first and whiffed. Never mind. Okay, so that means that Jin is going to get the gold token. And wow, okay, 2 signature spell in hand. I'm honestly surprised. I feel like this card is not the best. It is fairly flexible, which is cool, but he's thinking if he just wants to drop it and snipe. Yep. Like he's gonna
I mean, I could imagine just going and discarding it on that following turn there. Yeah, like I said, it does seem like you are just ever so slightly ahead of me here. But
are you on the YouTube stream or the Twitch stream? Because the Twitch stream is actually ahead in this case.
okay, I guess I gotta go switch over to the Twitch.
I know it's not usually the case, right? Usually the YouTube stream is ahead, but yep. So does get the Conquer with the Bilgewater Poro and gets rid of the Dignitary. Don't hate it. It does mean that you are not going up to I guess you could play out the blue Jin here. In fact, I kind of feel like I would have liked to see the blue Jin played, as it does put you in a position that you can get a double conquer on the next turn, but is on odd points here on aspirants, so cannot complain too much. And it looks like the LeBlanc has picked up a Watchful Sentry, so it does have a little unit if they do opt to instead play small stuff here, but still no hook access. No Karthus, it looks like.
I mean, this is a great little setup here. Go ahead and play themselves that Glass Mixologist as well as that Watchful Sentry. So if Jibs wants to get rid of that Mixologist, the Dignitary will come right back, which means that no actual work will be done for the time being. So 7 runes going to be available here for Jibs. And we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with his turn here. A Consult the Past, as well as a couple other removal spells alongside that Noxus Hopeful, really are the cards he has access to for the time being. And it seems like he's going to have to take a turn off or two, if you will, to kind of deal with what's going on the side of Supramonte. But I can't imagine this Plundering Poro is going to stay on this Star Spring for the time being. I think you want to be able to get that Conquer yet again. And mulling over his decisions here, might go for this Deadly Flourish.
This is one of the spots where it just does not feel good playing this this Jin hero, or even any hero really that has to kill stuff, because you are forced to play right into the death knells, and you will not have a actual answer for the LeBlanc leader ability on the follow-up turn on the Glass, which is going to get a lot of value here with 2 units to be played from the trash. So pretty much going to get the full value here if he does choose to push up on Aspirin. And I think there might even be a sacrifice in hand, in which case, I mean, that's absolute ton of cards.
Yeah. So this Aspirant's Climb here, I feel like has to be the choice. It looks like Jibs is considering playing out this Jin. I have to imagine onto that Star Spring as well. You really cannot allow this LeBlanc player access to the Star Spring here early on, as it will allow him to just move around his units essentially for free. And for now, Consult the Past in hand, I can't imagine him wanting to play it from that hidden zone. But it looks like that is a consideration here for him, just because, yep, there it is. There is that pass. Okay.
Yep, and this should be a fairly big turn for LeBlanc here. As, yep, Rift Herald ripped off the top, have Mirror Image in hand, you have a Karthus. Oh, okay, so no sacrifice. I guess it was mulliganed and I did miss it, but yeah, you could go like Mirror Image here onto your Mixologist, clear out the Star Spring if you did choose to. Otherwise, you can go Conquer onto the Aspirants. I don't hate either, to be honest. Honestly,
yeah, this image is pretty costly though.
It is, but remember that you do get to play out ramp off of the Mixologist, right? So it does end up kind of evening out, but I do like this a little bit better, to be honest, because this is pretty much free. There isn't really anything that can be done about it. You are going to get the LeBlanc leader token here for free, and you only have 2 units in trash set up for this anyways. So playing out the Mirror Image would put you in a spot where you'd need 3 to play 3 things out, which you quite obviously cannot do yet. So it does make a lot of sense here. See if probably don't even want to develop the Karthus yet. I wouldn't hate just playing like Rift Herald and base and passing, to be honest.
Looks like he agrees with you here, so there is that Rift Herald.
Nice. Yep, so this does put a lot of pressure on the follow-up turn. Jin doesn't really have a clean way of dealing with a Rift Herald, as this is one of the more irritating things about playing against the LeBlanc deck as a non-chaos deck, is everything you do gives them value, with the one case that's not true is if you are playing Smite, which we did see he is not. Because, like, yeah, there's just so much that happens on the next turn, right? You have both, you have the token Death Knell, you have the Rift Herald is going to get the move trigger. And then playing out from hand, I think we did see one of the Rexes, and like it's just so scary because the LeBlanc just starts getting so much value, and there isn't even a hook yet. Like this is without hook. Things get worse with hook.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult situation to dig yourself out of here. He does manage to find himself a rocket barrage off the top of that consult the pass there, but I would like to see something like that. Oh my gosh, the name is escaping me. Singularity. But he is just one rune short, which is a bit unfortunate here. He could do something like a Curtain's Call to be able to interact with this Glass Mixologist for the time being. That said, it is just going to bolster this LeBlanc player's backline, and then even though he won't be able to get the whole point, he will be able to just overtake that Star Spring, and then for this Jhin player, it'll be incredibly tough for him to get this back here. So looks like he's going to go for that Curtain's Call, be able to deal with that Glass Mixologist for the time being. He'll get himself the runes right back.
Yeah, looks like
so he's going to go ahead and
Yep,
yeah. -4 and 2 damage, so that Glass Mixologist is going to be no more.
All right, so this should trigger the Jhin leader, I want to say. Did he... Wait, did it not? Didn't he just
It
pay
is a
4?
main effect, so I think he opted not to trigger it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess that makes sense if you're looking for a big combo turn on the next turn. Honestly, I did not know that was optional, but if that does make a lot of sense here. This is a little bit scary here now, though, as the Dignitary is going to get pushed up, and you do have the Rift Herald as well for the potential move trigger. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it was done this way instead of like moving up the Herald on the Star Spring, copying it, moving it back, and then pushing up the Herald onto Aspirant's Climb, because those units are a lot more annoying to deal with. And he did have a little bird in hand, right? So that was an option, but maybe. Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
So here comes this Rift Herald here. Going to be able to go ahead and get himself that trigger, and with how many units are in the deck, we'll be very likely able to find a powerful one, and there is that Vi. So now Jibs has to not only play around and figure out a way around all of the units.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Today we have me, EK Pilot, and my lovely co-caster, Constantino, I think it's pronounced.
Yeah, Constantino, or Fidero, if you feel better saying that.
So today, what do we have here, Constantine? No.
We have, a really spicy list, actually. One legend that no one would expect to be in a contention for a top 8. So I think that if you had like 10 guesses with all the possible legends, and even if I told you the colors that we are playing, you would never guess.
No, I agree. This guy, I think we haven't seen since maybe like the structured deck days from set 1 release. Lee Sin in contention for top 8 right now. I hope he wins. I mean, I love Lee Sin. I was playing Lee Sin since day 1. But before I switched over to Yi because I was a meta player. However, I love this card, but we're going against Ezreal. How do you feel about the matchup?
I mean, usually I would give the favor to Ezreal, but I think that since the list of Lee Sin, it's very spicy, I think that he has the advantage of, the surprise effect. So maybe he could win with that, because as Ezreal, you are always reactive to what is happening on the board. So the knowledge of what you can expect can go a long way. But in here, you really have no idea what to expect.
Right, and I feel like I think right now I'm in here for a lot of surprises. I think we'll all be surprised by this matchup. I think we're ready to kind of drive straight in. See what these players have in store for us.
Yeah, and I'm already starting seeing a funny little mat from the Ezreal with a Pack of Wonders. So I think that which is the one of the most dreaded card combining with the Bewitching Spirit. So let's say the mental aggression already started.
Yeah, we all know the feeling of getting all your cards, sent away. Let's see. So we have a usual start with Scuttle. Scuttle, kind of the GOAT, I feel like, of green. It's one of the best 2-drops you have access to. You have Pack of Wonders. Hey, do you think this deck can survive the onslaught of this Pack of Wonders plus? Is that Action? Wait, hold on. Is that Action on the Pack of Wonders?
Yes, already the first Pack of Wonders have been removed. The Lysian player is actually not keeping any punch. He's really going all in since the beginning. And we'll see if this pays off. And I think it will not, because with the list and Deadly Flourish, the Pack of Wonders goes back to Ezreal, and that was actually a little bit greedy from the Lysian player, but I mean, I understand, because if you can survive at least one turn with Lysian, you can buff your action, you can start to survive, you can maybe have some defined hand, but having from turn 1 being destroyed, it really set you behind in the game.
Right, I think the Lysian player was just banking on this Ezreal not having access to the Deadly Flourish plus Stupefy. It was a very aggressive play. If it did work out, it would have been amazing for the rest of the game. But we did get punished. But can the Lysian now stabilize from this position?
I mean, first of all, we already see a card that no one, is expecting. I didn't even know what the card was doing, which is Towering Combatant. And we're already saying goodbye to that card. And for everyone who doesn't know, it's a 4-cost 3 might unit with Shield 2 and Tank, which is kind of unexpected in this list. But with Ezreal having 2 Deadly Flourish in his opening hand, the game really started in his favor. And we have to see now the Lysian that has to climb back.
Right. Now, the good thing for Lee is that we did kind of waste our opponent's Deadly Flourishes on, our 4-drops. So our next units upcoming will have, a bit more protection. Issue is, all we had this turn is just a single Scuttle plus a buff. So what does that say about the opponent's the Lysian's hand right now?
Maybe you are just waiting for your big drops. And actually, the play that I kind of understand, kind of don't, is buffing the Poro, the Scuttle Crab, because 0 might or 1 might still dies to any single spell that the Ezreal player has. So I think it's just, if you have nothing better to do, why not? And here already we see the first Bewitching Spirit played and an Emperor Divide discarded, and the Pack of Wonders already starting to do his job by bringing the Bewitching back in hand and playing it again. And we see already the second card discarded.
Now, importantly here is that you kind of left the Bewitching Spirit on the battlefield. So if we have a way, maybe challenging, any kind of way of removing this card from the battlefield, it would be good. I think there was a slight error on the Lysian player, but we do just play an Alpha Wildclaw and pass the turn. So talk to me about Alpha Wildclaw.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Are you familiar with the Camel, with the Ruin Runner?
I think anyone is familiar by this point.
Yes, that was a euphemism. This card says any unit with less might than me, it's a Ruin Runner.
Mm-hmm.
And I think specifically in this matchup, this card could make or break the game. If the Alpha Wildclaw can survive long enough, it can create a lot of value, but we already see, not so fast. I was already seeing that it was going back to hand, and probably still is. Yes, because
the Fizz
still is. We see that this Lysian cannot even make some boards. Every turn, everything is being cleared.
And that is currently the weakness of this Lee Sin player right now. The issue that we're coming to is, there's a lot of Starcross, a lot of draw from the side of Ezreal. It is kind of a, if the Ezreal lets up one turn where Lee Sin can make a board, then Lee Sin just takes it over. But if Ezreal just has an answer every single turn, which Ezreal is currently doing, Lee Sin might not have, a way of getting into the battlefields. Now you have the list. So we play the list twice, we kill the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and we have all 3 Deadly Flourish already gone. So let's say that maybe for now the base at least of Lee Sin can stay safe for 1 turn, because I don't think that beside a Bellows Breath with Watcher there's anything that can kill anything bigger than 2 Might.
Punch First discarded. I don't think we're going to see a lot of use out of Punch First due to it being in action.
Yeah, I think this would be the first card I would side away in game 2.
Right, so we have Gust on the Fizz. So again, not allowing this Lee Sin Accelerated to kind of get value. I think if you're side of Lee Sin, you might think about actually just defying this Gust and accelerating a Lee Sin on the other turn. That might be the play. I'm not sure if we run enough.
You don't have a Lee Sin anymore. I mean, maybe he has it in hand, but I don't think. But the legend is already gone.
Ooh, there's a challenge. Yep, that's why we wanted to ensure that this Fizz was not going to hand. Challenging away the Fizz here just saves us a lot more trouble. All those Deadly Flourishes gone. We can't get them back with Fizz. We have Pack of Wonders, so if we do draw into another Fizz, we are going to be in a good position. But now this Alpha Wildclaw is threatening a lot in the upcoming turns.
Yeah, and we see this Ezreal with a lot of a lot of cards in hand, so he really has the hand advantage for now. So maybe we can see if it's not too late for the Lee Sin player. And we see the Alpha White Claw with 4 HP now. Is he playing the Thousand Tail Watcher just as a body? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's an interesting play, actually.
I do see some Diana players and some Ezreal players kind of do this trick where you are using the Watcher not for its effect, but it's saying, hey, I know you can't do much to me on my turn. I will just use this body as some kind of tempo, build some tempo, build a board. So when next turn comes in, I can score to 6 easily. I can also just Pack of Wonders it back if I need to. So I actually really like this play from the side of the Ezreal player. Now, again, you're behind on points, you're behind on resources. What are you going to do on the side of Lee Sin? And this discipline kind of tells me something.
Yeah, discipline, I think it's kind of calling a challenge here on the Watcher. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Yeah. And actually, it's not a bad spot to be in right now for the Lee Sin player. I mean, the Alpha White Claw can still be hit by Wages of Pain and a couple of the list.
Correct.
So you're still not safe because the card says that anything else, and we see a second Watcher.
Watcher.
Oh my god.
So remember the second Watcher, you can play him for 7 due to Ezreal because he reduces all optional additional costs by 1. Now we just play a Watcher. We're at 6 points. We're 1 point away from this victory point, and we're just seeing a masterclass in just controlling the board from the side of Ezreal.
Yeah, and if I were to cite plus, I would say that probably this is all she wrote for game 1 of this Lee Sin player. I mean, hope is still not gone. I still believe in him. I still believe in the Lee Sin to pull the upset, but he's actually passing with everything up. And I think I have an idea what's in his hand, because if you have 8 runes and you're playing with Calm, you have a pretty big spider in hand, probably.
Now you might see it come out. I know what card you're thinking of. I hope it's the card we're both thinking of here.
Yeah, that could actually save you. I mean, unless a couple of discipline you want to spend, but I think it's not worth to save a Scuttle Crab.
really thinking about it, just saying, hey, do I play out? I'm gonna spoil it here, Cositito. Do we play out this Vilemore right now? And the answer is no. So
I mean,
last game, yeah,
probably. I mean, you still lose.
because he has the Watcher in hand, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, but at least, I mean, actually, the best play here is not show your hand. I mean, you kind of told us I had a Vilemo in the deck,
Was it a little
but
spoiler?
yeah, but maybe you just set up the confusion in your opponent. You know, a little smoke and mirrors.
Right, and best part here again, you didn't show off all the cards in your deck as Lee Sin. You know, if it was a Master Yi list, if I was the Ezreal player, I could side off 95% of that guy's list. If I'm playing as a Lee Sin player and I saw Towering Combatant, I could tell you this guy can have any card in his list. I have no idea what he has. So how do you side against that? Constantine, what do you think we're putting in?
I mean, knowing what usual Ezreal plays, I think that I mean you didn't see gears from the opponent, so you would not side gear hate. You saw a couple of spells, so maybe some counters and some sprites, I think. And if you have another Watcher, would be great. A third Watcher, which saved you the game. I think it's a little bit too heavy to have 3 Watchers, but I think that if you go as fast as he did last game, he can reach the third Watcher. And I mean, passing turn 1 as Lee Sin must feel horrible. And also playing Sona in base, it's I don't like the position this Lee Sin player is, especially with with Pack and Treasure Trove, which means that Ezreal can take his sweet time by doing whatever he wants.
So let's kind of there's a lot happening right now, so let's kind of start it off bit by bit. We have Lisa missing turn 1, Pack of Wonders and Trove being set up by the Ezreal player, and a Summer being played. We have Sabotage coming here. You might just get rid of... What are you getting rid of here? The Deadly Flourish or Heart... Ooh, Heart Barking get rid of here. Would you have done something different?
Yeah, I would remove the Deadly Flourish, which is already threatening the Sona next turn. But maybe he has... maybe he has some spells that he would like to keep, like some Discipline or something, that say, okay, shoot me, but I'm going to survive, and you wasted all your guns. But I don't know.
Now, thoughts on the Windswept Hillock as a battlefield for the side of Lee Sin?
That's another spicy choice, because I don't think you have many things that can synergize with Windswept Hillock. You only have, I think, 2 accelerated units, maybe only a Lee Sin. Interesting enough, we didn't see last game any Rengar.
Ooh, yeah, no Rengars from these orange lists. Also no Aurelia. I know a lot of Lee Sin players like to play Aurelia because, you tap 1 with the legend and that gives you +2 with the buff and the choosing. And now choosing to play Lee Sin directly onto that Windswept Hillock. Now this is where Lee Sin can kind of start taking over the game bit by bit. We have a hidden card there. We'll get 4 runes back up. There's not a lot that, except maybe for Watcher, that Ezreal can use to break this hold.
Yeah, and interesting enough, you're playing on Windswept Hillock, but you're not using the ganking ability.
Right. I think it's more like, well, we're on even point tempo currently, and we're always just threatening, hey, if you decide to make a hold whatsoever, I'll just instantly just go over to the other side. So now Ezreal is not having any cards to protect it.
You have a hidden, so I think he just decided my Sona is more worth than my Lee Sin, so I'll let him waste his spells on Lee Sin and keep my Sona safe for future, because actually could be a stun under there, so maybe I don't know, maybe he really has nothing.
Right, but you get rid of 1, the second comes in. So maybe that's why saying, if you do get rid of your resources here, I just want to be able to just play this Lee Sin out. And now this one's a 7 instead of a 6, so you have to now invest more resources into it. But our opponent has a handful of cards and a 12 runes. And then we have Watcher. We have a lot of things here that can maybe threaten this Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think that Lee Sin is safe right now, even with 14 mites on the battlefield. And we see the Vile Maw discarded, so we knew that last turn he had a Vile Maw. Last game. But right now, I think Ezreal is in complete control. You're still 3 points. You're not using your battlefield to rush those points, which is crucial against Ezreal. Because if you go slow against this Ezreal, we can see he is building his hand to be huge. He ramped up, I don't know how many runes, because he's at 12 while the opponent is at 7. So Ezreal is actually chilling right now.
Right, and the biggest issue here now is because you're choosing to just hold the Windswept, you're going through this game a lot slower than you might want to. There's the back off. There might be another back off down there as a hidden, but the point I was trying to make is this Poaching Spirit is gonna start going through your hand a lot. The Sabotage gets rid of a card in hand. Sabo, which target are you going for here? I'm liking the Starcrossed.
Yeah, I would go for the Starcross, but we still have a Fizz and a Pack, so I mean he can still play from the trash. And I think the interesting part here is that Ezreal is not even considering about conquering the other battlefield, knowing that there's ganking possibility from Lee Sin. So he's just saying, I'm chilling at 0 points, waiting for you to finish everything in hand, everything on the battlefield, and then I will conquer my points.
And I think now we're going to see this incoming attack from this Lee Sin. We are only going up to 5. So we're going to hope to be playing something, maybe an Alpha Wild Claws. Just anything to kind of get, we're going to lose our cards either way with Poaching Spirit. So if we had to get them out as much as possible. So there's a challenge. What are you getting rid of? Are you thinking of getting rid of the Fizz or the Spirit? And I think getting rid of the Fizz.
Yeah, and actually, while I was talking, I kind of missed it. What did he remove with the
Starcross?
The Starcross. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
He did the right play.
So now we have Poaching Spirit going down. This is our last card in hand. What is it? If it's a spell, we should be using it right now.
It is a spell, but it's not usable spell.
And now we are just left to the mercy of this player here. We have a lot of plays. We can play our Fizz into we could play Fizz, Deadly Flourish, and Bellows Breath to kind of get rid of some units. We're assuming that hitting card is not Zhonya's. So there we go. We do -2 on the Sona.
Actually, no, because it's playing the Emperor's Divide.
Emperor's Divide. So this is a smart play.
Yeah.
Now here's my question to you, Konstantinom. Would you have liked to play the Emperor's Divide earlier on to the game where he killed the Lee Sin?
I would have, actually, because you retreat both your units back, and we can see that still, saving it for now didn't save you at all. So yeah, I would have played it, because actually the most important thing of the Lee Sin was keeping your Sona healthy. As we saw, as soon as he moved the Lee Sin and Sona went back to being a 5 might, 4 might plus the buff, she died instantly. So yeah, I would have saved both, even if you have a second Lee Sin. Actually, playing with 2 Lee Sin, both buffed, really makes a huge board there.
I think this is an unfortunate matchup from the side of Lee Sin. I want to bring up a ruling thing that happened there. So the reason why the Sona died, even though it was put back into base, is because the Bellow's Breath kind of followed the unit over, because it was the original target. So it died when the Watcher was played.
Yeah, you can choose with the Bellow's Breath if anything moves, if you want to stick with the target or you want to stick with the location. Like if you have 2 units on a location and you move one, you can decide, okay, I will do the damage only on the unit that moved, or on the battlefield that I chose, because you target both battlefield and units.
Now here is the issue. So do you now? I think now it's just guarantees the game. You Bewitching Spirit, you play it again, get rid of this last card. What is it? It is a Defy. Now, how do you can you get rid of this Valma? Because you don't have that Smite.
Not at the moment. If you have a list, you do.
So
But
Flourish
without the
is
list, you
6
can.
damage. That's so we need any kind of way of. Oh, there it is. I think Thousand Tailed. Yeah, Thousand Tailed. You play it for accelerated with the Ezreal ability to reduce the cost, and now that becomes a 6 instead of to a 7, and that should just be the Valmont getting killed here. Yep. I think the player is asking how he played Ezreal to Watcher with 7 runes accelerated, and that was because of the
Ezreal discount. Yes.
Ezreal discount.
And now it's just GG.
I mean, if you could, honestly, I don't think there's a single card in all of Riftbound. You know, give this guy infinite runes. I don't think there's a way of beating this board. So I think this might just be GG.
I mean, not with this color. I mean, as a Lilia player, I can tell you that with mine, you have unchecked power that can clear everything.
That is true. That is true, actually. Yeah. Ruination. So this is where I kind of go. So what you can do, right, is on the left on TCG Arena, there's something that says create token. So you create a Ruination token and you play it, and that's how you win the game. That's pro player tips from your boy. So that match went a bit quick. You know, Ezreal did just show its thing of, hey, being the controlling matchup. I think very kind of unfortunate pairing for the Lee Sin. I really wanted to see what he did against a more, you know, more Riftboundy, less control, more mid-rangey deck. Now we're going into our next round. What are you trying to see? What do we have, you think?
I think that, I mean, we had a spicy one, so maybe we want to see something that is going more toe-to-toe with each other, because I think that Lee Sin had the cards in the deck that could disrupt the Ezreal, but he didn't quite find the time. He didn't quite find his tempo. We know that he was playing the Dragon Soul Sage, which kind of lets you ramp without ramping, but he never find it. On game 2, he also didn't find a 2-drop, so he really didn't have a choice this game. So he had a really rough matchup, and also he was very unlucky.
Speaking of rough matchups, I think it's time to get into probably one of the most fist fighty matchups we have in the meta right now. And I think we have the matchup already set and ready. It is Darius and Victor. Talk to me about this matchup. What do you like? What do you think is favored? I love these order aggressive matchups when they happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if the Victor is playing the armory, you never know who is going to have more recruit, because in a normal game, let's say Victor has always more recruit than you, but actually Darius, which is playing, I think he's playing the baited hook, he really puts down a lot of recruits. So I would ask you the question, who do you think that is going to play more recruits this game?
If there was a baited hook on the field right now, I would say Darius. I get that you know, you have what's called the Legion Captain, I think it's called, and then you bring it back with the I'm rusty on my order. I think it's the mother card, the Spectral Matron.
Yeah,
Spectral Matron. So yeah, so you play Vanguard Captain, you bring it back with Spectral Matron, you have Glass, you bring back it's a whole lot of stuff that can be played by this baited hook. If it's not out, I'd say Victor. If it is out, I say Darius. But now, I think we're in a very important part of this game. We're at the 6 points for Darius and a possible 6 points for the Victor. So you want to talk about how important this kind of 6 point threshold is, Constantine?
Yeah, I mean, we actually know that there is no, you don't kill your opponent, so there is nothing called lethal, but we still like to call this lethal. And we know that right now, since there is no Aspirant's Climb, we're both on lethal.
Imperial.
And we're seeing actually that Victor is saying, yeah, you see all the cards that you have there? I'd like them to be gone.
Right, we
So
were talking about this, the strength of, the 6-point turn. If your opponent has no units on their lethal turn, then there's not much they can really do.
yeah, we will see with 7 cards in hand and 7 runes, what is Darius is going to cook to remove this mega hold. And if I know my victors, and I usually do, that's a hidden blade that is going to probably seal the deal. Because I don't think that in those color matchup you have something to counter a hidden or remove that. So I think that Victor has it, but we will see. Maybe I'll be surprised.
Now remember though, if Darius conquers the arena's greatest, it's now up to Victor to just reconquer on his turn. Conquer when you Darius, when you play your second card in a turn, you can just ready it. And ooh, all right, this Xin Zhao going in and just clearing off this entire battlefield to the left. Now, do you think the Victor player has the cards, has the energy, has the runes to break over this hold? There's a hidden blade of their own.
Yeah, I think I would repeat I mean, here you just use your hidden blade on your recruit. You try to draw the answer right now, if there is one in your deck, actually, because you just used your most powerful tool, and I don't think that you can do it again, because right now you don't even have the runes to play again. Emperor Decree and then a Bellows Breath.
Sprite Fountain is the start of something. We only need to just get rid of the cards on that battlefield. We have 3 runes up. We send in, Chakram Dancer. Does that do anything? Oh, probably not. That's unlucky. So Chakram Dancer.
Yeah, I don't think it's even enough might. And
So
I think that's a hidden blade. Yeah.
Let's talk about Chakram Dancer in a bit, because I did see some Kaisas, some Victors playing this card. So it's an ambush card. When you play her, you can give all units here shield. Of course, much worse on the attack, but really good card on the defense. Have you kind of seen this card around in your local meta, or maybe just in general?
I'll tell you more. I've played that card, and I absolutely hate it. I don't think it's strong enough. I tried it. I tried to make it work but I couldn't, because it's really hard to save it. I mean, maybe I'm biased because I'm playing Lilia, and so for the same amount of runes, just one com recycle more, I could play Janna, which basically has the same speed, but instead of giving you plus might, it just pushes back the attacker, which in 99 cases out of 100 is better.
Right.
But I don't really like this card. But maybe in Victor, it can save you, because everyone is expecting those recruit to be 1 might. Making them 2 might on defense, plus adding the 3 from Chakram Dancer, can really swing like an attack that you were thinking that you won, but you didn't.
You just double all the mites of those tokens too, right? It's a very big swing. And it looks like that. So this might have actually been the 2-0 game from the side of Victor. Just making sure if it's game 3 or not. Darius. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
We're just making sure if there is another game, right? Now, hearing confirmation now, that is the 2-0 victory from the side of Darius. Darius in top 8. Do you want to talk about it? Did you have faith in this deck? Because I know I think this deck was kind of silently brewing. You've always heard about these pre-RQ players that play Darius and go 5-0 every single time, but we just never saw it happening. So really interested in finally seeing Darius start to break into the meta now. So any thoughts on this?
Yeah, and unlucky we didn't really see much of the gameplay of this Darius, but I think it's a very interesting list. I think that the meta right now is shifting every so much towards aggro. So the aggro deck are actually ramping out. I see usually a lot of Rek'Sai, a lot of I mean, not a lot of Darius, but Darius is still in the contention for one of the most aggressive deck. And actually, for it's not about this tournament, but today I think we had the confirmation that for RQs now to get the best of, you have to make day 2.
Correct.
So this would make some decks like Darius, or I mean, not Garen anymore because we don't
Just
have
rest in peace.
F1s anymore. Rest in peace, Garen Aurora. But right now we are going to see the players that bring out these decks really have to try hard, really have to not only try to be lucky, but really be the best at the deck. So I think this will push us to finding the very best list for each and every legend.
Right. And now, okay, we had one green orange deck, Gazetino. I think I'm ready to see another one. A bit of a different approach. It is not Yi, so you guys can calm down with your pitchforks. We have Jax versus Rengar. So are you ready to kind of dive into that?
Yeah, and I mean, I was not expecting to be this, let's say, wild in the jungle for the contention for top 8, because I think that all of these decks that we are seeing are contending for top 8. So we're not seeing actually the same. We're not seeing Diana's. We're not seeing, I don't know, LeBlanc. But we're seeing Jaxes. We're seeing, I mean, Rengar is still a big deck right now, but we're seeing Darius. We're seeing Lee Sin trying. And so I think that this, as I said before, with Unleashed, we had the most balanced meta ever.
And I do agree. Now we can see a little bit of a sneak peek on the hand. We see Poppy. All right, so Poppy is a really cool card. You get to accelerate. It comes in ready if your opponent is at a certain amount of points from winning. I think it's 3 points. So this going to be an accelerated attacker that the Lee Sin has to kind of say the Rengar has to respect. Also, Jax is at lethal. He's 1 point. He's 2 points away. That's a single double conquer. Are you familiar with the Jax deck, Constantino?
I mean, I was familiar when Aphelios was broken before it was patched, let's say. Yeah, so I don't know right now, but one play that I can actually forecast is in this turn, I think the best play for Rengar is not to double conquer, so going to only 4 points, because as an aggro deck, you always want to be on even points. And also if you go to 5, this Poppy gets actually pseudo accelerate.
Right,
so
correct. Really smart to kind of see that. I think, yeah. I think really smart saying, hey, if I go up to 5 here, I still have the same amount of points from winning, as you pointed out. But yeah, turning on the Poppy is kind of a death trap.
Yeah, I think that's why it's like, even if he had both battlefield open, I think it would be a bait to actually conquer both. We will see, actually, if this player decides to do that or not. Because that's just my opinion. Maybe he has 6 cards in hand. Maybe he's saying, okay, even with Poppy, I don't care. I have the out to win. So I want to have as much point as possible. I don't know.
Also important here to notice is that we still have our Rengar chosen champion available to us. So whenever this Jax player decides to go in, he can always be played to a battlefield where there's enemy units, and that triggers the Rengar legend, give it a +1. So that you have to be always ready for the 7 Might Defender to show up.
Yeah, and I mean, for some of you that are, I want another thing that, and here is the Rengar actually showing up. So
Oh, okay, just on the attack, yeah.
yeah, and it's even on the attack is a 7 might, so almost a Master Yi Rengar, which always goes for 8 might. I really hate that card, actually.
It's
And
almost saying that
so,
correct.
yeah.
Now,
Yeah, you finish your thought, and then
sorry, so
I'll
sorry, I keep cutting you off. So now thoughts on the current state of the sport. Do you think Rengar has what it takes to defend against, the Poppy accelerated and maybe some other things with the Targon Speak?
I mean, with Target Speak, he has 5 mites, five runes, and 5 runes can mean another Rengar. So I don't know, or yeah, and I think so. So I want to point out that I know that the players are not listening to what I was saying, what we are saying, but he did not hear or listen to my advice of not double conquering here. And we see actually 5 and 3 and 3, so it's 11 might against 7.
One
So we're
punch
seeing
first.
that, yeah, one punch first can actually make it, and we see tapping 3. So, and cycle 1, it's a needly, so it's 5 more mites. So it's 5 and 4, it's 9 and 3, it's 12 might. And so it's up by 1 might, but we see the discipline actually playing, and we see if with 2 runes, maybe this Rengar has anything else. If not, it's a conquer for our Jax, who's going to 7 and is threatening to hold for the last point.
We still have access. I mean, if we had punch first, we might have used it already. Inferno, a card that we might see play. Inferno does kind of break up this hold, and there's a punch first onto the Kaisa. This is Rengar's last retort. If this goes through, then we might be seeing Rengar kind of flip the game on its head. What is his last card from Jax?
I don't know, but unless, I mean, even with another discipline, I don't think that you have enough might to overcome this. And the interesting thing that I want to point out here is that this Rengar is correctly putting all the buffs away from this Nidalee, saying that you have to either kill the big might unit or let me draw. And in fact, we see that he has to kill the 9 might unit and the Nidalee, but the Kinko initiate is surviving because you really have to kill this Nidalee or your opponent draw 1. Even though I don't know if you can double conquer next turn with, I mean, if I would Rengar, I would just like pass with everything open, or maybe just play one card.
Kinku again, yeah. So we did also draw 2 cards, draw 2 orange runes for a punch first. If it comes up, we have one pseudo accelerated unit with this Poppy. That's for 5. Do we have anything else? What are these last 2 cards? We go into Arena's Greatest.
Yeah,
we draw the punch first. So that must have been the top deck, because that would have been the perfect card to see last turn.
Yeah, but I don't see how you conquer the other one with. I mean, you have an accelerated unit with 5 or more mites. Nidalee.
Yeah.
It's GG.
I think that's, as you said, this might just be too much might to handle, and that is GG. Oh, I think we might have another game on our hand, Kasatina.
Yeah, I think that was game 2, and we're going to game 3, probably. So if I have to guess, since there was the Arena's Greatest played, I think by Rengar, I think that the last game was won by Jax. So now the Jax player will be going first. Because I think that if it's on the right side, it's on the top player's battlefield. If it's on the bottom side, on the left side, it's from the bottom player. But I mean, we will see soon.
We will see. So, what kind of battlefields are you looking at if you're on the side of Jax? Is this the standard seat of power? Is there a kind of battlefield that you might think would be cool? And what battlefield do you think that Rengar might bring over?
I mean, the Rengar battlefield, I will go with the Star Spring, and with Jax, maybe something having to do with gears. Actually, we've seen 0 gears from Jax last game. I don't know if he's playing any. I haven't looked at this list yet.
I'd hope he's playing Eddie.
Yeah, especially because you have the green Jax, which gives quick draw to all of your gears. So all of your gears can become like disciplines or anything that can give you might. And so, yeah, correctly, now the Jax is starting because last turn was starting the Rengar, and we will see now what the Rengar has. And actually, we've seen double Star Spring, so we have an even matched battlefield, and so we don't have anything that's helping anyone. But I think actually the Rengar with all the assault can use the battlefield better. What do you think? Who benefits most this battlefield?
I think we do have, we have the guaranteed Rengar from the side of our champion zone. We have Inferno. We have a lot of these small ambush units that we can use to use the Star Spring. And then both decks also have access to First Mate, so they can go for the double conquer if need be. I think if you're on the side of Jax this turn, do you even go in? I'd like just developing a board here and then passing the turn.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is unless you have some big surprise, you never conquer with the idea that the opponent can just enter the battlefield with a unit and conquer. So just removing your units and gaining the same amount of points as you did, especially against a Lucian that can go in and out, you never want to do that. You just give a free unit to the opponent.
I think Lucian in this kind of matchup is going to be really strong. Both decks, not the best at holding against stuff like Punch First, unless you go for the Punch First war. I will probably give the holding advantage to Jax with Quick Draw. But other than that, we will see a lot of movement from this Lucian.
Yeah. And actually, with Lucian and with this battlefield, you can double conquer quite easily. You go in, you conquer first, he gets ready, you play a unit on the battlefield, so Lucian go back to base ready, and you conquer the second battlefield.
So there's the Sabo. Would you see a punch first on guard? Okay, so
yeah,
what card are you getting rid of?
He has at least some equips. We see the Guardian Angel. Maybe that would be the choice of Sabotage. I mean, the most obvious choice is the punch first. But maybe even removing the gear, knowing that with Jax, a Guardian Angel at reaction speed is something that you really have to worry about. Maybe that's the choice.
I mean, if you get rid of the GA, I think it just says, I have an answer to punch first very easily, and I want you to use it, so then you can go down on runes. But I think going for the more safe play, getting rid of the punch first, you now know all the buff spells that your opponent has access to. You're not going to go for a challenge if you don't need to. It's just a single on guard. And now I just, I think you just develop your board this turn.
Yeah, and we see just only one conquer from the Lucian side. Yeah, because he played a Kai'Sa. You would not want to put a Kai'Sa on a battlefield just to double conquer with Lucian. I think it's better to create a board here. And we see actually 3 cards from the Jax player. So we know that the same thing I said before with double conquering with Lucian on Star Spring, with First Mate, you can actually double conquer with any units. Because you conquer with a unit, you play First Mate on the battlefield, you push back the other unit, and you're ready to go and conquer the second battlefield. But this is not something that we were going to see in this particular matchup, because I think that both players were just conquer with Lucian, go back just in and out, and
double conquer actually.
Everything. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this move. I mean, yeah, the Pit Rookie is something that you can leave there. Where having buffs, I mean, saying that I have an on-guard, so you cannot just go in with your Kai'Sa so easily. You have to have something in hand but Rengar is the deck that has always something in hand. I mean, with the On Guard, which is the only card that out of one we can see, every unit that Rengar plays set this Kaiser to 5 might, which is enough might to go over the Pit Rookie with the On Guard. So I don't know what was the thought behind conquering with Pit Rookie beside, as I said before, the point parity, staying at even points. But I don't know if that's worth it.
I think what the Jackspert is saying here is that with the Lucian and with his GA, I can kind of survive with only these 2 units. And Pit Rookie right now, threatening to be a 4 might unit, is more than enough. Because you have to think about it in another way where, how important is this Pit Rookie going to be later on in the game? I don't see this rookie being that important when you have Lucian, when you have Jax. So maybe just saying, hey, I'm going to go get this even point and just, yes, I lose a unit, but it's not the most impactful unit.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The Pit Rookie late game is not going to help you really much, but I hope you don't find yourself in a position where 1 more might or 2 more mites could win you the last point and you don't have them because you try to rush 1 point before.
Ooh,
And we see actually the On Guard play, and every single card that now the Rengar can play will buff this Kai'Sa.
The worst card, I think, that just kind of punishes this play so hard is Nidalee. If we can get Nidalee, we just use the Star Spring, move it back, and use our own Legend to buff it up to 5. If that happens, I think you just got punished severely with this play.
Yeah. Because either way, you're going to draw 1. Either with Kai'Sa Conquer or with the Nidalee winning the fight, you're still drawing 1. And you're not losing anything. We will see. We see the Inferno played on the other battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't die. And as I said, now with the Rengar Legend ability, you go to 5 might, you conquer, win the fight, so you draw 1. And now the question is, does Rengar has another unit to pull back the Kai'Sa? Or will the Kai'Sa remain, let's say, on the battlefield uncovered? And we see the Determined Sentry, a 1 might unit that's really good in this case because this is a unit that you can sacrifice without a second thought.
Challenge! That card is just... I think that card just kind of breaks the entire matchup here. This puts Jax in such a bad position.
Yeah. And I mean, we see that you still have to pay 2 for the deflect of targeting the Jax, but I think that you're more than willing to pay it. And we see that now with all those units, the Rengar player is in a commanding lead, and from next turn on, you always have to be scared of the Rengar ambush on the battlefield.
Now the important thing is, would you, now hindsight, we call it the caster's hindsight, would you have rather keep the On Guard for like a for your Jax and say just give up the attack onto the Pit Rookie there?
Yes, I mean, as I said, I would not even have played the Pit Rookie on the battlefield, and I thinking forcing the Rengar to play just 1 unit is nothing. I mean, the Rengar doesn't have to spend anything valuable. He doesn't have to spend a spell that, like the On Guard that you played, and it's gone now. I mean, it gave you the might, but now it's gone. You cannot use it anymore. While Rengar can buff himself with just playing units that are going to stay on battlefields. And
there's a Sabo. Gets rid of Punch first. That's very good.
Yeah, and actually, I wanted to say to you before, he left 1 rune open. And if the opponent leaves 1 rune open, you always have to think,
have to be
if
scared,
he plays Hori, does he have the punch first? And actually, the funny thing is he did, but he decided not to use it on the Determined Sentry, and now the punch first is gone.
So, two things here. Would you have played Sabotage before the going in with Lucian, and would you have also just punched first it there against the Lucian?
I mean, yes, you always play the Sabo
The funny
first.
punch? Mhm.
That's something that actually to most of novice player, I think I try to teach, which is
Mm.
always gain the information first. If you have something that draws you a card, you play that. If you have something that gives you information on the opponent hand, you'll always play that first, because
Mhm.
knowledge is as important as cards, if not more important.
Right. And now we're just put in a very kind of weird position now from the side of the Kaiser player, the Rengar player. You have very good ways of going into here. You get the draws. You're gonna get more draws every single turn due to Kaisa. Do you think are you trying to go in now with this Rengar, or are you still afraid of the opponent's punch first if he has one?
I mean, if the opponent has punch first, I will let him waste it right now because it's the only card in his hand. Especially since you have a pit rookie that you can play that is going to buff the Lucian. Plus, he gets +1 from the Pride Stalker Rengar. So you're up 1 might against the opponent Lucian. So I think you're more than happy to have the opponent use a punch first to remove your Lucian, because after that you always have the Rengar that is going to win every single fight. And actually, it's just an on guard, so
On guard,
maybe it's better actually in this position than the punch first. We see that the Rengar with if the Rengar with 4 runes has something to play to only give 1 might, any ambushed unit will trade evenly. I mean, not really evenly because you still have the Guardian Angel. So the Lucian
Correct.
will only lose the Guardian Angel, but you will lose your unit. So you need at least 2 more might to win this fight.
And then again, you also have this Rengar just looming too, and being down so many resources, and your opponent having access to this Kaisa draw. I mean, who do you prefer right now to kind of take the game from this position?
As who? As
Uh,
as a Jax or as a Rengar?
Yeah, like who do you think has the advantage right now?
I'd have to say the one with cards. You know, but right now I don't know if he has any answer. I mean, if you just lose the Lucian in this position because you don't have anything to play, I think you may be in a bad position. And we
Grim
see actually the
Apothecary.
Grim Apothecary, which gives 1 might to Lucian, so you're trading evenly. I mean, actually, can you do that? Can you do in every battlefield? You may return a friendly at a battlefield to its
Yeah.
owner's hand. So yeah, you can actually say no. Actually, I don't want the smoke.
I'm not gonna go for this.
Yeah.
So I do agree. Either you go break this GA and lose your Lucian, but still keep a Kaisa in base, or you just say, hey, I don't think this GA is all that important on this Lucian. Yes, you can move it with the Jax Legend, but I don't think that's a big enough deal when you only have 1 card upcoming next turn.
Yeah. And now, Pilot, let's ask the chat again. The same question that you ask every body deck. 1 rune up. Is this a punch first or is it not?
All right. So, ooh, hold on. What happened there?
What happened?
So did he not use? We played our Grim. Grim would have made it a 6, so we should.
He bounced the Lucian back. That's why I was
Oh,
confused.
bounce the Lucian. Okay, yeah.
The thing I didn't know, it doesn't have to be on the same battlefield.
Yes. I just didn't see the Lucian being bounced.
Yeah, it was bounced. So one of the 2 cards we know. The second card, is it a punch first?
Oh, just going for the trade. Now, do we have a way of accelerating this Lucian over? We have no other units. Oh, we do. As never as first mate, we did have one.
Yeah, the top deck of the top decks, the first mate.
No punch first. Ooh, we did
No punch
not win
first.
that game. Now Lucian goes back, and we're in a very similar situation now that we're against game one. So in game two, sorry, where Rengar has his champion up, but Jax is showing lethal. Something like a punch first could be just all it needs to win from the side of Jax. How are you supposed to defend against this? You know, you have your Rengar. You maybe try and draw into a punch first with Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, you always go and conquer with Kai'Sa. And I don't know if he has anything to gain another point to go even on 6 point. And if you do, you have to keep always 5 runes up. And he has
First
actually
mate.
the exact card to go to 6 points and still leave 5 open for Rengar. So right now, I don't know what this Jax can do.
I mean, first mate just being the card that saves both players in this game. If I am the Jax player, something like something like Brutalizer could be really good here. You can play Brutalizer, equip it onto one of your units, hope he doesn't have some kind of answer, and then maybe equip it to the other unit. But that Rengar is still looming over the entire game right now.
And yeah, even Brutalizer, because at least you have to overcome 10 might on a battlefield. And with a Brutalizer, with both unit would be exactly 10 might. So I don't know.
Here we see it. What is the card that can save us from the side of Jax? Our top deck comes in. And first mate, really good card on the side of Kai'Sa, really good card on the side of first Jax. Not the card you want to see. Punch first. Does punch first get you anywhere? Maybe on the right side you can punch first if the Rengar comes in. Going in.
I don't know this move. I was saying that the only saving grace, if you didn't top deck something good, is going with the first mate on the first mate. So you either trade with both first mate or you make the opponent commit the Rengar. But right now, if the opponent commits the Rengar, he doesn't have to do anything to protect the Kai'Sa, because the Kai'Sa is already winning against the first mate. So I don't know if I agree going in with this solution, because I think that, I mean, Rengar wins on the spot, because even a punch first would set this solution to 9 mites against the 10 might of Rengar plus first mate.
There's not enough right now in the tank. I think just Rengar player going through all the lines, trying to figure out, hey, what is the nightmare scenario? What is the worst set of cards that my opponent can have right now that loses me the game? And I'm not sure what that is. I think Rengar here in a very commanding position.
Yeah, I really, maybe he's thinking actually a Brutalizer. He wants to bait my Rengar on one battlefield and actually then killing my my Kai'Sa on the other battlefield. But I think that being on Star Spring, you always can send the Rengar back to the other battlefield in your turn, because with all the units that you have. So I really don't think there's anything that this Jax can have drawn that can win him the game.
I think I think it might just be Rengar's action right now. So question is, are you throwing down the Rengar on the Kai'Sa battlefield or on the first mate battlefield?
I think I'm throwing it here. And actually he's not.
So we do just let that go through.
Yeah, and the thing is, do you leave now the Lucian on the battlefield, or do you go back?
Ooh, let's see. So next turn you're gonna be on 10. So I think you have to keep the Lucian there. You might just fortify it with first mate and just go for the hold.
And we see, actually it was a Stella.
Oh, Stella!
He was dead on hand. He didn't have anything. So Rengar had won on the spot last turn, but decided not to. But I think right now, 10 might you overcome it pretty easily. Yeah.
Yep, there's the sentry that goes up to 5. You throw down the Rengar, that's a 7.
and it's a
That should be
12
more
already.
than a row. Oh, this guy's showing
Is it
off.
going-
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's another. I mean, now play the punch first. This really just put it down. Yep. Now we're just seeing what we could have drawn. Nothing much. I feel like I think that game was kind of sealed when the Rengar just doesn't show up. Having the Rengar just stay until these last few turns is such a scary thing. A 7 might attacker or defender just showing up at reaction speed is very strong.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
think with that, oh, go on, please.
Yeah, so I think that this is it for round 5. I think that now we're going to top 8, and good luck to everyone who made to top 8. I think my friend Star Wars so made it to top 8, so good
Okay,
luck
let's
to
go.
him, and good luck to everyone. I don't know if there's a Lilia player in there, but I hope there's a Lilia that is making us proud. And for everyone who's interested in Riftbound, I'm Federo Bombastic. I'm from Milan. So if you come to any Nexus night in Milan and you want to say hi, feel free to do so. For everyone going to Barcelona, good luck. I don't think I will be there, but I will try to cast it.
what?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I will be on vacation actually with my friends until the day before. So I didn't want to rush to go to another regional qualifier because the way I am, I think I have to put 1 week of focus before going to a big event. So
Yes,
I
yes.
would just not enjoy my vacation with my friends.
You gotta be in your vacation talking about lines and like, oh, this Akali player's gotta do this to me. So yeah, a much deserved break. Any last shout outs you want to give out? Any people you want to shout out back at home?
No, I think that the only one my friends that I know is playing right now, since I didn't see my other bro Nurov, I think it's Star Wars. So Star Wars is the only one I saw. Maybe Nurov is here, and I don't know. But shout
Wait, you
out
know
to him.
Nurov?
Yes, he is
Wait.
also from
Oh,
Milan.
right.
We've played a
Oh,
couple of times.
cool.
The interesting thing is I casted one of his game, and he casted one of mine on a tournament. So. Yeah.
I think that's really cool. I think though, Federo, it was lovely having you. It's always lovely to hear from people from around the world about Riftbound. This game just keeps us all connected in a global sense. And I feel that is the end of our time with round 5. Going into top 8, I'm hoping to see some cool decks. We have Darius, and there's probably Ezreal's, and maybe that Rengar made it in. So I know we have an excellent lineup. And with that, I think I'll give you guys a little break, and we'll be seeing you with our top 8 coverage.
On the battlefields here, but also a way to deal with this buy. And I have to imagine that the LeBlanc is going to be able to use her legend here, create another Rift Herald, which means at the start of this next turn, he's going to be able to essentially poop out 2 more units, and with 17 or 14 might at that battlefield, it's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with this Star Spring for the time being.
Yeah, it's really strange to me the way this was played out, because I feel like if you are going to make the reflection token, you would just play for the Star Spring, right? Like, why even push up the Dignitary? Because you could have gotten another trigger on the Herald. But okay, yeah, this is interesting play. Okay, we did see a hook go to the bottom of the deck off of the Rift Herald trigger, so that is -1 hook. It is possible to totally whiff. That being said, you can easily win the game without hitting a single hook, right? Especially when you're set up like this.
At that battlefield, it's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with this Star Spring for the time being.
Yeah, it's really strange to me the way this was played out, because I feel like if you are going to make the reflection token, you would just play for the Star Spring, right? Like, why even push up the Dignitary? Because you could have gotten another trigger on the Herald. But okay, yeah, this is interesting play. Okay, We did see a hook go to the bottom of the deck off of the Rift Herald trigger, so that is -1 hook. It is possible to totally whiff. That being said, you can easily win the game without hitting a single hook, right? Especially when you're set up like this.
Absolutely. So I would have liked to have seen him. I think he's just playing around unchecked power here, which is a very heads up line. We'll be able to get 2 units into base if this, or as soon as this Rift Herald dies as well through this Karthus. But there is only a couple of cards in hand. We do know that there's a couple of reflections as well. So I think it's only the Vi that he has access to for the time being. And so for Jibs, he has to figure out a way around all of this, which is going to be very difficult for him here. Singularity might have to be the choice as well. So it's going to cost him 2 runes, but he will still have access to do other things after the fact. And while there is a Riptide Rex in hand, there is really nothing he wants to be able to... there's nothing that he wants to get rid of here. I mean, that Ruined Rex is just absolutely huge. So there is just too much right now for Jibs to deal with, and his entire backline will be stripped away as soon as this Ruined Rex gets sent to the bin.
Yeah, you probably have to go like Singularity on the Karthus and maybe the Black Rose. I mean, it all feels pretty bad here. You could even just Singularity on only the Karthus, trigger Gin Leader, then play unchecked or something like that after scoring on Climb. I mean, it all feels pretty... Oh, he has a Stupefy. Okay, so you can go clear out the Herald plus the Karthus. And like you said, his hand, the LeBlanc hand is pretty low actually here. So clearing out the Herald doesn't feel too bad, as it's not really guaranteed that there's a ton to get played from there, and there actually isn't really any draw on the board besides the Watchful. Another reason I think the previous turn was played out a little bit weird. I would have liked to see that the Karthus get paired with like pushing up a Watchful or pushing up the LeBlanc Chosen Champion to actually refill the hand and try and look for a hook. Because this scenario right here, while you have a really good board presence, it puts you in this like weird spot where your board is really good and you do have like the Karthus established, but it's very possible you just run out of cards. And that's another reason I would have liked to see the Rift Herald. Oh, what is this? Okay. This is... Okay, sure, I guess.
Yeah, I don't like this at all either, actually. I think what Jibs could have done there is just gone for that Singularity, let the Karthus die first. Once that Singularity goes under the Jin here, the Karthus is dead, then there's only at most 1 trigger that the Rift Herald can do. Yes, there's 2 triggers that this Rift Herald can do, but maybe Jibs has already that there's 2 non-unit cards in hand just because his opponent has not played them for a long time, even though he's had the runes to be able to do so. So we'll have to see if that is the case, and maybe he just has that read. That said, I would have liked to have seen him just recycle 1 unit float of power as well. And in that way, you would have had to only recycle 1 less card right there. And it looks like he is going to do that there. So he has 1 power floating anyways. So he's just doing it in response to the Jin trigger. So 1 blue power floating.
Okay, yeah, his opponent's nice there, I would have argued, because the moment you pick up and start resolving the Jin, like, you cannot say, okay, I'm recycling 1. Like, you have to recycle, then do it. Specifically because he was already going through the motions of picking up the runes from his rune deck. Like, at that point, the Jin is literally resolving, and you can, like you said, you can do it in, like, reaction to it, but I would argue on it, because you cannot do things mid-resolution. But, that being said, does have the option for like an unchecked here. Maybe you could go like Conquer onto Aspirants and then go unchecked, and sure, you're gonna lose your units, but I don't think you care that much. The other way you could do this is you could go unchecked here, and then the Rex only kills 1 unit, which is like, sure. Yeah, okay, it looks like that is what he's gonna go for. And yeah, I really don't like the way this has been played by the LeBlanc here. running really low on resources, like almost for no reason. Could have played out the Chosen Champion, you could have played out the Sentry. There are a bunch of ways to see more cards here, and you just opted to not play any of them. And then also the Star Spring play on the Rift Herald, and now stuck with only 3 cards in hand, but still does have a little bit of a board, so it's not totally cooked up. But
Yeah, I mean the Sentry will be able to get himself a point as well as another card, so that's nothing to scoff at here. But that said, Jib's doing a great job of dealing with this LeBlanc board. I think that a lot of what's going on here on this Jin side, Supramonte is not ready for. The fact that Jibs was able to recycle 4 additional runes on that following turn is going to be a huge effect here. So this Dignitary, very likely to hit the bin, but I think Supramonte is feeling the weight of the lack of cards here. So just going to go ahead and discard a mirror image, which makes sense. Don't want to, recycle 2 here with just how restricted your rune count is for the time being. So LeBlanc going to be played at base. I would have liked to have seen it played at that Star Spring. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and play the Dignitary at the Star Spring instead, and then go ahead and move up into that Aspirant's Climb, bring himself up to 5 points. And while he was restricted with cards in hand, I have to imagine that his hand count is going to start feeling a little bit plentiful here with this last turn. I think he's really just kind of digging himself out of this hole here. And with that Sprite Burst, though, this Jin's going to be able to just kind of gain full control right back.
I mean, this is looking kind of cooked up for LeBlanc, to be honest. I think that Jin should be able to pretty much clear the board this turn, if he does choose to do so. Obviously, you don't have to do that. You could just go for a Conquer and then go for a snipe onto LeBlanc or the Vi and clean up the board a little bit, but I personally, I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Jin here. Could even get a couple more cards under the Jin Legend, set up for another turn, another big turn on the follow-up turn, as he can get, I think he's at what? Is he full 12 runes? It looks like it. In which case, I guess,
12 runes.
If you did have 3/4 costs, you could just go ahead and trigger it here, but I don't really feel like you need to. Generally, that seems to be played in combo with the Time Warp, but hey, he's really thinking about this one. At 12 runes, you can go Sprite Burst and Unchecked. That's an option. You can go Unchecked, clear the battlefields, and then play the Sprite Burst, and then double Conquer with the Sprites. But, I mean, quite obviously, that is a little bit of a waste of a Unchecked, right? So
absolutely, yeah. So I like to start here from Jibs. I think his next line here is to just go ahead and Deadly Flourish this LeBlanc in that back line there, and then potentially set up a Ruined Rex line on that following turn there. So it's going to feel pretty good. Manages to find himself a Sacrifice, which is definitely, I feel like a dead card currently. He is going to have to figure out a way to get this Vi onto a battlefield. And so I think with this Deadly Flourish coming down, being able to strip away that LeBlanc, yes, Supramonte will be at a 3rd card in hand, but that does mean 1 less card on the battlefield to be able to deal with what's going on. And on top of that, it does mean that this Noxus Hopeful will force this Vi to go into that Star Spring, which means that Ruined Rex will be able to hit the field as well. And it looks like instead, he's just going to go ahead and play it out here, continue to bolster this front line, force that Vi onto the Aspirant's Climb instead, and then that way Jibs can hold on to his unit for just a little bit longer.
Though you can play Sacrifice onto a unit in base, so that is an option. You can just choose to kill the Vi and ramp, though I pretty much doubt that would happen here. It's way more likely that would choose to try and push up on the next turn, and then you get a little bit of a 2-for-1, right? You can go ahead and try and kill a unit and pull, and then kill off with Sacrifice. But with the Star Spring, isn't able to do that, as the Riptide Rex does stay solo onto the Star Spring, which is pretty important, to be honest. It does put your opponent in a spot where you have to commit multiple cards to get rid of it. But hey, there's a second Vine. There's a third Vine. So if he does want to, could very easily clear this out.
He was at 1 card in hand. The watchful. The watchful sentry dying drew the second Vi. Okay, so he's got all the Vi's in the world there. This Riptide Rex is not going to survive at all.
Yep, so I think if he does want to swing in with Vi and then play a second Vi, I would not hate it.
I have to imagine that is going to be the case here. I think he's just considering all of his options, and we do know that there is an unchecked power in hand for Jibs here, so he will be able to play another unchecked power if all these Vi's manage to make it onto that battlefield there. And then Supramonte will have to figure out a way back into the series yet again. But for the time being, Supramonte, it feels like he's got a strong board state here. The sacrifice will be able to find him a couple more cards as well as another rune. So I think that for the time being, it really does feel like Supramonte has managed to claw himself out of this hole with all of those draws that he had access to through the LeBlanc and the 2 Watchful Sentries. Really, really good use of discarding that mirror image, but instead going to go ahead and play a mirror image and hold on to these Vi's in hand for the time being, which is a very interesting use of mirror image, I'd have to say. And it could also just be a Riptide Rex.
I don't hate this. You can go, okay, well.
Welcome back. Today we have the top 8 of the $1,000 Riftbound Cash Cup. I think we've had a lovely day of competition today. We've seen a lot of players, a lot of decks, especially that last round. But I have to say, we have our last 8, and today I am joined with my excellent co-caster, Excelsior. Please introduce yourself and don't start talking about the decks we have for our top 8.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome. I'm welcoming myself back to Rune Rift casting right now, EK. But yeah, thank you for that intro. And top 8 is gonna be amazing. I was watching you guys with Constantino, and actually, I slept. I watched the round 1, and then now I'm back here and slept, and I'm now refreshed because top 8 is gonna be refreshing as well. I know you guys have seen a lot of the usual suspects, right? The Master Yees, the Dianas of the world, and we're gonna be seeing something new here. Top 8 has a lot of different champions on board. We're gonna be looking at top 1 Master Yi, top 2 Diana, top 3 Rek'Sai, top 4 top 3 Azir, top 4 and Rek'Sai, and the bottom 4 EK.
Yeah, sure. We have a Victor, Vex, Darius, and another Victor. 2 Victors in top 8.
Victors.
Right. What deck do you play, Excelsior? What are you kind of gravitating towards here?
Well, I'm gravitating towards Rek'Sai right now. I played Teemo, I played Lilia, I played Fiora. Went all through the to the circuit of the Philippines. So with all of these other decks, and I'm interested because I'm interested with these different meta in this tournament, which is kind of interesting because there's a lot of spicy decks. And it's good. It's a good testing ground on what you can see maybe in the different RQs. But now, okay, we're going to be going EK with an interesting matchup, which I haven't seen in IRL, but I have seen in different testing grounds. It's going to be Darius and Diana, man. I mean, have you seen this kind of matchup before?
We might have called this once on an RQ. I might be misremembering. But Diana and Darius, 2 very opposite decks. You have Darius, this aggressive monster. Diana, this more of mid-range deck. I mean, who do you have a favorite here as we start going into our first turn once?
Yes, man. Personally, I would like to see Darius make it. I'm kind of biased, but Diana's kind of that kind of how do you say this? That's kind of very, very tricky setup, right? Sometimes you, especially with that reactive tap to get an extra energy to play with. But man, I want to see how this is gonna work when you're gonna be playing Darius, and then he is gonna be summoning a unit that's not gonna be having some more legions, right? No, you'll usually have some sentries right there, but he's gonna be summoning it vanilla, which is actually not gonna be good for him, right? That means like, okay, I don't have any other cards to play right now, so I'm gonna be paying this power and just using one of my cards. Vanguard Captain is one of the cards that I kind of have a problem with playing as Rek'Sai, so I just removed it out. But Darius
You removed that
saying,
of
okay,
Rex?
yeah, I removed it from Rek'Sai, man. I don't need it. Faithful Manufacturer is my card, and now, okay, there's we are now gonna be seeing the Emperor dies being activated, and you have a Sand Soldier, EK.
Right, and this is just a very good start from the side of Diana. This is a standard start. We get to keep our tie turner later for the game. You know, very unfortunate that we had to play our Vanguard Captain, and we have to Shadows Call it. This kind of tells me that the card quality that we have is not the best. So we're going in here just for an easy trade. We can actually, oh, my apologies. We can bounce it back with the Empress die if we have the answer to it. Stupefy comes out. 2 for 2.
Yep, 2 for 2, and oh,
going for a
all
trade,
right.
not what you want to see.
Yeah, man, man, I don't want to see this kind of floating space right here in terms of place from Darius. And as you can see, look at this, man. Diana is already on board. That means if showdown's gonna happen, predicts can happen. We're now floating into 4. Oh, okay, that's kind of a telegraph. He's counting how many runes he can play with. It's the Vex, man. I mean, if it's vanilla
Vex.
4 without power, oh man, that's Vex. He's
Oh no, hold on, 5?
Oh, 5?
Wait,
Okay, he's going for the way. No way.
No way.
Anyway, oh man, okay. So, EK, I have a question for you. Right?
Yes.
You have a way, and you're floating into like 2 up, potentially 2 energy, man. Like, do you push your Diana now or not? Oh, he does not. Okay, the question has been answered.
To be fair, it is kind of an interesting play because you know a Stupefy, and any kind of 2 mana spells can't just say no to this Hopeful. We know he doesn't have something like the Cleave because he would have done it last turn. So because you have to use a spell from your hand before your opponent, I would say it's not the best. But then again, you're not on your even point tempo, so I think there's different ways of seeing it, but I do like the play of keeping even base.
Yeah. Man, I mean, yeah, of course I agree with you, man. Like, I would want to have maximum value with this kind of Diana and getting having like 6 cards in hand. Pretty sure there's gonna be having value. And the vanilla Xin Zhao, not accelerated, is gonna be there. And a Noxus Hopeful.
Double Noxus Hopeful.
Whoa.
Okay, hold on. Okay. The game's kind of changed a teensy bit. So using the Noxus Hopeful Hopeful to play for 2, and then we use our Darius Legend to play the second one for one rune. So very good push from the side of very good development from the side of Darius. Now Diana's kind of put in a bad spot.
Yeah. I mean, I would see Jin here be happy seeing Force, but not in the sense that he's having spells. And now Hui is going to be triggered moving in. You get to draw 1, discard 1, and he goes in with the gear. And man, that is that's a spell. You're going to be drawing 1, and that's going to be good. Floating 7, actually kind of dangerous. Oh, there you go. He's going to be putting that Ravenbloom student onto base and a traveling merchant. And we're going to be seeing kind of some more interactions here with potentially 4 floating energy. I don't want to see this again. When there's floating energy, that means there is a reaction that will probably make one of these units into each battlefield survive.
Right, you have Moonfall that kind of says no to these big boards. Maybe a second Xin Zhao can help us. I'm surprised we didn't play our Tide Turner, the one we bounced back from the Empress dies. I think this kind of telegraphs that hey, I might have more answers. Using one of our runes for Diana, only 2 runes left to kind of make sure this way survives. Again, Stack Deck plays a card. Oh, Flash! Yep. Yeah, Flash, the
Let's
card you
go.
want to be seeing here. We get one rune. We use our one rune to kind of get a card from the side of Diana. We get another card from Hui. I think that is just the perfect card to see. And now we kind of flip our
Oh my
entire
gosh.
matchup here. We're back to Diana being in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Diana is definitely in the driver's seat right now. Look at that. Look at that very healthy amount of cards on their hand. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you have 4 on base. Okay, take those Darius, you can take those battlefields, and he's gonna be bumping back that Noxus Hopeful. Actually, that's good. I like that play.
Ooh,
'Cause,
Matron comes back.
Matron? Oh no. What does he want to go back? Oh, Vanguard
Oh,
Captain. Of course,
Captain.
he wants 2 more sentries. There you go. 2 more recruits. Okay. And a Noxus Hopeful. Yep. Okay.
Oh, there's
Building an
double Noxus
army is
Hopeful.
kind of hard. It's hard,
Yeah.
man. It's hard to build this kind of army. Darius, I'm feeling you right now. Putting up a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the base. It's actually kind of hard. Usually you want to push in, but like getting this kind of patience, EK is kind of I applaud him, man. I applaud him for this kind of patience.
Also, I think the cooler thing here is we did a very cool trick from the side of Emperor's Dies, where instead of paying 1 to make a Sand Soldier, you can actually choose to not pay the 1, still return your unit into hand, but make sure there's no Sand Soldier on the battlefield. And doing that, we are actually we can afford to play the Spectral Matron plus 2 of our Noxus Hopefuls. So a very good play from the side of Darius. Knowing how to rebuild these boards and use these interactions to our favor, and now we can just sit on 4 runes from the side of 4 points from the side of Diana.
Yep. Yes, indeed. It's like putting in that way on the Rockwell path is kind of how do you say this? It's kind of a telegraph as well, right? I will be able to make sure that this way survives one way or another, right? Because of all the things, all the choices. And you can see Diana going there with another predict. He's going to be using, top decks with Moonfall.
Moonfall's here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Moonfall
one way of
online.
breaking a big board.
Oh, man. Oh, this is crazy. He's just setting it up, EK. And, okay. The question right now: who is going to be winning this kind of a showdown, so to speak? Right, the one with the big army, or the one with the big hand and a lot of combat tricks and floating energy? EK, that's always the question when I'm fighting a Diana.
So the Moonfall here kind of stops any big attacks from the side of one big push, but if you're on the side of Darius, you can just give the smallest of pushes, do the bare minimum to kill over this way. Your opponent has 5, so we know that could be a Moonfall. Then he has 2 left over. Again, I don't like keeping the way out to die here, because we know we have that Tide Turner in hand. We could Tide Turner, bring the way back. Issue is, I think that keeping the way just says, hey, I have Ride the Wind, I have Flash, I have something that you don't, you can't counter as red or yellow.
Yeah, I think there's possibly another Flash here, but we saw some one of the predicts a while ago. EK is like the Moonfall, one of the other ways you can for combat trick. And now we're looking at the turn of our Darius player here. He's thinking, should I push in, and what combat tricks do I have to make sure that this push is going to be beneficial for me, because the opponent right now is at 5, potentially getting to 7 with a hold. And I think right now the more vulnerable, the more possible to lose in this turn is Diana. And so he's going to be doing the bare minimum, as you said, and he's going to be asking the question, do you have what it takes to save this Diana right now?
If we do a Moonfall here, the majority of that 3 might is going to go straight to the Xin to tank, and then that does leave our Hui very vulnerable. So this attack probably will go through, keeping those 4 runes, making sure that this Hui survives next turn. Oh, okay, am I wrong? Oh no, there's a Flash.
Oh, there you go, bro.
Yep, this right on time.
Crazy.
flashing
That's
over.
crazy.
This is just. I mean, if you allow your opponent to draw all these cards, they will get these outs.
Mhm.
I love flash as a card.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
it's just so helpful, especially with Wei. You're drawing so many cards. So up to 9 cards, 10 cards on his turn. Like, what
Mhm.
are you supposed to do
Mhm.
right now?
I mean, man, it's gotta be kind of frustrating as Darius right now. But he actually got into 5 points. They're at even pairing right now, and I'm interested as to what he's gonna be using. Oh, okay, we have the Vanguard put down for 2 more sentries, and now it's gonna be 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4.
hold on.
There.
So,
Oh my gosh,
er,
so big.
so
Oh
Vanguard
man,
Captain,
one.
play me played
Mm-hmm.
2/1/1 recruits, right? Remember that we
Yeah.
also played Rally the Troops this turn that says any unit played
Yes.
during this
Buff.
turn is going to be buffed. So
Buff. Yeah.
with those runes, we just put down, oh, that's a lot. 8, so 6, was it 8 plus 4, 12 might? Is that 12 might?
Yes. 2 plus. Oh wait.
Oh, no, 16
3.
might. I guess that's, no,
Yeah.
that's wrong.
Wait.
16?
3 plus 4, 7, 14 might.
14 might. All right.
14 might. Yeah, 14 might total. So it's 7 times 2 is 14. So it's actually good. It's a good turn. You have 14 might from that turn that has a possibility to break down the walls that are being set up by our Diana player here. And Wei is going to be moving up, going to be discarding that stack deck, now having a hefty amount of cards in the trash, and going to be
7
drawing
runes.
as well. So Xin Zhao is going to be removed as well, and we're going to be having a 5-7 disparity between the two. EK, this is going to be kind of a problem, but there is going to be a
Fisk can
big
just
push.
flash back. Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
gosh.
What are you supposed to do? Again, remember,
Oh my gosh.
so we did do the math wrong as checked. So Captain's
Yeah.
a 3 might, so it gets buffed up to 4. So
3,
it's 16
yeah.
might. Yes,
It's
16
16,
might.
right? You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Sorry, that's my bad on the math. I will say that
My
I
bad
don't think
too.
it
Like I
matters.
think it's 2. I was thinking
Yeah, I
it
thought it was 2
2,
too.
but
I
yeah,
thought it was
3.
2
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. So it's like you're
Um,
right. You're right. 16. Yeah.
Well, the
Quick
issue
math.
is, no matter what, is that Moonfall just says no to all of it. Literally all of it. And that Fizz to forget that last flash, you throw down more units. There's an army on his base, an army on yours. You have to kind of
Yeah.
survive this push, and I don't think Darius has it in him.
Yep. Yeah, this is kind of a dangerous position to be in for Darius. And again, all those buffs will possibly be nullified. And now on the side of Diana, EK, look at those, man. You're getting a bunch of small units, quote unquote, but not really so
Mhm.
small because again, Moonfall can actually be dangerous. And for those of you who don't know, Moonfall, again, enemy units -2 this turn at that battlefield, and that's gonna be crazy. Even though you have a bunch of buffed units, again -2. It doesn't have a cap, no cap, no
Right.
cap, no
Mhm.
minimum 1, right?
All
No
the way down to
minimum 1
0.
might, all the way down to 0, and that's crazy. That's crazy, uh, debuff, so to speak.
Hidden Blade are our own unit here, trying to find some sort of answer to this incoming push. I mean, there's no way of defying this card. Is there a way, you think? Is there a card that just can handle this? And I think there is not. I think Darius, seeing the
No.
writing on the wall, conceding
Yeah.
that match, that's 1-0 to Diana.
Yep. That's 1-0 to Diana. Star Warso being the player for Diana, and Waffle being the Darius player. 1-0. Really good plays. And, you can definitely see that Flash is one of the valued cards in that game, right?
Mhm.
So, EK, I just got my first Flash in one of the Nexus nights as a flash, as a promo, because there is a shortage of Flash in the
Oh, yeah.
Philippines right
We
now.
have
It's
we
all of
have
the top
that.
players.
Yep.
Oh yeah, right. All of the top players are using it, and top Violet players. So
For a good reason, too.
when yes, and you can see it right here, like Quay with Flash, bro. That's like draw potential, and like saving your unit. And man, it's so useful. And he has 3 of those, and we saw all 3 being used right now. And now going into game 2, Diana is going to be put down on the play, or rather on turn 2. And now we're seeing the Karen Dredger on Darius' side. He's going to be building an army yet again, but let's see if his army will be successful on this turn. And Arena's Greatest has been triggered, which is good for our players because most of them forget.
I mean, this is top 8, so I know
Yeah.
I expect nothing less from these players. Finally getting this turn 1 drop. This is going to be really important. We saw how important it was to miss your turn 1 on the side of...
Yeah.
Ooh, hold on. Let me stop talking. Missing your turn 1, that's fine. Getting your turn 1 and then getting the Xinjiao ready for the attack.
Yes.
Do you push up here? This is the real question.
Yeah, that's actually a good question.
So Karen here goes in, stack deck happens with our floating 1 rune, 1 energy from the side of Diana.
Yeah.
So not, a much better opener here. What would you do? Would you go in with this Xin? Are you happy with just being on 2 points? Talk me through your process here.
Man, EK, that's a good question, but I would rather put it down right now because looking at this, the hand of looking at the kind of position that you're in a more aggro position right now, and you have Inferno on the base, which can potentially deal 3 damage. Since now is with the 4 body, is actually good. So that means if and only if Star Warso, Star Warso, our Diana player, will be trying to trade or trying to remove that Xin Zhao, he needs to expend more cards to make that happen. And Inferno will be presenting lethal will just by trading into it. And then you have to have like a combat trick yet again just to remove that. But you have to do it. You have to do it as soon as possible. It's going to be happening right now. Showdown's going to happen. Predict, are you going to be paying that with 1? Yes, with your Diana, of course. Yes. And let's see what he gets.
So I'm assuming we're going to see maybe like a Stupefy. So we sadly reveal Ravenloom on the top, so we don't have it. Moonfall going to be played, getting rid of this entire board. Remember that Inferno will be the defender here, not getting the assault. Getting rid of both units here. Very strong push from the side of Diana.
Yeah, very strong push. Very good use of Moonfall. And now on 5 energy, we're seeing Darius having to rebuild his army. And I mean, I think that answers your question a while ago, EK. Pushing into Xin Zhao, it's a necessity. But the problem is you got he had Moonfall, which actually decreased all their might -2. It's actually negative for Inferno. And man, it's kind of a nerve-wracking as well. Rally Troops might be a good card yet again. We might see another Vanguard being played. Or instead, we see a Noxus Hopeful. It's gonna be 5
another Noxus Hopeful.
10 might on the base, bro. Crazy.
All right. So we're still on our even point tempo. We put out a huge board, and we're only at 3 points. Diana it's really hard for Diana to kind of conquer this turn. We want to develop our board here, but we're not going to be on evens. I think that kind of push, that kind of development from the side of Darius puts him in a really good position now. I think we're seeing the way come out. There's the way.
Oh yeah. Yep. This is the way that we see right now, and now going to the hold with it, Karen Dredger. Actually, the MVP of this match right now is Karen Dredger for holding for 2 consecutive turns. Yeah, 2 consecutive turns, bro. It's like, I mean, you don't usually see it that way. It dies and produces a bird with deflect, but it's defending. It's doing its work. It's doing it's holding there, and it's not. He's not getting baited. Diana is not getting baited by Karen Dredger. It's pulling back. Okay, so that's actually with good reason. Another Vanguard captain is going to be... Oh, man.
And they're all buffed too, Excel, so they're all buffed.
I mean, we've seen this, man. This is crazy. But this is negated with 1 Moonfall. That's why Moonfall is such a great card.
We see another Xin. So the issue with last game was, yes, we had this big push. The Moonfall is so much worse in the defense for this aggressive push because we just put in the minimum amount of might to beat it, and then we still have might developed in base to kind of kill your board afterwards. But now, our opponent's threatening lethal. They have so much might on the base. How are you supposed to kind of deal with this on the side of Diana?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, again, one of the Diana combat tricks is Moonfall. And actually, if there are big units, there's also Star-Crossed that may be played, right? And you can actually be careful and make sure to have some more info, right? Right now, it looks like Darius is presenting with a lot of units on the board, on the base. But with having just one card on his hand is actually kind of very dangerous because you're like going in turn by turn without any other cards. But presenting lethal on next turn actually proves to be a problem.
Right. You have to remember too, we always have access to this Darius Chosen Champion unit. When you play your second card in a turn, it does come in ready for 7. The only way I can think of maybe Diana having a chance to break this board is something like a double Ride the Wind, a Moonfall. Some of these ways to kind of get this way moving, get him up to a huge amount of might that the Darius player can't beat.
Yes, that's right. Like, yeah, and getting
Flash
that
won't save you.
discard, getting the discard, man, with the way +3. Oh man, it's so crazy. I like these kinds of cards. And with those 3 options, or depending on what you draw, what you discard as well, is actually what you discard is actually a good kind of mechanic in a sense. It has so much value in terms of how you play it, and also gives info that like, oh, I don't need this right now, right? I don't need this card right now. I'm gonna be discarding it, or I'm gonna be using this card next turn. Shadow Skull is gonna be used, which actually gives more options for Darius to get 2 more cards. And what does he need to have right now to get him this dub, EK?
I mean, we have maybe some sort of removal, or a Falling Star, a Call the Weak, Hidden Blade, any way of saying, hey, you know what, your units can be protected, but if I just get rid of them, you have no way of winning this game. Darius now also live, can be played for 4.
Yeah.
I think we're in a very good position. Now, we have to be afraid of Ride the Wind, of course. You have to be afraid of Moonfall. But I feel like our player here can have this.
Yeah, man, this is again very, very difficult, guys. For those of you who are playing Riftbound, there are 7. That you heard it right, 7 like runes that are floating right now.
And the
Or
Diana
8,
Legend XL
including
Sword.
8, including Diana. 8, including Diana, man. I mean, that is like that's like so much combat tricks, so much. And you presenting lethal actually says, okay, do you just push it in one by one, or will you go in all in and just like the question right now, is there a Moonfall, or are there any other combat tricks to remove any other bigger units, right? And now here is the question. Sinsao, Karen Dredger, another recruit, going to be pushing in. It's going to 5 to 8 presenting right now. Oh, he's going to be pushing back. Oh, 10, 11 right now. So that's a good question. But what is the answer for Diana?
So Moonfall doesn't answer this cleanly for the side of Wei. I think we're just getting rid of. We're throwing our Karen here, just kind of, if you kill it, you kill it. But also, Ride the Wind can keep you safe. You ride the wind over to the other battlefield. You discard a unit. Your Wei becomes a 9 might unit.
Yeah.
Doesn't save you against a Hidden Blade. We still have Hard Bargain to kind of stop any shenanigans like Falling Star, like Hidden Blade. So I feel like this Wei is not long for this world. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Oh man, I definitely agree with you. It has to be there. It can be removed, but right now for the Diana player, Silent Warsaw, he might have Star Warsaw. He might have to save at least one of them, like for you to be able to prevent lethal on this turn. Right? There has to be something that you can do. And again, Calling Blade is another option, as you said. I mean, you would use it right now if you would need to have that. Like, I have to make this removal, right? That's one of the cards that can be played. And right now, Diana, okay, using one more. Are you gonna be getting more options? Maybe Flash. All right, Flash. Okay, just one. Okay, just one.
Flashing.
Okay, this is good.
So we get a +1 buff to our Diana. We get to get this way up to 8 might. Ride the Wind will now move it up to 12.
Yeah.
This plays around Kill the Weak. This plays around Falling Star. I actually really like this
Yeah.
flash.
Yes.
But again, do we have the cards to supplement it?
Yeah, bro. I like this too, man. This is kind of a telegraph that I can move my way into the other battlefield and support the Diana. Right. So that means again, Ride the Wind, as you mentioned a while ago, is definitely a possibility on display because this means you
Call
moved
the
in,
Weak.
call the week. Oh, crazy. You have
Okay.
to choose one. Oh man. And it's
I mean,
way.
hard bargain here. Yeah, I think hard bargain would be really good, but for 4, and then you have 2 runes up to kind of save your Diana. Not sure if we.
Yeah.
This is tough. Do we? And not letting this go, you kill your way off. Your Diana now has to defend against all of that. You're still
Mhm.
going up to 6, so you still have to kind of figure out a way to win this game with this push. Like your opponent has a good hold on the other battlefield.
Mhm.
I mean, this Call of the Week is huge here.
Yeah, Call the Week, definitely huge right now because only 2 units on the side of Diana, and you have to choose one, right? And right now presenting 4, 2, 6 damage over at the side of Darius.
Wait,
Darius
Waste
pushing
dead?
in with 6. Okay, Waste dead. Karen
So,
Dredger is gonna be dead as well. Yes, he
okay,
came.
so 4 runes up, 6 runes to save
Mhm.
this guy. Moonfall
Yeah,
does it cleanly. Stack
yeah.
decks, Superflies, Gust, they can do it. Remember though, our opponent has no way of pushing onto this next battlefield. We have what's his face? Ride the
Oh, which
Wind and Hwei next turn,
Yeah,
but
right.
that's not even enough to break.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
Man. And he's just saving that Moonfall, man. It's possible. It's a high possibility that this there, because of the floating of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana right now, or 6 energy right now. Uh, there is still a possibility of another combat trick on the side of Darius because he's still floating that 4. So he needs to do this push. He needs to check at least with the minimum. There you go. He goes in with the Vanguard, and with the 4, he's gonna be asking, "Do you have it right now?" So that's the question.
So we got another Diana trigger. I think it's. I would have loved maybe going in with one more unit here, just to kind of say, hey, you're forced to use this Moonfall. But other than that, I think it is smart. You're trading 1 for 1. A stack deck, a Stupefy, all it takes to break this incoming attack. So what do we find? We find Starcross.
Oh, Starcrossed. Okay, okay.
Not the
But that's not
most
useful right
impactful
now.
now, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Stupefy is good
Yeah.
here.
Oh.
Okay. Stupefy gets
Yes.
down with 5 to 4, 5 to
Yeah.
3, I think that would
3.
be.
Yeah.
Cleave. Okay, Cleave puts it back up to 7.
7. Yeah. Okay. This is
With the
good.
Abandon Hall.
Abandon
So
Hall.
Abandon Hall,
Yeah.
remember, when you play a spell here, you give +1 might to a unit. So both
Yes.
players really using these kind of spells effectively. Remember though,
Mhm.
Diana can't also win next turn. So you have to break this hold
Yes.
and survive to another turn. So
Yeah.
I think this is just the Darius player saying, I'm just going to force you to use all your resources out this turn. Eclipse going down.
Oh. Yeah. So 7 minus 4, it's gonna be down to 3, and then you can
3,
go up
3,
to 6.
Now, one more cleave does give you the win here. Not having it, we
Call
get
the week.
vision. Oh, Call the Week could do it. Hidden Blade can also do it.
Yeah,
He doesn't
Call
have
the
room
week.
for Hard Bargain.
Hidden Blade. Call the week. What do you have? Oh man,
What is
that
this
one
last
card
card?
is actually. Is it the heart of the cards moment right now? I don't know.
One last card, Excelsior. What could it
Oh
be?
man.
Is this the winning turn from the side of Darius, or will this be going on for one more turn? Can this Diana claw their way back? Ride the Wind. A lot of ways of kind of finding victory, but does Diana have it?
Yeah, Diana is down to 1 rune that they need to play. Star Wars. So looking at the stars and trying to see what he can get. And again, 3 floating runes over at the side of Darius. Waffle is kind of in a bit of a pickle right now. Does he have it? He's thinking, should I release it right now? Oh no,
Oh,
it's
it
an
is the
honest
honest
broker.
broker.
My gosh. Yep, he's going all in on one side, which is actually kind of good because this cannot be adjusted. So um, ride the wind into a moonfall would bring it like a moonfall and a ride the wind. How much would that be? Let me see how many. In terms of might is gonna be this minus two, so 3, minus 2, 6 total. So oh, he's pushing in. Okay,
All right.
there we go. Locking down.
Now, let's see. Can Diana break this? 9 runes, 1 card on the battlefield. That is what? 10, 14, 16 might to your 3 might on board. What do you have? Do you have a Moonfall? Stupefy comes down trying to find something.
Yes. Right. Stupefy is actually one of those cards that is, how do you say this? It's a good card to have, and he's buffing up the Diana in the process as well. Right? He's gonna go to 4, get another choice, and then he has a total of 9 to play with. And I'm thinking if you're gonna be pushing your Diana towards that battlefield, maybe he's gonna be using a Tide Turner, and then he's gonna be pushing in with a Moonfall. It's a high possibility, but again, over at the next turn, that's why there's a bird there, EK, because again, one more card can push the Darius into Legion, into accelerated potential or battle ready or whatnot, and may go into a double hold. It depends. Again, it depends on how Diana is gonna be floating this, right? So he will need to make sure that he breaks the arena's greatest battlefield, and also be able to handle what's gonna be coming in with the Darius push.
I do agree. It's as you said, Tide Turner does it here. Ride the Wind, Moonfall can do it. You just need as much might on the Diana. I will say, if you do have Moonfall, you're still a few might short, maybe double Moonfall. But if you do have double Moonfall, this is a very important part. Diana will, like, let's say all the units there are at 0 might. Diana's only at 4 might, and because she's at 4 might, she can only distribute 1 damage to each unit, and there's 5 units there. So we still have to find a way to get this Diana up by 1 more might, and then we can think about, hey, double Moonfall or something similar.
Yeah, definitely. You have to move. There you go. You have to power him up, power Diana up on that side. But Titar is gonna be played. That Moonfall, that Diana needs to push into the arena's greatest right now. So the question, with 7 energy, or rather 7 runes being floated right now, he's gonna be going in 3. Okay, that kind of goes with a Star Cross. Okay, what? Yep, he's gonna be moving the biggest one. There you go.
So then, okay. Does a Moonfall save us here? Let's think about it. So you go in for the 4, you Moonfall, you go 0, 0, 0 into 2. Yeah, we can not assign enough damage just of yet.
Yep.
So Diana proc happens. What do we find?
Yeah, you have to use the Diana champion for this, because you're left with 3 at the base. He's looking for some more options. And EK, I mean, this is still Smokescreen. Okay, it's okay. Not the best one. And then Moonfall is going to be coming in here, and he's going to be tapped out. And this is going to be it. This is kind of dangerous in the sense that, yeah, I mean, man.
For the viewers at home,
yeah,
the way that these 0 might tokens work, that when you have 0 might, you have to still assign 1 damage to kill that token. Meaning that even though all these tokens here are at 0, you'll have 2 might on the Xinjiao 0, 0, 0, 0. You still have to assign 5 damage worth onto the opponent's.
Yeah.
Right. Now, even if you didn't pull in the bird, Moonfall wouldn't be enough, because you'd have 2 damage go straight into the Xinjiao, and then you only have 2 damage left over, which can kill maybe both recruits. But that last honest broker is still there on the battlefield.
So
That's
with
right.
that, I think we will be going to game 3. This might just be a little
Yeah,
explanation
it's
from
a
each
scoop.
players. Now this is
Yep.
I don't blame the player for not knowing about this. Units
Mhm.
don't go to 0 that much. However, not much you could have done on the side of Diana. You
Yep.
had to have had another card to buff up your maybe a stack deck or another Stupefy, but I don't think that
Yeah.
was available in hand. And going into
Mhm.
game 3, we saw both decks get their own engines going. You saw how both decks like
Yeah.
to go when playing. Who do you prefer to win this game 3? Who do you think is gonna win?
Man, during this turn, I think Diana still has a way with it, but it's kind of simple as to how Darius is going to be playing it. Build an army and ask the questions. That is it, right? And now Seat of Power and Targon's Peak is kind of a This is actually if you're going to be holding on Targon's Peak, right? You're going to be having 2 runes ready, if I remember correctly,
Yep.
and then
If you
using
conquer.
the Seat of Power to get to draw more. Actually, it's kind of good. This is actually good, right? And um, it's actually good because good for Diana for both,
Yes.
because you're gonna be floating some more. Yeah.
Ooh, now hold on. The curse of not finding a 1-drop happening to Diana. Now we saw how important it was for the Darius now missing out on that 1-drop. Diana missing out on their turn 1-drop, meaning they don't have access to Targon's Peak first, which is very
Yes.
important in this
Yes.
matchup.
Very
Although we do
important
have
indeed.
Gust, we do
Mhm.
have ways of stopping our opponent from getting onto the battlefield. Double stack deck, at
Ooh,
least we're using
okay.
our runes properly, so that is
Yeah.
not the worst. Back to
Yeah.
a
That is
5-card hand
mhm.
is not what you want to see.
Okay. So what did we learn here, EK? Double stack
Oh
deck
my
just means
god! Oh.
that means that, oh my god, look at that Inferna Noxus Hopeful combo. Oh, this is crazy.
That's the
Anyway,
strength of
um
Darius. Yeah, sorry.
anyway, I was saying like this actually telegraphs that, like, okay, I don't have any I'm looking for more options,
Yes,
right? That
correct.
I don't have a unit right now. And usually I see some Dianas use the Diana champion to make a stack deck happen. And he's gonna be using Gust as well. Oh, crazy. This is good. This is a good play. But
Using
this
the Gust.
actually says that Inferno can be used later when you're
Yes,
when they're attacking.
correct. Honest Broker is gonna come out. We might just replay that replay that Inferna. We're gonna get 2 runes up on our opponent's turn. I mean, if that Gust wasn't there, we'd have been such a bad position. Our opponent would have been at 2
Yeah.
points, would have gone on the Seat of Power. This is a
Mhm.
very good development turn. Could this be Vanguard
Mhm.
Captain coming down? We did see the Legion proc happening.
Hmm. Yep, here we go.
Yeah,
He
we're
is
waiting.
gonna be. He's actually thinking, like, thinking Hourglass. Thinking, so.
hit down like, yo, opponent, you gotta hold on a second. I have to think about what I want to do.
Hold
I
up.
think just
Yeah.
I think just maybe thinking about all the different options you have. Maybe another hopeful,
Mhm.
maybe a Vanguard. Maybe we're saying, hey, do I wait before I play this Vanguard out? Wait for like a rally the troops, some kind of way of getting a bigger value out of this card.
Yes. Yeah. I agree, man. It's like it's a huge possibility that he's thinking about that as well. But with that kind of a kind of play, it's a solid play. Rally the troops with the Vanguard. It's actually a solid play. I like it. You get 3 plus 1. It's gonna be 4 plus 2 plus 2. It's gonna be a total of 8 possibility
Xin
right there.
Zhao
But
coming
instead
down.
goes in with a Xin Chao.
Mhm.
Okay, Xin Chao is gonna be not pushed in, right? Or rather, sorry, not gonna be pushed in because you don't have 2 other on the base, but you're gonna be floating 2 runes from that battlefield conquer over at the Nox Hopeful side. So no draws, and Diana at 6 is yep, a lot of options still. He can still push into that Noxus Hopeful, but do you want to risk that with the possibility of it getting removed? I don't know, man. That's a question that Star Warso is gonna be handling a bit later.
And even the Moonfall here is not as safe. If you go in with Moonfall, you'll Moonfall Xin Zhao, that's 3 to 4. You'll Moonfall the Honest Broker, that'd be 3 to
will be 3-2, but then you know your opponent has that Inferno, and it'll make it a trade 3 for 3. So I think playing out this way is the safest thing you can do. You keep the Diana in base just in case our opponent has a Call of the Week, and you hope that this way can just save you for the rest of the game.
Yes, yes, indeed. And man, okay, putting down
Oh,
the way.
Falling
Oh,
Star!
Falling Star! Let's go. Yep, that
Okay,
way is gonna be removed. That's the
Dawn.
best target. Yep, best target indeed. You don't want that kind of a, don't want the way shenanigans. And now it's looking kind of hopeful. It's a
Yeah,
pun intended and also so
yeah, I love the point.
for Darius. And we're man, he's up to 3 on a 0 point for Star Wars. So let's see if the stars align for Star Wars over this next turn. But Waffle is making those bases full with the seat of power and draw and 4, and he's gonna be
Safety
removing as well.
Inspector!
Oh, nice safety inspector.
Stacey Spectre. If you don't know,
Crazy.
you may spend 3 XP as an additional cost, not important here.
Yes.
But he is just call on a unit. So you can't defy him, you can't stop him. And just another just clean board wipe. We have our Darius on 3 points, our opponent at 0, no units, nothing in hand. We got rid of a way. What do we have?
Man, this is another ways right there. And okay, so now another army is going to be on the side of Diana. And up to 4 right now with that holding pattern over the seat of power. Now, this is going to be amazing for Darius. He's up with the safety inspector. I think that's a good tech if your opponent has not a lot of units. And that falling star actually is going against how Star Wars has been played, considering that it's part of his name. So it's kind of a it's kind of a, how do you say this? A traitor. A traitor.
Some divine judgment, some irony happening here. We have Wei going in.
Yeah.
It's definitely be a conquer from the side of Diana. Not many defensive tools from the side of Darius. You have to just keep going aggro. This is the turn that maybe we see Diana claw their way back. We get a draw from Wei, draw from Tide Turner, conquering seat of power. Issue is our opponent has a lot on the board right now. They have that 6, 10, 14 might on the attack next turn.
Yeah.
And our opponent only has to conquer 1 to get to 6 points. So Diana's the one that has to go in. Void Seeker.
Void Seeker. All right. All right.
So,
he's going to be dealing 4 and drawing 1.
Hard bargain on the Void Seeker.
Hard bargain. Okay. He can't pay. He can't pay right now. So no draw. Oh man, no dice.
that void. We're talking about not having defensive options. That was probably the best one in the deck. If that went through, that might have sealed the game right then and there.
Yes, yes, indeed. Like, it's actually a good way to use your hard bargain, right? You know that your opponent doesn't have any floating runes that to counter that hard bargain. Again, the worst thing that could happen to me, or when I'm playing against Diana, is hard bargain repeat, which means I need to pay 4. Like, that's definitely a hard bargain because I don't want to pay 4 to save just 1, right? So, this is I mean that's a not favorable turn for Darius, and with just 1 card on hand and 2 on the next turn, a total of 4, 7, plus 4, 11, plus 3, 14 potential damage on the board. He can still do a bit of a push on one of these battlefields.
And now, I mean, we're having the Conquer, the Targon's Peak proc, so we want to still develop our board. Moonfall doesn't fully stop this incoming attack. Maybe Flash will be good to save our way, but our opponent's gonna go up to 7 points. We don't have enough time to kind of, use this Flash defensively. If we were ahead in points, I can maybe see using Flash. But now, our opponent's hitting this 6 point. They're 1 turn away from victory. What do we have as answers from the side of Diana?
A lot. I gotta answer you. You get
8 runes.
a lot.
Yeah, a lot. Just 8 runes, 6 cards. We are in blue purple. It stupefies, moonfalls, eclipses, smoke screens, bright the winds.
Yeah.
There's so much.
And if you're the
So
Darius player
much.
here, you have to think about every single one.
You know, I'm seeing a possibility of a star-crossed here. Anything that is going to be pushing in, and but look at this. There is going to be a showdown going to be happening over at the seat of power. So the seat of power is being contested. So let's see if Inferna with 3 damage will be able to destroy, or with 3 might, will be able to destroy this Tide Turner with 2. So the question is, do you want to make this Tide Turner survive, or you're gonna be relinquishing your seat of power right now?
I think, you know what, maybe if you throw in a Stupefy to go for a trade, even then you don't want that to happen. These Infernos are just attacking tools, so they don't really care too much on the defense. You don't want to invest a Moonfall just to protect the Tide Turner. But your opponent does go up to 6, and 6 is a very strong position to be in from the side of Darius.
Yeah, 6 is actually like presenting lethal already as a Darius player, man. Like you have those accelerated potentials and
Ooh,
Gust.
Gust.
Okay. I like this play, but that Inferno can actually come back. So
I think they're
it
saying
might go. Yeah.
So go on. Back to the
there
same
you go.
exact
Okay.
question.
Yeah. Same play. I mean, this is okay. I like this play. This is some players just push in with all of the cards, but pushing in with just enough is actually one kind of discipline that you need when you're playing Riftbound. Like just enough, just 1 over. It's okay. If you're gonna be playing Stupefy, it's a trade. So there's always a question that's gonna be happening. And if you're gonna be bringing this back, I can bring back my Inferno with as an ambush and do some damage. Eclipse -4. Okay.
So if you wish, we can just put in Inferno back from our hand.
Yes, that's right. That's actually a good play. So it's possible. He's gonna be checking. Okay, so let's see if this is gonna be an Inferno play for Waffle right now. And you know, man, it's already in the morning here in the Philippines, so I'm kind of craving some waffle already. So
It's 2 in the morning here, so not early enough for a waffle. Maybe a late
midnight
night
snack, bro.
Midnight snack.
Midnight snack. So it's gonna be a good breakfast if Waffle actually wins. But Star Wars still has a lot of cards on its hand, 4 to be exact. And is Inferno gonna be played? Yes, it is.
And there's the Inferno. I would have loved to see the actual play happen in the different order, where you eclipse the first Inferno. But this might just be another Gust. Flash happening. Could be both units.
There you go.
Yep, there's a flash. Now our opponent has...
presenting.
We got rid of both flashes here. We have our weight trigger. We got more cards. One good thing this play did is that it kind of exposed our opponent, because instead of having to give away 1 unit here, they put down 2 units on that battlefield. So that's double the kind of value. We get rid of Starcross, saying, "Hey, it's probably not going to be needed." Would have loved to see it maybe for the Darius, but see, we have another Vanguard captain.
Vanguard captain. Let's go.
Those are birds, not the red ones.
Not a bird. Not a bird. Not a bird. No bird. Not a deflect. Okay, he made a mistake there. Those are recruits. Those are recruits.
Yeah.
Those don't have deflect. Okay, so guys, don't worry. It's still viable. Okay, sometimes I put down a bird token and say this is a recruit. I put down a mech. This is a sprite. Okay, so and then you just have to declare it. Everybody knows. And the question right now is wait, is he gonna be pushing in? Okay.
Pushes him in the way. We get 2 draws, right? One from the Seat of Power and one from the Weight Trigger. And then we know we're getting 2 runes back. Getting rid of another Star-Crossed, saying, hey, I don't need more than one. Maybe have 1 in hand, saying I don't need the second one or the third one. Passing action, that's...
Yep.
That's 4 points. Now, again, look at the Darius. We're back in a similar position to game 1. To game 2, sorry, where we're 1 turn away from winning. Our opponent has cards on the board. We're playing another way in base. Ooh.
In base?
Oh, with Tide. Okay, so we're hiding a Tide Turner. That makes more sense.
Okay.
So, double hiding Tide Turner.
Okay, that's gonna be double trouble, bro. That's crazy. And he readies 2 runes at the end of turn. Again, yeah. I mean, most likely this is tight turner. Most likely there's a high possibility. So that means they can switch over the ways and get possible +3 from a possible discard of any unit. And
Correct.
man, this is kind of this is again very dangerous in the side of Darius because again you are left with 2 cards on your hand. What other options you have? You have used a lot of your combat tricks, so to speak, or your removal, so to speak, safety inspector, falling stars. What else can you draw that can actually give you enough oomph to go over and get one more battlefield or two more, or two in this sense? It's difficult because why? 7 floating runes, 4 cards on hand for the Diana player, and 2 hidden, which is most likely gonna be moving around those ways. That's why he has those 2 ways on his side of the board, one on the base and one on the seat of power. Very difficult position to be in as a Darius player. The tables or the seat of power might have been passed on.
I do agree. The issue is right now is also you have so many runes up. You can wait a turn, but if you wait a turn, you get so many wait triggers. You know, he's gonna draw like 2 cards. He has a tie turns, draw more cards. You want to find a way to win game this turn. You have your Darius, you have your units on board, but your opponent has 4 cards in hand. That could be Moonfall, Star-Crossed, Defies, not Defies, Gust.
Yes.
The wrong color for Defy.
Gust.
And
the Gust
I
of
just
the world.
as much as
Yeah, go.
you're close, as much as you're close to winning here, it feels like you're just ages away from figuring out the right play to win this game.
Yeah. Man, I agree with you, man. This is as a red and yellow player, right? There's not a lot of options you can have. You have to be mostly aggressive. You have to be mostly thinking. There you go, Falling Star is going to be used.
There's
It's
Falling
going to be
Star,
going
okay.
into just one target, and that secret has to be propped. So that means you can either swap it with that way over at the base to put it back, put it onto the seat of power. Yeah, most likely, or switch it up.
We see the tie turn.
Yep,
So
it's
the tie
okay.
turn on the other slot, we can tie turner one of the ways over. If we have a discard for a unit, we can make our way
Yes.
8 might. So that means we don't die to Falling Star, but he has 6 damage on him.
Yes.
Do we find the card?
Yes.
Do we have a unit in hand?
Did he just discard? Or yeah, he just drew? If he
just
discards a
drew?
unit, he's gonna get +3, as you said. He's gonna be safe. And that leaves Darius with 1 card on hand. Oh man, this is crazy. Oh, Diana may have turned the tables around. Oh, he
Ooh,
goes
wait,
with
no
a flash.
wait,
just
wait,
draw.
no units, no units. Oh, this is
No units.
or,
Yeah.
or are we bluffing? Are we saying? Oh wait, no, hold on. Second
He's gonna
tie turn
switch
is being
again.
used. Okay, trying to find it.
Okay.
Trying to find that last card.
He wants this
Really
way to
looking for
survive.
it.
Yeah. He's just digging, man. He's digging so hard.
No, we do
I mean,
get
it's-
one more card. We can find
Yeah.
something at any unit.
Mm-hmm.
You've gone through so much of
Bro.
your deck. You're bound to have one.
Yeah. Okay, so what we have seen, EK, he has 3 tie turners, he has 3 ways, possibly 2 or 3 fizzes, depending on how he's gonna be building it. So I think most of his units are on his board right now. So looking at the number of cards he has, 6 out of 22.
Oh, not
likely. And there you go. There you go. It's very not likely, man. It's crazy. I know. Very not likely. He's probably saving a fizz, or he's not. I mean, he didn't find it. Most likely he didn't find it.
He didn't
But the
find- I do
fizz is
agree.
possibly there, yeah. So it's crazy. I want to see that discard pile though. Like if he did discard it already. But yeah, this is not looking good for these trades. Noxus.
Darius.
Yeah, this Noxus giant is
Darius
gonna be
is
here.
coming up.
Darius is gonna be
7.
online. Yep, 7. Oh man, crazy. Let's go.
Okay. So back to this. Still, our opponent is still Diana. 6 cards in hand, 7 runes in hand. It's 7 runes, 6 cards in hand. Not the end of the world. A Moonfall, a Ride the Wind,
there's still lines of plays that win us this game. Do we have them? Our last card, again, we don't have any red runes, so it can't be Falling Star.
Yep.
I mean, what could
It
you want
can
here? Maybe
be-
Hidden Blade?
Yeah, it can be Hidden Blade, but you don't want that. Hidden
It's
Blade
not our
yourself.
type.
Find some more options. Okay, there you go. Presenting a possible trade.
Oh, I think that was
Wait, what?
that was a
Yeah, okay.
mistake from the So pressing space by accident. So
Yeah. That's a mistake. You have to rewind for a while. Yeah. I mean, that's a presenting trade. He's gonna be asking Diana, do you have a way to remove this? Just one stupefy would be enough, but he's gonna be floating two, or he's gonna be using two or tapping two. Let's see what he's gonna be playing. High possibility of buffing this up, or rather debuffing that Noxus Hopeful. So let's see. And man, one more card on Darius' side is not looking good. Like with those double switches or double moves from the Titan. Actually, what gave Star Wars so are more options, right? Even though he wasn't able to save that way, he has more options that are most likely going to be usable for him right now.
Right. Also, remember, we did discard a Moonfall with that last wave trigger.
Yes.
So
Yes.
one of these cards, all the rest of those 4 cards must have been better than Moonfall for this turn. So looking at the graveyard, we see a lot of just Gust. All Gusts are gone. We're out of. We have our stack decks. 2 of them are gone. We have 1 Starcross left in the deck.
Yeah.
There are answers, but they're getting very hard to find. Stupefy most likely in this hand, though.
Yeah, most likely there's gonna be some Stupefy right there to decrease. And man, okay, so up with a total of 8 runes that are possibly going to be played. We saw the discard pile right there. Just 1 Moonfall going to be discarded. Some Starcrossed, and again, one of the ways is going to be right there, and another
Right.
Diana as well. So let's see how this is going to be played. We just had like a while ago a kind of a preemptive end turn from the side of Waffle. But the question right now is that does Star Wars will have a way to make this Noxus Hopeful go bye-bye right now? Because like if you are going to be bringing this down, you have to like decrease its might to maybe down to 1, so that one of those Titanners is going to be surviving, and then you're thinking, there you go, thinking. You have to take your time and make sure this is all worthwhile. Count your runes, count the costs of your cards, and this is crucial, guys. This is already the top 8. Okay. All right, and we just heard that Master Yi and Rek'Sai have moved on to the next round, and Azir as
Azir.
well. Oh,
So this is
wow.
the final
Master
match.
Yi, Rek'Sai, Azir already on top 4. We're waiting for the winner of this match, and we are now getting a Stupefy onto that Noxus Hopeful, bringing it down to 3, and 1 is going to be removed. 1 Titanner versus the Noxus Hopeful going to be out.
Same kind of question, though. 7 runes, 6 cards in hands. And then there's a plethora of units on board. Do we have the answer? 7, remember that Darius is attacking for 7 this turn, I'm pretty sure. We have 2, so we have 7 plus those two recruits, or not birds, so that's 9. Plus 3 is 12, plus 4, we have 16 total might. We have to figure out what the right math is for this. Going with Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao is gonna trade against a Moonfall.
Oof.
So let's see, what do we
man.
have here? Smokescreen could be good.
Oh man, Smokescreen would definitely be good right now to make it down -4 down to a minimum of 1, I think. Yeah. Right. So it's actually a good choice. And it's he's pulling back the Xin Zhao. Okay. All right. He's saying like, okay, that's not the right play. I'm just doing some maths. Is that okay? Okay, there you go.
Going with the 2
Okay,
recruits.
these are 2 recruits, guys, not birds. Okay, so no deflect here. Maybe some of the guys are who just coming into the stream. Why does he have some birds? They don't have a
There's the
deflect. There you
Moonfall.
go. Moonfall. Okay, -2 for everything on
Yeah,
that
Moonfall here.
battlefield.
Will clear all 3 of those units. Well, okay, no, will not clear all 3. You'll clear 2, and one of them will get bounced back.
Yeah, and
Since you don't have the
exhausted as well.
We can
Yeah.
replay those. A cleave here would be really good. If
Mm-hmm.
you have cleave, we'll send both units over to the left battlefield. There's still another 2 potential attacks to stop here. 4 runes for the side of our Diana player.
Darius is gonna get stacked right now. I mean, this is a good way to answer it, right? Putting in some questions just enough to remove, and actually trying to exhaust your opponent's combat tricks. So much so that down the line, he will not have enough. Okay, that is good. That is
Last
good
attack.
enough. Yeah.
Remember, this is the
Yes,
hope
last
of
attack.
Italy over here. Federa was talking about it. Can this be the final attack? Darius going in, trying to get this Tide turn to kill. That's 7-2, 4 runes up. We have to stop 1 attack. We can, if we stop 1, we can live.
This is a 5
Tapping 2.
might disparity. Tapping 2. High possibility of smokescreen.
Chaos. Ride the wind.
Ride the wind. Oh,
okay, hold on. This might be. We're still missing 1. We're missing 1 unit. Could this finally be the unit draw? We were looking for it the entire time. Draw a card.
Fizz.
Is it the unit? There's the
Yes,
unit.
it's a
Up to 8.
Fizz. Oh my gosh. Well, up
It's
to
coming
8.
right off the top when
Crazy.
needed. We're still back.
Oh, I know what this is.
Cleave just
Cleave.
breaks the hope. Okay, we're still fine. It is
Okay.
7-10. So that's both sides will evenly trade.
Wow.
Same currently. Thinking about what to
Okay.
play.
-2.
Smoke screen
Okay,
on the
smoke
cleave.
screen.
Okay.
Boom.
Now we save
On the 6.
our waste lives for another day. Tide Turner going to die in this trade.
Yes.
The hope of
And the other
Italy
Tide Turner.
survives for 1 more turn. Now we conquer with Xin Zhao.
Yep. Oh man.
Back-
This...
Back to this now. What do we don't have the Tide Turner. We discarded a flash. We've used I think 2 of our flashes, correct? Let me just look at the discard.
Yeah.
So we
There's
used 2 of our
one-
discards. So right the
Yep.
wind. Alright. So answers still in the deck, but just not
Yep.
Oh no, the high chances of seeing this is very low.
Yeah.
What did
the
we-
Xin Xiao there over at the side of Seat of Power, EK, is actually lethal presenting already, right? So
Correct. Yes.
what do you have right now? What do you need? You need to ride the wind to just kind of push it back there. Tide turners have been used, so you can't do some back to base shenanigans and just push in. So
Correct.
ride the wind. If Starcross is going to be used, that's going to be detrimental because another unit on the side of Darius, and then Xin Xiao can actually get him to lethal already with a double conquer. So ride the wind is actually the play right here. 2, if I remember correctly, 2 have been used. Have you seen it on the discard pile?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean,
Yeah.
as a Fizz, another savior Fizz. We're down to 13 cards in the deck. We'll be seeing 2 from the side of Wei. I think the player's kind of talking out right now. I'm not sure what are we waiting on. Because it should just be, we have no cards in hand. It should just be Diana's turn.
Yeah, this should be Diana's turn already. Okay, so
this is what it should have been done.
I mean, if this was IRL, I would be saying here, I would saying to him, you don't have any cards right now, Judge, end the turn. Right? Like, there's nothing more, man. Like, you can't move anything. I mean, you have to end the turn, and it's gonna be Diana's turn right now. Diana's
to
gonna be
be-
drawing in.
Yeah, you have
Okay,
to
go.
remember though, Diana did see the top deck of the because they kind of saw when the turn passed. So maybe just saying I don't have the answer. Although Wade does give another draw. I mean, you can stupefy Gus to get rid of that Zin. You can Moonfall to get rid of that Zin. You can Starcross to get rid of that Zin. Still a lot of ways to kind of go over. So interesting to see what the players are thinking about.
Do you
Man, I
think
don't want to remove.
if
Yeah,
d-
go.
do you think if Diana finds the right to win, finds the way to go over to that Zen Zhao, do you think they can turn this around?
Man, that's the only card right now that I'm thinking that can turn this around right now. Um, and okay, there's judge request right now for whatever you're gonna be asking, but so while we're waiting, guys,
Hmm.
13 cards, 3 on hand. You have 16, 1 out of 16 for the ride the wind to make it ready and then just push in. That's gonna be good. You have way to have a possibility to draw some more cards on that play. And
Ooh.
oh yeah, it did. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna
I mean,
be having a kind of a judge call right here. Like if you're this is good because like you have to have like kind of thinking that if I have a question, I'm gonna be asking a judge if this play was viable or whatnot. And it was asked if discipline could have been played, but no, yeah, it is still viable. And we're gonna be going on to the next turn. Let's see how Diana is gonna be going against this Darius play. Gonna be going in. And let's see what are the choices right now. EK, oh man, this is too close for comfort. EK, I'm seeing a play here. I'm gonna be running it by you. Check with me if I'm correct.
all right, go
If
run it
there's a
by me.
star cross, if there's a star cross right now, Xin Chao is gonna be coming back, right? Well, if there's a unit
If we
that's
find
gonna
one
be
more
played,
unit, yes.
yes. If one more unit, it's gonna be Darius. It's when stack that. Oh my gosh, bro, so many options.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, he's gonna be looking. He's digging for that ride the wind. If he's gonna be getting it, this is gonna be a nerve-wracking for stars. Do the stars align for Star Wars? So, or will Waffle be getting that breakfast right now? Let's see.
So
Oh man.
yeah, I mean, there's still we saw the stack deck. We have one more draw from the side of Wei. We've tapped 2. That must be something. What do we have? Tapping 3 could be Fizz. There's the Chaos. Moonfall. Okay, Moonfall does save us.
Mhm. Yo,
Again, this is only temper, though. You have to
Moonfall.
remember. We
Man, this
tapped.
is crazy.
So we tapping, I think, what, an extra 2 for something? Ravenloom Student. All right.
Oh, Raven Bloom student. Okay,
So
this is actually looking good. Still. For Diana because
do
Darius is left with one bird. EK, I don't know, man. A bird can actually give you a conquer and a draw,
correct because it's
right?
a 7.
Because yeah, that's actually gonna be a good option right now. And tapped out, bro. What are the other cards right now that can give you advantage, right? So if he has Darius on his maybe a Darius, another Darius
Mhm.
on his play, or maybe a Kaisa plus a cleave, he's gonna be getting that win. Oh,
Right.
he goes in
Hopeful.
with a knock so full. Okay, he's
Going
stacking
for
up
a hold.
over at the seat of power.
What's the second card? What is our second card? We have 3 runes, 4 runes for the Legion. Could it be a Hidden
Yep.
Blade? Could it be. What do we have?
Yeah. Oh man. Could be a hidden blade, could be a vanguard. Oh wait, he already had 2 vanguards. I'm not sure if he had the
Mm.
third. So you need to have like some more units on the board. Oh,
Ooh,
he's floating that.
passing.
Okay,
Okay, so
passing
either
that.
it's too
Yeah.
expensive, so it could be a 5 cost, but if it
Mhm,
was a 5 cost, it would have been Darius. I don't think it was a 5 cost card. There's probably some sort of spell.
mhm.
Stupefy puts our Hopeful to 3, our Ravenloom to also 3, so that is a trade for those 2 units. We need to find one more source of runes to get over that battlefield. Hui moves back for another draw.
Yep.
His ask also gets rid of a hard bargain.
Oh, hard bargain. Okay.
Draws another card. Those 3 cards left in hand must be very good if we're just getting rid of a hard bargain. We saw
Yeah.
our opponent still has 1 spell left that they can use.
Mm-hmm. Here you go. Tapping 2, 1, 2, 3. And recycling. There you go.
Fizz, there's the
Oh,
Fizz. There's the units
Fizz.
we're missing out on. Fizz can get Ride the Wind over.
Yep. Here we go. Ride the wind. I mean, that's the second Fizz right now.
There's the
Pushing it in.
hope of Italy pushing it for this last incoming attack for this game. Draws a
Oh,
card.
man.
These cards, that is the units. We're finding the units we were missing out on. That
Okay,
is.
Vex. Oh, but that hold has been thwarted. This is GG. Oh, wait, this is not GG because the other one was
Not yet.
holding, right? So, yeah.
One more turn.
So, one more turn. Okay, double hold. Okay, with
This-
2 students. Okay. Man, I don't know, man. These students are now having a kind of a good hold, so to speak, or they're having some study partners right now.
And
And
it's
look at that revealing.
no.
Oh, GG. He's looking for the
GG.
cards. He didn't get it, man. He has a cleave a while ago. He had the
Didn't
cleave.
have the cleave to go in for the attack. Just
Yes,
being
yes,
so
yes.
close to victory. So close to victory. The hope of Italy takes it away.
Yeah,
I
man,
think
look at that.
if that's a way to have our top 8 match end, that is probably the best way I could have asked for it. Federo, as we kind of go into our booth over here, any last words you want to give us? I think you're not doing next round's cast, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. Man, it's been a pleasure casting with you, EK, Pilot, and this it has been a good morning for me, right? So, good morning for me. Why? Because I get to cast with Runes and Rift, a Diana versus Darius matchup, which I don't normally see. And I mean, not rooting for anyone. Darius actually has a good fighting or a good showing up on this match, and I'm happy that I get to have this kind of opportunity to cast with Runes and Rift, cast with you. And if you're going to Singapore, guys, I hope to see you there. Like, I'm gonna be just creating a bunch of content. I'm gonna try to play the best that I can, but man, make sure to tap me over. Like, oh, let's connect, man. Like, I like talking with players, talking with what they love about Riftbound, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're gonna be there. Whoever is
Yeah,
right there,
I will.
don't forget to follow me over at ExcelsiorPH at all my channels: Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, and TikTok. All of them are at ExcelsiorPH, and YouTube as well. So, man, I want to cast the next ones, next tournaments,
happy
but
to
not the
have
next
you.
rounds. But yeah, and yeah, and see you guys.
And I think I'll also have to take my bows. I know we have an amazing duo cast upcoming. I'm not gonna spoil it just yet. I think they
Yeah.
want to introduce themselves, but you guys are in good hands. I was EK Pilot. You can find me on YouTube, on Twitch, probably anywhere on social media with EK Pilot. You'll find me there. Just watch out. I think I do have a Master Yi guide. I know Master Yi is in the
Cool.
top 4, so if you want to kind of play like them, do just watch my guide when it comes up, probably today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Happy to see any of you guys in Barcelona and in Singapore. So when you see me win the RQ, just do say hi. Other than that, I think we had a excellent cast. I think this was a very fun. Plus, if you're out there, it's always an honor to kind of be on these casts. It's always fun to be on these casts. But not to delay any further than I have to, let's go to see what our top 4 matches are going to look like after this break.
Bye, guys.
Well, it looks like he's taking it back, but I think I would not have hated going mirror image on your Vi, and then go ahead and push up both the Vi's with the illusion, and then you do get the conquer, and then you can play your bird to the battlefield, and you get to pull back the illusion. Excuse me, the mirror image, and then you get a double conquer. But looks like opting not to do this, and the way this is being played out, yeah, the unchecked is going to go crazy. This is a very interesting way of doing this. I guess there is a sacrifice. Maybe you could opt to play the sacrifice here. And no, it just, wow, passes it over. Okay, yeah, this is a very strange way to play it. I feel like you would try and go for the double conquer there, as it puts you one turn from victory, going to 7 points. But
yeah, interested to see how Jibs responds in kind here. I can't imagine him not going for some sort of either Sprite Burst unchecked power line, or maybe just going and playing that Watchful or putting that Watchful Sentry into that Aspirant's Climb, just to be able to find another card. It looks like he is going for first this unchecked power, so Sacrifice going to be the response, which means that Supermonty will be able to find himself 2 more cards, but lose himself a second Vi, only has 1 remaining in hand. So we'll be able to ramp that 1, draws 2 more cards, finds himself a Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Did he channel 2, draw 1? Am I?
No, he didn't.
Okay, good. I was like, there's no way he channeled 2 and drew 1. Like, it's definitely not. That is definitely not what the card does. But I mean, the Watcher is good. But if you had gone for the double conquer on the previous turn, the Watcher threatens game. Now it does not, fortunately. But it, like you said, you made a excellent call, and we have Sprite Bursts for the double conquer, and now Jibs is in position to win the game on the next, right? With the Time Warp in hand.
Yeah, actually surprised that he didn't go for the Jin line there. Just to be able to find himself another card. He would have had 4 runes to work with. Yes, there's no units in that back line there, but LeBlanc, not known for being quick to this, quick to the board here, does have himself a ruined Rex, but one of these battlefields will be available, which means that game 1, almost assuredly here, going to be going to Jibs. We'll have to see if Supermonty has a way to conquer both battlefields, but I can't imagine there is.
Well,
actually, he does have it with that Watchful Sentry here. We'll have to see if he sees that line.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can go the. Oh, okay. Does he not? What? Oh, this is a very curious play. Okay.
Yep, so he's going to go for this mirror image here, copy this Ruined Rex, go right into that Star Spring, be able to overtake that Star Spring, go ahead and play himself that Watchful Sentry, push back, or discard a card, play a Watchful Sentry, then be able to overtake both battlefields, and then all of a sudden, it's going to be Supermonty's game to lose, because it's going to be very difficult for Jibs to find a way onto either of these battlefields after the fact.
Yep. It does seem like a good line here. I guess I don't hate it. I did hate it originally, but I guess I don't hate it now. It does get you up to that important point threshold, but with 1 rune up, the only card you need to be afraid of is the singular a sacrifice. And obviously a sacrifice is very powerful, but it's one of those, if they have it kind of things, right? Like, you're not really playing around this. But it looks like is there a way? I think you do have game, right? Let me think about this.
Yep.
I guess
there's absolutely game here. So he can float 4 energy, recycle 4 with this Frigid Touch, be able to Frigid Touch this Riptide Rex, send in both units into either one of these battlefields here. Then he triggers the Jin, gets to draw himself a card, has the Time Warp in hand, and then we'll be able to hold to 9 here. So we'll see if Jibs can find it. Looks like he has it in hand. There it is. He's going to go ahead and tap 4, play that Frigid Touch, and it looks like he is on his way to be able to do so here. So the 4 going to Gi, and then he's just going to say that he's recycling the 4. Perfect. 4 power floated.
Yeah, so that
come right back.
Should be a pretty clean victory here, unless there is a sacrifice that we missed. Actually, no, sacrifice doesn't even do it here. So yeah, no, it does actually. Never mind, it does, but should not. Is that Falling Star? Okay. I mean, it should be pretty clean here. It's just push up, and not sure what Supra is thinking of here, unless he did draw a sacrifice that we missed.
I don't believe he did, because he hasn't drawn any cards for the turn, so just going to go ahead and shoot that Noxus Hopeful, which means that that Sentry is going to be able to go right up, and Time Warp going to be able to take game number 1.
Absolutely. He's like, you do not have it, and you got to put your opponent on have it. Yep. All right. Wow. So Jin does get game 1. That's awesome. I did not expect that, to be honest. I think maybe a few missteps there from LeBlanc in the mid game, but I mean, when you're playing these lower tier legends, you take what you got, right?
Battlefield for the LeBlanc with these reflection tokens that get beat.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, and anywhere in between. It is me, Gear Swiftly, coming on here with NA45, the most muscular man you'll see this evening.
You are too kind, Guido. You are too kind. How are you doing today so far?
It's so good that it's a brand new day as the clock just hit 0000. So, perfect so far.
True. I did forget about the time zone differences. Sometimes it is quite cool that Plus is able to bring people in essentially across the globe for these, and it's pretty impressive for me that some of these players are able to play from, oh my god, to insane hours. I could not do that.
So, I love card games as much as the next person, maybe even as much as some of these competitive people, but 8+ hours of cardboard, it turns whatever few brain cells I have left just to a very mushy gel.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is cool, and we all love Riftbound, which is why we're here. And speaking of loving Riftbound, I mean, have you been watching the Vendetta releases at all? Is there anything that you think is like, holy crap, I'm excited to try that out? Or is it all...
So, I've been watching it, and somebody
Okay.
followed me just so that when they did their reveals, it'd pop up in my feed, which I thought was really smart.
Oh, okay. Okay, that
so
is
if
cool.
you're getting content creators or people sort of in the know to see your stuff, obviously it spreads news. I think really clever, really smart. That genie in a bottle card, I don't think it's gonna be that good, but I do like the idea of having all the forbidden colors together now. So Jace with blue in the body makes a very interesting Aurora deck. We now have Calm and Fury. I look forward to the most aggressive Aurelia you've ever seen. And then having finally with the Chaos and Order. I wasn't expecting Kennen to be Chaos and Order because I don't really look at him as that kind of crazy zoomy furball that he is. But someone had to cover that one so early on, right?
I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, right? Because he's a ninja, so he's got the order, but then lightning, the chaos, something like that, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, I've been messing with the Akali, and I think Akali's pretty cool. I'm a little bit worried that it's just going to be, like you said, Aurelia with a different leader.
How big's your Aurelia? 27. I've still got a cleave in hand.
Yeah, I'm so sad about and it's so ridiculous that I care so much, but like I really was excited for Akali, and then I haven't done a ton of testing yet. In fact, I've mostly just been reading the cards and kind of making deck lists because it's hard to do these things until you see all the support that's printed. But there have been a fair number of people who have been doing the testing, and the consensus so far is not good. We'll put it that way. It is not good. It's very disappointing. But
so
what can
Akali
you do?
should, in my opinion, be able to be very aggressive while also having that defensive counter spell sort of backing them up if you do want to go a little bit too far forwards. Maybe we'll even get a red counter spell, and then all the problems will be solved.
For sure. She does seem to be a aggressive leader that cannot hold, which, I mean, for better or for worse, I mean, holding really is not a thing we do too much. So I guess can't complain there. The ability to play the red Jin unit is really cool. I like being able to move him around, get free falling stars and stuff. That is a cool thing that you can do.
Watch him dance from side to side is pretty good. Anything free is always good, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we are playing a card game. Free stuff is good. I mean, as you've seen, if anybody has watched the combo volley decks and you see them play, what, like 10 dragons in a turn, all for 1 energy each?
Look, sometimes the dragons just fall at the sky at the right time, and you can just tap 2 runes every single drop from now to the end of the time. It's fine.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
How do you feel about the first ban of the season?
Oh, the infinite ban? I mean, it was definitely needed. It was definitely needed. It's good that... It is good that we have already gotten the confirmation that it's happening, because otherwise you get... I mean, it feels like a lot of fake testing, right? As you test with the assumption that this is going to be a thing, and then it thankfully isn't. But from what it sounds like from the developers is that it was like actually legitimately a good strategy in the testing, like overpowered, which is crazy to me because that just means it must have been insanely good.
It's just a bit weird for me because it's one of those where it does have counterplay because it has to go onto a battlefield to do kind of anything. So if that's the case, you can then just react to that movement. So you either get rid of the sneaky, you either get rid of the Renata in the back. So it's not as though there was no gameplay. So I wondered if it was specifically a deck that they chose that just didn't have any reactionary speed stuff to deal with. It went like, I guess it's just broken then. So they weren't playing against purple.
Yeah, to say the least. I don't know how I feel about the fact that we've had like multiple infinites already. It's like pretty scary, to be honest. And because combo tends to only get better as more cards come out, and as the card pool comes out and more like better cards come out, just the more stuff that comes out, the better combo tends to be. So like we're at the time of the game when generally mid range will be the strong. I'm just a little bit worried about it, but maybe it's not really too big of a deal. I certainly hope not, at least. But
then against the rotating card game as well, we should get to a point where they'll lower the power level a bit so it starts picking up again during that rotation. But the man behind the curtain, Mr. Plus, not that one, the regular Mr. Plus, has said it's time to start the card games and the board games. So let's get into there and have some fun with this final, well, first off, top 4, and hopefully maybe a second if there's enough time, against the beautiful Rek'Sai, our queen, and Master Yi, the Wuju Blade Man.
Right, and heading right in, it looks like we have Yi on the Arena's Greatest and a Trifarian War Camp. I mean, this is a very good battlefield for the Rek'Sai deck, as it does tend to go wide if it is playing the token setup, which I imagine it is here, with like the Vanguard Captains and potentially Spectral Matrons and the such. Yep. Ooh, that's a good opener.
Very good opener. It's always good to see a Rek'Sai getting to do everything she wants on turn 1 and just going, I have a nice little board set up. What's your plan?
Yeah, it can definitely be scary, though.
It can be. To be fair, though, this Lonely Pyro will become a 4-might monster in a second once he goes to a battlefield. And won't be so lonely once all those marching soldiers come in for a little tackle on that poor sheep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is one of the best openers you find in these yellow decks, the Seals plus Vanguard Captain. But okay, wow, early charm coming out from Yi does opt to kill off the captain. This does mean that the Pearl is pretty guaranteed safe in that it will defend here for, okay, wow, and has the first mate as well to pull it back. So yeah, now the first mate aggressively being pushed up there and is going to be defending for 5, which is not really easily answerable with what is on the board right now. Technically, there is like Inferna and stuff if they do play it. You could play Cleaves, you could play Cold of Weeks. I mean, honestly, Rek'Sai has a lot of good options for the E deck. I do think it does seem to be pretty decent.
that you got the quite aggressive assault +2 or assault +1 on quite a lot of these red units, so that it's not a case of I'm walking in with an empty chamber. You do have some fight back here, but again, very good on the play. Being that this is a Arena's greatest match as well, the play is also a little bit quicker, so the need for speed is a real thing. But bringing in that 2-cost hopeful will possibly help on the following turn. We want to push into that Arena's greatest. On guard, he says so.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that it does opt to push up aggressively here, because one of the nice things that you can do against the Rek'Sai deck is if you do just let them essentially hold for a turn, it makes it so that they can't get a Rek'Sai trigger, and he is kind of running low on cards already. As you can see, 2 cards in hand, there's no access to draw on the board, and the deck just inherently only generally draws cards off of its like Legend or Void Rush. You can play the Hidden Blades as well, but when you aren't on a battlefield, it's pretty expensive to like push up a unit, Hidden Blade it just to see cards. But okay, wow, Fiora Peerless. That's an interesting one. Okay.
I've been seeing people put this in their decks more and more recently. I think it's just the case of if I get to sort of push around a little bit, I get to play this. It's a very suspicious card in terms of you have to hope that you're kind of already winning for it to be a useful card. But again, if you just walk 2 units in there, its effect turns off, it becomes a vanilla again. So overall, it's scary till you start doing things with it. But right now, your option is, do I walk into a war camp and go 5 for 5 with that scary Pyro? Or do I walk 6 might into the Fiora, hope to God that's not an on guard in hand, or anything else, maybe like a punch first, and just decimates my crew, and it's all over from there. And hopefully you can top deck something amazing off of this Rek'Sai when triggering their conquering effect. But you can choose your fate right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely interesting to see the Peerless, because I feel like even though Yi has been one of the most successful decks in this set season, a lot of the yellow decks have had a lot of success as well, and the yellow decks tend, not always, but do tend to go a little bit wider, and this card is very bad into wide decks. It is just a 3/3 that you do have to pay a power for, and in this case, like as you did call out, you do actually have the board represents beating it, right? And the Undertide makes that even better now, as it does act like a little mini stratagem. So this should open, as long as there's not non-guard, you can double conquer here. You choose to do so. Oh, okay.
I think it's just feeling themselves here. They don't want to risk walking in and finding a punch first, knocking on their kidneys. So all in for everything.
And there's non-guard. You perfectly called, Agito.
So you watch enough Riftbound, you go, we've got 1 card up, it's going to be one of these 7 cards. Which one is it likely going to be the most? But we have seen 2 guards now, which means there's possibly only 1 left.
Yeah, the one that scares me a little bit more is like the, I guess punch first still does not change the math, right? Because your 3 + 5 goes to 8, goes to 10. Yeah, you still do lose the battlefield. So honestly, probably happy if I'm either that's not a punch first, because it would be very expensive to try and hold. But does not choose to do so. And wow, this game's really flying. Okay, Yi up to 6 points here. I guess this is the consequence of the Arena's greatest. It is that battlefield is so popular now. I would not be surprised to see it maybe looked at funny by Riot when they do that ban list.
Here you go. Talking about punch first, here it comes. Funnily enough, though, they did say there was possibly more suspect cards on the list coming into the newest set, Vendetta set 4, coming July 31st, for those of you who are in the know. People are saying, though, if Arena's greatest is on that marching block, so too would the climb have to take a dip as well, just because, yin and yang. Overall, though, it's a big Paro versus a fairly large Shark, but that big mega fist is coming down right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is...
It's 10 versus 7, so...
Yeah.
10.
Ooh, okay, Inferno from the hand. Very cool, very cool. But it's funny, you see this tiny little porous staring down a giant dune sand creature and says, "I'm going to win with my mecha fist."
I'll show you who's lonely.
Yeah, but Inferno does come down. This should still be only a trade, right? 10 to 10.
She does get the extra from the wall camp,
Oh,
which I
you're
forgot to be
correct.
fair. So it is
You're
11
correct.
into 10. So right here, right now, we do have one card up. Could that last card be the final end guard? Is the question, or another punch first?
That'd be crazy if it was another punch first. Oh
God,
my
is it
gosh, he's
guard?
tapping
Is it
what?
end guard? What is it? No. Okay,
What?
never mind.
He's thinking. I mean, tapping one. It's got to be
He's
a one
asked.
cost, right?
No, you
Oh
say
my
ask have you passed
gosh.
priority because they obviously need to start their own chain again to do the punch first. So it is time to punch basically.
Wow, the double punch. That is a giant Poro.
So I'm 99% sure this is game. We can always hope that there's a maybe a Vi in hand right now. She's going to come swinging in, stun the Paro, and everyone's happy again. But no, it looks like the turf has been taken and the wall camp has been cleaned out by a small Paro with 2 Mecha Fists.
Yeah, you're right though. There aren't a ton of answers there. It's like Vi, like Hidden Blade, maybe. You can go like a Void Rush and try and find a Hidden Blade or something. But I feel like if you did have that, you would have done that earlier, right?
Just thinking like the only other card that's kind of realistically useful right now would be maybe a Darius, as you've played the one card this turn, you played the Inferno, it would come in readied. But yes, it does seem to be going to game. And it was just a robot in hand and nothing more.
Spectral
Mage. I mean, you can bring it back to life, right? You would do you think we can bring it back?
This is true. This is absolutely true. But wow, really fast game one. I mean, it was a Arena's greatest game, but I would not be surprised to see a Arena's greatest in our future on another one of these Rek'Sai games, because Rek'Sai definitely does enjoy playing Arena's greatest herself, going fast and finding the win quickly before your opponent does get to scale up. But Yi actually did beat Rek'Sai to the punch in that last game with the double punch first, and was it double on guard as well? A lot of buff
Double on
spells being
guard,
found.
double punch, a charm.
Yeah.
They said pick a place and we're gonna fight in it. And yeah, you don't pull no punches. You just took them down.
Absolutely, absolutely. It does get very hard when your opponent has all the answers, and sometimes they do have all the answers, but it's kind of crazy to me because the Yi just did not have to draw a single card. It was honest, all from cards from hand. Both players down to very little resources in hand. The Yi down to 2 runes at the end of the game and was able to find everything. Did not to get that lonely pearl draw a single time. No discipline draws, no battlefield draws. It was just straight honest Riftbound.
It was just straight, honest to God. Lots of violence-based Riftbound. Perfect Riftbound. So you want to see. As you did mention, as the Rek'Sai is going first now, Arena's Greatest is out and about, showing everyone off that it's time to party once more with hopefully another quick game. So turn 1 for a Rek'Sai, what would be the ideal thing here? Obviously, you only got 2 runes up. Would it be the Carrion maybe as a very cheap cost unit come down? Inferno, I suppose, works too.
You just want to drop a 2-drop, so you're getting the Conqueror on the next turn. Yep, good. So it could be the Carrion, it could be the Inferno, though I do think you're right. You'd probably prefer it to be a Carrion or even the Void Hatchling if they do play it, as it will give you more options off of your first Conquer. And I mean, Yi tapping too, maybe just choosing which. Okay, so it does play the Pit Rookie. I wonder if he's playing Scuttle Crab, because I guess we haven't seen much of his deck yet.
Yeah, I am pondering myself, are they playing the usual build? Obviously, we've seen the Fiora, which isn't normally in the standard build. Normally it's a Rengar, Pit Rookies, First Mates, the one of Yi, Scuttle Crabs, like you said.
Yeah.
And then generally like 1 or 2 of the, come on, bro, you got this one. Lonely Poros. you want some small units to go with your big units, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is. It does seem to be a bit different build, which is interesting for me. But okay, so Pit Rookie swinging in here into the Inferna and does get that very free conquer. And Rek'Sai definitely not trying to defend and has 0 runes up, so absolutely free and does just choose the play out. The Yi 0 calm runes, but really isn't too much you use them for here besides like a defy.
That's it. Defy, charm, really the only thing she's going to be doing right now. So, with nothing really to make you want to fight, because it'd be a 4x4 if you did use all your runes up, it's not really worth it either way. But this will be a free walk on to the lovely Arena's Greatest. Oh, now we're going to spend some currency first. Go on then. A Void Rush! Yes!
That's a good one. Is a good one.
It's a good one.
It is interesting that it was played out first, like you said, because this means that finding like a cull is a bit less impactful off of this. Can't just choose to say, hey, I'm going to win the battle and then I'm going to play a cull and you lose your entire board.
Do you have Raid the Troops, though? That is a free card. Is it the one we've drawn? No, we've used that one and we've drawn the opposite card. I also have no information about what's going on the UI, so that way I'm not a cheaty. So everything is a surprise to you and me. But 4 runes up here, so can we something good on top? Maybe we'll find ourselves a additional hopeful for the cost of 2.
Ooh, okay. Does opt to play out a Seal of Unity off of the Rek'Sai ability. Good to find this early, as it does offset the compounding power costs between the Vanguard captains. And as I say it, one gets played, but this Vanguard captains, we saw a Spectral Matron last game. We saw the Under Titan, a lot of power costs, And this isn't even including the spells like the Void Rush, the Call the Weak, Hidden Blades. Power hungry deck, but if you go fast, go quick, you don't care how much. Oh my gosh, wow.
Power who?
Yeah. Well, this is such a strong play on the Rally the Troops turn as well, right? Because all these do have debuff. So that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 4 or 12, 16, 20 might on that battlefield, I think.
Pretty much. I mean, it's not nothing. You know, it's a fairly good one. Yi generally wants to go 1v1, so it's not a case of like, let me just take apart your things. I doubt they're playing Alpha Strike with the free punch first enhancer. Master Yi just goes from level 0 to level 12. But right now, we're trying something apparently. All right, let's go. Discipline time.
Yeah, that's interesting. That tells me that there's nothing good in there, at least nothing usable here. Maybe it's just like a bunch of dead units. I mean, Rengar's not going to do anything here. We saw the Fiora Peerless, absolutely not going to do anything here. I certainly hope that is not on the deck, but hey, there's our Scuttle Crab. Favorite little guy.
But as you can see, we are digging, and as we've been told before, hello, Seymour.
What are you even trying to look for here? I guess it's just multiple punch firsts, like you said, or go in and start and try and chip away.
I think that's what it is currently, just try and loosen the load here. And say, yeah, you're doing the best you can, because you can't exactly go for a big play. You can't take out a 4 and then 1 recruit, do you? You want to try and get rid of 3 recruits. It makes more sense to get rid of the body sizes more than the mass of might. So, and that way you can keep them off of the matrons as well. So that way it's not a case of like, oh, I'll kill the captain and then here's a matron. The captain's good back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. If you do keep those out of the discard, that does make it a lot harder for Rek'Sai to find those combo, to find a way to get it there and then actually play it out. So saves 1 more turn of tokens to do its job, cleaning up the battlefield a little bit. Still a big wall to overcome with 8 might from the captains, the 10 off of the token, and then 14. So still a lot of might there, but it is doable, right? Like even just a Rengar plus like a punch first is 11.
Yeah, the plan right now is just chip away. So you just want the Pit Rookie in, take out a token. Like you said, following turn, maybe move Mr. Seymour in, throw himself in there with the Rengar. All of a sudden, there's an Engard, and a Discipline comes out of nowhere and just starts taking people down. But I think as the game has already slowed itself down a little bit, even though it is a faster game, this will help Master Yi towards the end, because when they go to 7, you'll also go to 7, and you only have to take the battlefield then.
Yeah, when both players are just sitting on the opposite battlefields, it does slow the game down a lot. And it is a little bit surprising to me that the Rek'Sai opted to go for that instead of just going double conquer every single turn. Because Yi is definitely okay with the, okay, yeah, it does opt to pull everything back here, but Yi is definitely okay with a slow game in that it gives you time to find those buff spells, and eventually you will find them if you are just going 1 point a turn. But yeah, does finally choose to go off. I guess the thought on the last turn was like you'd already moved a unit there to go to conquer it, so now you're just going to make it hard for Yi to get the conquer off of the free conquer, and you lose the units. But I mean, still did trade in, did lose units for it.
Yeah, here comes Kitty Kitty. Okay, I was trying to see what was the plan here. I thought it might be worth maybe more of a. Okay, that's the plan now. Okay, that makes more sense. So it is a 4 to 6. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm happy with that. That's a good key. Get the draw as well, so you are digging a little bit deeper into this deck overall. So they are playing some ambush units.
I believe that's the first Nidalee we've seen in this match so far. It's an interesting E-build with the Nidalees and the Fiora Peerless. I haven't seen these
be more of a lower to the ground version of the deck. You know, try and keep the costs within reason, as opposed to like going out with a bang with Rengar and then watching a Diana just remove it. Seymour going in here. Big and strong Seymour. Too much Seymour.
All right, so this will give him some information when it does die, because it is absolutely going to die. We love you, Scuttlecrab, but you are absolutely dead on my screen. And we'll see what Yi is going to have to work into. And I mean, there's some scary cards that could be in that hand. It is past game 1. There could be like the Under Titan for a giant push. There could be the Imperial Decrees, as yellow decks with tokens do like to play, and Yi absolutely hates.
Yeah. Who likes an army marching upon your battlefield when you're only holding with 1 hay?
You can have this token and you will like it. Oh, wow.
Like
okay.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Do you have an Inferno in hand? Maybe try and even it out so it's a 7 to 7. So overall, you are taking off the battlefield. But again, I have to do a trade with that, which isn't the greatest.
4.
5.
5.
Vi?
Yep. All right.
Dance
wow.
of violence.
Poor little Scuttlecrab did not deserve to get punched, but it is thematically consistent with League of Legends. So,
I mean, if you watched MSI this week, you've seen many Vi's punching crabs this weekend. That's not an innuendo if anyone's going to ask questions.
Did we see what was in the hand?
We haven't. So it was. Did they draw one instead? No.
I guess they just forgot to trigger it, which is unfortunate. But
or did they wait for them to do the Rek'Sai effect first, and then they go ask them to reveal the hand?
Well, I see he already pushed up onto the other battlefield, right? So I guess it was just forgotten. Okay, unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, regardless, it is not a happy board state if I'm playing Yi. I'm looking at infinite units, and my opponent still has a nice, healthy hand. Unlike the last game, where both players had no hand. Both players have a board and a hand this time, though. He definitely a little bit behind here, as he does have to contest the battlefields, and then you do have to deal with the follow-up, as the Rek'Sai is on 6 points, and a double conquer will end the game.
Again, not smooth sailing for Rek'Sai player here. They do just have to deal with the fact that this is a kitty cat time. Rengar just coming in and just pouncing on people, so who knows what's in this deck? Apparently it's just a jungle out there.
I wonder how long it'll be until we get like the a Nidalee legend. Get some transforming cards in there. Let's do the whole Runeterra spiel again.
Are we going to get Nidalee first with her transformations? Or are we going to get Kane first with his? So it's going to be very
Ooh.
interesting how to do Kane and Nidalee in the future. But we are trying to hunker down that battlefield, and we do have a hidden card.
Mhm.
Is it as long as Hourglass is the question, or is it a back off?
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty non-traditional Yi list, so honestly, I do not know what they expect, but I would hope if I was the Yi that that is a back off and it is not a bluff. And an Hourglass is not going to do too much on the last turn of the game.
Lord Rush. Dig deep, dig deep, dig deep. All right, so if we can just reveal Undertime, that'd be great.
Reveal Under Titan, play, I don't know. Imperial Decree?
Hidden Blade.
No.
Hidden Blade.
All right.
Just happy friend. So I'm just going to go to the Rengar.
Yeah. Yep. Bye-bye, kitty cat.
Meow.
You could defy this, I guess, but
If you've got it.
he is thinking.
So do I risk the biscuit, or do I allow myself to draw 2 cards?
Yeah, I
Because I've
guess
still
it
got to deal with
does.
the rest of the battlefield.
It does mean that you do have a chance of drawing like punch first or stuff if you don't, which the reason he's thinking about it, I mean, oh, okay, yep, there's the defy. Rengar does live to see at least 10 more seconds. Maybe another blade comes down, but well.
Look what else I had in my hand. Hey. Currently,
Rek'Sai
Rengar is
has seen-
the stealthy assassin with the real big
Yeah.
knife. But currently, we have 7 runes available, a card drawn from the top deck that we didn't see. And then, obviously, when walking in, they can maybe reveal 2 more cards from their Rek'Sai effect and get jiggy with it. Who knows?
You know what's an absolute shame is that Rengar is orange, so you cannot have the kitty in the bush for Ivern. Very sad.
It is very sad. Although you can play against Ivan, so you can still go into the bush. And you're a cat
This
still,
is
so you
true.
get the buff.
Deprived of his natural habitat. Very
The
sad.
bush. Sorry, the brush,
Yes.
as they told us off last time.
Oh, true. Good point. Good point.
Yeah. And again, gardening with a Gito. A brush is just an unkempt bush. Still not a new window.
Yeah, I mean, Rek'Sai is thinking really hard about this. It makes me wonder what options could they have in hand that are so difficult to think of? Because to me, it seems, I mean, it feels like you got it or you don't. Maybe they're trying to see if they have the play around, like a hidden back off, like you said.
Because this is what I'm thinking right now. So currently on the board, you've got an 8-mark Rengar, who's on its own, which means that you have to put the Rek'Sai and the captain into it to kill it. Move another unit in there, you get the point, and you go to 7/7. And then you got to go, okay, how do I deal with the 9 current might on the other field without also being either stunned or something being reborn?
True.
With the Zong's Hourglass.
This is
Now, there's no more
true.
defies, there's no more punch first, there's no other cards that just cost power because that was really naughty, Rito. We don't do that again. Cold shot may have been a mistake.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it is a math equation, and you are being told solve the math equation. Oh, okay. Is that in
5%?
Under Titan?
Dragged under.
Oh, drag down. Oh, wow.
Can't defy that. There you go. Very good.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now, you're only really revealing 2 for the cost of 2 now, so what are you hoping for here? I suppose you could fund it under Titan and go to 4, right? So that's not so bad then.
Does have the Void Hatchling, so you get to look at 3. Okay, Void Rush. This is even more cards, so we get to look at the top 5. Surely at least one of them is a good card.
You hope so, right? Anything
Was
for
it?
the cost of 2. Anything for the cost of 2. You can do it. We got you. We believe in you.
Yes. Yes.
We are tapped out though, so has to be 2 cost.
Yes. What, like a... There are a lot of options here, actually. The Hidden Blades, the Coals.
Under Titan. Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Let's go. Some energy. We're no longer locked into 3. That being said,
I can draw both. Okay.
I don't think this does. So now you have what? 1 energy? All right, so 4, 8, 9, 10.
It's
And
back
is
off.
the back
Okay.
off? Is that game?
So it's 6 into 10. So you choose your targets, which would be Diddley and presumably the Pit Rookie, because you're trying to make it easy for yourself.
Yep, and
GG,
that
there you
is
go.
GG.
Oh.
Wow, that's crazy to me that he dug so far and he could not find another Hidden Blade, another Call of the Week, or
No, still going.
anything. Oh my gosh, look, they're all at the bottom.
So I'm wondering if they had the drag under first and were just being a little bit cheeky and didn't want to play it, and then obviously had to play it afterwards because they had a Define hand. And to be fair, you're playing against a green deck, there's at least a 70% chance they've either got a Defy or a Charm or any green card that you don't want to see in their hand. So I don't know. I think maybe just hoping a little bit, but nonetheless, it's still a fairly good game to see. Both very quick games, and just unfortunately, didn't have it at the end. But Master Yi is still showing you mid range is still pretty good in this, as you said earlier. We're getting to that point now where mid range should be sort of the best deck in formats, and I'd say Master Yi is probably that situation.
Yeah, the Proving Grounds E just gives you so much incredible value off of the legend. It is probably it's just the most consistent legend that always gives you value, and it gives a absurd amount of value, because almost every other legend has like a little condition on what they do, but Yi it's always technically it does have a condition. Technically, oh no, I can only have 1 unit on a battlefield. Whatever.
It's on your opponent's turn, but I mean, of all the conditions to be out there,
yeah,
it's not the hardest condition. Oh no, it's your turn. I guess I just have to pump that muscle.
Ooh, it does look like Plus found us the other side of the bracket was still playing, and we have Azir versus Diana. Looks like for which game this is, but
we're going in.
Yes, we're going in. This is not a happy board state if I am Azir. I see 0 gear.
There's 2 tokens at least, and 2 ashes. Jeez, all right, this is a rough game.
Yeah.
But they did steal the Moonfall one because of it, so it can't be the worst situation to be in. But it is 3 and 3, so we're in a good position, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd have to guess that there were a couple acceptable losses or something. Maybe Fizz copied an acceptable loss, or Fading Memories, or something like that, because these poor tokens look so naked without their swords.
Without weapons. I would say this is probably at least game 2, but yes, there was a turn to dust currently in the trash, as well as an acceptable losses. So it does seem to be a case of, well, if you get to have gear, I'm taking it from you.
That being said, the ashes do provide a little bit of value. I wonder what the ashes actually did hit. But there.
Let's say Moonfall says the one there.
Okay. So that's how they're. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I presume per ash you may get one. So I'm going to say there's probably held at some point and took the other item out of the pocket dimensions. Also, I hate the fact that for whatever reason, Riftbound doesn't have an official banished area, but each banished area is its own dimensional pocket. It's like, what? No, let's make it one banished area, please.
Yeah, it is quite silly. And then you have stuff like the Jin Legend that deals with the banished, but it's like you said, they're all their own little pockets. So you're like, oh, nice, I banished my card. Okay, well, that's a different type of banish. And you just have a bunch of stacks of banish.
These are banished, but these ones over here that are on the side, they're actually Jin's banished ones. These ones are upside down are actually from Temporal Rift. And these ones that are like doing tricks and stuff, that's from actually Ash's effects. Don't look at my stuff. It's currently just dancing in its own ethers.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know if you ever played Yu-Gi-Oh, but way back in the day, there really wasn't a banished pot, but enough cards got printed that interact with the banish, that now there really is just a banish pile. And
Well,
I
now if you're
imagine we'll have something similar with Riftbound, where eventually enough stuff will interact with the banish, and they're like, okay,
every
screw
set
it.
has like 2 or 3 pieces of banish support, but again, it's all their own pocket dimensions. Don't look at each other's banish zones; they don't exist together. But maybe one day.
Maybe we'll
So-
get like a void legend or something that deals with the banish, like getting +1 might or something for every banish card you have, something like that. Be cool.
That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. We do seem to have one hidden card though from Deanna. I'm going to presume that will be a tie turner, because what else do they hide in blue and purple right now? Ooh.
I mean, technically, there's stuff like Edge of Night. I would say it's almost certainly not an Edge of Night. Okay, and as I say that, Azira has 0 gear. It does have a gear in hand, so it doesn't play that out. And create a token, so swinging in here for Ash, token plus bigger token with a pointy spear.
That's a token with weapon, token without weapon are coming in now for that lovely. What are we doing here? So we got a 7 might into currently 3. What is hidden underneath this?
It's on a
card?
war camp, right? So
it's even bigger, yeah. So it's a 5 and a 3 and a 2, which makes 9, I believe. But maths has never been my strong suit, so don't ask questions. It's definitely 9.
It's 10. No,
that's why don't ask me questions.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Is it not?
It looks like opting.
It's 10. That's why we don't ask me questions. I'm not here for maths.
It's late for you. That's your excuse, right?
Can't read, can't count. Very good time to Riftbound.
Fair enough. So even if it is a tide turner, so let's say it is a tide turner, you can pull in the fizz, and the fizz will go to. It'll be fizz for Diana. 4, that's only 8, which doesn't win on its own, but there are 4 runes up. A lot of options here. You could have Stupefies, you could have crazy stuff like Ride the Wind onto the battlefield. You could have a Moonfall. Yeah.
It's always in hand, apparently.
That being said, I mean, with double Ash on the board, certainly most of the hand is known. I hope.
Yes.
I hope.
I'd say we've been here at least a turn, right? So it could have been a case of they've drawn at least 1 or 2 extra cards, or maybe all these cards that are hidden from us as well have already new cards. This could have been drawn off the first Ash, maybe. And Ash has just never left that battlefield since. Hey, it's a move.
Yep. Hey. Speak of
and not the one from Banish.
The thing. Oh, if this resolves, that's like pretty brutal, to be honest. Okay, so what? -2 on each of them, so it's down to 4. 4 might, right?
One
4
card
into
up.
4.
We have 5 runes available. It could be a Defy, you never know.
This is true, though. Oh wait, and opting to even pull in the token. Okay, it says you absolutely do not have any. And you, okay. So you're saying, give me a second. I might respond. So
what that current might be, so actually go down to 3. Both of the big boy tokens would be 1, so that's 5. Regular token goes to 0 because we do go minus now in might, so be interesting. But no, I mean it still will take on the Diana currently, as she's only a 4 into 5.
Well, shouldn't it be 4 into 4?
Would it be? Yes, it would be 4 into 4. See, maths is not my strong suit. There we go.
Of course. But we do have the same situation that we actually had in the round before us, where if this resolved as is, Dinah would only have 4 damage to apply, and there's more than 4 damage that needs to be applied, right? But okay, here comes the Tide Turner, and this should make it a pretty clean combat win for Diana.
Right now, I feel like Diana's probably the one you want to get rid of if you get to choose, if you get a choice, because who knows if a Stupefy is currently in hand with that 1 rune lurking in the mist, or maybe a Dust in hand. Alas, no. All right then. So yeah, I feel like Diana's always going to be good. Her ability is always just going to flicker you a card, get to check it, strong all the way through the game, and get rid of her as quick as you can. We're going 5 deep. Azir, yeah, sure, go in, take him down, show him, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, looks like really trying to keep the game state simple here. Not many units on the board and prevent Diana from holding and getting that Moonfall back. So yeah, you will not get that Moonfall back, and all you have is a Tide Turner.
So that's currently the plan is just like, it's my Moonfall now. You don't get to play it, it's mine. You can have it back at the end of the game.
You can have it back when you are shuffling your deck as we go to game 3.
Just remember it's there in one of the banish piles.
There really needs to be a banish zone. It's so silly. I did see someone at my locals when he uses Ash, he just takes their card and puts it under the Ash like equipment.
Well, you got equipped there, not a Moonfall. Don't ask questions.
Oh, I have a Dazzling Aurora equipped. What does it do? Yeah, it looks pretty.
It's shiny.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to do anything else. Currently, though, back onto the Diana's turn here with that very big and strong and brutish-looking Tide Turner ready to go and take away nothing from anyone. What else do we have in a hand of 3 and 8 runes up?
Especially considering that there are pretty much 0 resources left for Azir. So if you do manage to stabilize here by clearing probably, I mean, just the Ash is probably enough. Just clear the Ash, get your Moonfall back on a hold on the next turn. I mean, think you're big showing, to be honest. Have to see if he does have the answers, though. You only have 3 cards in hand. Only 1 Moonfall left as well. We do know 1 was used and 1 was... Oh, okay. As I say that, well... Fizz.
Okay. Sure.
Sure.
What else you got?
The highest impact Fizz there, but it is a body, and you do need to establish some bodies if you do want to do anything. And wow, just sends the Tide Turner in and is paying Starcross. Okay.
I don't hate this, yeah. This is cool with me because you get to use the Fizz again, and then you can use the Fizz to start across the Azir, right? So it is quite a value turn.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to figure out, why did you use the acceptable losses and then went through the trash? Was like, now I see why you used the acceptable losses, because there's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, the only thing with playing the Fizz and Starcrossing the Azir is it is pretty much guaranteed that Azir hits a yellow rune, and then you can just accelerate the Azir in and kill the poor little Tide Turner.
It's like a 66% chance he's going to hit a yellow rune this following turn. So
Do you know what the split that they play is? Isn't it 6-6 or is it 7-6?
I'd say it's 6-6. And I presume they've only used 1 or 2 yellows, unless they've all used all the yellows and the greens and they've gone back, rotated around. So it's either going to be at least one of these will be yellow. You just accelerate the Azir again, he comes and pokes you in the eye, or you just see 2 greens and you're like, oh right, yes, I've been running circles.
Oh, okay. I mean, this works too. Yeah, you just Moonfall it over and kill it that way. Trade away your Tide Turner. That is fine. I don't care.
I do think that's probably the best thing to do here, so that way you have to worry about them the following turn. But overall, can we accelerate another unit? Do you maybe play the additional Azir for 5 there? Would that be a Vi coming down on the following turn, maybe?
Well, he does have the Ash in hand, right? So you could just go Ash, hand rip. But the Moonfall... The problem with that, though, is that the Moonfall is coming back, right? So if you do play the Ash hand rip, they just can say, okay, come over here, Fizz wants to play, and kill your Ash.
I would presume that even if you take it on this turn, because they're going to hold the following turn, they just get both cards back from the banish zone. From individual pocket dimensions from the same Ash at different times in time and history.
They are
indeed, though. What's that one card?
They're not touching.
Gust!
Yep. Very quickly says you can have it. And now they're going to get... Yes, there we go. Oh.
No, my Gust. It is concerning, but they do have 1 card up and 2 cards in hand. Have we drawn into the other Defy, maybe? Stupefy.
Okay, drawing cards. I like it.
So back to 3 cards. It was very quickly done. Ash is now down to a very large number 3. There's a gust in hand, so
Can't imagine the Azir hand is very live either if you're just playing the Ash out when you know it's not doing anything.
it might have just been for the hand knowledge and go like, do I just play a 1 equipment and then do nothing for a turn and he gets destroyed the following turn, or do I play an Ash and just try and see like, is that last card important?
Well, I don't think he has a way to out the equipment if he did have any. I think if he did have it, it would be probably more effective to just play out equipment, play out Azir token, and then you can use Ash on the next turn if you did want to, because then you have the opportunity to clear the battlefield before the Ash comes back. But yeah, I think that hand's pretty dead. Maybe it's like Disciplines or something. I'm not sure entirely.
Maybe we are seeing the move forward now. Do we have the Defy to defy? No, we do not have the Defy to defy the section. And then goes the Ash.
All right, Ash down. Still on 5 points.
Fizz away.
Still a couple turns away from victory.
Discipline.
Yep.
I do believe you have target still, don't you?
He targeted the Fizz.
Oh, fair enough.
Wow, and still does not find any equipment. Wow, incredible.
But you caught it though. They had 2 disciplines in hand, and obviously that's doesn't really win you the game, unfortunately. Do they ever ride the wind in hand, maybe to try and push to 7? So that way, is there a case of you can only take 1 battlefield and you're going to hold the rest this turn? But it would be a case of it's a. Is that the dreaded Arise?
Arise for what?
Equipment. It is.
Oh my gosh, the most depressing Arise in the existence of the game. But it works.
It does work. The unfortunate thing is, though, there's 7 runes up there, and they have a gust in hand, sir.
Yeah.
So do you have a second equipment? A brutalizer, maybe, that could just come down from the ether and make you a big scary token, maybe instead.
If I just manifest a BF sword
for 2 in green.
And then I like go back. Oh, okay, yeah, you can go up onto the war camp. That is true. This is true. But
can we hide a card maybe this turn?
Did he? Okay, did what? Huh?
Because he's free still. Because remember it's a 0+.
Oh, okay. So this is in response to the trigger. I was like, I'm confused here.
I'm gonna guess you. How about you don't?
Yeah. So let's do something.
What's your second game plan? Huh? Yeah. Well, what's that Diana doing? Huh?
Yeah. A little bit worried here if my opponent just said, "Okay, I am moving the." Oh. Okay. Okay. I see you. Maybe this is maybe there's still a chance. I mean, 6 points.
I see you go 7, I go 7. Maybe I'll be able to push you out on the following turn. It would be a 3-3 from the current one. Maybe you draw into a Levering Guard or the last discipline. Maybe the Vi. Acceptable losses. Damn you, your losses.
Oh my gosh, infinite acceptable losses. I feel like though, if I'm Diana, am I not just shoving up Ravenbloom on the Fizz battlefield and saying you can't win?
That probably would be the best thing to do. I am wondering what would it be there. So it's 5 into 2. The Vi is a possibility. I'm going to check the trash just in case there has been one earlier on and we didn't see it. So far there's been a Shen, there's been an Ashes, the 2 Enguards, 2 Eye of the Heralds, 1 Defy, 1 Sword, 1 Brutalizer. I mean, if they get a Brutalizer, they do become quite a large token. They just become 5. Just trade to trade. And as you said, there you go. They do swap it around now. Back off, girl.
Oh, wow. This is kind of crazy that Diana did go for this because I feel like it was almost guaranteed game if you just pushed all onto the other battlefield. And now you can lose.
Yeah, that's... Brutalize it! Give it to him.
Yeah. Oh my.
Give him the stick.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, you
That's like
could have.
no for a second.
You could have just full stacked the Targons, right? Like,
That's
and
what I'd
said,
have thought. Yeah.
wow, that is crazy. Okay, wow. I did not expect Azir to actually win that. I wonder what game that was. Probably game 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. If it was Azir, if that was game 2 and Diana lost game 1, I mean, leading the Targons when you're going first, sure.
Just trying to think here what the plan was. Yeah, if you just stack that deck, stack that board, you had 7 might on there. Specifically, you had to have drawn Vi, just done something so it couldn't fight you. You kill everything else, and that's the only way you're going to take that battlefield. But again, to be fair, it was either Brutalizer for the game or it was Vi for game. So
yeah,
it was like, what's left in the deck?
I think were there not like it could have been any equipment, right? Because it was just with that play.
Yes, it was 2-2. Any equipment would have given the +1 besides the eye, but then obviously make it rookie. They did have 6 runes available and 1 card in hand, I think, or no cards in hand, and that could have been the issue. The fact that they did run out of gas, I guess.
Wouldn't wait, so it would be Fizz. And what he also could have done is held the acceptable losses as well, right? Because then you can use that to buff up your Raven Bloom and when they do shove up. I don't know if that changes math. What? So it would be 3 Fizz, 3 Raven Bloom, 2 Tide Turner. That's 6, 7, 8. And then the soldier is, let's say it was Vi. That's still only 7. Yeah. Right?
That's it. The Vi is basically just trying to stop it so that you don't get wiped out on the battlefield. But again, if it's already big enough to sort of just stand there, it doesn't really help the maths.
Well, wow, Azir did find it. Crazy stuff. I think we are going to take a short break here before the final. But thank you everyone for tuning in, and we're gonna have a. I think it's gonna be Azir versus Yi, right?
Green on green action.
Yeah. Right.
But one gets an action.
Defy chains, please. Actually,
defy. Actually.
Generated from that legend.
Yeah, I will say what is kind of cool against the hook variant is you can respond to a hook with a frigid touch, and that does greatly reduce the number of options you do get off of the hook. So that is a cool little thing that I did not really think of too much, but this is the Hillock game, and the Hillock game is very rough if you are playing a slower deck. It often feels like if LeBlanc does get that 2-drop, sometimes it feels like you're just like, let's go next game. Right?
Yep, so.
Ooh, Frozen Fortress. I like this battlefield a lot. Very cool with stuff like Frigid.
So I will say there's this weird interaction with Frozen Fortress and Elder Dragon. Frozen Fortress is not your damage. So even though the Frozen Fortress will mark the units with damage, it is not your damage. So even if you play an Elder Dragon while they're on that battlefield, it does not actually have that impact that you'd expect it to have. So here it is. This reflection token going to come down. Watchful Sentry is surprisingly going to be the card stripped away here. I think that definitely want to be able to find some cards here later on. But for the time being, this Soaring Scout is going to go ahead and move over onto this Frozen Fortress. I have to imagine LeBlanc is going to be the card that follows. It does have a Hidden Blade as well as a Karthus. So might just be considering playing that Karthus instead.
I feel like in this matchup, you definitely don't want to play the Karthus until you have a combo turn, like with a hook, with a sacrifice or something, so that you're guaranteed getting value out of the Karthus the turn you play it. As Jhin does play like the Singularities, it plays the Flourish, it plays like a lot of removal spells. So if you are not getting value out of that Karthus, you don't want to play it. in this case, I mean, probably want to hold on to it, let yourself ramp up with these birds. And wow, is that that's 7 yellow runes? Okay, I guess he is playing 8/4, so not super unlikely, but
Oh, it's a Vi, not a Karthus, actually.
okay. Mixologist, oh, has the hook in hand, so this is going to be a vastly different game.
Yep. So Frigid Touch in hand, as well as a Watchful Sentry. Jib's not liking the cards he has in hand, and so instead just going to go ahead and pass and hopefully bait this LeBlanc into attacking into this Plundering Poro. But that said, there is still just a Vi in hand that he has to find a way around. And unfortunately, Plundering Poro with a Frigid Touch is not nearly enough to be able to overtake what Supramonte has available. So I'll have to see if he plays this patiently here. I have to imagine he will. And it looks like he is going to go ahead and send in that LeBlanc first. And then if that is the case, this Vi will just come right down and really just be able to control this battlefield that much longer. So there is that Frigid Touch, and Vi has to be the response.
Yep, so just tap for the Vi. Going to get the Vi trigger here, which then stuns the Poro, and you get to save the LeBlanc as well. So definitely going to feel pretty good there. I like this play, but I also feel like you didn't have to do this. You could have also just gone for a build up with hook, kind of build for a following turn, but I guess doesn't have a ton of great death knells in hand, right? I think I see. Do I even see any? I can't quite catch what's in his hand.
I don't think I see any either, so he is considering getting rid of that Hidden Blade. I don't like this here. I think it's actually surprisingly better right now than this Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Just being able to find a couple more cards because you don't have any units available right now. And so this LeBlanc Reflection is going to go ahead and be made. And now things are going from bad to worse for this Jhin player. No units in play, no units in hand that are going to be able to make an impact as well. And while he does have that Jhin from the champion zone, there is just too much going on the side of the LeBlanc here.
See, this is the same thing as turn 1, where the LeBlanc feels like they were just too aggressive with their cards and weren't setting themselves up, because this unchecked power is a bit of a blowout here. In that it's going to remove a ton of stuff, and there's just no draw. Like you said, he discarded the Hidden Blade for like no reason, right? Like you're pretty ramped up at this point. Just hide the Hidden Blade on the temporary, right? And at that point, sure, you lost a single rune, but you get a draw too, and your hand is pretty low. Yeah, I definitely do not like the way this has been played. If there's any way to lose this, it.
Welcome back to the final round of the Runes and Rifts. I got it right this time. Cardboard extravagance that does lead to these two players already being winners in our eyes, as they already get their places in the August 22nd event, I believe. I could be wrong with the dates, but they are already winners in our eyes, as they are both first and second. We have the lovely Lexington, who I do know is around here quite often, and currently best of Azir of the day, Mr. Cactus King, who you may know from streams or other events for being suited and well booted. And today, I'm hoping he is still well suited and booted, but no cameras, so we shan't know. And green, orange versus green, yellow. So whoever's got the best aggression is going to win, I guess.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Azir versus Yi in the finals. It's a pretty high-powered finals, and maybe not the most crazy leaders here, but both still should give us an interesting match. Though I think before we do jump into the game, I think Plus did have a couple words from our sponsor.
That's it. A hidden man from behind the curtain has some enduring words for last two finalists here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
no, we've upset the man behind the curtain. You're still currently doing
Yeah.
behind the curtain stuff. So while he's
Yes.
currently waiting for us to finish this off, how are you feeling about Vendetta Set 4 coming out in 2 and a bit weeks?
I mean, I'm really excited that we're getting simultaneous release. I have never played a card game with simultaneous release. I've played a few card games, so this is really new and exciting, being able to figure out this stuff in real time. I will say I am a little bit disappointed so far by the quality of the cards. It does feel like we've kind of gone downwards in power level. And I mean, my poor Ezreal deck, I'm looking at my Vendetta Ezreal list, and it is the same 40 cards that it was before. I have not added a single Vendetta card.
You don't like Mesmerize to choose to either return a card or to give suit -2?
Nope. That costs a power. We don't do that here. We don't do that here.
Well, yeah, no additional cost, unfortunately. It is just the 1 and a power, but we try our best when we can.
Okay.
But did you see, and those out there who want to play Master Yi a little bit longer, or maybe Prismat going for his 7th child, they are making some brand new PG metal cards for the set 5, I believe it is, at least. So Prismat still has a reason to play Annie for a bit longer. But the man behind the curtain does have an important announcement for you guys to hear. So over to the gentleman himself.
Thank you, Aguito. And then, hey, guys, right before the finals, I do want to give a quick shout out and big old thank you to our recent partners, Nerd Rage Gaming. You guys might know them as NRG. I think they've been in the industry for a very long time, or as long as I've really been, since I've known TCGs. But have you guys seen, I know I've been posting it, little timers and commands in chat. First and second place from this event, and then all our events up until August 22nd will get free entry into the Riftbound Showdown Series event in Milwaukee on August 22nd and 23rd. For those that aren't too familiar with Riftbound Showdown Series, they're actually officially endorsed events, and you're able to actually get regional championship invites, regional qualifier badges as well, and then a big draw about these events. You actually get to get metal legend cards. They're not the crazy best of with the special foiling, but there's the standard ones you get from the prize wall nonetheless, and you can still get access to the set 1 as well, which is a cool thing. Couple, you would imagine a couple Aries showing up to play. On top of that, I believe I could have the event right here. They have a impressive prize pool up to 20,000 USD. So guys, if you want to learn a little bit more about this event coming up in August 22nd, or if you want to go ahead and sign up, !NRG. But that is it. It is grand finals time. Azir versus Master Yi. Who's going to be taking our $1,000 cash cup here today? Let's go ahead and throw it to the feature table and let's find out.
Right, and thank you so much, Plus, for the information about these sponsors, and make sure to go check them out if anybody is interested in participating in the in their tournament. But we have a match, and it looks like Yi has won the die roll, opted to go first, and it is a double arena. Oh, sorry, it is not. It is a Hall of
Wait a
Legends
minute.
I saw the orange and I saw fire, and I was like, okay, they're both.
So this is going to be a real quick match. 6 points. Let's go. We got this.
Oh my gosh.
But it's so far very standard. We do have a very lonely Paro pretending to be very sad on that hill. Currently a 4-might monster waiting for any poor little.
Oh my gosh.
Here, but it will be a 5.
You thought that it was Yi versus Azir, but it's the Poro King versus Azir.
Yeah, so lonely, my ass, by the way, because there's 3 of these things here right now. So not so lonely anymore, but if we do keep 1 in each position, it does get you 3 draws if they all die at the same time. But luckily for them, no Elder Dragon in yellow right now, so should be safe for another day.
Yeah, this is the man of the Poros, as we did see a 15-might Poro in our last match with him, and now we see all the Poros in the world on the board. So is he playing a Yi deck or is he playing a Poro deck? We will never know.
I think he's playing a Poro deck. So far, though, going straight into that arena's great is taking that poor lonely Poro off the mound there, but does get him a draw, so it's not all for nothing. But again, a little bit scary. I did wonder why he didn't go to the Hall of Legends, but at the same time, can't really pay for any more of those units to come out this turn. So makes sense to me to try and build up on the less active one here, as neither one can use it currently this turn.
Yeah, and you don't want to hold on to that, right? Because otherwise it takes away your opportunity to conquer it on the next turn and get the ability, because he might very well. Oh my gosh, he got a full house there. Triple Poro, double discipline.
Just throw a punch first on as well, right? Just like, I've got this muscle.
Gosh.
It's got one strong Poro.
And that is,
what
is it? Fatty Poro.
We are currently having some technical difficulties.
Here's what I put on. All right, well, it looks like the players have resolved it, but some, as Agita said, some technical difficulties, but now we got this big fatty 6-mite Poro coming in saying, I do not care about your pointy stick.
It's now chunk time. But we do take both here, going to 4, so Master Yi again in that nice leading position by a full turn. But ignore me. Here comes a charm.
Okay.
To ruin the Sand Parade.
Going for the full board clear here. A pretty aggressive start, but definitely in vein with what we've seen with this E list, right? Looks like it has been pretty aggressive with the Nidalees and such.
No, I'm cool with this because I'm thinking you walk one of those Sand Soldiers in, take a Pyro out, you then walk the Azir into the other area. It drags that Sand Soldier over with it, and all of a sudden you've got a little fighting force to take out these dreaming Pyros. That's you coming down. And okay.
Oh wow, I'm kind of surprised he full pulled back here, but it does make sense with the Azir representing a full clear, like you said, without actually investing anything, right? It's just send up the soldier, clear one, send up the champ onto the other one, pull the soldier over, right? So just clearing on board. So in this case, does get to save his units. His Poros are no longer lonely on those battlefields.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what's the best play here. I presume the best play here would be move in, take the hall, untap the Azir, make another Sand Soldier. Okay.
Looks like opting to not use the hall.
Possibly a back off. Okay.
We did see a back off before. The other hiddens that it could be is a hidden blade. It could be a guards. Traditionally, those are the only ones that I'm remembering, but you can correct me if I am wrong. But wow, these Poros are fighters.
They also have swords or mechanical arms just attached to them at all points. Very bit concerning what this Master is doing to these poor little Poros. It could also be a hidden blade, as we do see that occasionally in these builds, but they do seem to be walking away from hidden blades. It does feel a bit of a unfavorable card at times. But I'm just wondering if it was a point not to have the tank soldier on there. But again, we do have a Shen in hand, and he's zipping in with the ultimate ability, trying to save the day from that very mean Poro.
All right, so it looks like this is going to resolve. That evil little Poro does fall apart. That rapier was not enough to save him.
No, fortunately, Poros don't have good dexterity, but they can hold that sword in the mouth for a short time. And unfortunately, Shen slapped it out of his mouth and went, no. Over there now. Draw a card.
Yeah, a lot of might being represented by the Azir on that battlefield. You have the 4 from the Azir, 5 from the Shen, and then, I mean, the back off, it answers single units, a hidden blade answers a buffed unit, and then a guards represents a sand soldier plus a brutalizer, right? So a lot of might there. It's pretty difficult to get over, to be honest.
I mean, right now the answer is you have either the brutalizer unit or you have the tank unit. So if there's enough might there to deal with the Shen and the Azir, but not enough to deal with the Shen, the Azir, and a token, then you can turn that into a tank as well, which means that Azir gets to save himself for another day. But we are going in here though. Currently, it's a cat again.
Oh my gosh. Dude, Ivern just doesn't know what he's doing.
What the?
Oh my gosh, another one. Oh,
All right, gang, what's the plan?
another one. All the cats. Oh my gosh.
It's a from Handfest. What's going on here, everyone?
Oh my gosh.
Right, so we
Right.
have two beaten up cats, a guy with a sword who fell over, and a ninja who's now in the trash. Okay, we got this.
Absolutely. All right, that token and base can absolutely clear anything that goes onto this battlefield
He's
with
the Zoro of
infinity
tokens.
equipment. All right.
Yeah. So we got a sword. We got a sharp piece of wood. Because I mean, you get hit in the head with a piece of wood that's like that, it's gonna hurt either way.
Okay, opts to not go the 7. I mean, it does kind of make sense, right? It will be pretty freely conquered there. If you do opt to do so and you just lose your unit.
And
Now,
pondering.
that being said, choosing to not do that does mean Azir does get double token this turn.
Mm-hmm. I think, what is the plan? Do you move the token out, get the whole legend effect, make another token with the sword on it, just in case? I think you just sit in the back and hope for the best. Because the issue you got now is obviously if you're at 6 into 6 itself, can you take both battlefields on the following turn as the
Oh my gosh.
Master Yi? And that's a very tanky man there. Let's see what you got there. He's got 2 shields. Sorry, he's got 2 tanks. +2 there, so that's a 4, and then +3 from the best friend sword because it's a safer entertainment channel over here. And a hidden gun.
How is he holding 2 shields, a spear, and a sword?
1 shield's in his mouth, 1
Okay.
shield's on his knees. The sword's dragging behind him, thinking he's a Palcos player, and then the spear is just where it should be.
Okay. These are some very impressive sand soldiers. I mean,
Oh,
not
okay,
often you see
down.
it. Oh wow, okay. So 7 going in to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and here comes a guards.
With that brutalizer, right? Defy. Uh-oh.
No, you will not.
No girls today, sir. So it is 7 into 7, I believe.
Yes, so it should be 7 into 7, which means that there has to be like a first mate or something in hand.
So when you kill multiple things on a battlefield, when you choose your targets, how you kill them,
Mm-hmm.
if you've got a Zonyas, do you have to resolve it the way that the person goes, well, I'm killing first mate first and then killing Master Yi? Or does it consider itself being killed at the same time? So you get to choose
No,
as the...
they all die at the same time. You just get to choose when they die simultaneously.
But that one got hit with the big sword, and then that got hit by the small shield. So, you know...
True. Well, the sand soldier just decided to poke them with his spear instead. He's like, you know what? I don't like this sword, but holy crap. That's a lot of might. I don't think a punch first is getting you out of here.
Right, which one's tanking? Yes. And then there we go, straight to game 2.
Right.
So I do believe that was a lovely victory for everyone's favourite rambunctious Cactus King.
Mm-hmm.
So what can you bring in to deal with this is the question.
Fairly fast game. I honestly thought he was in a good spot there with the horde of Poros, but maybe did not find any punch firsts and only found the disciplines. Did not have the discipline to find the punch first.
No, unfortunately not. But it didn't really help though, and unfortunately that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, or in this case the Poro snack. But Master, you will be going first this turn.
Mm-hmm. So probably,
presumably anyway.
Yeah, presumably. Definitely more what Azir would like to see after we saw the rather unfortunate sequence of events in the previous match where you just could not find those gear. And in this one, you did have a much better start with gear on every turn of the game, I think. Cannot complain about it at all.
Just to bring back, as you said, those terrible reveals so far from Vendetta. Where's my equipment for my Azir King?
Yeah.
I've seen no extra greens. I've seen no extra yellows. To be fair, I've only seen gear so far, so it could be the equipment's are coming next week. But so far, Where beest my man's new shield or sword? Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
That's questions now.
Yeah. So, what is your favorite over number? From
Mine is cosplay Shen, who should be playing Cloud.
Ooh.
With his, can I be a bit crude here, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Plus? Oh, fair enough.
Oh,
So I
sorry.
don't know what he's holding in his hand. I know it's meant to be the Spirit Blade, but my God, man, that is not a Spirit Blade. That is a Spirit Marital Aid.
Yeah.
Ripped for her pleasure.
My brother actually sent me a picture when we saw the Shen over number, and it was, what's his name again?
Was it Ricardo?
Yes, Ricardo.
Yes. I was like, God damn it.
Ricardo on it. I love how you knew exactly. You know what? That's what I like to see. You know the goods.
I saw it was like, I'm sure it's Cloud holding a not quite Buster Sword, and then I saw like someone else put me. Was like, is that Ricardo? I was like, that is Ricardo. You're right, sir.
Wow. Okay, so players off to the races here, and
Gotta throw him down quick.
yeah, no Poros this time around.
No, just
a Master Yi and Azonias.
Just a timepiece and a Master Yi. So exactly what you'll see. It's time for Yi.
Ooh, another
2 brutals.
brutalizer. Wow.
Bang.
Okay.
Sure, someone in the chat will go, that's brutal. You're right, it is.
Quite brutal. Did I even like any of the over numbers? I don't really like any of the over numbers, to be honest. I think Akali is like okay. It's a little bit boring.
There's one I don't like.
Which
so
one?
far. Rengar. No, Rengar. Renekton.
I was gonna say, really, the Rengar over the Renekton? Oh, the whole
I don't know if
debacle.
it's just because I was a Spider-Man fan as a child and I've just seen the lizard so many times as a child, but that Renekton's way too skinny. That's a lizard, not a crocodile.
Look, it's happening.
So
it's happening.
it is. Are we defying the Defy from the Sabotage to Defy the Defy? Very good for me.
Correct.
Oh,
correct.
I've seen the hand though.
And now we get to rip the Hidden Blade.
But we do see a Vi, which is
Actually, you know, there's a world you hit the Death Grip because you do have the Zonias, right?
Mm-hmm. So it just feels a bit like, do I want the 2-card draw or do I worry about this double brutalizer 10 might monstrosity beating me up in a turn or two?
Yeah. I mean, the Vi is going to be a bit of an issue as that card is very good against Yi. And finding it this early with a couple brutalizers, yeah, so does it actually opt to hit the Death Grip there? It says
if it
you
does
will
go
not.
through, it's also a draw. When that's the option, right? It's like, do I get 2 draws and lose a unit, or do I let them get a draw and beat me to death? It's not really a winning game.
Yeah, the hand's very good versus Yi. Not a hand I want to see.
No. So, going in for the early conquer here on the Star Spring, and for those who aren't aware, the first time a player plays a non-token unit here, each turn they may move another unit they control here to its base. So essentially, get it in, get your point, get your 2 experience, move it back out, and if you really want to, move it to the other side. On the following turn, obviously.
But with only... Okay, so it does play the first mate there, goes for a double conquer. Right.
That's a lovely 4 experience very early.
Yeah, it's very quick to do this. It's a little bit scary doing this when you see a couple brutalizers and a Vi in your opponent's hand, but maybe saying, I gotta go fast. Gotta go fast.
Because here's the thing then. Do you just stab the first crewmate with the hidden blade and go like, oh, it's a shame that your Zonya's has just got cracked open, and then you walk in and just stun them with a Vi? If you do get the other 2, or at least one more Order Rune.
I think I am going attach brutalizer, trade with the first mate, trigger Zonias, swing in Sand Soldier, play Vi, kill the Yi. I think that's my play.
Okay. And just keep playing for later, yeah?
Yeah, I think.
No,
you could even like hide the blade on the war camp, right? And then just get a couple draws. You got that one man's is sitting there.
Just one dude, jab, and then
Yeah.
2 cards. Perfect.
Yeah. How do they hold the double clubs though? Is it like they hold it like Darth Maul, like a double-sided club?
No,
Or
no, no.
is
You,
it-
you put the. You can either do two things. You can either jab them on each end of the spear, so like you said, so then you Darth Maul it,
Mhm.
or you can put the spear in the mouth, and it's very useless then. But you have 2 clubs in hand,
Ooh, kind of cool, like Zoro style.
Sora style. That spear's not doing anything though if it's in your mouth. Unless you want to have a
this
really
is
broken neck.
very different play than what I thought, but maybe opting to play around like an on guard or something. I don't. Math is hard. So what if you went on guard onto? Wow.
So
Okay.
it's 9, right? Right
Yeah.
into on guard, so they're currently at 6,
6,
7, so 9.
7. Oh,
No jokes.
you said it.
Damn
You
it.
said it.
Damn it.
No, going up to 9 here, so it'll be 9 versus what? 6, 7, 8, 9, right?
Yes, it should be a trade.
Yeah.
Currently. Obviously, we do have multiple ruins up currently on the side of Mr. Azir, so he could also have his own. He's going to vie, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Going down at the speed of sound. You're not dead yet.
Nope.
That's it. Then we.
Did he return enough runes? Okay, no. Did forget to return the order rune for the Vi. He does pretty cleanly take this out now, and you can then opt to, even if you want to, hide that hidden blade. Sir, there we go.
So, how do you feel about this one now? Because, like you said, you could always just stab your own unit here, get 2 draws for yourself. Obviously, it's going to be good to keep your own thing alive. Right now, though, that 2 might token isn't too scary going onto the Star Spring. But it could be
The
a
thing
third
that's
realized hand, you never know.
a little bit rough here, though, if you do, if you draw cards, you probably can't play the cards that you draw unless they are the little tiny gear, because you did recycle your runes so aggressively on the previous turn.
Big boy plays has to be played big boyly, which means no
Yeah.
runes. So, yeah, when we get Renekton, don't play any runes. Perfect. So, Cactus King's ready for it.
I have a friend who's a Renekton main in League, and he's like, I don't know how I feel about this, because some of these cards are crazy. Like, they have the big dragon Stellacorn, and you can play like a 6-might dude on turn 1 or something. I don't remember how it worked, but
Yeah, you can play. What is it now? You can play like a 2-drop and then Hopefuls on turn 1. You can play. Like for a second, you can play Accelerated Icer. You have the runes. You get an extra draw.
If you go second, right?
Yeah, if you go second. So yeah, you got 3 up, spend the 3, convert 2 into a power. Make sure you got a red up spare so you can do it for the acceleration, and then there you go.
Right, Hidden Blade on the Yi, saying you will not contest. Makes
But
it.
you will draw 2 cards, so it's fine.
Yes. You can have all the cards you want. I have a Vi. I'm going to punch.
Yeah, that's 5 things.
Yep.
Checks out.
All right, passes it over. Going up to 4 runes and 2 points. Still behind, but as long as that Vi sticks around, things can be quite annoying for Yi to deal with, right? Because it is hard to defend into the Vi unit.
It is, because it's hard to defend when you apparently had both hands broken.
Yes.
And currently just violently splashing on the floor.
I mean, the real question is, how does Vi lift the gauntlets? Those things are hefty. Like a normal-sized woman.
Do you want lore accurate things, or do you want to just go, yes? A wizard did it, probably. Called Rise. I think it's just hex tech magic, and it's just a case of they're like anti-gravity to a degree. It's just like, the magic makes the magic work. It's like, yes, thank you, Riot. A wizard did do it.
Oh, are we thinking Victor? Isn't he like the machine god? Okay, here comes the charm.
He's been out for like a year or 2 now, right? So, in Arcane's version of the world, Victor is kind of the arcane hex tech anomaly that kind of goes through time multiple times to do his thing because he wants to try and cycle. In League, the Ruin guy / the Hex Tech guy, Hex thing guy would more likely be Rise. But if we're going to see here, it depends what Ryan wants to do with everything. Because we know we're getting Noxus next, so we should see more Mel and all the cool stuff like.
I did see
Swain.
the cinematic with it was like Mel and Cat. Was Mel in that? But Katarina and Elise
and Elise, yeah, that's a really
pretty
cool one. And then it's Darius versus Trundle.
All right, so Azir going for a double conquer here. Had a couple turns, and interestingly enough, the Yi did hard play out that Rengar, saying, I'm going to develop in base, gonna hold off on double conquering, I guess a hold and a conquer, to stay on the even points, which I think is a fair enough. Azir definitely a lot better at attacking in than holding, being able to do the equip juggling, using the Vi stun. A lot of options.
I mean, that's the thing with token decks. It can be very aggressive, can be kind of in your face, but not necessarily doing the best on the following play. Defending is not normally aggression's biggest key point, because if you could do both, it would be the only deck in gameplay. But currently sitting on equal points here at 4-4 with a rather large, beautiful kitty cat called Mr. Rengar, and a very slovenly, possibly even slightly drunk first mate, but he'll be coming in swinging shortly with his crooks there.
Well, a little rum never hurt no one.
No. Bit of grog will keep you going. Defy!
Wow, define the... Oh my gosh, we get it again! Again!
That's it. No to your no.
No, you will not. You will not pass.
All
right,
so
coming in.
So he's +3, so he's 9, and that's 5, and then +3. That's 8, I believe. So I think he's bigger. Hey, it's a floating sword.
Here. Yeah, if he can. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Yi. All that's left is a single token and the Vi for units.
Really just depend on what's in hand here, because we can accelerate the Azir following turn. You can walk a very large suited up token to take out that poor first mate, and then you can walk everyone over then to the battlefield with a Rengar on. So overall, it does kind of really depend on what's in the hand for Mr. Yi. Does he have some punch first? Does he have another Unguard ready to go? Is he ready to throw down 4 cards in the turn? We shall find out shortly after this commercial break.
A lot of good cards that Azir can top deck here too. Any gear is good. Establishes another body, as you are almost certainly going to lose at least one on the follow-up turn. He is not able to win. The Arise obviously is going to be quite good here. If he can draw that off the top, you can go. I guess maybe not as many good cards as I thought. It's like Arise and maybe equipment, right? Don't want to be.
Right now we have 4 equipment, right? So an Arise would be fantastic if we can't stop it from happening. Another Vibe would be pretty good, so you can walk in, stun. Again, I think the Azir play is still fairly good. But as you did say, if they can get a cheap equipment out, that would also be very good as well. So it was a soul or a shield would be pretty good this turn. It is essentially the top deck of top decks, though, so it has to be something fairly decent. Can't defy, and there's an Arise though. That's the good thing.
I need to be aware of these punch first cards. Azir might have forgotten that's a card, seeing as Yi has not been able to play a single one this match so far.
17 disciplines, like 12 and guards. Does he play punch first? It's like, look, we were there for the massacre of '92, where we saw the Poro walk around with 2 mecha arms. Anything
double fisted up Poro. Bro's got double mecha arms. Says, you will not pass.
Bro's pumping.
Yeah. See, this is why I could not play Azir. Look at all this math he has to do. It's like, all right, I've got all these equipments. do I cascade the gear? Do I throw it all on one? And he says, okay, never mind. We are throwing it all on one. Show me.
Answer is yes.
What is the hidden?
me
Is
the
it Azonia's or is it back off?
Show
See,
me
let's
the
see.
money.
Golf would be pretty good here.
What is that one card in hand is the question. Could it be a defy? Could it be a display of their own?
Drum roll. Back off. Okay. I mean, that's really good. That is
right now.
really good.
The issue here is that you can get rid of that big mighty thing if you really want to. Rengar is stunned though from the attacking, so everyone just falls off.
Yeah, and it just makes it a little bit awkward now because even when you accelerate the Azir, I mean, token's still stunned, and all the equipment's stuck under it.
I mean, this is the thing. As I say, this is the thing though. You can just now move everything you wanted to that you could move. You could also move the other one if you really wanted to. Remember, it is one might less because it doesn't have the access to the buff anymore.
Yeah.
So it's an 8. It's still an 8, mind you. So it's not like it's nothing. The issue is here that you just kill the Azir though, so it's not for nothing.
Yeah. Right, and do we see 3? What is it in Italy? I guess.
3 punch firsts. Oh no, just to back off from hand.
Oh, another one. Wow.
Wait.
Oh
That's
no.
fine, right? Wait, no, it's not because obviously he's still stunned, so he can't fight anyway, right? So it's just the token. So the token doesn't do anything either. Everyone gets bounced back again.
Yep, and that
should this won't be a game 3.
Game, yeah, unless there's something I'm missing.
What's in the hand? Is it a defy? Have we saved it for this last second?
Game 2. That is what we're saying. All right.
So
game 3.
You must replay game 2. It's like, no, this is a lie. Let's replay game 2. Whatever these people are watching, it's not right.
There's no way you drew that back off. No way you had 2 of them.
You know when you drew that back off and had all of the disciplines or all of the what color you playing? Green. No, you probably did. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Green. I still am waiting for a punch first. I want to see these Poros get their rightfully deserved fists.
I just want to see my very jacked up, maybe steroid-induced lonely Poro, who did nothing wrong.
You know, my brother asked me when he sent me the that stupid Shen meme. He said, "When are we getting the Poro King legend?"
Time, sir, time.
Do you think they'll do like they do in Runeterra, where they'll add like special rules? You can play anything with a tag outside of colors, or
I feel like with Poro King, it has to be a case so you can play any color, but it has to be like a Poro named card. Same with like Braum. I can also see him being the first legend. It's like you can play all 6 colors if you want to, but you can only play Poros. It's like I'll figure something out. He won't be very good, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I like Braum and Runeterra a lot.
No,
Pretty
don't
cool.
show off the old prehistoric man. Leave him be. He's old.
Fine. I see how it is.
I did ask the question though: is he just an old Poro, like he's been around for a long time, or is he meant to be like a pseudo Poro, like how Na's a pseudo Yordle?
Dude, all this lore stuff goes way over my head, as you can see by how I literally watched Arcane, and then I had asked you why Vi can pick up the gauntlets.
Magic. It's just Hextech magic. Which, depending on the version of Hextech you prefer, it's either a case of it's made of scorpion people's souls, or it's shiny rocks we found in the mountains. One or the other. It's your choice.
Oh, I know that one. That's the one where Seraphine enslaved Skarner's race, right? Something like that.
For the short version, yes, that's exactly how it is.
Nice.
Pretty purple-haired girl steals souls of scorpion people. More on the Tiglot news.
Right, so Azir finding the early equipment this time around to decide if you do want to walk in, as if you do, the first mate is the perfect mite to trade with you, but I think you'd be happy with that, so would not be surprised to go right up to the Grove, and say, "Show me the buff card." You're gonna have to buff your dude up.
Give it me, or I'm getting a draw. Although having 4 order cards up doesn't feel the greatest when you see Azir here, but nonetheless, a back off is coming down from hand. A draw will happen. No defies, obviously, because yellow doesn't have a counter spell yet. Because no, that's too much fun.
Yep, absolutely. Still can have like a discipline.
Or an guard, yeah. So just to buff its might by. There you go, and guard. So push it by forest. You can't get rid of it, so it can't fight you. But if it's not being killed, it doesn't have to matter too much. But we are going one on their own. Is this a defy? Is this the Ronin guard? Is this bittersweet?
Punch first. Are we on tap? Ooh.
Not so early, please, sir. We must wait till at least turn 4.
Thinking. Like, this is big think. Big think. Do I want to punch the soldier?
No.
Okay. Another one.
So do you have a second Engard, sir? No.
Yeah, the TCG arena shuffling has been quite suspect these matches. But,
Wait a minute. What's this?
oh, okay.
So that was dead. That's questions.
All right. And it does get a full board clear at the cost of all of the green runes. And wow, okay, says, I have the arise. You.
He says, look here, chump. Let me show you how it's done. All right, 6 into 5.
Mm-hmm.
Died. All right, there we go. Very good.
And this is the classic Grove battle. We are going to fight to death over this Grove. Constant conquers back and forth. And is it the Rengar time?
So you can flick one more if you want to do a Rengar. So far, though, unless it is the Rengar, you're pretty safe to at least get 1 draw off this Grove, and you'll be going to 3. Nothing too disastrous, but a very early game arise, which does not feel great, but it's put you in a position of contesting at least, so it's not so bad.
Does opt to just play out the Master Yi. We have not seen an ambushing Rengar yet in this. I want to say is.
And you see last game just fall to the floor and didn't quite want to ambush us, but overall we're doing what it's best it can. Right, is that all for this turn? Nothing really else you can do unless you can get yourself a
Okay, we're hiding our Dorn Shield. Why not?
A slightly bigger Sunshine, which is fine with me. 4 into 4 makes a fair trade if you get a chance to.
Yep, it does say, hey, you are going to have to dedicate a On Guard or a Discipline, and I don't think you play Punch first, so. But.
I mean, is this you playing dirty? Is he gonna put a bugger in your eye if he comes over that battlefield?
Something like that.
Thinks he's Tobey Maguire. Come on, you. Show us what you got.
What are we going to do here? I mean, Azir is in the driver's seat of this game with the point lead, the 2-point lead.
Carrying a full turn ahead. Not really looking to be able to do much other than taking that first turn. If he has the Ringer in hand, obviously, he can throw it down if he wanted to.
Yes. Would still leave 2 up for some nasty tricks.
I know you're going to say it. Punch first, right? Have a double punch first Rengar. Just throwing hands everywhere.
That poor little sand soldier did not deserve a Mecha Rengar. Though, to be fair, with Rengar essentially... Actually, you know what? Is he inspired by the Predator? it seems kind of like the whole hunting motif and...
Yes, he's Predator and Kha'Zix is Alien.
Yes.
That's what
Predator. I've never actually watched those, but the Predator has sci-fi stuff, right?
Yeah, so the Predator's like the ultimate hunter, which is what Rengar is meant to sort of be based around.
Yeah.
And then Kha'Zix just continually evolves, which is, if you know much about the Aliens franchise, they essentially just breed with everything to try and get the best version of aliens or xenomorphs.
Okay, so Rengar with a technologically advanced mecha fist would be canon, what I'm hearing.
specifically this version, because he's wearing the Sentinel armor, which is thousands of years old, yet he's the most scientifically high-tech thing we've ever had on this planet. So, yes, that would be
Excellent.
rather
Excellent.
fitting and fair. All right,
And
so
on
we're going
guard
to go
played
for
out. See what this
Give
hidden
him the-
is.
a back off. Okay, 2 can play that game.
Yeah. Wow. We just keep seeing the same cards over and over. It's like they share a color.
Who would have saw it coming? Not me, especially from hand.
True. Does get to cycle the card here. And this almost certainly does mean that getting another draw off a Grove.
Yeah, see, Mr. He has to get off of the Grove. He can't do anything about it.
Mhm.
Maybe.
Having a hard time thinking what would deal with that. Yep. Okay. Just says, I'm playing out a cat.
It's not too bad building the backboard up there. Seymour, obviously, if he goes in and explodes into 1,000 pieces, will somehow reveal the hand.
He could reveal the
far.
hand. We did see that was option previous month.
Yes. Apparently, the option was no, thank you.
Yes.
But I mean, right now you're 2 full turns ahead in points. You are on odd points, though, which is not great when you want to try and finish games off, but it does help on that final push when you get to 7 if you are holding both battlefields.
Yeah, and
Do we
Azir has
have-
held the battlefields better than I traditionally see Azir doing.
Do
From the back.
we have any more equipment? Because it's going to be a bit stickled if you don't in a second, because nothing in the background.
Yeah. I mean, 7 runes up, 6 cards in hand. A lot of stuff you can do. Could even just play like, best friend sword.
That's the safe for work version of this sword.
Mm-hmm. He is our friend, not our food.
Yeah, so it's not a food, right? Best food sword? No, don't put it in your mouth.
Ooh, says no. The BF sword will be on the seat of power. Fair enough. Says I'm gonna. Oh, or not.
He tried to eat it. It fell out of his mouth.
He already has a sword. Why does he need 2 swords? 2 swords and a spear? Oh no. Okay.
He's got a real sword and he's got a soul sword. So once he's gives you the old jabby with the real sword, he then messes with your soul.
Yeah, maybe that's how he holds all the swords, right? He has his soul is holding one of them. Oh, okay.
Alright, so we're on now. Okay, right. He's figured out how to hold both swords. We're fine now.
Decided I will, in fact, take a bite out of this sword. Hold that in my mouth. Brother thinks he's Zoro, but now he does have to actually answer these battlefields. And at some point or another, Grove has drawn 2 cards. Will we see a third?
Next time on Riftbound. So we have 4 on the left-hand side. We have 6 on the right-hand side. Currently, we have 8 might between both units available to deal damage because Mr. Seymour there is packing no guns, no muscle, and no sharp stabby sticks. So it is all or nothing right here. You are going to do a 1-for-1 trade, or you'll be going in and taking 1 battlefield for some damaging results. Unless someone throws down a Mecha Fist right now.
Gosh, imagine equipping Mecha Fists to our little boy. But no, instead we are sending our cat in. Cat is going into the forest, or the grove. So this is good. This is home court advantage.
Alright, we have 2 cards available. Sorry, we have 2 runes available, 5 cards in hand, a hidden card. What can we do with the current information given? Thinking. Good choice.
Yeah, there are a lot of options here. Could have like a death grip, as could ping off the. Oh, wow!
What was the death grip?
Incredible, yeah. And then you kill it, move all that might over, and define. Okay, now it's like there's no way we have. What is that, like the 9th to 5 the match or something? I don't know.
So far they've had. That would only be the second. Coming
Not
from
of the game, of the match,
of the match.
Okay.
So of the game, the match would be, I think, like you said, like 12. I
Yeah,
think they've all had at
something
least a
like
playset per. So, do we let this resolve? Do we get the extra draw? Obviously, we're all tapped out now. Only the hidden card is free use right now.
Mhm.
That would put the this small little Sun Soldier at
Mhm.
the lovely 10 might, so it would be pretty big.
You would need your Mecha Fist to come out here, actually win this one now, and or Rengar.
We got a Meow Meow?
You know what I said about home court advantage?
Meow Meow time.
Where there's one cat, there are more cats.
So. Oh, it was a hidden blade. Ah, I thought it was a back off. Okay, cool. Yeah, just buy cat. Get out of here. You did your best.
Oh my
Draw
goodness.
2 cards.
Poor kitty cat.
Now, that does mean this could be a for free.
Another cat.
Another cat. Meow.
Come on.
Not so meow.
Let him play with his friends. There we go. That's what I like to see.
Your friends.
This is a very big investment, but you did have to do something at some point.
Timor, no! It's dangerous over there.
Ooh,
Oh, he's dead now.
He found a card. A delicious little card.
What is
Ooh,
a card? Delicious pile of secrets.
Yes. Unfortunately, not enough runes to defend our boy with a Mecha Fist, which is still eluding us. Still eluding us.
5 more cards in the deck, though. He's not really drawing too much this game, so it just makes sense that the Mecha Fists aren't everywhere. But we do have 2 hidden cards here. Likely to be a back off or a magical sand timepiece from the future.
I would probably expect the timepiece to be on the Scuttle side if it does exist, because you can react to that death knell. So it gives you the most control over when you do flip it.
Trying to think here what's the best thing to do. Are we going to try and do a Azir play this turn, get him on the field, pack that one token full of swords and a shield on his booty, walk him in, take poor Seymour out, and then walk across over with his ear and ripping him for an ungodly amount of damage?
Yeah. With the double card hidden, it would probably make most sense to either be a double back off or a back off on the Yi side and Azonia's on the Scuttle side. It seems pretty... I can't really think of a situation where you'd want to hide double Zonias here, right? Because hiding double Zonias doesn't really seem to accomplish much.
No, but just keep your units around at least for another turn if you don't want to get the hand knowledge from Mr. Seymour. But at the same time, if you, as you said, you can get the Death Kneel off first, have a little nosy. If it is Azonias, you have the Azonias in the back. Yi goes down. You can use the one from the battlefield to replace him, and that way you got one spare in the back. So you just have a double Yi time.
Yeah, the problem is that we're so far behind in tempo that the game might be over before that second Zonia sees any use. So
we are going to equip this poor little chap here. All right, going in.
All right, so there is the Zonias. Oh my gosh, he saves them. Now that is dedication.
He's your bro through.
He is a jungler. He doesn't want to share that Scuttle.
No experience. So now, do you risk it for the biscuit? Do you throw the Azir head first in? The answer might be yes.
I honestly don't think I would, but...
Well, do you equip a shield and a sword to the Sand Soldier so he's one might bigger than Yi? So that way, if he's got tank, no one dies.
There's the Brutalizer.
Or just throw a Brutalizer on someone's head. That's fine too. Just give him a bonk.
Oh my.
Okay.
We're doing the shuffle again?
The Azir shuffle.
Yes. And... wow.
Was it WQE was the shuffle? Send them in, send them out?
I don't think I've ever played Azir, to be honest. I just kind of like... when I see it, I just... I'd just leave lane level 3, play some Katarina, go collect my cannon creep bot wave, and enjoy my time in it. Wow, it was a double Zonias. I was absolutely incorrect. Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, currently the driving seat is full of swords and birds and sand-shaped creatures. So it's looking pretty good, if you ask me.
I'm pretty surprised at how this was played out, though. Maybe because you can't even play a rise on the next turn. You're only going to be at 5 runes, and if your opponent does have like buff spells to answer the grove here, you're stuck with like 0 development. You have a sand soldier and 3 million equipment. It's like awesome, but you have no runes.
It's a pretty big sand soldier though. Just walk in there and just stab somebody with 12 swords.
Yeah.
So what's the current plan? So we have a sand soldier that's 2 plus 3 to 5 with the shield, that number, and then 7 with the sword, and then we have the 5 might as here. So
give it to the scuttle.
No.
Another one.
Oh, scary time.
Ooh. Okay, 0 runes left.
We also have no ruin, so yeah. So it's no ruin games for anyone. We both played Renekton in the wrong colours.
Right. So I believe that wins, but this is a lot of math.
Question mark. It was 7 and 5, so yeah, it would have been 2 higher. I can see more again.
Boy Scuttle.
For discipline.
Saying, I will draw cards. I will find. What are you trying to find here? I guess back off.
That's the only thing I really think of. It's also really bad because if you did find a back off and you want to use it, it's going to be all your runes. Or they're looking for another defy, maybe just try and keep them from maybe getting a bit accelerated.
Not sure what. Because the soldier is going to be immense.
Just thinking,
he's going to be big.
On the following turn, if they draw a guard, they can play guards accelerated for 3 and a 1. They can then equip that one with the BS sword if they wanted to, or the brutalizer, so it's a 5 might. Walk it into Seymour, hope for the best. And then if they trade or if it dies, you can then walk the opposite one with everything else equipped possibly to it into the Yi and just hope for the best. And then Bob's your uncle, we're back on their runes again.
Yeah. Your runes are for the weak. 5 swords.
That's it. If you can't get rid of them, they're going to stick around, and those swords are pretty stabby.
Right, so I wonder if he did find that back off. Or could it be the 3rd Zonias? I mean, the cards have been insanely clumped in these matches, so would not be surprised to see the 3rd Zonias along with the 3rd Defy.
Although, being the cheeky man that I am, I've just noticed that Master Yi is currently sitting at 4 experience, which means if you don't deal with him this following turn, he just ganks across to the following turn either way.
This is true. It will only be a 4 might E, though. Which, that Sand Soldier is going to be big. Going to be what, like...
And he's taking a friend.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It'll be a 10 might Sand Soldier, which not a lot of answers to coming in with 3 runes. It might even end up just being push up Sand Soldier and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, like, do your worst. I shall. Use the rest of my disciplines and guards.
Okay, I guess I wasn't entirely correct because he does not have enough runes to equip all that. You can equip. I mean, you could just say like, yeah, this is say bigger than you, Yi. Yi plus a riposte will not be enough. And then you can just like develop for the next turn. Oh, okay, we remembered. Let's go.
Can look at your handset.
What we got. Ah.
Yeah, pick your poison. Why? It's very subtle.
Meta Rise is gonna go crazy. The
next turn, there'll be swords everywhere.
I'm definitely not equipping stuff now. I'm just saying, okay, I'm playing my Sand Soldier out. Do I even want to give equipment to him yet? Yeah, sure, why not? And go ahead.
Right, so he is at 6 points. He does have the ability to kink across if he wishes to moonwalk to his doom, as we don't know what that hidden card currently is, but could be anything. Could even be a boat.
Could be a boat. Could be a boat. What are we playing 2 for?
Discipline.
All right. What are we looking for? What are we looking for?
That can only cost 1.
It's like Time Warp from Vendetta. That is specific for Proving Ground E.
Did you hear what the man behind the curtain just said?
What?
Showstopper.
Oh, okay.
Just slam me in.
There we go. Oh, it's Sabotage though, yeah. For Sabotage and try and sabo the Arise. But there's also a Defy in the hand, so about that one.
Pick your poison. I'll take it,
your Sabotage is getting defied with the quickness.
Come on, ye. I mean, if you really want to, you could just spin that, right? No! Sabotage. It really was Sabotage. So apparently, Mr. Cactus King is saying his game is frozen. Stolen from him. Clutches of defeat right here. Holding on to that near enough 8 point. Do we hope the internet kicks back in shortly? As he's only moments away from, I believe, man behind the curtain. Hopefully the internet stays solid for us all. Although, how long has this been streaming going? That's a great question. Yeah, we got 2 hours. We can wait, right?
Absolutely. You know what? Game 3, let's just remake it. Yeah, start from scratch.
So, are you on Lex's side right now?
Wait, what? Sorry, I got distracted. This game is okay.
Oh, he's back. There you go. So you DC for
he's back. Okay. Okay, so actually back to the game. So he is probably looking for oh wow, okay. I was gonna say you could go he's trying to draw a Sabotage, I guess. And then if you draw okay, so maybe this does make sense, because if you draw the Sabotage, you can go flip whatever that is, if it's a Zonia's, and then you gank E over and you trade with the Sand Soldier, and then he can't arise because he put a rune back, but I think you just die regardless. I don't know. It looks pretty doom regardless, but maybe he's got the sauce.
So Yi is 6 into 6. I'm presuming the reason was so that you couldn't go to 8 into 6, so you take it over. Right now, you can just Death Grip the token in the back there, get +2, so you're 8 into 6, and then they're all tapped out. They just go back to base. They can't unsuspend, which means they can't do anything else, and then turn pass over, and you gotta go 8. Very good.
Is GG has been called.
That's it. Oh, I forgot we had the display in hand. There you go. Whee!
All right. Yep. And GG, the Azir does take it.
So there you go. Cactus King, one of the man on Mr. Pluses, not that plus, the other plus, is somewhat local annoyance. So yes, I see a local gentleman win a tournament, and again, both of these players here do already have their invites to the event in August, so it's not like it's like all or nothing. And they also do have prizing as well for coming first, second. I think it's up to 8th place. So everyone in top 8 has got away with something today, besides maybe a story or maybe a video showing their downfall. The man behind the curtains. It's time to go, everyone. You can't stay here. You got to go. You don't have to go home. It's your choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is late for you, right? So definitely
2 a.m. It's just early
Yeah.
days.
Just 2 a.m. Okay. Well, my bad. You still got another few hours in you. We can get some more matches up. No, but anyways, thanks for having me, Plus, and thank you. I think is this the first time we've casted together, Guido?
It is. In
okay.
the 5 minutes that I've been with you guys, it's the first time me and you've had a chance to cast together.
Excellent. It was absolutely a pleasure, and thank you again, Plus, for having me. You can check out my Twitter underneath as usual. I mostly just post card alters nowadays. I am currently working on my full set of 12 runes for Ezreal as I play my same 40 Ezreal cards pre and post Vendetta. It will be very sad.
We still have time. There's definitely at least 5 more cards to reveal, right? So you never know. You might get a new blue card or purple card.
Absolutely.
And I suppose I'll say thank you for having me and thank you for being here. And it is our first time having to actually cast together, and it was very fun. It's definitely last time of the night kind of game where everyone's just settling in and just having some fun. I suppose Gear Swiftly, I'm here when I can. Hopefully I can get in some early games for the Chinese regional next week if you'll have me again. And I've just done a video on Jace being mind and body and having no good mind units other than Mr. Mundo. But overall, I'm looking forward to what Jace can do. Maybe as a weird mechanic, or maybe as the best known Aurora pilot out there. And that's it. All right, let's everyone go now. You can't go home, but you just get out of here. You get out of here. Let's go.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for having me again, and we will catch you guys later.